I stepped on board a railroad car beneath the morning sun, and I rode the roads till evening, and I lay me down again. Oh, strangers here, no friends to me, till a dark girl towards me came. And I fell in love with my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. I said, my pretty Creole girl, my money here's no good. If it weren't for the alligators, I'd sleep out in the wood. You are welcome here, kind stranger. Your house is very plain, and we never did turn a stranger away from the lakes of Pontchartrain. To her mama's house and treated me farewell. Oh, the hair, it hung over her shoulders, and jet black ringlets fell to try and paint her beauty. I'm sure it would be in vain. So handsome was my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. I asked her if she would marry me. She said that never could be. Oh, she had got a lover, and he was off at sea. She said that she would wait for him, and true she would remain. And she never could be my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. Though it's fairly well, my Creole girl, I never will see you more. I will never forget your kindness at the cottage by the shore, and at each social gathering, a flowing glass I will drain, and I'll drink a health to my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain. Oh, and at each social gathering, a flowing glass I will drain, and I'll drink a health to my Creole girl by the lakes of Pontchartrain.
Very nice. Thank you very much. That was awesome.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you, friends. I hope that came through okay for you, and
That was
appreciate
great.
that very much.
What'd you think, Zanuck?
Well, I liked it. It was good.
No, he was asking you, what do you think, Sanic, about Soundly's evidence at the lakes of Pontchartrain showing that there's curvature over a short distance and Earth is
It's
actually
solid.
a Rolo tubes. You know the Rolo tube?
It's simple.
A cylinder Earth, yeah. Is that you with the guitar, Sanic?
Yes.
I love it, bud. Go ahead. Honestly, I'd love to hear what your.
So you think the Earth is flat? Soundling's evidence was all of that.
Wasn't all of that. I like it, man. That's a good start. That's a good story. So you think the Earth is flat? Soundly's evidence wasn't all of that. That's for a flat earther, right? If we dismiss Soundly's evidence, I like it, bud. I like it. Nice one. That's excellent, man. Excellent.
I'll give you a little bit of history. It's one of the widest. Well, it is the widest lake in Louisiana, inland. But it was named after the Choctaw. The Choctaw named it Ottawa. I'm from the Choctaw tribe from Mississippi, but the Choctaw Indians named it Ottawa. But it was renamed after another guy, like Minister of Marine or something like that. And his last name was Pontchartrain. So that's why it's called Lake Pontchartrain. But its original name, when the Indians settled here, was Ottawa or something like that. Ottawa, or however.
Well, Dave, nice one, Dave. And actually, going back to Zanuck, I think that piece of information there could definitely be incorporated within Zanuck's song, right? If we think about Soundly's offering as some hurdle for the flat earthers to overcome. But within the song itself, let me just say that the traveler meets, so much I have to say about that song actually, but the traveler meets a Creole girl from the lake, so a natural Native American. So I'm not sure what Creole has to do with Pontchartrain myself, but I definitely know that the official story we're given about America and its sort of origins is bullshit. But I'm not sure. Is there any association between the Creole people? I actually want to know, David. What's the guy with Pocahontas? She's a Creole, isn't she? Pocahontas. She a Creole girl from Louisiana, in and around. I'm just asking because I don't know. But I'm thinking that it might be, and it's a reference to the greater indigenous people and the white man's sort of intrusion, you know?
Yeah, Creole is just a mix, right? Black and French and whatever. That's the Creoles that were here, and we call them Cajun French now. Is more a realistic name, but Sacagawea was the Indian who led Lewis and Clark on the expedition of Louisiana Purchase. That's the name on my boat, actually, Sacagawea. And but Pocahontas, there's a lot of history that goes back through New Orleans if you really study it. I mean, it's amazing how much of the politics and history of the country goes through the New Orleans. I guess because of the Mississippi River, kind of everything either drained to it or ran up from it. You know, so New Orleans is really has a deep history.
When you look at Dave, the Mississippi River and all its tributaries, etc., it is the central sort of emanating point of America, I would say, as it flows up through. I don't know too well, right? So I'm just sort of chancing my arm here, but I'm trying to more so equate it to. Do you know what I think of? The eyeball. It's like when you look at or the lung itself. You know what I'm saying? You have the main central leading point, which departs at Louisiana, doesn't it? It exits the ocean at is it Louisiana? Where was that?
Yeah,
where was that flood that time? Yeah.
Grand Isle. Grand Isle,
Yeah.
Louisiana.
Right, and where was the flood that time, and the breaking? Remember the conspiracy about the breaking, the deliberate blowing of the dams, right? But if we think about
Well,
it,
that's
that the yeah,
Mandarin, New Orleans.
yeah, right. If we still think about that as the Mississippi sort of departure, and we go backwards, we go upwards. Now we're thinking in terms of the lungs and how everything spreads out, or the eyeball. Think about all of the different sort of canals within the eyeball that like a tree root or something. So yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to say that because I think there's a greater significance to our being here, and maybe the truth about our origins is told through the truth about the earth itself. Do you know what I'm saying? And as we come away from spinning ball earth, bollocks nonsense history, excuse my language, and now we get to some sort of a greater truth or representation of truth, and there's only one truth, and that's the creator, right? Or God, if you want. Maybe, maybe. I'm thinking now, friends, honestly, flat earth friends, of course, that, see, we were given the contrast that now, all our lives, we're immersed in this, and anytime I look up now, I'm looking into the infinite realms of the greater, unfathomable expanse. It's the contrast that we're given. Now as flat earthers, everything is so much more up close and personal, so maybe there's a greater sort of layout and association between our a greater coming to awareness and the clues we seek externally, which are not so far away as we thought, which is, well, the earth itself. And I will say, by the way, in the beginning was the word was with God, the word was God. What does that mean to us? Well, I think in a sense that, well, earth, we're on earth, the core, the center of us, the core of the earth, the core of us is the heart. So we have the earth and the heart. And what's the bridge then? There always has to be a bridge, the Trinity. Well, it's the ether, which is anagrammatic with the earth and the heart. It's just a little change around of the letters, which will deliver a different order. What do you reckon about that one? Sorry about that. I should stop talking. I've been playing music and taking up your time a little bit too much. So I don't mean to impose that way, but all these things occurred to me to say in the moment. And by the way, anyone who listened to that song, I sort of think I figured that the Creole girl, I don't mean to say this, I hate saying this actually. She took him to her mama's house, well, the prostitute den, but she couldn't marry him because she was promised to someone who was away at sea, which is sort of oh goodness, the women in this world, they're so strong, they're so wonderful, but the things that they have to put up with.
Pete, if you're gonna make a song about "Hello Darkness, My Old Friend" with the lyrics I gave you, I'll work on more, but I'll share with
Go
what I
through
come up.
those, beer man. I'll go through those lyrics and I'll make my suggestions in sort of conjunction with them. So as it's a work in progress, I think there's a great potential. I would ask you as well, actually, Bad, to think about the visuals. You deal a lot in visuals. So think about the video that would go along with it and the sort of the format of it as it envelops the song.
Yeah, I think the original song has got so much potential for it. That's why I thought I'll bring it up. And
Excellent,
yeah,
man. Excellent.
the
And listen, even if it's just between myself and yourself, we'll sing a version of that. I like that. Hello, Flat Earth, my old friend. I love that opening line. It's brilliant. Great to see you once again. Thing is, though,
oh, that's brilliant.
I would
Yeah.
say the thing I would say, beer man, though, because we have to deal with different layers. I would say that Flat Earth is almost a psyop. It was almost too easy for us. It's like the Maui Wowie directed energy weapon evidence and everyone talking about it. It's almost too easy for us. You know what I mean? We're sort of led there. So I don't think Earth is flat, only because we haven't said what Earth is. I've no problem holding that the Earth's surface that we're on is stationary first and then flat by extension. But that's not saying anything really about what Earth is. And I will also say, just in conjunction with what I just said previously about the ball Earth, and Zanek's representation, I was there myself, so that's giving us an ultimate panorama that's sort of infinite in a sense. We can't wrap our brains around it as long as we accept that all those stars are millions and billions of light years, or whatever, billions, millions, trillions of miles away, and they're also on a different plane of reference, right? But yeah, coming back to flat Earth, everything is now up close and personal, and maybe the sky itself is part of the Earth and all the skylines. So everything that we perceive around us is actually part of the greater Earth, and definitely then we can't say that the Earth is flat or the Earth is stationary because something is moving. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I love that, man, and of course I'll get back to you on that. I think though, as opposed, so I think actually that's just my initial thoughts, right? Because you could say a few flat Earth things, 3 or 4 flat Earth things, and it could encompass the whole song. So rather than every line delivering stunning knockout blows to the listener, we could develop the song in a more sort of subtle sense. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Hey Pete, can you play comfortably numb? Do you know how to play that?
No,
Because
I
I
can't.
well, it's Pink Floyd. Comfortably numb. Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? You never heard that song before?
I've heard it, but I haven't learned it.
Well,
I
I
haven't
sent
learned
you
it.
I sent you the lyrics. I sent you the Flat Earth lyrics. I rewrote that song for Flat Earth. It's called Comfortably Dumb.
Oh man, that's excellent. I love that. I love that. Nice one. I will read those, and I know the song sort of vaguely, but yeah. No, actually, I probably know better than what I think. But again, reminiscent. I'll have to reminisce, or I'll
I
have
think
to
it starts with a
recollect.
B.
You played the guitar, Die Slow. I thought it was Sonic.
Zanuck plays.
I play the clarinet.
That's Sonic. He knows Comfortably Numb. Go ahead, Sonic. So Comfortably Numb, Comfortably Dumb, and it's all about, well, who is it aimed at, Die Slow? Is it aimed at us, the flat earthers waiting to wake up, or is it aimed at ball
It's
earthers who refuse
it's
to
new
wake up?
perspective. It's actually new perspective that was talking to you. People think we sounded like.
Oh, I
Oh
beg
yeah,
your
that's right.
pardon then, Dave. I beg your pardon, bud. I'm sorry about that, my friend.
No
Yes.
worries.
It's all good.
I was half thinking, I'm away from the computer, right? I was half thinking maybe,
It's the
sorry
cool in
about
our
that.
voice that people pick up on. It's because we sound so cool.
Sorry about that. Hey, bud. We've been messaging that shit on Kurt Cobain. That's fucking conclusive. I don't know what to say to you even because it's
Yeah, it's
so
pretty
it's
good.
almost so conclusive that it's almost too easy. Do you know what I'm saying?
New
That one's pretty
perspective.
good. Yeah.
New perspective. You got to start every conversation with outer ponders. Then we'll know who you are.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say earlier, you were talking about seeing a deeper relationship to the realm, and I almost said it. You mean a
Right.
relationship to the outer ponders? They're going to show us
There we
something.
go.
Hey Dave, what do you reckon? Okay, 1 second, because I know I'm talking to another almost fakeologist here. What about the Maui Wowie stuff? Is it all a staged affair? Is it all and the conspiracy
I don't
thing
know.
are going
I don't
wild?
know. It's the art of subterfuge either way. Some of it might be real. Some of it might not be real. Some of it, they put out. They know that people are going to be talking about it, and they know they're doing something crazy, fishy, right? People are losing shit. It's not like they're making that up.
Sure.
There is shit being burned. People's cars are being burned. But they put
They'll
out
be
like
compensated.
they put out bad versions of the conspiracy theory on purpose. So then people like, oh, it's all
Right.
fake.
Right, but I think it's beyond. I'm another hoaxer, so because it's so predominant, no one has to die. No one has to die. I think anyone who's lost their shit, they're already been compensated, or they will be compensated in quick order anyway. And the value of their house and property will probably be given to them 2 or 3 fold. You know what I'm saying? In
Oh,
terms
I
of
wish that was the
compensation.
case, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all. It seems like they're getting ripped off. Paradise, California, that was no joke. People weren't selling the property. That's the thing. They needed that property for some other reason. So
Okay,
they
well,
they end up like flattening. They flatten the house and the bathtub's gone with the dew weapon. Everything in the house, the pipes, everything melted completely flat. That doesn't happen on accident.
No, it doesn't. Is that direct testimony? You can rely on that?
Well, it seems like it from what we were shown, at least. I mean, I don't think there was. You can see the evidence of it. I don't think that's all psyop. There was people that people knew. I knew somebody that knew somebody that was there, that had their. You know, I mean, it's Paradise,
I know.
California. It's not like it's a conspiracy theory that it even happened. You
No,
can take
it's
it too far.
California.
You can take it too far, and then there's people like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like, I don't know if nobody died on 9/11, but I don't think as many people died as they say. That's for sure.
Yeah, but then who died then? Then you're left with the question, who died? Who did they decide to kill? I think no one dies in any of these efforts because the reason why they picked these events is because they've already Maui is supposed to be one of the most isolated islands, so they pick these things and they organize everything because it's a mass sort of cooperation. So why would they kill anyone? Especially I think in the sense that we're a flat earthers and all our lives matter, so they can't just kill.
Well, they were terraforming. It sounded they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it like an all AI city. They're gonna make it like an all AI island, basically. AI island.
Would you believe where I live now is Limerick, and Limerick has been made the smart city of Ireland, where I live right now.
Really?
Limerick City, Ireland, is smart city. We've just been chosen. We have.
Oh shit. That doesn't sound good. That wouldn't be fun. They're gonna make it paradise. They're gonna make it sound like paradise, though. They're gonna sell it as paradise. Oh, you get everything you want all the time. You just have to follow all the strict rules. You don't have any personality. You can't do anything that we don't say. But it's paradise.
What is that song? Pick up paradise, put down a parking lot. Is it Shania Twain, who's probably a transgender as well? Remember her? She was married to Lance Armstrong, who cheated 7 years in succession and won the Tour de France. Shit. What do we make of all of this?
Maybe he never cheated. Maybe it was all a psyop.
Maybe, man. That's what I was saying. I'm not too worried about it anymore. A new perspective because
it's hard to say. We all want to guess at it, but they make it so that you can guess it. Like even when you're right, it sounds like a guess because they put out a bad version of what you're saying. So it's subterfuge all over the place.
Yes. And even if you're right, then there's no one you can tell. There's no fucking you can tell because it's going to be probably so off the wall that
it's revelation of the method. They'll tell you the truth and the lie at the same time. That's how they. When you control the media, you can control all different angles. They did it with 9/11. They gave us the controlled opposition from the very start. It was all an act.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why I tend to agree with you. There wasn't as many people at least that died, but I can't understand how nobody died.
It was a symbolic affair. There was no floors there. It was a controlled demolition. We saw a movie on television. It's already been identified. The movie was prepared at least a year in advance. When all the cable networks came together and presented just before the second plane hit, all pre-planned, that was all fake footage until just after the second video fell. What they did in reality, some sort of magic trick to convince the people. The place and the isolation of the place was chosen specifically. But yes, it was a movie. It was a movie, and many people
you're right about that. It was a movie.
It seemed like a movie to me.
Yeah, it was, and to a certain degree, it was. And people did end up inhaling all the smoke, and they end up getting compensation for that. Very little, I guess, but
I'm not sure about that as well. I mean, I'm not sure about any of the story really. It seems to be doing well right now.
They definitely doubled up on some of those pictures of people that were missing. Same people, different face.
Yeah.
I think it was a big insurance scam. I mean, people on the planes. Think about the people that on the planes that never died. They get the life insurance policy, right?
Yeah, wasn't his name Silverstein or something?
Yeah, that too. But the people, even the passengers on the plane got to collect on their life insurance policy and keep living.
Yeah. It's like the Challenger. It's like the Challenger disaster. You might say to me, Dave, along the same lines. Well, just kill him. Like, you know, there's so much to be made from this. The sympathy of the public, the support to go on with further space adventure. We won't let the death of people stop us from exploring the great beyond. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but I say no. They don't have to kill people. They can just fake kill people and
Yeah,
even
I would
craft
say
characters to kill them.
90% of the time at least. Yeah, definitely. I would say that they just keep their hands clean. It's much more professional. They pride themselves on doing it without having to actually do anything like kill people. So you're right
Yeah.
about that. All the
New
school shootings, everything.
new perspective. It's an easy way using television to promote these sort of things or propaganda these things because you can't talk back to it. How many times have you watched a sports game or watched a movie and you shout at the screen? Does it ever change? No, it doesn't. The only way you can actually voice your opinion is with friends, family, and discourse like this.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not heard.
And they find a way to make you disagree. They find like, you know, a little talking point that you're going to think one way about it. Someone else is going to think, then they make it, you know, they politicize it so that you can
We-
take a stance on whoever the kids are or whatever
Yeah,
situation is.
and that's also presented in a one-way communication method. It's
Yeah.
never in a method where you can say, "Okay, but here's my opinion" or "Here's my voice."
Right.
It's always one way,
Hey,
unfortunately.
but they're gonna give you that. You have a voice on everything. They'll make it
Yeah.
seem like you have a voice. They'd make it seem like we have a voice right now with the voting and all that. They make it seem like we're participating. But
Dude,
yeah,
it's
it's Machiavelli, right? Machiavelli said, "Why do anything with force when you could do it with coercion?"
To be honest, I haven't even questioned it. I hear what gets presented, and I hear what you present. Myself, it doesn't influence me enough to research it. At least I do find it interesting. But yeah, I just realized a lot of things that get presented, even here in South Africa, you can never question because it's only presented one way. And when you question it, there's always ridicule. Just with other things as well. Just in general, any sort of news thing. It just it's propaganda. Unfortunately, what gets presented on a screen or on a mainstream screen. Majority of the time, not all of it, but I would say the majority. There appears to be an agenda every time. That's my perspective, at least.
I would say that anything obviously delivered to us is obvious. So we got to be Sherlock Holmes, beer man, and look beyond the different layers of the potential sort of story deliverance. You know, they're going to know if they're going to fake shit. They're going to know that there's going to be people who are going looking into it according to the story they deliver, and they're going to have different layers sort of prepared for every. Advancing truth seeker, do you know what I'm saying? That's definitely the way I look at it. So you definitely have to be Sherlock Holmes yourself, and you're up against the greatest minds. I will say the consolation for us in a sense is that even though it might seem disconnected, everything is ultimately connected. So they'll fake you out, but they'll tell you some truth within the beyond literal interpretation of the script, like Sandy Hook or like 9/11 or whatever, maybe like this Maui directed energy weapon attack as well. It has become all too clear in inverted commas that we're dealing with some massive conspiracy via directed energy weapons, which is actually, as we're 10 days short of 9/11 and the 22nd anniversary, a throwback to 9/11 itself. You know what I'm saying? Many people now will be thinking, as it investigated 9/11, that now this just goes to support Judy Wood and where did the towers go? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
But I would say to you, just remember that they all know, the people who write the script, they all know all the different layers, like a glass onion. So,
Of course, Pete. Of course, there is some sort of influence on my life. What I mean is, I'm in a third world country, and I would say me doing any sort of um, defense against it or alternative viewpoint against it from my towns would make.
I thought you were in South
no-
Africa, beer man. I thought you were in
Yeah.
South Africa.
Yeah,
It's not a third world country.
yeah, we third world, dude. We used to be
Get the
first
fuck
world.
out of here. If South Africa is a third world country, that's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, we third world, dude. We used to be first world. When it was
Oh,
still
you third
run.
world and you're part of
Yeah.
BRICS. How is that? You're part of BRICS.
Yeah, hopefully that's going to make a difference for us. We'll see what happens, but yeah, we third world, dude.
Yes.
It's shocking as it
America
may
went
seem.
and fucked it up for everyone else. Maybe.
It's fine, dude. I'm up for change, man. I
How
don't
can you be
even think
third
the whole.
world? 1 second now, please. I guess in a sense, but how can you be third world in South Africa? How the heck? You only hosted the Rugby World Cup 20 odd
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah, it's shocking,
Was
man.
better times when they. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, beer man. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying that it's my voice or any voice from this side against what's being presented in the first world is going to be like, okay, cheers. Next, who's next? You're not going to be listened to. However, I really enjoy listening to the alternative viewpoint or information shared in these sort of discussions. So yeah.
Well, but obviously, if you're in third world sort of living conditions, you how far do you have to travel for a bucket of water?
No, we your third world and I think the understanding of third world is different. No, I live in a very decent place. I own I got my own business, but I own a good salary. Got a decent car. Everything's normal, but I would say the country is run on a third world level. So
Okay.
the
Then we're all
infrastructure is third
yeah.
world,
Okay.
but
Okay.
the
I,
lifestyle's different. Yeah, lifestyle could still
okay.
be still be a
Yeah.
first world lifestyle. So I live
Okay.
a first world lifestyle at least.
Have to define third world and then tell me if it's a bad thing or not.
So it is a
What?
bad thing in the sense of the way the majority of the population live and the way our taxes are spent. But yeah, dude, it is what it is. I am where I am. I just go with it. There's nothing I physically myself can do, um, except make my own world amazing, which I'm doing.
How about you said you live in a first world sort of environment within a third world in a greater consideration. That's fair enough, I guess. But you can also point out Philadelphia, where you've got many affluent sort of neighborhoods, and then more and more growing growing populace, which are zombies on the street from fentanyl and homeless, etc. So you're not quite
Yeah,
third world then.
yeah. So Pete, so for instance, if you had no money, you didn't work or anything like that, or you didn't have.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a thing with medical aid. So you want to go to a hospital here in South Africa, and you don't have medical aid, you fucked. You screwed in the sense of you're going to be ending up almost like a
All
Mad
right.
Max sort of hospital where you got to pay a lot of money to have decent
Right.
medical in
Okay.
this country.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so
get you now. I
yeah,
get you
so our
now.
government doesn't supply us anything.
Yeah, well, in that sense, we are in not even the third world, the fourth world. We think we are in the midst of the first world, but everything is desperate around us. Everything is fucking complete slavery, and you only fit into complete slavery, subtle slavery, by while not questioning anything. Oh yeah, I can see what you're saying now. Then yeah, then bud, I'm with you then. Brothers in arms, in a sense, because it's third world everywhere. It's poverty everywhere. Poverty everywhere. But we'll say this: a friend of mine went to Cuba, where you would describe it as third world at the time, but people have a different emphasis on life then. I wonder what a first world life entails. I'm not happy at all in the first world here in Ireland, but I wonder what third world life really entails when we bring it back down to basics. Simple life, I think, is the best life.
So
Golden
put it
Crown.
this
Yeah.
way, Pete. For instance, my cousin-in-law, she's a dentist. She still lives with her parents. As a dentist, can't afford a property on her own, or
Yeah.
just a general IT engineer would struggle to get on their own feet without the help of old money from parents.
Yeah.
In that sense, it's difficult to make to make a life here and
Make a
live
living.
Yeah,
It's interesting. I have a very positive. I think life has to be about something, right? And we're in transformative times, so I have a very positive take on that, though, which is that, okay, you get to value or reevaluate what was really important to you in life. And here's the value of the internet. Look at the wonder it is, my friend. Give you all a hug, and I think if we all met, we'd all fucking hug and have a hearty night out. But yeah, look at the wonder of the internet, that we can communicate like this. And look at how much we sort of all learn from each other in a sense, you know what I'm saying? So I think this is a great wonder, and now we're coming to reevaluate things. I don't care for riches anymore. I'm sure the vast majority of you are in the same boat. We are already imbued with a great richness, and it's about, I think, our coming to, I'm going to say worldwide, earthwide evaluation that, well, yes, the circumstances of our lives now are all completely different, and, well, you are wonderful. You are wonderful. You are wonderful.
Where does the word
that's
third
more
world
positive.
come from?
That's the more positive take I have, that we're going to, there's external energies in play as well, you know what I'm saying? So they're pick-upable if you're only going to be laid down to them. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's the future I see. Otherwise, it's fucking 1984 on fucking steroids. Sorry about that.
Hey, can you hear North?
Where does this third world phrase come from? Are you guys aware of where it comes from, and why are we using that to?
What's a
ahead.
second world?
no idea, North. To be honest, I'm not too sure. All I know is that we categorize that way, and as far as I understand it, it is the wealth amongst the population and what the country provides to the citizens. So, in the sense of government supplied things, necessities like medical, roads, transport, and things like that, where our government is unable to supply the required needs just to be able to live to their citizens. Just the basic needs.
That's kind of weird that they got you using the phrases they invented, and they got you totally dependent on them for your loaf of bread and everything. So I mean, to me, it's kind of weird how we use these phrases and we don't even know what they mean, but we know it's a bad thing, right? We don't want to be a third world country. We don't want to open air market. We want Walmarts with cinder block walls, right? So what's really the difference, man? There's so many things we could address with that, but I would just say, before using phrases that are so popular and mainstream, find out who coined that phrase and where it came from, and did it come from those who spread propaganda or not?
Let me tell you.
That's actually well said. So I appreciate that, North.
Right, let me tell you my impressions.
Let me tell.
So consider this now, Beerman and North. How you doing, bud? Great to talk to you there, evening. Great to reconnect. I would say this, right? So we have a ball Earth paradigm, and we have a sort of a beyond that. This is all part of the ball Earth paradigm, where your own evaluation is weighed up against the greater history, I would say, the greater evolution. You know what I'm saying? Every ball Earther will tell you, oh, well, the Earth is the universe is 13.7 billion years old. Although they won't tell you that anymore, because apparently it's after changing to 26 billion, but they will give you a definitive sort of evolution of the greater surround, and also then of life and man's greater evolution. So within that setting, we're at the very, very best of times. So no
as
matter
far
how
as
bad
programming, though,
seems,
as far as programming, third
I know
world
exactly,
is a NATO,
Dan.
it's
Exactly.
a NATO term.
That's exactly
It's a
what it
NATO
is.
term. It's a NATO term. Third world.
We
That's
need to
exactly
grow.
what it is, Dan. And it's within the ball Earth setting. But remember, the ball is dead now. So the ball has to be, everything associated with the ball has to be destroyed. And I think these systems put in place now are going to be objected by all of the world's populace. And something's going to happen, which they already know. And now we're going to break free, and a new paradigm is going
Fucking
to
sentences,
emerge.
Pete, not paragraphs, man. You don't let anyone speak.
Go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
Dan, Dan and North actually. So the third world country, there was some sort of industrialization or economics involved past some war. I think it's a Cold War or something like that. And then they categorized how far each country has gotten into changing the way their economy runs. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. This is my understanding, and it's the way the government is able to provide for their citizens. So, for instance, in the UK, if you don't work but you got a kid, they're able to supply you some sort of food, shelter, and um, living expenses that you can still live a semi decent, humane life just from the
It's
government.
more about banking. It's more about the countries left out of our banking or World Bank system.
I get it. It's kind of like they're kind of feeding you the propaganda to support their narrative, right? Is that basically what it is?
I don't know. All I know is that
Because
our
you're
government
dependent.
can't
I
supply
mean,
their
if you're totally dependent
Yeah,
on them, right, then
they don't
basically what
supply
you're
anything.
doing is you're coming up with a whole language and using phrases that they have coined to support their narrative because they're the ones who come up with the phrase and the rest of the world knows they came up with the phrase. So now we're just supporting people that we don't even know really what they teach. Is kind of like what people do when they join a cult.
Okay, so North, it sounds like you in the US. Just to give you guys, you can correct me if I'm wrong after this, but if you don't work, you can get welfare, you can get some sort of food and shelter in your country if it's the USA. In South
No,
Africa, oh,
not
okay. Anyways,
not it, not everyone. No.
okay, so but in South Africa, if you don't work or you don't, even if you work, man, if you work at McDonald's, if you work at as a junior IT engineer, you don't earn enough to even buy or rent a apartment. You literally screwed. You just don't earn enough,
Do
and
you have
government.
regulations on building? Do you have like
Yeah.
regulations on how you can build, or can you just go out and build a shack?
So a lot of the people there, we got plenty of shacks. You can search our shacks here in South Africa, Kalicha, the Noon. There's plenty of them. They don't have
What's wrong
building
with that?
regulations, but if you own
What?
a property, you have to get the regulations done, which is extremely unfair, actually.
And yeah, that seems like a copying of how the West does it, right? So we got all these regulations and different things where people have building homes, But if you can go out somewhere and build something, and Africa has all these resources, you have all of these animals. I don't see why people are starving. Yeah, I
Exactly my
mean,
point.
there's so many different things people can be doing besides depending on a government to feed them or another country to feed them. Uh, it's ridiculous, man. It's just lack of knowledge and it's lack of want to, and a lack of want to sustain yourself. That's what I see going on in the world.
So we do have that going on here, where the natives have started building their own place and farming. However, the government has destroyed it. They got rid of it and said it's a nature reserve. So they destroyed everything, got rid of everyone, and put them back on the streets. They would rather have people on the streets than actually creating a life for themselves or growing their own food. It's not allowed.
That's kind of like Russia right now. I mean, Putin's giving land away, right, to people who grow food, and they've banned GMO foods, and they're going to give grain to African countries who's going to participate with them, which I'm not supporting them or anything. It's a good strategy, like I've said before, but I'm just saying there's enough to go around, and if people want to work, even if everyone in your family doesn't work, those family members could be taken care of if people wanted to take care of them. And
That
it's
is
just
the
as simple as that. You know what I mean?
That is the complete opposite of what I just said. But yeah, I hear what you're saying though.
Yeah, so just think about the building regulations as when it comes to the US as opposed to Africa. And some places might have building regulations, of course, big cities, yeah, I get it. But if you can still go out in the country somewhere and build a shack, go build a shack. I mean,
Yeah, but
so
you're
you
not
can't
allowed
do
to.
that you can't really do that in the US. If someone catches you doing that, I mean, it's you're going to lose it, right? It'll be condemned. But yeah, there's it kind of balances out. I mean, I've worked with people from, all over the world, and years ago people would tell me, how bad people have it in Mexico and all these things, and you get to talking to some of the people you're working with, and you find out what the cost of living is and how they lived, and you basically find out everyone is in the same boat no matter what country you're in. There's places that are just totally poverty ridden where children are playing in the mud puddles, you know what I mean? There's people dipping bread in mud puddles and eating it. I mean, yeah, of course, but that's like that in every country. It's, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's a
Yeah,
lot to it.
maybe you didn't hear what I said. What I said was the natives from this country were they took a piece of land and they were farming their own farms, or they are farming. There's a lot of them still around, but the majority of them have been broken down and been told that you cannot do this. This is a nature reserve, and they've put them back onto the street. So that's why I say it's the complete opposite to Russia, where Russia's giving the land away. So I don't know if I came through or maybe I broke up or something, but yeah, complete opposite of what you were saying.
Yeah, I get you. I'm just bringing a different kind of,
Okay.
yeah, I get you. I'm not trying to, say the same thing you're saying, but yeah, I get what you're saying. There's just a lot of angles to cover, and so you cover some, I'll cover some.
Yeah,
But
no, got you. Cool.
yeah, I mean, we could go back to in this country when people came over and just took the land from people and gave them a reserve somewhere that they reserved for them to stay, and you guys stay over there, and we'll take the rest of the land. So we
And
we could talk about many things, but always your leaders, no matter what country you're in, they're in it to kind of screw the people over in a sense, right? They're in it for themselves, right? So all the leaders work together in a sense to keep their people under control. But
yeah,
the only time they seem like they're fighting is when they want to give this portrayal of some kind of soap opera for us to watch and get in an uproar about. But there's so many things to speak of on that. But yeah.
and North, would you agree to not all of it, but the majority around it of this happened around the late 1500s, um, and they got about 1700 star forts set up around the world, around the same time period, and that is when it appears that colonialization. How do I say that? Um, Took place, which is interesting for me. That appears where my history comes in from this country as well.
I kind of look at it as, since the beginning of time, you've had man trying to rule over man, and doing things that are not beneficial to his fellow man. So, and those would be your leaders and those in power. Um, so I'll always take it there. And, it's getting much more extreme as the years go by, as people get lazy and comfortable and they're totally dependent. And, they always talk about, well, my government should be the one taking care of me, right? But I mean, really, is that what you really believe? Um, and I know I'm not saying you believe that, but there's a lot of people who feel that way. And that's not the way it is. So, yeah, I
Y-
would just say that it's going to get a
Yeah,
little worse before people will stand up and actually be willing to die for what they believe in. It's going to get a little bit worse.
yeah. The more I'm looking into it, the lands had kings and queens and things like that. I'm still new into this. I've probably dug into about a year of it now, or been digging in about a year. But pre 1600, it appears that the lands had their own tribes, and some tribes had kings or queens, and these people appeared happy. In the legends and the stories that are shared up until colonialization, however, if I can say that, guys, took place in the 1600s. So that's where I'm going to possibly disagree with you unless you can share some information. But that's with my research. So that's where I'm standing at the moment. I would love to hear more about pre 1600. Um, but yeah, I'm busy researching that period and looking through old maps and reading stories and even speaking to natives in my own country about it. But yeah, pre 1600, I think was a totally different world than the way we present it now. It's almost as if we all under one business, and each country is a business supplying a larger person or entity. Yeah,
No doubt
that's
it's
what.
getting worse. Yeah, no doubt it's
Yeah.
getting worse and worse. But as far as before the 1600s or 1500s, as far as that goes, I mean, we could go into history, into ancient writings, but we just look at the nature of man, right? And you understand the nature of man. So, what leader of what country would you feel comfortable with coming in your home, having dinner, and you walking out the door and leaving them with your family? Is there one? Has there ever been one? Can you name one?
Only a king, I would say a bloodline king of this country. I would invite as a leader, but I wouldn't trust a pointed leader. But a bloodline leader, for me personally, if it is a leader of that land and I was born on or from that land, um, I would trust that person to an extent. But then again, I'm also my own being. Yeah,
So,
yeah.
is there
I
a
have to be.
reason? Is there a reason you would trust that bloodline king from your own land to be in your home with your family without you present? Is there any reason for that?
Without my family, with my
No,
family, without me present.
with your family being in the home with the man and you not being present.
Oh no, I wouldn't be able to do that. No,
Okay. Then you don't trust him, right?
not 100%. No.
Okay. So now we know the nature of man. And there you go. So as far as the 1500s and before, the nature of man was the same.
But then again, that's my viewpoint. So I believe that there are people that may trust. I've seen a lot of people trust people that I would never even trusted with Bluetooth. Um, so once again, this is from my perspective. But then again, I got a totally different viewpoint of who we are and what we are. But that's a philosophy that I'm digging down on my own. So it's a very subjective question that when it gets posed to myself, um, but it's still an interesting question in the reality that's being presented to us.
I think that's because it's evident what the leaders are capable of when we look in present time or history, uh, be it to the 1500s or before. I mean, when we look at what they've done, not only to their own people, but to other people, it's quite discouraging. Sorry, guys. I wasn't interrupting a one-on-one or anything, was I? With Pete and Beerman or
No, not at all, dude. Yeah, I think we're probably transitioning discussions. I don't even think there was a topic. I'm just chatting here, chatting, sharing experience, and asking questions.
Is that North? I was just
yeah,
talking.
man.
I was listening to you like 2, 3 days ago, maybe more. And I had tagged you, but I can't remember what the comment was, man. I wanted to make a note. Um, let me see if I can.
Who is this? Were we speaking in voice or were we just speaking in text chat?
No, you were kind of leading some point or something. I was listening, and I just made a note in the text chat. But I don't think you responded. You want to search your mentions at you real quick and then see. This is ERA.
Yeah, give me a
I
minute.
can do it too.
Oh, something about the
Oh yeah,
cubit.
yeah. I remember. Yeah, yeah. You were
Yeah,
talking about giants. That's what it was, though. You were like, yo, so it couldn't have been a giant because of the qubit or something like that. I wanted I
oh,
wanted
yeah.
to use ours. Like, what's our average
Well,
number and blah blah blah. Yeah.
from my memory, and it's been a while, but I mentioned it because I heard a presentation I think Killian gave, and he spoke of the cubit and he spoke of the royal measurement. He spoke of I think it was the 18 or 19, and then it was the 20.6. Um, and he spoke of the measurement of the cubit being that in inches, right? And then related that to the ark that was found by, or this ship that was found by a guy named Ron Wyatt. And then at the end of the presentation, he had said that, and also Noah's wife, which Noah built the ark, right? So that was the presentation. And so Noah's wife's grave was found, and he showed a finger bone. Well, the finger bone was much longer than I'm sure your finger bone is or mine is. I mean, this finger bone looks like it was about 9 to 10 inches long, right? So if a cubit was usually from my memory a measurement from your elbow to the tip of your middle finger, if that's the case, then if Noah's wife was a giant and Noah was a giant himself and he built the ark, did he use the Egyptian cubit? I mean, what cubit did he use? He would use the measurement from his elbow to his tip of his middle finger, and that
Right.
would be much longer than 20.6 inches, right? So his hand might be 20.6 inches or even larger. So from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger would be much larger than that. And that, when you relate that to the boat being found and how many inches it is, I mean, you're going to run into problems. So that's the only reason I brought that up. But
Oh, you were talking about the one boat, this Ron White boat. Okay, okay. Yeah, they said that guy was a bullshitter. I thought that's what.
yeah, that's what I heard. But I mean, I'm not saying one way or the other, what he found or what he didn't find, but I would just say to present cubit the qubits in such a way as to relate them to 20.6 and then say Noah was a giant doesn't really relate, because Noah's cubit will be much larger than 20.6. Get it? I mean, That was my whole point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember it was some. I knew it wasn't that serious, but thank you.
Yeah, and so everyone measure from your elbow to your middle finger, to the tip of your middle finger with your palm out, and just see how many inches you get, and put it in text chat, and maybe see how many people have the same or very close to the same. We're gonna find out if you're Egyptian or a giant, or we're gonna find out which. No, I'm just kidding.
Check, mic check.
I hear you.
Okay,
Yeah, we hear you.
thank you. I just wanted to make sure if no one was talking.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, how you doing, man?
I'm an argumentative motherfucker, is what I am.
Well,
Turns out I like to argue. It's not very healthy.
well, no, that's okay, man.
I'm
We all
obsessed with
are.
being right. Right. I grew up in a family where I wasn't allowed to be right, so I've grown to be obsessed with trying to correct wrong. It's like a justice thing, and it's a flaw in my character, but it's part of my character.
Well, it's
So
wonderfully and humble to hear that if that's indeed something you recognize about yourself, nice that you can talk about it like this. Not many people can do that. So
fucking
yeah.
blue car was on here yesterday saying he fixed his, but he figured out how to get past his emotions when he was interacting with others.
It's okay, man. We all sometimes do what we do. No one's perfect.
But we're all under stress. We are being suppressed in many ways, and they've snuck in all this censorship, going back to in the US to the Patriot Act and everything that they've implemented really in the clear name of a new world order. And it's kind of like when you really look at what they're saying and doing, they are managing us based on their rules, and that is kind of like the monopoly board's been set. There's no room for new utilities. There's no accepting of new properties. It's all there. As long as we play their game, they're the bankers. What the fuck? They don't care who wins.
Have you seen the crazy fires in Hawaii?
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion though.
If you look at the comments about the YouTube videos of the drone footage and think there's another guy who, drove through the neighborhood and showed all the stuff in detail, you see that normal folks say that like everybody actually says that it's extremely fishy, needs to be investigated. Like, it is very weird how almost all the old houses, like almost all the people who were the locals, so to say, and the people who don't have all the money, if that makes sense, their houses burned down. But all the new real estate, and the people who are very wealthy, all their stuff is still there, right? It's almost like as if they wanted to get rid of real estate to make space for new stuff. That's how it looks like, at least. For example, there's a church, probably Catholic church, and a little house next to the church, completely untouched. Every other house around it put to ashes on the ground. And we all know that the Catholic Church has, the biggest immobilia in the world. They have the biggest real estate. The Vatican. So, everything is very fishy.
But at the same time, I was, fire is unpredictable. I spent yesterday in the hills of Malibu, where fire is a serious way of life and a real problem for the people that are in the line of the wind, which always heads off to the ocean from onshore to offshore. So the fires usually take the same direction, and burn to the ocean every time. And anyone that builds or lives in that path, it's really terrifying when it's wind driven. And I don't think there's a limit, if we look it up, to the temperatures that can be achieved by what we call a blowtorch, by highly oxygenating a fire with wind. I know it gets upwards of 1,000 and 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit, but I don't know if there's a limit if you added more wind, if you added more to it.
Well, if you want to, you can watch the video and make your own, opinion about it. What I find very weird is when you look at when he shows the cars, there are cars that are, with the aluminium melted, and right next to it is a car that is almost untouched with just the plastic, got a little bit weak.
Yeah,
but
well, that is possible. That is what would happen in wind direction. But what we are finding with some of these videos is people were held in place and not allowed to evacuate. And I've heard some horrible stories and very suspicious behavior by officials, for sure.
That's something I don't understand, how there was no water coverage, and also how people were held off from actually leaving. That's kind of weird,
That's super frightening, though. Super life-threatening right there.
I heard a claim in here, somebody burnt, they got people burnt in their car. Someone here said, is this real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People got burned in their car, yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I heard a story, a guy he's walking down the road past the normal, establishments that you'd think of, on the main drag, so to speak. And he's walking faster than the cars, and he gets to the front, and he sees the cop, and the cop says, "I'm just following orders." The cop's not letting anyone escape. And in the back, now, a mile back or a half mile back where he just was, he can start hearing them go pop, pop, and people screaming. So the line of cars, the fire's caught up to the line of cars being stopped by a cop who was told, "Don't let anyone go." And this guy watched it all on foot and talks about it.
It seems too casual. What? I mean, he's casually chilling there, and they pop it, and everybody's not running like crazy. Well,
it was way behind him, and it just started happening. And he said when the cop told him, he assumed, the cop knew what he was saying, so he just kept walking. Like, he hassled the cop. "Why don't you let these fuckers go?" And the cop had some story, and then he kept going, kept walking. And then behind him, he heard pow, big explosions, and then suddenly like chaos back there. But he had been on foot the whole time, So the cars didn't move. When he got to the front, he couldn't fucking believe it. There was some cops telling him, "I got orders not to let anyone through here." I believe that to be a true story. And that sheriff guy or whoever he is, that guy's a creep. You can tell from a mile away. He won't admit to anything, and I don't know. I know that the locals already have huge problems there. My friend moved there, and she tries to fight for the indigenous people there, and she tries to talk the language and stuff, but the people don't have a huge voice there. The land was stolen from them. And they're another story of an indigenous people being not treated like a third world nation, brought into the first world by force.
Well, guess which houses have been destroyed the most?
Which ones?
Yeah, the ones owned by the I can't say the English word.
Right.
Indigenous. You know what I mean.
Didgeridoo. Dan, what the fuck were you doing there? That was some roll up and a toke. If I know a toke when I hear one.
I was just doing a little experiment with fire and flowers.
I'm cool with that, baby. I'm cool with that. Go ahead. I think you were talking about indigenous clay, indigenous people.
Yeah. They're like most of the stuff that got destroyed in the fire was from indigenous people, like houses. And property, so to say. Oh man, it's just, sad. But I don't think that the fire was natural at all.
Me, myself, Clay, I don't take a bit of it seriously. 1,500 missing children, get out of here. They're all pre-planned, and everything that's delivered to us now is just sort of all a little candy, to bring everyone into conspiracy world and thinking about directed energy weapons. So I think it was all staged, and I don't worry about the... Yes, I just don't do it myself. No offense to anyone. I'm not taking away from anything. It's just... I'm an old hoaxer.
You're right. I've said like a few years ago to my parents, they can confirm this. I said what the new world order will, or what the people will do, the controllers, so to say, if that is even an existing thing. But just to give it a name, right? The ones who kind of write the script, for the next move. What they do is they will eventually put out little itsy bitsy snacks of half truths or truths. Like with this movie in the US about trafficking. I forgot the guy who also made the Jesus movie about the
Freedom, Sounds of Freedom,
Gibson.
right?
Yeah. All this stuff is just also controlled opposition.
Yeah, I agree.
What it does at the end of the day, it even creates more fear, because now little children are raised with parents that put even more fear in. At the end of the day, it just gives them power again. And what they want to do in the future is they want to do fear lockdowns. They want to say you ought not to go out until this hour of the day. And you ought not to go into this not surveillanced area where there is no cameras. And It's like if you want to have a new world order, like a controlled system where everyone's, you know, literally like watched every second, because that's what the adversary wants, right? He wants to be like the creator. He wants to know our thoughts. He wants to see us every second, and control us, you know, eventually. You need to do it in little steps, right? So the best way to do it is make people do it themselves, you know, like we've seen with the past 2 or 3 years, where people literally would have called the police on their neighbor for not keeping in the you know, you can't go out until this time and so forth. That's what happened here in Germany, you know, or call the police because he's not wearing something.
What a joke.
You know,
Clay, consider this. Consider this. The devil's power is only via persuasion, and God has or the Creator has so much faith in us that she will intervene when needs be, up until the point we can handle it. He's given us, imbued us with enough grace, intelligence, etc., to be able to figure out the bullshit from the real. And once we remember that the devil can only deal in persuasion, no force can be taken. You have your consent has to be given. Then you can remain as strong as anything.
Yes, that's the thing. The New World Order will not be created or built upon the foundations of a few people. It will be possible by the acceptance of the masses. You can only have this kind of system working if the people are willing to do it. And people will be. I mean, we have seen their little test. You know, you have seen how compliant people are, how easy to manipulate they are, and you know how they treat their brother or sister as a livestock if they don't obey to them what is right. You know. So at the end of the day, the very way the New World Order will be implemented, and you know the mark of the beast and so forth, will be by the acceptance and by the power of the people, not the other way around.
Well, Tim Osmond talks about how one letter might have been mistranslated purposefully, in a sense, which is the mark or the mask, M-A-S-K, of the beast. In a sense, as you just mentioned there, Clay, family turned against family, neighbor turned against neighbor. Because what? I'm not going to wear a mask. Corona's a... I'm not going to... Okay. Corona's a hoax. I'm going to... Okay, anyway. But yeah. So now you become ostracized. And the ones who believed it, well, they take the mask of the beast, the mark of the deceiver. Maybe. But they've grown from that, though. I actually think that here's the positive, right? So people have every as an individual, and we must give credence to every individual because we're all connected. We're all part of the same thing. So the child is wonderful. If we become lost as adults, that's maybe the course of life. But just to summate it, that I think lots of people learn from the experience first time around, and they'll be that bit wiser, that lot wiser this next time around when Iris comes and Iris is here. The second strain, yeah.
You know where the real test comes in as a truther, if you're really standing for the truth. The real test will be if you're going to be put out of your comfort zone, right? Right now, most of us here on the Discord, I hope so, we all live very comfortably, you know, running water, food in the store, and so, right? So the challenge that many people will fail, right? Where I say also many people in here, many truthers, will be that they will at some point obey to keep some kind of comfortableness, you know. They will be the one to turn against their brother, even though they actually know it's wrong, but unfortunately they're too weak and too dependent on the lies of this world, on the comfortableness of many things that we have, right?
Excellent.
I personally have no problem with hanging on strings and being whipped out or like putting, you know, my head being cut off or whatnot, because I will die for my Messiah, right? See, that's the thing. I wish everyone had this, because then we wouldn't fear any. Then the New World Order will never be existing, and there will not be a mark of the beast coming, anything like that. But because people are weak and they love their flesh and their fleshly desires, they will turn against the truth for for the sake of comfortableness.
Do you know what? Let me just say this. I know Dan is trying to get in. Do you know what it reminded me of immediately, Clay? Well, the parable that Jesus told us of the sower and the seeds. But go ahead, Dan. If you're trying to get in.
I was trying to get in. Pete,
Yes.
Go ahead. Please.
it's Lion.
Sorry.
How you doing, Pete and Clay?
So bad.
No, I just wanted to corroborate what you were saying about Satan, Hasatan. And I have a scripture here that's a very rare scripture that was found amongst the Ethiopian Jews. It's attributed to Enoch, and he says here, and this is the word that he got from the Creator. But it says, Enoch says, "Now Satan hath no power whatsoever, for he hath only what he maketh to germinate in the mind, and he cannot grasp firmly, and he cannot perform anything, and he cannot beat, and he cannot drag, and he cannot seize, and he cannot fight. He can only make thoughts to germinate silently in the mind.
Exactly.
And him who is caught by the evil mind, he prepareth for destruction. And if a man hath conquered the evil mind, he findeth grace, and hath a reward which is everlasting."
Amen.
I love that. That's so appropriate and excellent. Thank you so much for
Exactly.
that. Excellent.
That's the
real quick,
truth, you know?
I just one more thing, because it says here that he cannot grasp, right? He cannot grasp firmly. I found that very intriguing, especially since at least the serpent in the garden was cursed to be a slithering serpent, right? And before that, he had arms, he had hands, he had wings, he had legs. But then when he was cursed to be a slithering serpent, he lost his appendages. So the fact that Enoch says that he cannot grasp firmly, maybe there's some that's literal.
I get you. Maybe some association. I have other thoughts on that, but go ahead. Whoever's trying to talk there.
Yeah, that's all. I'm done.
That's excellent, bud. Most excellent.
Yeah.
Most excellent. Actually, let me just get in here and talk about the grasping sense, so we can grasp the material. This is why Saturn is almost associated with Satan. It's definitely associated with this material, the cube. So yeah, I think this is more about the material as opposed to the immaterial influence. But that's just my own self rushed into giving an impression. But the grasp, yeah, that's excellent, most appropriate, and brilliant. I think that was a brilliant addition to what I was saying anyway about the devil dealing in persuasion. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And the other thing is, this verse you just read points out how it will be man himself putting the chains around their neck and around their hand. I mean, essentially, even now, while we're living in these comfortable times, right? If we build upon the flesh, if we serve the flesh instead of the spirit, we put chains around our neck ourselves. We imprison ourselves, by the love of money, by the love of greed, by the love of the things in this world. We kind of make our own little prison, right? You don't need to be religious or believing in the Creator to understand this, that still, even if you are very rich and you have power and you have all the stuff that there is in the world, you still have people jumping from bridges, even though they're billionaires, even though they're millionaires, right? Still superstars overdosing, killing themselves. So in any way, if you build your life upon the desires of the flesh and you're gonna be a slave to your own flesh suit, according to the scriptures, like it says, then the only thing you will gain at the end of the day is death eventually at some point.
Here's something you mightn't have considered, Clay. Clues are all around us, and I'm not saying not to revert back to an interpretation of works that were written, who knows how long ago, but here's one to consider. Maybe the truth is before us in a sense. If you look at the very center of your QWERTY keyboard, which allows a sort of international communication over the stationary flat earth surface, the very center is the capital letter H. So the reason I mention that is flesh backwards is H self. H self. So I think that's very potentially significant. But yeah, like I like it's the faith. It's all about the faith. You have this. Actually, let me just say this, and this is where flat Earth is this sort of transitionary position. There's no flat earthers and atheists worth his salt. You cannot be. It's impossible. So now the journey sort of almost begins for the individual. Do you know what I'm saying? So to find out the true nature of our connection, well, to the earth itself, to the heart, and to the greater, well, creator.
But again, yeah, but again, we're talking from a standpoint right now, from a comfortable view, right? How many people would you think on here, if they would have been getting taken away everything in their life that makes them comfortable, you know, like completely stripped naked of the things of this world?
Right.
How many people will still stand for the truth before they give in some kind of government, you know, or some kind of mess, like if the masses are already accepting it in some kind of mark or, you know, whatever system, right? So,
Let me tell
again,
you-
the real test of your faith in the truth, you know, is yet to come, you know.
Right.
And it's including me. It's including me. I don't know how I'm going to. I mean, I can easily say right now because I feel comfortable. I have everything, you know. There's nothing I'm lacking of. You know, I feel comfortable to say, yeah, you know, I will just be the man and you know, nothing will, you know, beat me down. But I think the real test, the real struggle, you know, standing for the truth is yet to come, you know, because
let me tell you something. So, Clay, and I still think there's one day to come because we will face 10 days of tribulation. I'm not saying this now, right? But I'm just saying this as a matter of fact. I spent 8 during Corona because we were talking about. I feel sort of embarrassed about saying Corona. It's like almost saying the N word, the C word. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, okay, okay. During the
don't say just say the past 2 years. Then we know what we're talking about. That's what I do.
So during that whole ordeal, right?
Yeah.
I actually spent 8 days and nights in prison.
Oh golly.
Well, it was because it's a bullshit thing. It was a bullshit thing, but I did make my objections clear to the police here and anyone I could do as well. But it was about that, just talking about how it's all orchestrated, right? So I won't mention the word specifically, but I'm just saying I'm not saying anything about anything. I'm just telling you that I think I have one more day of tribulation to come. But I did spend 8 days in prison. In isolation, right? Because I wouldn't take wear a mask or take a test, and they put me in isolation, and I went on hunger strike. So I didn't eat anything for 8 days, and there's a whole greater story to that. It was all so insignificant in a sense, but the consequences were real. A further day I did spend incarcerated as well because of something attached to the same story. So that's 9 days out of 10. But I stuck to my guns and I said what I had to say in front of people who have taken an oath to serve me as well. But yeah, I do agree with you. We live a comfortable life in a sense. So how can we cope without? I think actually, you know what? That's where my faith comes into it. Because if I can do it, anyone can do it. We just don't realize our own innate strengths and our own innate sort of faith that the Creator has given to us. So yeah, we do have to be tested and have faith in oneself.
I was also in front of a judge 2 times. Or at least 1 time, and also my dad included, because of not wearing something in front of my mouth.
Are you kidding me, man? Do you want to go into that story? It'd be most interesting to hear if you want. Don't mention the C word, the B word, the C word, the N word, the ST word, and the CHN word. Okay,
I will do that when I'm back, and I'll be right back.
It's fine. And let me just say that, friends, I didn't mean to say that. The way I look at this, right, and apologies to Geo and the channel in a sense, but the way I look at this is it's a night out, you know, and if there's interesting conversation and you're opinionated, you'll always be inclined to sort of offer your opinion because you have, it's such an emotive thing, isn't it? Flat Earth and beyond, everything becomes emotive. Everything. Clay said, you don't know how life will be tomorrow, and everything tomorrow could be different fundamentally for than everything today. And actually, no, it is. Can you think of a circumstance right now that someone is after doing something after a few beers or something, and terrible consequences end up from it, and didn't even mean it? So shit is happening somewhere to someone. You know what I'm saying? But in that greater setting, my friends, I will say that the second strain is, well, Iris. I'm sure we can say Iris right now, but we won't be able to say it for too long as it sort of takes over. But Iris is the goddess of discord. Here we are in discord, isn't it funny? And also chaos, the Greek goddess of discord and chaos. But I don't think that they're bad things. As I said to someone earlier on, which is a reference to the song "It's the End of the World as We Know It." Let me just sing it briefly, just the chorus anyway. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. And I feel fine. Why did Michael Stipe feel fine? Because the world is a fucking illusion. Isn't that what we've all been waiting for? Is the destruction of the illusion, the shaving of the lie. What do you reckon, friends? I don't like the thoughts of people fucking all the 27 Club. I don't like the thoughts of someone knowing more than I do because they've been led into it. It seems unfair somehow, you know what I mean? But yet again, maybe that's the nature of our venture here. And the creator has placed people in play to sort of orchestrate the whole setting. Do you know what I'm saying? Then you can't blame on them. You can't hate them. I don't hate anyone over in Gem Panda's channel. I love them all. Because I look at them in that setting. They're there to awaken you, the individual. That's what I think. Honestly. Otherwise they're cunts, excuse my language. Otherwise they're absolutely dastardly, desperate. Yeah, all the words you can use. There is a creator, there is a higher power, there is a right and wrong. And because you do things selfishly, you trample all over your fellow man, you support the lie as opposed to the clearer. Well, then that's the criminal sin.
They are oxygen thieves.
Ultimate crime. But they're not bad. They are not. And I implore you to maybe think differently, because the only way that you came along your own pathway here is by objection, by interference, by opposition. You know
yeah,
what
dude,
I'm
but I was willing to grow up. Right when I realized the truth, I was like, okay, well, now I have to grow up. And a lot of kids aren't willing to do that. And yes, I'm talking about 50, 60, 70-year-old kids because they think like kids and they still believe in the globe.
Well, remember this. Like children, Jesus said we must become. He didn't say like kids, which are, well, baby goats.
Okay,
right?
Children. They think and act like children.
Children are wondrous, but
no, they're not wondrous, dude. They're picking on kids in the playground for thinking different than them. It's fucking ridiculous.
I understand it, but think about this. Think about this, though, as a consideration. That every new flat earther, many people have said that people over in, I won't mention any other, you know what I'm talking about, I'm not promoting any other channel, but people have said that it's only via this stringent, ardent opposition that they've sort of moved further along their path. And let me say this, Bud, that you're dealing with top-class people over there in terms of, Zanuck is here. Look at the great debater Zanuck is. He just fits in naturally over with the rest of them. You have a satellite engineer. You have M. Scott Veach who comes here as well. But he is
they're debaters.
Son of an astronaut. He's the son of an astronaut and is a Hollywood scriptwriter.
Wow, and that's not sus. Listen, they're not here to do anything but.
Absolutely
hold
sus.
on. They're exactly, yeah. And okay. So they're not here to do anything but divide us and debate. They don't want to come to a conclusion. God forbid we get a solid answer from them, or they let us come to a solid conclusion without shitting and pissing all over it.
Okay, I didn't know you were talking about Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser.
No, I'm talking about those dudes, the flat earthers, globers, anti-flat earthers, anybody who is against being honest with themselves.
Excellent. I'm with you. I'm with you, but we all have a pathway to follow, and it's only as we emerge from the cave that you can sort of discern who is the righteous, who's on the righteous path, and who isn't. You know what I'm saying? So it's these people who maintain the same character, whether it's as all the people you mentioned, but yeah, you yourself then as the one player, if you want, can leave those behind. They'll be still there for the next entry. They'll still do it. They've been doing it for years. You know what I'm saying? You move on because you've learned now, and you value what you learned from this opposition. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, brother, this opposition has provided me with the best new life. Remember, this is Glatflope talking.
Excellent. That's so brilliant. That's why you must love them. That's why you have to love
here's
them.
what it is. I love my fellow man. That's why I don't like what he's doing.
Excellent. And you have to hate what they're doing. You have to, because you don't know. They could be profiteers. They could be they're definitely led into something. They all knew that the earth was flat before I did, but I came to realize, well, the earth is not really flat. How could it be? No one has said what the earth is.
Well, yeah, take me outside the earth and let me see the whole thing, and then we'll talk about it.
Right. What do you... Okay, bud. I asked this over there. It doesn't matter. I asked this, and it's a great question because I flummoxed and I frustrated some of the best of them. We have we have a whiteboard. Place the blackboard I grew up at. I'm 51, right? So I grew up with a blackboard. So we have a big rectangular whiteboard now, and on the left side we have the spinning ball. Or do we have it on the left side purposely? The dexterous side, the sinister side. All these words are significant. That is the complete vision that is given to not just us. It was given to us, but it's given to our children right now. Now, you as a responsible parent, you as this new man. You're challenged with painting a picture of the earth. You're going to tell your children definitively that picture on the left is bollocks, excuse my language, because even though it's so intricate, it gives us the blue marble, the layers of the atmosphere within the greater background space. It gives us all of the different constituents of the atmosphere, the waters, the surface of the land. It gives us the cross section through the mantle all the way down to the core, which is in motion, right? So that's the picture. Now, what is the right-hand side that you're going to paint? Because you're after telling your most nearest and dearest. That's not so. Oh, let me just, before you answer, and if you want to answer, please take your time. Nathan Oakley, do you know what he'll post you? He'll post you a line. The best he could do if he had to do something, he'll just post you a line on the page, on the whiteboard. What do you reckon? What are you going to... I'm not saying this to put you under pressure or anything, but what's the alternative? Because the ball is just a model, and there can be 101 different models, but we all experience reality, and the child experiences the keenest reality. So do you know what I'm saying? So I don't mean to be so passionate about this, but yes, it's really a passionate topic. This is
what else are you going to do? So check it out. If we're all extensions of the same energy, it's like watching your hand put itself into contortions and mess itself up, right? And you're like, well, I can help it. If I could, let me just try to see if I can get my hand, which is a part of me, right? It's malfunctioning, so I need to see if I can get my hand to stop contorting itself and hurting itself. It's the same thing as one of us trying to help someone contorting their thoughts, emotions, and beliefs on something that isn't reality, right?
What's the best we can do then as individuals? Do you believe in a creator, a higher power? I'm not talking about biblical or otherwise, or no such things attached.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that exhale just then?
I did, of course. It's
okay, so I'm supposed to say, everybody that I've talked to about this tells me I'm a reluctant agnostic.
Speak your truth to me, man, and I'll appreciate it, and I'll accept it and embrace it. I don't mind, as long as you're telling me.
I mean, people want to put people in boxes. That's fine. I don't like to subscribe to any I'm in your belief pattern or this guy's belief pattern. I do my own thing, but I see patterns everywhere. It's undeniable that there's a governing. So like things. Check it out. Things were put together, right? I love this analogy. If you take a clock and you take all the little pieces, take a clock and take it all apart, take the whole thing apart, little pieces, big pieces, everything, put it in a suitcase, shake it up forever and ever and ever. How long do you think it's going to take before the clock is put back together and fully functional?
Okay, My smart arse answer would say it depends on what you're telling the time by.
Oh, okay. Or like when someone says, check this out, you can't design even the fly's eye, let alone a whole house fly. And that's just a house fly.
Right.
You can't make that.
No disrespect to house flies, they're wondrous. Do you ever see?
They are wondrous. They're fucking great. Dude, they do so much in their one life,
He doesn't
their
go in
short life.
circles, he goes in squares. He goes in squares.
Yeah. I almost feel bad killing them because I'm getting really good. You know me, I'm sensei. I'm getting really good at grabbing them with my hands, but, you know.
Leave the house flies alone, sensei.
I don't know if I can, man. My wife really hates flies, so I think that we're both there. But yeah, so the creator thing, I think that there's an intelligence absolutely behind the functionality of this place. To me, it was like a top that was built and then set up and then spun and let go. That's what this place is.
But have you considered that it's a broken top now? Have you considered that we look
No,
at?
I don't think it's broken. I don't think it can get broken. Listen, the top itself is going to do what it's going to do. You got little creatures, parasites that are on the surface and a little bit underground, running certain things. But it's not a broken. Do you think the little minions of the evil workers? Do you think that they actually have governing power in this place? No. They can barely do shit with the weather and shoot shit from the sky.
I'm not. Yeah. Okay, that's okay. I don't mean to mind that. I'm not giving you instructions or anything, but I'm saying, okay. Now that let me clarify, Sensei. Are you would you describe yourself as a flat earther, just in general terms?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll do then. So, because there is a greater, the best way I can put it is a greater power in play. All of these different interconnections that we've come to recognize have always been in play. So we're just sort of coming to realize, okay, there's a greater power in play. I will remind everyone, and no offense to anyone, that at the door of Flat Earth, the Bible literalists were in play. Quantum Eraser is a Bible literacy, but yet he hates ether, thinking that, okay, not to over load the point or also pick on anyone, because I'm not. I love everyone. I honestly, Quantum Ray is a great mind. Nathan,
all right.
We
Get to the point, because I hate hearing his name.
Okay, they are limited though. They won't be on certain realms. I mean, the realms that they do go to will be sort of totally restrictive, which is when we come away from the spinning ball acceptance. Now we're forced with a sort of dichotomy. Well, do we go into Bible literalism? So I think that that's a trick in a sense. It's a key in a sense, and you have to go beyond who are presented to us with the story laid out at the door to Flat Earth for us. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I think just to finish, right? It's all about understanding that there's a higher power. The ultimate acceptance we can have as individuals that we are part of that higher power. We are the higher powers ourselves, but knowing that there is a higher power, that's paramount.
Well, yeah, if we can all admit that we are here to be a part of the higher power of love, whatever that is, you can't really personify it, how silly. But yeah, love is the higher power that, whether or not you practice it, is bigger and better than you. So there you go.
Here's a good one for you now, bud. Coming up to the 22nd anniversary of 9/11. 9/11 was such a big, and you wouldn't have heard any of it. Not because I'm anything special, but I've been following a sort of a pathway from since I got into this, right, accidentally, and that's an amazing story in itself.
Yeah, I've been out at least that long too, yeah.
Right, well, okay. Well, 12, there you go, bud. So here we go, 22 years now.
I was 18 when it happened, 19 when it happened.
Yeah.
If you take the two, right?
Pete's
and
famous phrase
like a
is
swan, if you take
died on 9/11.
Oh, okay.
And you bring the other 1 second, please. Let me say this, because this is the point I was actually trying to make, which is 22 years, 9/11. You take the two and the reverse two, and you bring them together, you actually get the love heart, right? So the love.
That's crazy.
And of course, we're only here because the two loves came together, which is our mother and father. So anyway, Go ahead. Sorry about that. Someone's trying to get in. Go ahead.
No, Gio was just saying. Gio, go ahead.
No, nothing. I was just making a joke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 9/11.
Go ahead, Gio. Make the joke.
Pete says a thing. He
ahead.
tries to say nobody died at 9/11, so I was just joking, and I was saying Pete's famous phrase is "everybody died on 9/11." Just flipping it around. Just
Yeah,
trying to be funny.
yes, but Geo resurrected. Then we're dying. We're born again. The two twin towers of division were unbirthed, and now in its place is this unified whole where you have the opposing triangles of the male and the female. See, the male is orientated in the brain. The female is more concerned with the lower.
Wait a second. I'm more interested in did the Mandela effect start on September 11th, 2001? That's what I want to know.
Oh, that's well.
I know.
Only American
Pete, listen, you were
dickheads
going to
think
go.
that
Listen.
Mandela. Only
Fire and
American
water.
dickheads think that Mandela died in 1990 somewhere. It did not
You're
happen
talking
like
upside
that.
down and right side up triangle. One has got a line through it. Fire and water.
Right. So that's also the Jewish star, right? Star of David. So we think
It's
about the
also
divided aspect.
Solomon. It's also Satan worship and
Oh, you
Solomon
have it.
stuff.
Solomon never existed, though. So
Well,
we got to look
okay.
at all of these things now in relationship to our life right now. That's honestly what I think. Don't sell yourself short, because the only one out of pocket will be, well, you. That's what
Can you hear me?
Flat Earth and Beyond is about. That's why Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser hate Ether. Geo. Yeah, they're Bible literalists. Nathan isn't, but the whole channel is fundamentally Bible literalists.
Sorry, I had to fix my mic. They're Bible literalists, yeah, and that's no good. To be literal to a like every word, everything.
Word,
like,
yeah.
Boy, that's a
No,
lot
I
of faith.
think the Bible
But
is true, but not literally.
no, I mean I think that there's a lot of stories that have some truth in them. I think otherwise, what do we go off of? Like we write what we know, but you can also bullshit what you know after you've written it or while you're writing it. You know.
I think so. Here's my answer to that. Which is, how much credit do you give God's intelligence?
God's
speaking one
intelligence?
language. Once we learn one language and we get a grasp on it, do you think God hasn't faith in us to see beyond that and get into his or her mind?
I'll put it to you this way: if God has faith in us at all, it wouldn't have done any of this in the first place. Because I think if it were predetermined, then it'd be boring as fuck for this creator. So that's why I think.
What's a Bible? What's a Bible literalist? And how do you define that when you use that term? I don't think the guy really is a literalist in the sense you may be speaking of, but
that's true. That's a good question.
Do you mean the whole Bible is literal, or do you mean that there are parts of it that are literal? And there are parts
Okay,
of
let
it
me
that
answer
are
that. Let me
figurative.
answer that. So I will come from okay, yes, no, yes, okay. The Bible is full of metaphoric tales as well, as almost made clear. But the general crew that Quantum Eraser, Bible literalists herself, and others are singing to, let's say, for instance, that the adventure of Moses was real, or Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel was a real. If we just went back in time, we would encounter this circumstance. So that's the literal sense I mean it in. Whereas me myself, I think it's true and it's not true. It's not literally true, but it's a greater story of our own division, male from female, which is Adam from Eve. The woman speaks for Eve, you speak for Adam. Cain and Abel then is within you and the woman, which is the left and the right brain. And if you remember this, Adam was separated from Eve, so you were separated from your female counterpart if you're a male, and vice versa. But if you now try in your own imagination to amalgamate the two divided aspects, I wonder what you come up with. I really do wonder what you come up with.
It's not what I come up with, right? So this is kind of like what I'm hearing from you is kind of like what people do in college now. Read this poem, and every individual tell me what you got from the poem. You tell me what it means to you, and what I'm saying is we have literature, right? And we have many different pieces of literature in the world, and we've all read many different pieces of literature. And every one of those pieces of literature has, excuse me, I'm a bit hoarse, has some figurative.
It's a poem, though. Yeah, literature poem. Yeah, go ahead.
So it has figurative speech and it has literal things, right? So every piece of literature has that. Now, for you to analyze this piece of literature and say, okay, this is what is figurative and this is what is reality, this is literal, that would be something you would have to support from the text itself, not from, your own reasoning. Because we want to, we don't want to we don't want to misrepresent someone who wrote something, like a particular author, just like you wouldn't want to be misrepresented, right? If you wrote a particular piece of literature, you would want to, someone to define the words in the way you defined them when you wrote them, right?
Yeah, but you're actually sort of advantaging yourself in a sense because the literature, which is the scriptures, that poetry and its interpretation, and you must know that. You must know that. You read it in a certain way, as a scholar or whatever, it doesn't matter, or the lay person who wants to take it seriously, they'll have a different interpretation of it. So, in an exact sense or likeness, it is like the interpretation of poetry and the modern, as you
I
say, college student.
I want to add to that because when I was growing in the faith, I still left some wiggle room for evolution, right? I still believed in a heliocentric model, and I still confess Christ as my savior, right? But I was still able to rationalize evolution into Genesis, because Genesis says that man came from the dust of the ground, right, of the dust of the earth. So I was like, well, in evolution, if you go back far enough in the lineage, the evolutionary lineage, we also came from basically inanimate matter, right? At some point, inanimate matter became life. So I was like, yeah, maybe the Holy Spirit was at work since the beginning, guiding evolution. That's how I was able to kind of like incorporate scientism into the faith, right? But as I grew in the faith, I started to realize that what seemed outrageous and preposterous, right, that we all came from one man and one woman, wasn't so preposterous after all. And that irreducible complexity actually is evidence that creationism is a thing, and that we all came from one prototype, right? Not a complexity of humanoids that eventually one of the humanoids ended up winning out in the evolutionary war or competition,
Okay.
right? Survival of the fittest. But all I'm saying is
Sure.
because you lack faith, right? You think that these stories are preposterous.
No, no. Well, I'm not, I know you're not aiming that at me, but specifically North. First of all, I love your screen name, bud. North means so much to me. Let me just say, based on the comment you made here. Here's something I'm going to say to you now. I wonder how you're going to respond. Flat earthers, I would say okay, the royal we, me inverted, right? Me, W, okay. So speaking for flat earthers and beyond, is that what I think should be a natural sort of course, right? Because the creator's in play and the creator's ultimate faith in our ability to work our way to greater sort of realizations. What I have found is in this arena, and I've been here a long time, flat earther ultimately since about late 2013, I definitely decided, okay, I'm living on a fucking stationary and a flat surface. Now, what the fuck is beyond that? And I looked into it probably first about 2011, something like that. Anyway, here's my question, or here's my sort of statement more than anything else. Once I came to Flat Earth now in terms of the YouTube environment and all of the setups, which are brilliant. There's so many brilliant characters in this arena. It's the top of history. I think so. Einstein, Eratosthenes, don't mean... you don't hold a fucking candle to any of the characters here because we're all sort of imbued with greater knowledge, right? But here's my question, or my point, which would be, I have noticed that the Bible literalists don't like now to go beyond flat earth and talk about fabricated history, fabricated timelines, and a differing sort of past, a relatively recent past in potential to our greater, now present. Do you know what I'm saying? I found that to the man. And I understand, I think, why not. Because if they question the historicity, and not they in a derogative sense, right, okay? But if they do that, then the whole story of Jesus or the Bible comes under magnifying glass. And that doesn't serve. Doesn't serve because the Bible relies on that historicity, that authorship according to a specific timeline. I don't mean to be down on anyone, but
I would say I would go back to the original point and say you have to be very specific, and to do so, you would have to be knowledgeable, aware of the complete text and aware of someone's complete ideology. to say someone is a Bible literalist. That's what you would have to do. You would have to be aware of the text yourself and know the figurative language and know what is literal, and look at the symbolism and see all the things that are, this means this, and you'd have to study it out yourself. You'd have to, by the text standard itself, you would have to have a relationship with the creator to understand it, and then you would have to reason with that person and understand where they're coming from fully, not like a half of what they understand, but they would have to give you a complete understanding of what they come away with from reading the scripture to make those kind of statements. That's what I would say. And as far as anyone who is a literalist when it comes to touchy subjects or things that people may not think is literal, I don't think it's true that people are not questioning history. I mean, I question history all the time, and even the script that I hold in my hand, right? There's things that have been put in that scripture and taken out, and words put into place, and those things are evident even by reading the text and being familiar with the text. So there's a lot of things you have to consider and be aware of before you start making those statements, or otherwise just be very, very specific.
Right, North, please, first of all, forgive me, I didn't mean to, again, I know it's a difficult area, I'm speaking generally, but yes, I'm not uninformed. I've been in this arena for years, and I have my actually own sort of specific take to add, which is sort of flat earth and beyond. If I say to you, for instance, something like the same authors, the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare, wrote the Bible in and around the same time, would you find that obnoxious? Would you find that ultimately repulsive?
I would say that you would have to show the similarities even within the pattern, the patterns that are in the Holy Scriptures themselves. I haven't found another book like that, and I'm not sure you have either. And one that you can actually put up and
that's what I'm saying to you. That's what I'm saying to you. But the Bible is true. I know there's a higher power, higher power. I know there's a hidden hand, and maybe God has like He sends His angels down. He has sent His emissaries down to. I don't like using God or He in that sense, but you know what I'm saying. But to set the arena that we're all to be tested in, like in the Book of Job. Okay, so I have much more to say about that actually, and maybe you'd be interested because it's sort of flat earth and beyond, and that's what I was trying to point out. There's a historicity given to us by the ballers. Baller will tell you, oh yeah, Jesus existed, but we don't believe that he was probably a wise man, but we don't believe he did any of the stuff that happened, right? But that's according to their official history, right? And the development of mankind. As flat earthers now, we're forced into thinking about Tartaria, if you want, advanced technologies. So if that's even half true, then there's no 2,000 years ago where men were living in huts. You know what I'm saying? And lecturing to a crowd on a hill. I don't mean to be disrespectful here, and pulling 4,000 fish from their arse to feed a crowd. If I was there in that crowd, I'd go, love, we're going home.
So Pete,
where that fish comes from.
You bring up history, and you also bring up the word Bible literalist, right? And that term is thrown around usually when believers in the Bible believe in like a 6,000-year history of the earth, right? People think that's preposterous. They think that that's outrageous, absurd. How can you possibly believe that the earth is only 6,000 years old? They'll laugh. They'll laugh at you. They'll laugh you out the room, right? That usually it has to do with that, either that or the idea of a flat earth, right? If you believe in a stationary, right, geocentric earth, then you are considered a Bible literalist, right? Because the fact that you believe that to be true, you're taking the Bible literally. You're an idiot. Like that is the attitude. So most people here, whether they realize it or not, if you believe in the geocentric earth, right, and you believe in a 6,000-year or young creationist theory, then you would be considered a Bible literalist.
That's not please don't get me wrong, because that's not my interpretation of it. I absolutely believe that is possible. More so, I even go as far as to say that I think the earth that we dwell upon now is 400 and 26 years old next year, as we see it now. And I can also bridge in terms of the age-old evolution of mankind's story into the new story in terms of longevity of, let's say, the biblical or God's story. I think in one sense it's old and in one sense it's new, and that's in the sense that we find right now, which is, well, Bud, I'm going to ask you about no forest and flat earth with the cut trees. I'm going to ask you about Jesus' association with the divided tree of life, with whom we're promised unification with in Revelation 21:22. I would also ask you about the direction that we're given over and over again in the Bible, which is not to adorn idols, and is the word itself, as it formulates a picture in your brain, an idol sort of creator, and that's what we've got to be careful of, the word itself.
You're asking me a specific question?
That was a whole hell of a lot.
But the tree of life,
the last one.
the tree of life is literal. It's not figurative, symbolic. Like there's a literal tree located in Eden, and Eden's location is disclosed at this point in time. We don't know exactly where it is, but there's references in scripture in both Enoch and Jubilees and elsewhere that it's towards the north, right? Towards the North Pole in the navel of the earth. And in that place, there's a mountain whose beginning is in Sheol, right? So the base of this mountain is in the middle of the earth, inside the earth, and it goes forth through the earth at its center, right? Some people might call this Mount Meru, whatever. Well, this Mount Zion, it's Mount Zion. Well, at the top of this mountain, it's where the dwelling of Yah is. Now, some say that's near Polaris, right? Well, there seems to be a mountain there. I can't see it, but ethereally, there is a mountain there. Many cultures witness this mountain, and this mountain is the location of the tree of life. It's at the top of this mountain, but it will be
yourself north. Is that why you named yourself North, Bud?
No, North is my bro. This is lying.
Oh.
But listen, so basically,
I beg your pardon, Leon. Sorry about that, my friend.
it's all good. But this tree is remarkable, and it will be transplanted to down here, apparently where Israel is located right now. But who knows?
Okay.
Right.
Sorry about that, Leon. Let me respond there briefly, Dan. I beg your pardon. Honestly, I apologize to you and North.
It's all
as
good.
well.
It's all good, man.
Yeah. Not looking at the names speaking, so I thought it was sort of the same sentence, but I do think it connects as well. And I'm absolutely on board that. Absolutely on board that. But here's what I would say as well. There's an external realm and there's an internal realm. And as God is all encompassing, and I use the term God, like you know what I mean, no offense to anyone, but it's just an encompassing term. There is an external story, and that's where the earth and the heart sort of combine. And how do we connect these two stories? Well, first of all, we got to travel this path. The one thing we can all swear by is that we're all talking right now. If that's not true, then nothing is true. Do you know what I'm saying? No matter what state of mind or no matter what level of intoxication anyone is. And I'm grand. Of course, I had a few beers. But that doesn't mean I'm not aware of what I'm saying in the moment right now. Man, this is why I talked about the tree of life being literal. If the earth itself, this is why I mentioned no forest and flat earth, if the earth itself is an extension of the cut or the divided tree of life, which is what Jesus is, right? We're here divided after all, or male and female counterparts are missing from us, and we are left to sort of seemingly flounder, but maybe the tree of life is all around us. And can I just say this as something that occurred to me? When you look at the words given to us, the more simple and the more basic and the more significant the words, like God, devil backwards is live, backwards. But here we go, Eden. What springs immediately to your mind when you spell out Eden backwards? Honestly, genuine question for the room.
Need.
Right, the need for what? For satisfaction in the future, for consolation from the past. This is what the now is about, isn't it? Imagine a timeless now. People say, "Oh, would I live forever?" Well, you do and you don't. You live in the moment, and if you're happy and blissful
Stuff
in
is
the moment,
very
that moment
interesting
is forever. Go
etymologies,
ahead.
but you got to mix in the old language, get into English. That's what the crazy thing. I like when you say the word or the phrase. Look at the words given to us because it's a lot of people use different words and it's real interesting. How does was there some programming to the English design, or was it just happenstance the way words evolve? Pete, let me just say this. I wanted to ask you, do you believe in objective reality though? Like every space, like there's everything is in one place, like, or do you believe reality is subjective to the individual?
It's both.
Like,
It's
do you
both.
think a tree falls in the woods, it makes a sound? Do you think, like, I think it does.
That's a deeper consideration than what most people realize. But to answer your first question, right, it's both. Because if you think about it, we were born into a seeming objective reality, physical reality. But if you took some ayahuasca, or if you tuned into the greater frequency, you might be able to see invisible things. You know, the children being able to see ghosts. I believe that shit. I have no. I don't mean that shit. Sorry. Forgive my
But they
language.
still could be objectively there, even if some people
They are
can't
there,
see
but
them.
subjectively you'll testify that you can't see them, so therefore the child is talking shit. So there's an objective reality, but there's a subjective reality, which is a forgetful reality, which is a divided reality, which is a disremembering. And member is a good word. Member is a good word. So we remember, we put together what has been divided. And that's what I'm talking about ultimately, to bring it back to what the flat earth actually is. Man, the best representation I can think of, which summates everything, and I have much more to say about this, about the moon, about what's going on, but it's a tree stump. It's a literal tree stump, but it's also a metaphoric divine, cut off from the vine, and the tree represents the vine, and we are separate from the vine, which is the representation of our reality.
One quick thing about tree, one quick thing about the tree of life. There's more than one tree, and if you look back in that Dodo, you'll see the 22nd chapter in Revelation says that that tree is on either side of the river, and it bears 12 manner of fruit each month. And that's
Now,
very
1 second, please.
that's,
I have to
this is
pause you there
well. Let
because
me
I'm going
just.
to tell you something so significant. You won't believe it.
Oh, I just want to kind of
Yeah.
finish. It'll be real quick. I'm really quick, man.
Sorry about that, man. Sorry, go ahead.
So it kind of made me think of the grafting in, and if you've seen other people graft different fruit onto an existing fruit tree, so that that fruit tree would produce many different kind of fruit. And you hear people in here talk about, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm honestly, there was a light flashing outside the window. I'm honestly sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm very sorry, but I think you'll appreciate this now in terms of a transference to our understanding about the flat earth. So, the divided is the North and South Pole. The 12 fruits are the 12 zodiac signs. How they move in accordance with the annual transit of the core energy. So sorry to interrupt you there. I have thought about this before, but yes, that's why you have 12 apostles. They're the 12 months of the year. They're grouped in three in the Last Supper. Leonardo da Vinci never existed. That's what I'm saying about adorning idols. You were told not to do it. Your life now contains all of the truth. Forget about Moses, forget about Adam, forget about Eve. Think about yourself as a male. Think about your female counterpart, your ideal woman. Isn't that what you're looking for all your life? This is your counterpart. So all of these stories now apply more than ever. You know the way to say that the Bible is sort of coming through. So that it's coming through. If they are true, right? Us Irish have problems with our ths, but yeah, it's true only because it's always true. And the greater story was sort of delivered around. Well, who you? Around you. Who else is there? Who else can you testify throughout the whole course of your life? Anyway, that's what I think. The two divided sides, the north and the hemispheres of our brain, and well, this is where we connect the external to the internal, but also these two north and south, what do you call it, reflections. You're going to love this video I'm going to post now, my friend. You're going to love it because the pole earthers are always looking, how did the South Celestian pole work? Well, I've already told them that, but they won't listen. But yeah, they work via a mirror sky, a reflective pattern. But you're going to love this video if you haven't seen it before. And I'm going to predict, right? I'm going to predict you're probably going to love the song more than you love the video. If you're interested, you can join Fakeologist9 on Discord or something like that. And there's plenty of this sort of talk that goes on. This is where I got the video from. But yeah, you're going to love it, bud. So it incorporates our new flat earth reality and explanation for the stars and the greater surround. And remember that we're given the ultimate contrast via the ball earth. The ball earth is sort of a backdrop to bounce off of. We're given the Big Bang extents. We're given the heliocentric model. So we can realize now, okay, hang on, we're stationary on the surface and we're enclosed. So everything is much more up close and personal. So we're not separated from the greater story as much as we thought we were. So now we have to come in and hone in on the greater story as laid out. And this is where now you're going to be challenged. This is what I think Clay was talking about. Now you have to operate the, well, perfect. 1 second, I'm just having a little bit of trouble finding it. Perfect choice of words from Piche here, which is the, now you, just as I copy and paste the link, the greater, okay, here we go, gears of your mind. Shit, where's Discord gone? Can you still hear me?
No, we can't hear you. We can't.
Okay, I'm trying, where the fuck is the, okay, 1 second. I'm trying to post a link for you. Okay, sorry, friends. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I'm after fucking up, but now I have it again. Here we go. Now, here is where you operate the greater gears of your mind. What the fuck? Where am I at? Okay, sorry, I have to go back into Geo's channel. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, friends. I'm going to say once again, now is where you operate the greater gears of your mind. And there you go. Right on time, like well-greased cogs. So the ultimate idea is that the northern and the southern reflection stars are, well, exactly that, the reflections of one another, but they're moving around a contoured barrier, almost like if you're in a house of fun or a mirror, a house of mirrors. But yeah, that's to my friend there. I think you'll like the video maybe 3/4 as much as you like the song itself. So sorry about that for that long ramble, but I did.
A reflection of what? There's effects that are being caused by something because it's a reflection, right? But a reflection of what? Of themselves and what's being what is causing the effect that we're watching.
I really have an answer, and this is the problem with me talking like this. There's no one else who can sort of deliver this sort of connection. But it's the tree of life. The tree of life is cut. We live on the divided tree of life. We live in a fractal sort of reality. So the same core emanates throughout to give us this. Because after all, we are a venture into the material, right? The flat earther has to accept an immaterial basis to a greater existence anyway. So the tree of life.
Flat earther? What's that?
I know that. That's the flat earther that who's living on the stump of the tree of life. And at the very center, then you have a big hollow. All trees rot away from the inside, from the core out. You cut them, right? But yeah, at the very center, then you have a big root, which is Mount Meru, jutting up. It's giving us the collapsed barrier, right? And it's also giving us the starlights that move around in a consistent motion. So this is the transference between the material and the immaterial, and I even have a name for it, would you believe, friends? Aristarchus. Aristarchus, which is an anagram of Christ's aura, or AU, which is gold sun, Ra, which is sun, right? Sorry, which is Ra, which is sun. Yeah, Christ ora. So the point is that once you cut the tree, then the root is sticking up through the center around the vacancy, which is the vagina. The root is the penis, and it's delivering us the barrier against which all of the skylights are reflected sort of emanations. We have two barriers, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, like an umbrella. If you're looking at a cross section of it, the outer barrier is against which all the stars move against, and of course Polaris is the central emanating point there. But the inner barrier, then, where the sun is some sort of focal reflection, well, all of the inner planets, then the heliocentric planets, as we've been told to think in terms of, are all just reflections of that secondary emanation. I will just say, why Polaris? Why is it Polaris? Well, Polaris Starkus. It's all about the word. Polaris Starkus. So if Aristarchus is a tree that's cut, well, Polaris Starkus then is the emanation of the cut tree. Like you cut your... Okay, yeah. I'll leave it there. I mentioned this many times. Well, like you actually, let me just mention it for you in case you have problems sort of visualizing it.
Are you saying that the Maumeru that is in the ground, the Maumeru, you say Maumeru, the tree, the cut tree in the ground, that is the movement of the sky that we see, that rotation, that toroidal is actually something on the ground that is on the ground, not moving, but it looks like it's moving in the sky.
Right. That's exactly what's happening. That's why we get all the tides on the Earth as well. You have to remember that the Earth is broken. The Earth is
but there
broken,
is a separation between those two things, right? There is the ground, and then there is the sky and the things of the things in the sky. So to say that what we're seeing in the sky, it's something in the ground, there's a big stretch right there.
Okay. Let me give you a context for it then.
Because remember, the sky is moving, right? The sky, we can see the rotation of the sky, and it's moving its cycles and doing all this. And yeah, you're saying that the tree is moving, and the tree is doing all this, and we're seeing a reflection of the tree in the sky.
Right. Yes, so in a sense, the Earth is actually moving. Remember now, we have to come back to a real sort of definition of Earth. What is Earth? Now, we've been told what it is against the greater backdrop, which is the heliocentric model, the galactic model, the Big Bang model, if you want. So now we're flat earthers enclosed. Is it possible that all the sky is part of the Earth, and we're looking at it seems almost inevitable that we're dealing with some sort of reflection of something that's emanating from the Earth. So in a sense, the Earth can be said to be moving and not moving at the same time. Do you get it? Do you get it?
No.
Not wonderful. You don't get it. You don't get it.
No, because you're saying that
Earth is then. So tell me what Earth is. Tell me what Earth is, bud.
What we see as celestial north, the celestial north, you're saying that's on the ground and it's being reflected in the sky.
Yes, it's creating the sky because it's part of Earth's energies. Yeah, it's part of Earth's energies that have been sort of off with their heads, discombobulated, disconnected. We're looking at a reflection in the sky. That's what we're looking at, and everything is much more. So the sky, the ether, the atmosphere, the water, the Earth's surface, everything now is Earth. Everything we see is part of Earth, but we have to redefine Earth as, well, inverted commas, flat earthers.
So the heavens above is Earth.
Yes. It only exists because, well, the heavens above is not. Actually, I have other thoughts on that. Everything is inverted in this world. Alice in Wonderland is our greatest clue. But as we go upward,
Alice in Wonderland is a
cold waters. We get to the cold waters beyond. The heavens are below. The hell is above. Go ahead.
How do you get from Alice in Wonderland to the luminaries above and celestial north and the movement of the luminaries and the mechanisms that cause the effects that we observe from Alice in Wonderland?
I'm my own channel. I'm a flat earther for
no. In the Bible, it says, "As above, so below." So does that mean hell's above and heaven's below, or does that mean it's an inverse?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. Hold on, Pete. Can you hold on? I'm trying to help you out. But go ahead. I mean, never mind.
Oh, go ahead, Go ahead, please. Sorry about that.
Basically, what he's saying is, like a lot of other people, the blood over intent, the other people, the hole, the candy cane, the eye, the tree design. It's magnetic and it comes from a stem. So the Big Bang idea could be in the idea of a seed growing, not an explosion, a fucking tree, a tree of life. So Pete's trying to describe the same idea as that, but he's saying the earth and the air and the stars and everything, it's one thing. It's all connected. He's saying they're not separated. It's basically all he's saying. The easiest way to
Which
say
is
it.
what the ballers tell us for contrast, but everything is ultimately separated. Thank you, Dan. Very good summation. Very good summation.
Have you seen, Pete? Have you seen the 1933 the World Fair where they had the photo cells and they say they lit up the World Fair with Arcturus?
Right. Arcturus, what's that? Kidding me?
Arcturus. Yeah.
And I'll tell you something for nothing. As we stand and exist here right now, as connected to the greater power, you have the ability to put all these pieces together because they're given to us as clues via the story. These stories are as true as the Bible stories, even more so because they're more connected to us, but they're actually clues for us. We don't take it literally, but we understand that the greater and the beyond literal interpretation to it, even up to and including the literal. And why do you think they call a star a star? This is what I'm saying about the moon being our greatest clue now, because in this sense, as Democ just summated my position, now the moon becomes our nearest clue. Now it's a reflection. Maybe it's like Democ, something under a magnifying glass. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying your view, because the telescope now becomes, the greater the telescope becomes, the greater the microscope if you're dealing with a fixed backdrop. So you're just sort of zooming into something that's ultimately small, but it's enlarged. That's a consideration for all of us. I don't know where you stand on that, but I certainly have my formulated views and go beyond that. That's Aristarchus is to be found as Aristarchus on the moon is described as the most mysterious crater on the moon, the most mysterious object in our universe by mainstream science. A clue for us. We look at the moon in a different sense. What if I was to tell you I've come to the conclusion that all of the craters on the moon are one crater? We're just looking at some sort of kaleidoscopic effect. And we think we see something disparate because the seed has been planted in our brains by the ball earther. It's so difficult to separate ourselves. But once we do, now we can look at everything in what? A new light. And forego the false light, which is actually the visible light, I think. Anyway, sorry about that. I don't mean to keep talking.
Almost at the same time because
So the watchmaker, the watchmaker that is looking into the watch and telling the time based on certain information, right? And he's looking at the watch. You're saying that the watchmaker is the same thing as the watch.
Oh, the watchmaker is a liar. Watchmaker is a liar.
No, but
He found the watch. He found the watch and claimed it for his own. That's what the ballers do.
Did somebody say the Bible says as above, so below?
Someone said that, I think. Yes. I think it was, what was it? My bad. I forgot his name.
Democ said that.
Yeah, Democ, yeah. No, because like I'm saying, like the gentleman is saying that what we see of the heavens above is because the things on the ground. And maybe there's we are in a construct and we are on the floor and we can go across the waters, across the mediums, right? We can do that. But you're saying that I'm in the heavens above because I'm on the ground.
But this is why you're separating yourself from God's greater creation. I'm asking you to consider this, right? Think about your own skull and the divided aspects within your own brain right now. If the greater skull is the outer barrier, remember I mentioned an umbrella and a cross section, so you have the greater external expanse, that's what the stars move against, that's your greater interior cranium, right? Now you have your two divided aspects, the hemispheres of your brain. How come you're asking the question, a hemisphere and a hemisphere normally add up to a sphere, but yet we only have a half, a hemisphere and a hemisphere, and we only have half a brain? It doesn't, that's not a sphere, that's a half a sphere. Anyway, if we think about that now in terms of the flat earth sort of consideration of two barriers, while the outer barriers against which the stars move, the inner barrier we're under, which begins low at the north, highest at the equatorial areas, and lowest at the southern peripherals, this is now against which our operation, the sun, the helium, the moon, all of these different energies sort of operate around, revolve around.
You're saying that the flat Earth, right? It's the heavens above. That the thing under your feet, it's the things in the sky.
Yes, what is inside us is reflected outside us. So as above, so below, but as within, so without.
What about is the waters above and below? Is that the flat Earth? Like, is that what flat Earth is? The waters
You're in the
above,
womb.
below,
Okay.
in.
Okay.
It's the experience of your reality.
Yeah. We're in the womb.
It's your reality in your brain.
Yeah.
It's
You're in
the
the matrix.
reality inside your head looking out at it. Yeah. And that's how some people explain it, you know. So you're looking out into reality, right? Whatever you see is really just an interpretation, right? Some people think
You're cutting out, bro.
some people think
You're
this.
breaking out, bro. Yeah, I want to hear what you're saying, but you're breaking out badly, bro. What was it?
Demok again. Yeah, you were breaking up a small bit. But that's for us to figure then, man, what our relationship is to the greater Earth. I look at it as a sort of, I actually say eyeball Earth.
So you're saying that the celestial north, let's say people say, celestial north, we can observe it, and that is in the ground. I don't know. I can having difficulties kind of like putting it together.
It's fine. I think it's a sort of a metaphysical reality. It's in the ground because the tree is cut. Imagine cutting a tree and the roots trying to make their way for survival upwards. You've got a giant hollow at the center, and you've got a root. And that root, the energy coming from the core, gives us the barrier, the collapse barrier above us. Remember, everything is unnatural. That's why I asked about the no forest and flat Earth. How do we take that? All the trees are cut.
Yeah.
The earth cut trees. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Mixing that.
You're breaking up, Dan. It's better I stop you sooner than later. You're breaking up, bud. You're breaking up.
I hate to go ahead, guys.
Yeah, Pete, you would have to first establish that Gemsy has a point here that the Earth is not holding up the sky. That would be a good assumption. And you can see the sky move. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, he's saying that the mechanism that when we observe the luminaries like moving in cycles and kind of like a design way of doing things, he's saying that a tree on the ground, the tree of life in the ground, is what's causing that. The movement of the sky, the movement of the luminaries, and it's like a design. I mean, I can see the trees, right? I can recognize the trees, and I see the trees have their function. But you're saying that the tree of life is causing this clock in the sky do what it does?
Of course it is. Yeah. And it's not a clock. It's only a clock. It's a broken clock if it's anything. The Earth is not... Okay, I think is Demok trying to get through, but I don't want to talk over him if his connection is cleared up.
I'm good. I don't like talking with you. There's no point.
Nah, you're fucked, damn. Your fucking connection is gone. I'm with the wind. I don't know what you're going to do there. Let me answer it here and say to Bud, well, first of all, a time. What do we gauge time by? Well, it's the passage of the sun. What have we said the sun is? Well, the ball earth has said definitively what the sun is. So what is the sun in a flat earth reality? If you're going to say, I don't know or no one knows, that's fine. I'm not saying that I know, but if you're going to progress, you have to say the sun is something within a certain context. It's the only way I look at it.
Yeah, it's a lie. Get back to work. That's what I would say.
Well, I have something definitive to say myself. So That's all I'm working on. In a metaphysical reality badge. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Provide the mathematics, show that the world is a certain way. It won't work like that. That's what the ball earthers are all after doing. They have everything down to the last pinprick, detailed in mathematical form.
Yeah, I don't really meet any of those people you're talking about, but I think if you call them out by their title, I think that helps them stay in that cult. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my opinion.
Exo, I was able to tell. I was able to.
Hello,
I was able to hear Exo. I mean, yeah. You said something, but your mic. Check your mic, bro, because couldn't get it 100%.
Sorry, I'll be back.
Everyone's breaking up at the minute. Hopefully I'm coming through okay. I'm simply, listen, whoever's having trouble with this, it's a sort of an analogy, but I was referring back to what Leon said, that the tree of life is real. The promise is that the tree of life will spread throughout the earth as well. I think in a sense it's laying dormant within the earth. So whatever the earth is, it's in some sort of metaphysical a mindset that you have to approach it at. Because of course we accept, I think maybe inherent as flat earthers that we are potentially greater than the material. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe you're missing that. Maybe you're saying that the tree is dead or something like that, right? Maybe the tree is missing something. Maybe heavens come down to earth and make heaven on earth, and that it may give the tree life again. You know, maybe there's something missing. Right? Maybe there's a important piece. Maybe that thing that you call in heaven is the earth. Maybe there's something wrong to that. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't see how you can connect those things and say that everything is working perfectly and the tree of life is this great thing that causes the
Don't say
heavens
it's
to
working
work.
Hold on,
perfectly.
let me add something
I
real
never
quick.
said it's working
Let me
perfectly.
add,
You're the
hold
one
on.
that said it's working perfectly, not me.
Pete,
Said it's
let me get in
broken
real
though.
quick. No, this is fascinating that you guys are having this conversation, because this is something that I ponder myself all the time. These are things that I ponder myself. Where is Eden, right? Where is Eden located? The garden located, right? Because apparently it's in heaven, but in scripture, Eden is on earth. So people theorize that at some point in time, Eden was taken up. It had to have been taken up because in Revelation, Eden, along with the kingdom, is coming down to earth, right? But at one point, the tree of life was on earth, right? So this is a mystery that's bewildered the wisest men in history, and there's no clear answer to it. But the word earth is also not. Well, hold on. The word earth is also not clearly defined, right? So what is earth? Somebody was asking that the other day. What is earth? Is earth just the crust? Is it the water? Is it the firmament and the crust?
No, it's the land only, is what the Bible says.
Exactly, Rakia. See, I expect Rakia to know, but so Eretz in the Hebrew is earth, right? Eretz is specifically matter, right? Like matter, not water, but matter. In Hebrew,
Matter,
technically
not
in Hebrew, it's
water.
matter. Now, so
Looks
I
like
guess
what
you
is
could
matter
get
then?
semantical and say, well, water is also considered matter, right? Maybe we could debate that, but
But
it
think about the
specifically
matter, the mother's waters.
Yeah, but even in their model, they said the water wasn't here. The earth formed first. The earth was the land only, and then the water was brought here by asteroids or whatever fantasy model you believe in on how we got all this water here.
That's why they give us the opposite. They're telling us the truth, but in the opposite, you got to invert everything. Can I just say as well, Aleister Crowley, listed as the most evil man in history. All of his students, George Bush is associated with Aleister Crowley as well. It's suspected, anyway, I won't go into that. It's suspected that he's actually the grandchild of Aleister Crowley and Barbara Bush. But anyway, Here we go. Yeah, everything is inverted. So if everything is inverted in this twisted realm, Aleister Crowley's made it necessary for all of his students to read Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass upside down and inside out. And this is the prevailing thought that everything is inverted in this, the devil's realm. The realm of the lived, Lived, or livid. Livid. That's a great one.
And for people who don't understand what that means, when the Bible says the earth is the center and it's not spinning or moving, what the occultists would do, like Alex Crowley, would be put the earth not as the center and in several different motions, the opposite of what the Bible says. That's what it does.
Exactly.
Over
Dave.
and over and over again. You take what the Bible says, current science, which Crowley was, a part of, but a lot of them are acquainted with each other, do the opposite of the Bible, and they sell it. They do a good job of it. Many of you have bought it. Many Christians buy it. Deny God's word and believe what man on earth has come up with, even though the very Bible they live by, although they leave out some parts, tell them not to do that. Be aware of science, so-called. Don't trust the man. The world is led by the deceiver. All these things are in the Bible over and over again by many different writers, except these Christians just take it so easily and want to take the easy way out because they don't want to take the ridicule or whatever may come with it. It's ridiculous. That's what disheartens me the most. The gate to heaven is narrow.
Yeah, they're not true Christians or true believers, so to say. They're just counterfeits, and you're going to have many of those. They're in every aspect of your life. There are people who are faking the funk, right? So that's what you have, man. And yeah, just like you said, I mean, the sun was there first, not on the fourth day. No, the sun was there first. So yeah, anything it says, they're going to say the totally opposite. And then you have those other people who come in and say, "Oh, you take it too literally. Oh, it's all symbolic. It's all metaphors. It's just a story,
Am I supposed to take Earth as land only, not literal? Am I supposed to read something into that and not take that literal? I don't believe that. I think I am supposed to take that very literal and very seriously. That's what, am I supposed to take the Earth is in the center of the universe and everything orbits or circuits around it above us? Am I supposed to take that literal? I do. If you want to call me a Bible literist and put me in a box and hold that against me for taking those things literal and knowing that the Bible in some parts uses metaphors and is not literal, hey, that's your prerogative, man. Don't hurt me.
Let me ask you a question then. Because there's two earths mentioned in Genesis 1. We have the earth at the beginning, and then we have the earth later on. And one is a lowercase e, and one is an uppercase e. So what's the distinction?
Personally don't know. I don't even know that that's a fact in the Bible that I use. So
let me just have a look at the Bible I have here, which is a Catholic Bible. It's just
a Catholic Bible. Most Catholics don't even go by the Bible. What about
Old and
King
New
James?
Testament?
What about going to the
position.
original manuscripts? How about showing me the original manuscripts of Genesis? Can you do that? And show me a lowercase and uppercase, and then you tell me what that means. Because if it is that way, it does have a meaning for sure.
Yes, and I hold it has a meaning. I don't know why you're sort of fighting against me. I'm just saying
I'm not
that.
fighting against you. I'm asking you very plainly and simply to explain it to me if it is so. First,
I have an explanation. I have an explanation.
I don't even know what a Catholic Bible is.
The earth in one sense is everything, and the earth in a different sense then is the land, the soil. So let me read it to you, and I'll point out where is lowercase and uppercase. So first book of Moses, whoever he was, commonly called Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's a lowercase e, right? So the earth, lowercase e, was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the waters. Now, I'll jump down to find okay, here we go. And God said, chapter 1, verse 9, and God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. So and it was so. God called, are you listening? Dry land, earth, capital letter E, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. And God, let me just read it to the end. And God saw that it was good. There you go. I'll leave it there. So that earth, the dry land, was capital letter E. The beginning, in the very first sentence, in the beginning, God created the heavens, which is small lowercase h as well, which is significant, and the earth, which is lowercase h in my representation I have here. Not saying it's correct. It is a Catholic version, Old and New Testament Catholic version. Whatever. Okay. That's the distinction.
Well, describe the distinction.
Right? It's the lower and the uppercase. So the earth is heavens, I think, is the waters beyond, in a sense, in that sense, and the earth then is this bubble we're in. This surround, this separation from the water. That's the lowercase earth. So the capital letter, the capital, all your name in all capitals, right, Dave? So we know that there's something amiss here. Well, yeah, that's the earth itself in its specific term. It is a
So is the
specific
whole word
detailing.
is the whole word earth in capital letters? Because you just referenced our name all in caps. I don't
No, just the first letter, the capital letter E.
why.
I wonder, does that apply to any other Bibles? It's here specifically. I don't take any of these
That
translations as random.
means land only.
Breaking up.
No.
We're breaking up, Dave. God will, maybe. Just reading what it says. And I'm trying to point out in a flat earth reckoning what the distinction is between the earth or the soil, or I sol, or soul is you sol, and what the greater encompassment. Because remember, the Bible has told us that everything outside of the earth is, and they're all. So the ball, B-all, bal, B-A-A-L, B-R, B-A-L, right, B-A-A-L. Anyway, yeah, so if everything is inversion of the truth, well, then the earth and the sky are all contained. They're all the one thing. All they have to be. What else is it? If they're not ultimately separated, then they have to be the one thing. And then we can start our treasure hunt. I hate being so fucking overbearing, but I'm not really. I'm just sort of detailing my own thoughts at the moment, but also I have a sort of history of thinking about these things as well. Much more to say about that as well. More to say
But
beyond that.
is there no up and down, because the heavens above is the ground below, right? There's no up and down.
Right, but we are, so when we point upwards, we're actually pointing downwards then, so the heavens is beneath us, but that's what I think. Above us
Don't
is hell.
overthink.
Above us is hell and cold waters. Above us is hell and cold waters. There you go.
But a conversation about flat Earth is incomplete without speculating what's at the North Pole or what's beyond the Antarctic Circle or in the Earth. You know, these things. The ancient cultures, the ancient cultures describe these areas. You know, we don't have to believe them, but they're pretty much unanimous.
I believe it, bud. I
When you
believe
look
it,
in,
absolutely. I believe it.
when you look at
No doubt.
when you look at the context of what's being said in Genesis, and when you're speaking of the earth or it being in the first letter E being capital or not, you would have to specify, as Rakia said, what do you think's the difference? Is the difference speaking of the earth as a whole when it's capitalized, and when it's a lowercase e, it's just speaking of dirt? But what is it really saying in the context of everything else that's being said?
Okay, I'll answer you. Asked Nathan Oakley on his show, what is Earth? He said Earth is the ground. I said, Nathan, after coming away, you agree that Earth is some sort of enclosed system. So how can you separate the other components of what we experience from the Earth itself, the greater encompassment? And yeah, that was just his answer, that Earth is the soil itself. That's totally flawed. That's totally myopic. It has to be, of course. Earth has to be something different than what has been told to us.
There's also times in scripture where he's speaking of the earth and a specific landmass and not the entire earth. And then there's other instances where he has a controversy with the inhabitants of the entire earth, right? So those are distinctions also that people kind of conflate and get those things mixed up and
Let me
think they're the same.
let me ask you about the extra canonical works. What about the? Have you heard? Okay, you heard of the Apocalypse of Saint Paul? Have you heard about that? What do you think about it? First of all, are they ones to be referenced, not referenced, left aside because they're not part of the greater core scripture, or what? I'm just asking, honestly.
Well, I didn't understand the last part of what you said. Some are laid aside. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, are they to be discarded because they're not included in the 66 books of the Bible? King James just sort of presented to us. I think he actually presented more than that. So,
I would
some of
say
the books cut out, yeah.
I would say for some people are going to have some different opinions on this. Some people would say never read, books that you've been made of. Pete, you gotta let me finish, man. So some people would tell you that never read books that they have been told by others, hearsay, not to read the book. But there's also something else, even like when we go and we're learning as we're young. There's an order to learning, right? There's an order to everything. And there's an order that's beneficial and there's an order that's going to waste your time, right? So to answer you, I would say that if a person is mature in their own ideology and their own belief system, and they're aware of a lot of truth, then perhaps they're mature enough to entertain, many books, right? And I'm not saying discard this book and never read it. People are always going to be interested in reading other literature, and they're going to read it. Now, if it holds up to the standard, that's going to be the question. And you have to be well knowledgeable about all of those books to hold it to any kind of standard.
Well, thank you for your answer. Within the Apocalypse of Saint Paul, she told where God resides. She told where God resides. Paul is taken by an angel to a place, and he's told to have to ask the question where God resides, or the Spirit of God. Most interesting. I'm not going to take it away from you. You yourself, as the individual, decide what's worth listening to or what's worth hearing. Surely the things that are ruled out and deemed unworthy or unsuitable for our ears, they're the ones now in our conspiratorial sort of newborn frame of mind to be looking at most. That's all I'll say about that.
What would be beneficial is for you to know the exact reason why it was ruled out and to address that and how either it's right or wrong. That would be the best avenue you could take, would be to say, okay, on this day, this person, discounted.
Okay. Let me do that then. And I'll keep it short and I'll head off then, because I know I've been fucking talking a lot and pissing people off maybe, but I will do that. I think this is all a greater game here, and the Bible, in a sense, if you think about it, is a set of cryptic clues. If you can work shit out via the Bible alone, you're doing great. And you have the ability to do it. Now we have the extra canonical text, right? The apocryphon text, if you want. Then they're the sort of intermediate clues between difficult and, simplex. Then come the simplex clues, and I think the simplex clues are contained within the likes of, let's say, the Gospel of Thomas. Okay, so I think it's that sort of thing. And if you have the proper context from the origin, so now you're a flat earther and beyond, so you look at the Bible in a different sense, your association with the higher power is altered. Now, it comes back to your faith and the Creator's faith in you. So you put the pieces together and you progress. That's what I think. and following the clues may lead you home. Okay, I'll leave it there, friends. I know I've been taking up a lot of time. I really appreciate your ears. Of course, if I stayed here, I could talk for hours and then probably get myself banned again for talking so much. But I do really appreciate all the conversation tonight. I think it's been wonderful. And a
All right,
massive
see you.
collective hug to everyone. Okay, cheers.
I went and looked up in the King James version, and it says God created the heavens and the earth, and they were both lowercase. And then later on in the same, in I think book 1, verse 2 through 9 or something like that. Later on, he mentions the land being the earth, and it uses capital E.
Okay, well, sorry, just because you're commenting on that, that's just what it says in this Bible here I have, which is the Catholic version. So, okay, that's what I was going on, Dave. I'll leave it there, and I wasn't lying to you
No,
in any way.
it's the same thing in my Bible too. That's what I'm telling you. I wasn't really inviting you back in. I was just telling everyone that what you said about, like, I learned something.
Okay.
I never saw that, or I don't know why it does that, but it definitely says that.
Okay, bud, and but I have lots more to say about why it might say that as well in the flat Earth and beyond context. But thank you very much again, and good night, friends.
You're speaking of verse 10, right? Rakia. Verse 10, right?
I think so. Let's see. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Those are lowercase. And then later on, maybe it's verse 10. It says the land is the earth, and it uses uppercase. Do you have knowledge on that?
Do you think it would be accurate to say that when he's speaking about Earth as just being dirt, there's it seems that there's a lot of things done in Scripture that we ask ourselves why was it done? So, do you think it has anything to do with speaking of it as a whole, and that being capitalized? Having the uppercase, and when it's just speaking of the process of what he's doing, and with the dirt and with the water, that he's just speaking about dirt. Or do you think it is something to do with the form, like it's been formed, right? And then you have verse 10, and you look at it as a whole, and it's uppercase. This is the earth. This is what we're going to call it.
Yeah, I'm fine with your explanation. That makes sense to me. I was just saying that I've never noticed that before.
Yeah, well, you have to make the ingredients. You have to make the ingredients first when you're making a cake, and that would be all lowercase. And then once you've formed your cake, you've made the official model, which is going to all be like in uppercase. So God made the ingredients, and then he formed it, and that's when it became uppercase.
Uppercase cake, man. Yep. But the thing I really address with people when we're speaking about Earth is because people talk about heaven and earth and Jerusalem and all these different things they want to give different definitions to. But I try to stay within the context because sometimes Earth is addressing a certain landmass and not all of the land masses, and then sometimes it is addressing the whole Earth. So there are those times in the Scripture where people get it twisted.
I would say capitalization is meaningless. It's really just a scribe decided to capitalize certain words, names.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Well, I think it's a differentiation, right? Like it's verse 1 and then verse 10. It's definitely different.
Yeah. But for example, like there's no question marks, there's no exclamation marks in the Hebrew. Actually, sometimes it's very difficult to pinpoint the Hebrew. You need an object marker like the et, the aleph tav, to point to the subject in a sentence. Otherwise, it'd be almost impossible. just the way the Hebrew is, it's very difficult to interpret, especially when you're like North was saying that Eretz, depending on interpretation, could mean the land or the whole earth, and it's hard to tell sometimes if it's referring to the whole earth or just the land of Israel.
But there's always context within and with around that word or that phrase used in the text to tell you which one is speaking of, though. And that's the problem I have with people when they don't address those things and they say, "Oh, it's just Israel, man. It's just them. It's no one else." But there were proclamations against many lands, very specifically. You know, this is the proclamation against Egypt. This is the proclamation against Jerusalem. This is the I mean, on and on and on it went, right? And all the isles in the sea. So, yeah, it's but yeah, I agree with you, Lion. It's if you look it up, it's the same word, right? So, in Genesis.
Words are crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do you guys
a lot
think
of
we need?
words are down to interpretation.
Do you guys think we need words to think? You know, like in the
No,
beginning was in the beginning was the word, right? So like this idea of like, do we need words to think?
No.
of course not. Do animals need words to think?
What? What? I would say you do.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm
So,
saying. This is like a complex.
A
I think it's kind of
I would
mute?
say you
complex,
do.
man. Because you know,
A
even if you
mute?
think of
Guess
it,
what? Animals can't do what we do because they
Oh
can't think. What are
man,
you
bro.
talking about?
Have you ever seen crows? Have you ever seen crows actually be more intelligent about how they're gonna get something out of a trap that you have made, as opposed to a person? Some animals are much more intelligent than a lot of people I've seen, bro. I'm serious, being dead serious. Now I'm not
No, they're
saying
intelligent, but they don't have the means to communicate the way we do to do what we do. That's just obvious. They could do little things. But they don't have the words to
hey,
put the
yo,
emotion from
they can
inside
communicate
themselves
with
to
they can
someone else.
they can communicate with other animals
yo, hold up,
more so than
real
you
quick.
But they
Let
more
me.
can't
so
put. But they
Hey
because
guys,
can't.
real quick,
They
real
can't
quick.
put their feelings
He's just
into
trying to get in.
someone else by conveying a thought.
Can I back up the idea?
I
Like,
disagree.
can I back up the idea like this? It's like not that we need words to communicate with somebody else, but the idea that even in our own heads, like we would have to use words to think through something. Do you know what I mean? Like, would we? Like, I'm not talking like it's a. I mean, I think it's almost a whole other conversation of whether it's to express something to somebody else. But what I mean is like strictly like in your own head, would
Yeah,
you be able to think without like certain things anyway? I would think maybe necessitate words, right? I
yeah.
wonder.
You can see. Oh, my bad. My bad. Go ahead.
I got next.
Let me just go after he's done. I'll just cut him off by mistake.
Nah, go on. If you're talking about me, you're good. I'm just thinking of like in your own head. You know what I mean? Like to be able to think something through, to be able to have words.
Yeah, the way we know this is because you got certain neighborhoods that have a poor way of communication, like a poor way of like their inability to structure sentences in a complex way. They don't. If you try to say something like that's a little layered, like they can't internalize it and really think it through, and they get frustrated.
Well, that's
And that they're limited in their ability to even communicate with themselves. That's why this rap generation and all of this like yes, everything is breaking down in society, at least on that level, because people aren't working on their social skills.
different than what he's saying. He's asking, do you think someone could think without words? Of course they can.
No, but he made a good point though.
Without
Elijah
words,
addressed it
if you
kind of.
had,
He did
he
address it
of
in an
course
interesting way.
he's saying things that are true, but what the problem is can someone think without words? Now, if you want to get back into creation and the word, that's great. But just to put forth, can someone, an individual, think without words? There are some people who have never spoke a word. You don't think they can think? And there's some people who've never spoke a word and they're mute, right? So they're deaf and they're mute. But you don't think they can think about how to climb a tree, rake a yard? You don't think they can see it be done and do
Well,
it?
no,
You
what I
know,
mean is like they've read words. Let's say they've been taught
Hold on.
language to be able to think. That's what I'm getting into. Like,
Let me get you guys to really think about this though, because language is something like divine, literally, right? And there's people that have lived amongst nature, right? Like these, I seen a documentary of this African tribe, and there was like a journalist, and he went and hung out with the African, and the African knew things about the animals that no human on Earth knows. Like he could communicate with animals in a way that no human on Earth could, like through certain movements and whistles, and like he just understood nature like on some like shamanistic stuff. Like he could communicate with nature, right? And I couldn't believe it. But hold on. And then there's been other cases where men have lived with wolves and started picking up on certain body language that then they could communicate with the wolves in ways that nobody ever knew was possible, right? And then the idea is that if you get in tune enough with nature and the wisdom is there, you can maybe communicate in a way that you normally wouldn't assume would be possible. But hold on to one more last point, and I'm done. In scripture we have in Jubilees that all the creatures on earth spoke one tongue with humans. We all spoke one tongue in the garden, and then something happened, allegedly, right? That the languages were confused even before the Tower of Babel. But anyways, yeah, go ahead.
So I just jumped in for a second. I'm in storage and real busy, so I'm just going to say the one thing because when he asked that, it's something I've mentioned before about when you read, like if you were to read someone's mind, and my argument at the time, and still I guess would be that we read each other's minds all the time. We're always reading each other's minds more than we think, right? And I think it's because we're thinking that we're supposed to hear the words they're thinking that we think that we're not interpreting what they're thinking. Because you wouldn't, like, if you were going to try, like, if we did a test, like, I'm going to try to read your mind, it wouldn't be like, well, what are you thinking? Because you could describe whatever you're thinking in many different ways. So if I was reading your mind, I wouldn't be trying to think of the words that you're thinking of. I could think of it. It would be just your certain.
I have
That
asked
might
it.
not have it.
I think we asked it before.
your mic is terrible.
Are you breaking up?
Your mic is terrible. New perspective. And as far as someone thinking or animals thinking without hearing an audible voice, there are certain scents you release, and there's different things that animals communicate with. I can just think, I'm about to feed my dog, and my dogs will jump up and not even be in the same room as me, and they're waiting for that food. And it's not like a scheduled thing every time. So I can just think it. And there's certain things I can just think, and the dog knows exactly what I want him to do without even using hand gestures, body language, or being in the room, man. It's like I've described before with a cat being outside in the yard. If you want to know that you can communicate with even the animals, just look out your window and you see a cat with its back turned, or any animal, and just give it the intention, say, I'm going to kill you. I'm coming after you. And that cat or that animal will turn around and look right at you. So there is no communication, but that animal is well aware of your intention. So it has thought about it, and there was a process for it to think about it and to, comprehend it.
Well, I guess okay. I guess the wording. Okay. I will say this: you can speak without thinking, but you can't think without speaking. I mean, you can't speak without thinking.
What you're thinking or speaking.
Right. It's a weird thing too because they might start getting stuff from parents or other people like your little. That's what you be a form of just thinking, you know, just trying to think this process.
You're breaking up. You're breaking
process
up.
what we're
You're
talking
not.
about, right?
You're breaking up. You're
What
roboting.
the fuck, or how the fuck am I breaking up? What the fuck is phone service for?
Try to restart it, man.
Sucks, D-Mark.
Nah, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
It's working now.
Every time I talk here, it just, I don't know. It's weird. Working now? What the, are you kidding me? Oh my god. This thing's gonna drive me nuts. Anyway, man, this thing.
Well,
Yeah, it is a weird thing because when you're younger, you are given all like instructions from everyone, even unknowingly, subliminally. So really it is when I think about it, yeah, you can think things, you know, pictures, shit like that sometimes without having to think a word most of the time, but like to describe to yourself what you're thinking and what you're going to do with that, like you do have to have some type of conversation, some sort of
Hey,
a
yo,
thought
think
to go
about.
along with
Hey,
the
yo,
picture thought.
I was thinking of it like, like it's like when you think, you know, like when you're actually thinking in your head, you know, I'm gonna take that $20 and I'm gonna get this, and then I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna go over to Jim's. I'm gonna go. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking about what you're gonna do, but like you might verbalize it internally, even. Do you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
again, remember, hey, hold on.
yeah,
Remember this:
100%.
50% of the population doesn't have an internal dialogue. I forgot about that.
Who said that though? Is that
There's some
that
study
can't be
with that.
legit?
There's some study with
Hey,
that.
some people
Isn't that crazy?
only have words. Like, yeah, my daughter said she has a friend that only sees words. They don't see pictures and stuff like that. So when she's like, okay, back there on the shelf, this and this, like the person just sees words back on the shelf to the, like they can't picture where it is in their mind. It's like the picture of the room.
Autistic
It's weird,
kids
right? It's
got like
called something.
photographic memory and all kinds of stuff.
That's the opposite. Yeah, that's the opposite of that. This is where the person doesn't have a photographic. They're not seeing in photographs of like icons. They're actually thinking in fucking words. She's like, the lady, that's how the lady described it to her. She's like, well, I'll just think of something. And she's like, well, I don't think of like pictures of bunny rabbits. I think the bunny rabbit. And like, it's weird. I don't know. That's weird to think about, isn't it? Like, so there's both versions.
Can you guys hear me real quick? I just have one more comment to make. Is my mic better? Real quick.
Yeah.
No, can't hear you at all.
Yeah. Okay.
Try again.
No.
No, it sounds
Anyway,
good.
regardless. Anyway, it's funny. I came back in. And Democ was talking about that because I was going to mention that there's those people, of course, that supposedly they don't have any inner dialogue, right? And then back to Issa's original question: Do we have to have words to think? Does anyone really think in words? Like, do any of us really? We don't. I mean, maybe like certain like opinions we might like voice out in our heads, but like when you think about something, you're not thinking words, are you? Is anyone?
Yeah. Hold on.
You know?
Yeah, dude. Like think about someone, like if you think about someone you love, let's say, right? You might think in your head, like, man, that was so cool. Like, you know, I love that person. Like, you know what I mean? Like you might just, I'm just saying, it's like, does it, you know, like, is it better when it's coupled together?
Almost like you're talking to somebody else.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like if you have like,
Yourself.
yeah, right. I don't know. I'm trying to say, like, but could you think? Like, I'm just like, really, I don't have the fucking answer.
You had no, but that's what you're talking about right there. Consciousness is what Sigmund Freud it talks about, the id, the identity of self, the ego. It's all compartmentalized within our brain.
Yeah, but
right?
fuck that.
And you talk to yourself. Now listen, when you do psychedelics, bro,
like,
you can separate those parts of yourself.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I got to get back off anyway, but just real quick, yeah, Issa, like that, when you think about like you may think that maybe when you're thinking about like someone platonically that you love, but when you think of like your really hot girlfriend, and you think about your love for her, you don't necessarily think, oh, I love her. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I
You
mean
wouldn't
is
use that word. It'd be like all
right,
these
but
other
I'm saying
emotions
like
that go with it, right?
right, but I have, you know what I mean? Like I have, like you know what I mean? Like how about this? Like when you think of your girl and you're like, damn, like you know what I mean? That's a word. I'm just saying, like you're having it like
Sure.
a, it's like an
Sure. Yeah,
idea,
yeah, yeah. I'm not saying we never think in words.
Yeah.
right?
But I'm saying, do we consist like when you're thinking to yourself, your inner dialogue, is that always really words? Or is it just
Not
kind of
not
like thoughts about
exclusively.
things that don't necessarily
Well, not exclusively, but I'm saying like when you, I mean,
Yeah,
because of
yeah.
course, like, I mean, yeah, of course, I think like, you know, there's moments. It's just not exclusively, but I'm saying like, could you think of complex ideas or, you know what I mean? Like, I was
Yeah,
just
like that subject object kind of
Yeah, yeah,
thing.
yeah. Exactly. The complex idea doesn't need words. The really complex idea doesn't necessarily need specific words. It's more of a concept, right? Well,
well,
real
no,
quick,
dude,
back
and
to
there's time, hey
Demok
man,
was
there's
saying
things you
something
can't
like, man,
express.
was
How about this?
Demok
There's
saying
things
there?
you can't express. There's things you can't express. So that immediately,
Sure.
it,
Exactly. Those are the best. Those are the
it
best
doesn't,
thoughts.
right. It doesn't mean that whatever, but at the same time, there's like, there's almost, you know, there's a, you know, I think there's feelings that I can't. I'm saying like thinking is what I'm referring to. You know what I mean? Actually, like spending the time, like versus like experiencing
Right.
something, because I think that's different almost than what we're kind of getting at.
Yeah.
Is
No,
like the
no, but
idea of
hold
like
on, hold on.
thinking about something and almost
Well,
necessitating.
those things you
There's a
can't.
word for that.
Those things you can't express. Yeah, like trying to search for a word that doesn't have like a
Yeah,
thing that
that's
doesn't
where
have
they
a
say,
word
"Hey,
that
man,
you could
that's where
sit
the
with
term
as.
je ne sais quoi comes from.
Yeah.
A certain I don't know. You know, a certain
Okay,
je
there
ne
you go.
sais quoi, like a certain I don't know.
Right.
But like you know,
Sure.
but there's that
Right.
like
Right.
idea
Right.
of like
Hmm.
the difference between experience versus or like explaining a certain je ne sais quoi would be like you know what I mean. You couldn't maybe do it, but I mean just like the idea of when you think of ideas and when you think of complex things like let's say what you're gonna have to do for the day. You know what I mean? You like you know, do you think of it as like do you visualize yourself going like I'm just saying like language, you know, is kind of a part of our
Yeah. Yeah.
thought
I
process.
bet different people are different. Like, yeah, but some of us might make a list and think of the words on the list, and some of us might just like visualize ourselves doing the things. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
It
I'm not
depends
one
on the
for
person,
writing
maybe. Right.
lists, but I'm just saying, like, you know, when you think in
There-
your head, okay, I'm going to go over here
That's
and I'm going to
right.
go get
Well,
gas. I'm just, you know, it's an interesting idea. That's all.
But there has like there's
Wait, real quick.
something.
Who was Demok talking about? Was there a condition of some girl? I just want to know because I have to get off now. I'm just going to listen to you guys. But Demok, were you saying there was a girl that could only think in words? Is that what the whole point was? That I missed the first part of it. Doesn't matter. You guys continue.
Yeah, like
Only in
there's
words.
obvious. Oh, go ahead, Demon.
Yeah, in words. Yeah, you're right. Only in words.
Well, there's got to be like some kind of synthesis that happens between the emotions and our ability to formulate them in patterns that we call words. Because if animals could do that, we would be fucked. like,
Have you ever seen?
we have to keep it real.
Have you ever seen a dog or maybe a goat or a cow tilt its head and think about and try to process how to get out of somewhere? Just
Right.
like a just
It
like a
can't do it
person.
because it doesn't have the extra synthesis that we have. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
what I'm saying is I've seen it happen. like
No,
I've
I'm right. I'm
actually
not saying that animals don't think. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we have an extra layer to what we do where we can convey like the emotions from inside us to other people. Like complex
well,
concepts
no
to
doubt
if,
other
no.
if Odyssee's saying that, but
No,
given
wait a minute.
language,
Let me respond. Let me just respond. There's no doubt that we're on a higher level than the animals. There's no doubt about that. But I wouldn't say an animal can't communicate emotion to like animals or other animals because I've seen that happen also. I've seen animals think and ponder and try to figure out how to get out of a certain place and actually do it, you know. And I've seen animals show affection to animals not of their own kind, and the other animal knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, we have animals that nurse other animals that are not of the same kind. So I would say that, you know, you have to be very specific on the higher level when you're speaking of us being at a higher level. what exactly is that? Because they can think, they can communicate with other animals, they can communicate with humans, not on a level that we can communicate, of course, but they can show emotion, they can share feel, all of these things they can do.
I want to get a word next, but I think Snacks was trying to get in. Snacks going once, going twice. All right. So this word I wanted to bring up is synesthesia. When your brain routes sensory information through multiple unrelated senses, causing you to experience more than one sense simultaneously. Some examples include tasting words or linking colors to numbers and letters. This is insane, and people experience this sometimes naturally, sometimes through drug induced. But this is the language is divine, right? Something that you can't comprehend how nobody can comprehend how it's possible. What impulse, right, lies in your soul, in your spirit that makes you vocalize thought, right? Like the animals have language, but not like the way that we have language. I'll give you that. But I do want to say that animals are also not like for whatever reason the modern scientific consensus thinks that animals aren't capable of like advanced emotions. But we've witnessed dogs mourn, right, for the dead, not move away from a tombstone for 3 days, right, 4 days. We've seen elephants mourn the dead. I witnessed myself. I had an Australian Shepherd where I went away on vacation for like a month. I came back. I've never seen that dog smile. That dog smiled like I've never seen a dog smile in my life. It literally smiled. It was cheesing when I got home. And that dog has never done that. I don't know where it got the impulse to do that, but it was cheesing when I got home, and I couldn't believe it. Um, so dogs are animals are definitely a lot smarter than we give them credit. And just to finish up with this, there's a verse in Jubilees 3, Yovelim, that says, "On that day was closed the mouth of all beasts, and of cattle, and of birds, and whatsoever walks, and of whatsoever moves, so that they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken one with another, with one lip and with one tongue." And we there's another testimony that a donkey speaks in the scriptures, like actually just starts speaking to its rider. Which if animals are dumb, right, like they're not capable of advanced consciousness, they're just kind of like dull. But they're not, like they can think, they can process, they can scheme, they're capable of advanced emotions. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that donkey said, "Why are you beating me?" Right? So was that the donkey speaking, or was that a messenger speaking for the donkey? And yeah, you could get into that, but yeah, it's very important. The donkey said, "Why are you beating me?"
I've seen donkeys cheesing too. I know you guys seen those donkey videos where they have the
Well,
drive-through safaris and the donkeys cheesing at the window. Like,
yeah,
man, that's organic. That's authentic smile right there. I don't care.
bro, I've been with dogs that act like humans. I mean, sit on the couch beside you, sit upright, look at you, smile, watch TV. I've seen a lot of things, man. But as far as animals thinking and communicating and all of those, yeah, they can do all those things. Now, on a level that we don't even understand all the nature of animals, right?
No, we
So
don't.
yeah, so I mean, to say all these things that we're saying is kind of weird. One of the things I like about the text when it speaks of the animals versus the people, speaking of the spirit, whether it goes to heaven, Ecclesiastes.
So what's that? What's the reason that animals go to the ground? Just wondering.
Well, some people would say that there's a certain energy of the earth and of creation, and that it kind of stays here. Some people would say that. Now other people would say it's just speaking of the blood that's supposed to be poured out, and the ruach, or the breath of life that's in that animal, or the breath that sustains that animal, should be poured out, because life is in the blood, of course. And we know that's part of the law. You're not to eat of the blood. It should be poured into the ground, especially when you slaughter an animal.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens to animals, right? But I've read some verses throughout the years. I read some literature stating that if you abuse your pets, if you abuse your animals, if you neglect them of food and water, and if they happen to die by your hands, or if you're through neglect, that apparently they can testify against you uh, on Judgment Day. The animals, and the animals they don't have a judgment. They don't face a judgment. But I don't know.
Seems like they never fell. Like they still live. Like they're in the garden, right?
They're not held accountable, but man is. Like at least they might receive a earthly judgment, but they don't receive an eternal judgment like man does.
They're invited to the marriage supper of the Lamb to eat the fat and the blood of mighty men and kings. So yeah, they're bulking up now, and I've been saying this for a few years. They're going to the Chick-fil-A and the McDonald's, and they're bulking up, and they're getting ready, and they're eyeballing you, man.
Doggy heaven. All dogs go to heaven. What about those children that get lost in the jungle and then they're raised by apes?
Wow, child.
They get to communicate with apes from like 4 years old. They start learning their language. There's some crazy case studies where they found like a child in the jungle that had survived in the jungle for like years. Like I'm talking about like 5 to 6 years in the jungle.
Did you see the warrior apes? Have you watched that documentary? Lion or Elijah?
I'm not sure.
There's something that stuck out. I mean, these guys went out and they lived with these apes for a long period of time. And as the numbers grew in the apes, they started spreading out and taking other territory. And then they started hunting other animals and eating them, right? So it wasn't too long after that, that there was two of the apes that they were good pals, they were good friends, right? And they always hung out together. And the men observed this, and it showed in the documentary. And one day, for no apparent reason, like 10 or 12 apes just attacked one of those apes, and his friend was away. Well, his friend came back and he was looking for his friend, and he looked over at the ones who were guilty, and you could tell he knew. And then he just left the whole family of apes. He just walked away. And so he was really distraught and he walked away, and then he would come back like a few weeks later and he'd look around for his friend, and then he would mourn his friend and walk away.
Man,
Animals more like people.
I was really hoping for like and then he came back and killed them all while they slept at night.
That would be nice, man. If he had like an
Yeah.
AK-47 and he came back.
Yeah. Fucking, came down from the trees.
Rambo.
Cut off, like, picked them off one by one over a series of 3 months.
Or like Predator style, yeah.
But it just goes to show. I mean, they're a lot alike with the humans, right? I mean, it's with people. They have emotions. They have all of these things. They think and they process thoughts, and there's so many things that they do and are capable of that we're not even aware. But yeah, I do think we're on a higher level than the animals.
You know, there was a story in 2022. It says here, a 70-year-old woman in the central East Indian state of Odisha was killed by an elephant, only to have the same elephant reportedly return to her funeral, right, days later, to again trample her body at the funeral. Like, they're literally probably lowering the casket. Here comes this elephant, this rabid elephant, coming to trample a 70-year-old woman's
Hey,
body.
there's footage of
right?
it. You ever seen the footage of it?
Yeah, bro, I couldn't even believe
It's
it.
crazy.
And apparently, because they remembered this woman was connected to somebody had killed an elephant's family member. I don't know, something like that, bro. Maybe it's children. I forget. Do you
Yeah, it was
remember?
like a mother. It was like they killed something like weird like that.
Probably killed its son or something.
Dude, there's in Japan, in Tokyo, outside the Shibuya train station, there's a statue of this dog, and they erected the statue because he used to greet his owner every day after work, and then his owner died, and the dog came back every single day for 9 years waiting for his owner. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, and they used to say the memory of a dog was how long? Like a month or so, or 3 months, but animals remember for a long, long period of time.
Yeah, dude, they've also done, I read a study one time, I'll try to find it, where dogs like know when their owners are coming home. Like they set up cameras or something in people's houses, and when folks were leaving work to come home, like on a sort of a larger percentage, dogs would like get up and get alert and wait for their owner, and they sent them sometimes in taxis, sometimes in different cars, sometimes they rode public transit, like different transit, so it wasn't just noises. Like somehow dogs just knew my owner's coming home. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, my dog would walk a quarter mile where I got off at my bus stop when I was really, really young child. Every day it would be waiting on me, same time. And, that was the only dog that actually did that. I've had a few smart, very intelligent dogs.
Dogs are the best, man. I don't trust people who don't have dogs.
Yeah, you heard about I saw there's some Theo Von clip, and it was a guy was talking about cats and how they said if you die and you have a cat in your house, within 12 hours it's gonna be eating your face. And but dogs won't do it for a couple days. They'll wait.
I don't know, man. See, that's one thing that I've read some crazy stuff in the past of owners being eaten alive within 4 hours of them dying by their pets, including dogs. So I don't know what goes through a dog's mind that it will eat its owner within hours after its owner dying, but not all dogs do it. And not so I don't like what's the difference? Why would one
Yeah,
dog eat its owner
but
and the
all
other dog
cats
not?
would. I guess is the story. All cats would. I guess it's the distinction the guy was making between cats and dogs. Just an
Ooh,
interesting
all
fucked
cats
up.
would.
You know, like cats don't give a fuck.
I never liked cats, to be honest. Yeah, I never owned
That's
one.
kind of funny. I mean, I like cats. I like them all, but it's wild, right?
But yeah, nature is dark, right? You start looking at nature, it's dark, man. They eat their litters.
Yeah,
You
I
know, they
started.
decapitate their young. Oh man, they rape each
I
other. They kill each other. They do all
this
kinds of stuff.
idea.
Bro. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
like you see how wild nature is, right? Like even us, like your body runs best on like animal flesh, for
Yeah,
better or worse. So
no,
like
it's true.
and so like what a wild world it is, and the idea of even that like in that world, in a world where that is the case, it's interesting how like what makes people think that like there wouldn't be like this overarching deception, this grand net. You know what I mean? Like this, like things are hunted. You know what I mean? Like it's fucked up, right? Like intellectually, like there's like a just it's interesting, like what a wild world it is, and how
Survive.
like yeah, like how almost dangerous and brutal it is, and then to think like to be so naive. Like no, the government, everything's just exactly like they told. Like I just don't get it. Like so wild.
Civilization is a blessing and a curse. But yeah, being in nature with no establishment, right? It's brutal. It takes getting used to. We've been domesticated,
Oh yeah. It's like most people don't know how to like put a worm on a hook. Like a lot of people anyway.
But yeah, just because it's natural doesn't mean it's good for you. Right? This idea that, oh, well, it's all natural. It's like, and your point? Also, nature is not a good,
It's like so are snake bites. You know what I mean? They're natural.
yeah, because nature can be very dark, very toxic, very poisonous, and also when it comes to like morality, like people look at nature like as an example for like moral code, but we shouldn't use nature as as a guide for your morality.
Dude, I totally agree. People act like just because it happens in nature, it's okay. And like the most horrific things ever happen in nature that aren't okay. Kind of the glory of humanity is that we've transcended nature in some way. Like we've learned that it's not okay to kill our babies or just war for no reason.
Well, yeah, it's about I think learning how to cultivate nature. It's like any of it. It's like because you got certain people that are like turning into well, nature's evil. You know what I mean? Like it's like that like harmony of like it's like a nice lawn and a garden next to each other. You know what I mean? There's like there's a beautiful lawn because you want to have clearing, you want to have space, and there's a you know what I mean, vegetables garden. It's like you know what I mean. It's the perfect blend.
Nature hates us.
No, just
Scripturally,
nature's.
nature hates human. The more we progress towards the end, the more nature is gonna despise us. The earth will spit us out. I mean,
I don't think
there's
like.
multiple
Hey,
scriptures
yo,
that
yo. How
already
about this? How
state
about
that
this? Do you hate the
the land will
chicken you eat?
spit you out.
Hold on. Do you hate the chicken you eat?
No, absolutely
Right,
not.
right, right. So nature doesn't hate you.
Yeah, it
It just
does.
eats you. No, it just eats
Nah, but
you.
it on a
It
spiritual
doesn't
level,
hate you. It's just like,
it
you
literally
know what I mean? Does
despises
the
us.
butcher hate the chicken, man? That's all I'm saying.
On a spiritual level, they despise us like a cancer, like a bacteria. So there is some truth to this whole depopulation stuff that we are like this plague on the earth. There's some truth to that. I'm not anti-human. I love humans, but scripturally, we are like a plague that is hated by the earth itself. And as time goes on, animals will start attacking people. There's a verse I can't remember at the top of my head, but there's a verse that says like the animals will start attacking, like they'll start going into the cities and attacking people, like animals that normally wouldn't do stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can look at a plague or like a thing as like a growth, right? Somebody can look at it as a bad thing, but then somebody else can look at it and say, well, that's a flower. You know what I mean? So you never know. I mean, I think it just goes back to how you look at it, right?
Yeah, I think it's wrong to say that nature hates us. I just think that nature is indifferent towards us. And it's the same thing with the butcher. The butcher doesn't hate the chicken, and you don't hate the chicken if you eat it. You're just completely indifferent to it.
That's how I look at it. Yeah.
I get what you're saying, but there's very strong language though, for the land spitting you out, right?
Well, yo, aren't we made of clay, my brother? You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's like, you're made of the earth. This is like the realm that we exist in, man. Give thanks, man. Isn't it? You know, that's what gets me. It's like, ain't it good enough? You know, everybody's looking for something else. It's like, isn't this good enough from God for you, man? And you want something more? You ungrateful bastard. The fuck?
Sometimes I was out in Boston working for the past couple months, right? And I cannot believe how contaminated the soil is. You dig 5 feet deep, and I love Boston, and I always thought Boston was typically clean for the most part, compared to New York, that is. But it's insanely contaminated. We're talking about a couple centuries of dumping into Boston Harbor, and I could not believe the amount of oil that was seeping through, bro. It's literally, it smelled like coal and crude oil all mixed together, and chemical sludge that just was seeping through all the soil, like everywhere for I don't know how many square miles, but at least 20 to 40 square miles, if not more. I don't know. That's just a conservative estimate. And I felt bad for the earth, bro. Like I could see the earth like really despising us for what we're doing to it. The irresponsibility, because we are supposed to be guardians, and we're just destroying habitat. So, you know, if things get worse, if storms start getting worse and temperatures start increasing, maybe it is the earth spitting us out, and it's not all geoengineering and weather modification and all this stuff that's going on in Hawaii. I'm not saying that it's not, but you got to think outside the box.
I don't agree. I just don't agree that we can do much to hurt the earth so much as ants can. You know, you probably have a few pests that eat up everything. You know, then they die and shit grows back. You know, if they eat everything and they starve, they die, and shit grows back. Like, you know, like this idea that humans can really do something to the earth. And then this idea, this kind of sort of idolization of the earth as mother nature or something. Um I mean, that's just me personally. I don't agree with that. I think the earth is fine. It's our mentality that's fucked up. But we can address that. The earth is fine. It's gonna be fine. It's been fine for as long as it's been here.
I respect that. I'm actually on your side, because I don't believe in climate change and global warming and the idea that the consumption of fossil fuels is leading to global warming or whatever you want to call it. The evidence is negligible at best, right? That the introduction of fossil fuels because of the Industrial Revolution led to the warming of the earth, right? But the earth, at least according to their own science and ice core science, which ice cores, those are questionable. But they claim that the earth has been warming up exponentially right, for 11,000 years, since the Younger Dryas period. So the last ice age, the glacier started receding around 12,000 years ago. They claim that the Earth has been warming up exponentially since then, and we're just now reaching like the past 100 years. It's been like increasing substantially, but fossil fuels just started being burned in like the 1930s, right, 1920s, industrially.
Yeah.
So it doesn't add up. The math doesn't add up.
Ice ball. No, it doesn't. How many degrees?
D-Mock, I can't understand nothing you're saying, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, climate change is definitely a hoax. But you know, I'm kind of with Elijah. Like, what could we do to ruin God's green earth? I don't think we could do anything. I think it just reacts to us, and it's kind of the wrong way to think of it as like anthropomorphizing it and saying like, oh, it's upset at us, so it's going to spit us back out. No, it's going to respond to what we do to it, just like all of nature would. You know, just like a tree would, just like a dog would.
The reason I personify the earth is because scripture does. There's multiple verses actually referencing what would the earth will do or the land will do if you don't act accordingly to God's commands. And so like for example, if you shed blood on a certain land, that land, it will not be cursed unless the blood of the one who spilt it, his blood is also spilt, right? Now something happens to that land, like people have talked about like haunted houses, like if a murder happened, like, oh, that's just superstition, ain't nothing wrong with that, and they'll buy the house, and the next you know, they're like, there's all kinds of stuff happening. Now granted, maybe there's nothing to that, but scripturally there is something to that, like the land being cursed and then the land spitting you out because of the blood shed on it, right, or the iniquities done on it. And there's a variety of ways that the earth can spit you out. Sometimes through famine, through plague, through anything, bro. Go ahead.
Well, that makes sense to me. But the way you're talking about it, at least the way I'm interpreting what you're saying, is as if the earth is a sentient being. And I don't really think that's the case. Like, I think there could be a haunted house and there could be cursed land. But is the earth or the house like having an individual personal experience? I would say no.
What's an action or a reaction?
Well, an
Somebody's
action or reaction is some sort of intelligence, right? Some sort of programming.
Yeah. So when the earth acts or reacts to whatever you do, or reacts or acts before you do, and then you have to act or react to that. What is that?
I'm all for genetic engineering. More fun people, and shouldn't it be made to where there's like, we figure out what makes a girl and what makes a boy?
What the hell are you talking about?
Dude, it's 2023. You can just choose if you're a boy or a girl. Come on.
I choose to be me. And if I'm a boy, then that's what me is. If I was a girl, then that's what me would be. I'm a boy, so that's me.
But girls just seem better, and then like for men, I mean, we can get robots. So,
well, then what's the point of you and me at all? Then you could just have a go gadget, boy, girl. You can have a Pinocchio. Yeah, Pinocchio. Yeah, both at once.
Did I hear that correctly? Did you say girls are better?
I said
no,
you can have a robot. I said you can have a robot that's both a Pinocchio boy girl, Pinocchioette. Objectively.
But I don't believe you should have any of that. I think we should just stick to what the hell we got going on and quit trying to do too much. Motherfuckers just try to do too much, you know? Anybody ever thought they try to do too much and they try to take science and tell you it's technologically advanced, but really it's not advanced? And then the primitive mechanical way was always better. You ever thought about it like that?
Going back to the Earth being alive. Now, I don't really have a dog in the fight in this. I honestly don't know whether the Earth is conscious or not. And I understand the Gaia worship and the worship of the elements and elemental spirits and how pagan that is. But what if I were to show you a couple verses that does make the Earth seem like it does have a sentience to it? So you have Job 12:8 in the Septuagint says, "Tell the earth if it may speak to thee, and the fishes of the sea shall explain to thee." In the Aramaic Peshitta, as a second witness says, "Or tell the earth, and it will teach you, and the fish of the sea will tell you." Right, so you have two independent manuscripts that reference the same thing, and then even the Masoretic says it. If there's any doubt, speak to the earth, and it will teach you. Let the fish of the sea inform you. So this idea that the earth, if you ask it something, it can actually respond, that's scriptural. And I was surprised to even find this verse in scripture because that sounds pagan, right? That's counterintuitive. And then there's another witness in 2nd Ezra chapter 7. No, I can't find it. Great. Over here. So Ezra, why are you upset and disturbed by the thought that you are mortal and must die? Why don't you think about the age to come rather than the present age? I answered, Lord and Master, and hold on, let me get to it. But it basically says the same thing. Ask the earth, and she will tell you. That's what it literally says. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, but obviously the earth can't speak, so they didn't mean literally.
Yeah. I understand. Not like that, but
I mean, for me, it's self-evident. Like, if you really need to answer a question, go sit on a mountain for a couple of days, and stare at the stars, and you'll likely the answer.
No, that'd be the stars answering your question. You got to eat a little bit of dirt or eat some mushrooms or have some earth or some type of leaves or something, and then the earth will tell you. Well, that's how you get the
Mushrooms would
info.
definitely help.
I'm just saying, eat a little bit of dirt. It's a little bit of info, and the earth will talk to you. A couple days later, you'd be like, man, I got some information I've never had before. I had an original dirt thought.
Totally. I'm just saying that if you spend some time in nature, usually you'll get the answers to the questions you ask, But I don't mean that. I don't really feel like that means that the earth is talking to you literally.
Yeah, but it does. When you eat a mushroom, that mushroom talks to you. You eat another kind, that kind talks to you. Smoke a little weed, the earth talks to you through the weed. The earth is talking to you through your food and everything else. It makes an action or a reaction happen, either physically or mentally in your body. So trust me, something's talking somehow. There's some kind of information being exchanged there. Maybe that's what it means. And how you going to go anywhere for a couple days and do anything without eating something from the earth? I don't think that's going to be possible. Or drinking some water from the earth. You know what I mean? Talking to the earth. You heard of wind talking, right? Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. We already got all that shit. That just shows you that shit is real. So
I
it shows
found
you, right?
I found the verse real quick. 2nd Ezra chapter 7. It says 54. And he said to me, not only that, but ask the earth, and she will tell you. Defer to her, and she will declare it to you. That's pretty remarkable. And that apparently, according to Ezra, that is the creator saying that to Ezra. So that's two
Talking on
witnesses.
the wind, talking through the water. You put that shit out there, you talk through the air, the water, the dirt, the wind, whatever, you put that vibration out there, something comes back. It has to. Maybe that, I mean, you know what I mean?
I mean, going back to what Pete was saying earlier, DMOC, that this whole thing is connected. And this cosmic egg idea might not be so far-fetched. And the flat earth, like if you were able to look back at it at its entirety, it's not actually flat, but it does seem to have like this this oval shape over our heads. The Native Americans talked about it like it was like a cosmic egg, bro, and they tripped out on peyote and all these other psychedelics and seen this. They seen it, bro. Like, I have no doubt that they seen it. And it's alive, dude. It seems to be alive. The whole thing. If it's not alive, it's radiating with life.
I feel like they were seeing the cap of the mushroom. And if you look in the dark at certain caves and certain stuff, and you look up, like you'll see little stuff that glows everywhere. Some of the little things glow, some of the little worms, some of the little mushrooms, some of the little microbes. Like they'll be bright and they'll glow. And then, like at a certain depth in the water, when you bring the fish up and look at it, it's not glowing at all. But when you take it down to its head, down in the water, the motherfucker glows. Day glow.
Dude, Lion, what are you saying the Native Americans see? I dropped out for a second, so I missed a bit.
I mean, I can't even remember where I got this information from, but I've looked at all kinds of different. You got the Navajo, you got the Cherokee, the Ojibwe. There's so many different Native Americans, and I'm not trying to group them all, right? But there are some Native Americans. They believe in the Turtle Island, right, with the 13 shells or sections, right? And then you have like the cosmic egg idea, where it's like literally like there is the end of existence, like it does come to an end. It's not infinite forever, and then eventually it's just like a either it's completely dark, but it could be water, right? The ether could be all water, but it's dark. You can't see nothing. It's like a black void at the edge of it, the edge of darkness, all the way around.
Yeah, but darkness is caused by light, right? You know that, right? One thing, you get the opposite effect or the output of that. Compressed sound, you get light. Compressed light, you get dark. Yeah.
Water.
I mean, it would seem to make all the rainbow colors and then force them all together, you'd get black. So through light, you get a rainbow, and if you force all those rainbows, you just keep putting them together, eventually it'll turn black. So it's all pure light. So it's black, but it's light. It's crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, material reality is an illusion, and like the ether is essentially just a word for the spiritual realm or for God, and all material reality emerges out of that. So when we try to put like materialistic descriptions to it, like we're trying to put materialistic descriptions to God in some sense, and I think it's inevitably going to fail or fall short. Anyway.
Maybe everybody's got a fuzzy field around them, and everything has a fuzzy field around it, right? And that's an interaction zone that starts off the first contact of anything. And then maybe as humans, when they try to do science and do stuff, they never see the first contact. You can never see the first actual contact. You see the ass end of it all. But we do have trial and error, you know what I mean? So we try things and do shit, and we get the outcome, we get the action and reaction, and we record that. That's what we do.
fuzzy interaction zone.
Static. Yep, the amount of energy you put out. No such thing as a loss. It's all right there to a certain extent. And then it like it can go out to be fuzzy, right? A fuzz field, a static, like your hair. Yeah, 100%. Like an aura, if you want to say, I guess. Same thing. But everything has it. So the first contact would be, you know what I mean, the air interacting with the thing, interacting with the sensor. It's not even really the actual things doing it all anyway. So in hindsight, that's all you ever see is hindsight. Like you see the ass end, I'm sorry. You don't see it from hindsight, you see it from the opposite of that, the ass end of the deal. You don't get contact. You don't get the first actual contact of anything looking through the telescope, looking no matter what the fuck they do. The double slit or any of that. If you actually sit down and think about it, it's interacted before you can even get the idea of what the interaction was when it happened anyway. It's just like your thought process. It's doing what it do, baby. Words can trigger it. A thought can trigger words, and words can trigger a thought. So you can think without words, but you can have words in there with the thought. Yeah, you can talk with thoughts. You can talk with words, and yeah, all the above.
It's weird. Like I was thinking about these this pair of birds that like yeah, they could talk. Some kind of bird. I don't know, it was a green bird. There's a pair of them, and they'd like been rehomed, and so they had a whole life where they grew up with these like two kids growing up, going to school and stuff like that every morning. You know, waking up, getting a bus and stuff like that. One of them's fucking late all the time. The other one doesn't do something. You know what I mean? But these birds are like a lifetime away, and who knows? These kids are probably in fucking college or who knows what. Right? But these birds are still like, Taylor, put your jacket on. You know what I mean? Like, Taylor, like what the fuck? Like, but it's just funny that like, yeah, without those words to capture those memories, what does the bird have other than that? You know, because the bird's probably thinking of those things when it says those things, right? Like it's recalling something. It's like replaying some shit that happened. It's a weird thing that those birds do, you know. Just a thought, you know. We're talking
Maybe.
about thinking,
Yeah,
and,
maybe.
words and stuff like that. But some kind of sound like anchors, you know, like a thought, you know.
I think they're
Even if
more like
it's-
mimics,
So, I don't know.
but you can train them. I think you're right. I think they can be trained to, speak a certain statement or even maybe like a paragraph. Who knows what the best words can do?
Well, I just mean like they're like wallpaper, basically. You know what I mean? Just hanging out in a cage in somebody's house. That's what a lot of birds do anyway, right? But they're just passive observers, but they record the things, and you know, yeah. A lot of it was unflattering. You know what I mean? A lot of it was like, it sounded like cranky mom stuff. So these birds both like would sound like a cranky mom a lot of times, which made the birds not any fun. But unless you're into that kind of thing.
I think it's very difficult or maybe even impossible for us to even fathom how an animal perceives something, because we primarily perceive things through like thought and through thought process and through like ruminating over something we've seen, and we're constantly analyzing, and thought requires a language, and birds don't have that, you know. So birds probably perceive the world closer to how a baby does, you know, emotionally.
Jeez, I don't know about that. I think birds probably have a lot of language, and it's just like we don't. It's not like they're not going to pull up like a Webster's dictionary of fucking bird sounds. But if you thought about like all the different bird sounds that there are, and that there are some birds that'll like basically be able to pick up and read from like different other birds and mimic them and stuff. So like it'll be like an Uber bird. It'll like have all the bird songs, if you will. So there's that they have the ability to like remember and store these things, but it's also that like a certain kind of pitch, it's like subtleties of pitch. Like we're not birds, right? So obviously we don't hear shit like birds, but like, you know, and thinking about, you know, like how do we consider
thinking and using words to anchor a structure of thought of some kind. So it's not just like, some random assortment, right? There's an order to how a thought is. And so, I think it always requires some kind of sound anchor. And I think that even birds might just go like sweet, you know what I mean? Because like maybe they found like a sweet bug or something, you know what I mean? Like, and that other birds hear that, they're like, oh wow, it's a good time because like it just rained and all these things are like popping out or whatever, you know what I mean? Just shit like that, to where that communication.
Yeah, I think you're right that they do communicate for sure, but I don't know that I would call it a language, or like I don't think that birds think in quacks, for instance, like they may communicate back and forth with different sounds somehow or interact back and forth with different sounds, but I don't think that they're thinking those sounds.
Like,
But of course,
I mean,
Go ahead.
you're not thinking in meows or barks or anything like that, but why would a cat be thinking in barks or chicken sounds or people sounds? You know what I mean? The cat's got to use its own language, and that's what cats sound like. So
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. It's hard to know. My just sort of gut feeling is that they operate more like on a emotional level than a thought process. But how the hell would I know?
Do you think if genetics are really legit and some kind of code, then maybe a baby isn't making random sounds, but sounds that could be understood? Is that possible?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm sure maybe they could be deciphered as a cry is, I'm in pain or I want something.
yeah, babyism is kind of a universal thing with all animals. It seems like nothing's born fully formed, But that's why, like, dogs will understand babies. They'll like let a baby fucking like womp on its head, and they're like, "Ha, you're a baby." You're a baby human.
A little baby quantum sponge soaking up all the info. Or not. Or a broke quantum sponge.
Well, I mean, like, not to like get off onto the AI stuff or whatever, but just all the reason that stuff even works is just because there's a network of interchanging things.
Just like you and I.
Yeah, just like because it's like any living thing has a network to it, a neural network. Like where it's got all its nerve endings and stuff like that, how its brain's set up, the kinds of ins and outs it can get, the kind of sensory inputs it's gotten, things like that. But once you have all these, it's like you got such complexity. Like whether you want to call a goldfish like as intelligent as an eagle or a person, that's your call, I guess. But there's a type of intelligence there's like natural that's emergent from when you stack a bunch of different networks on top of each other. You kind of get this effect.
From my perspective, there's a difference between intelligence and sentience. So, like, I think we can make AI very intelligent, but I don't think we could ever make it sentient. And I think a tree is intelligent, but I don't think it's sentient.
I think sentience has a lot to do with understanding, like that, like you're an animal or whatever. I don't know what has sentience besides a person.
Animals.
animals kind of, but they're aware that they're like real things that can get hurt. You know what I mean? That they're in the real world, stuff like that. And AI is just like a brain in a jar that way. It doesn't have any real sensory input into the real world. So like, I don't really understand how like it would be that they could develop unless they were like in some kind of robot body with a bunch of sensors and shit. You know, be able to like.
Yeah, when I say sentience, I just mean there's something that it's like to be that thing. It's having a personal experience. And I think probably will eventually make AI way smarter than even humans, you know, and AI will be incredible, but it won't like have a personal perspective, you know, like personal perspective is or consciousness is something given by God, for lack of a better word.
Well, I think it's based on like I think it's one type of architecture that will basically emerge in the future for AI, where it'll allow different AIs to kind of communicate their own sort of from a collected set of experiences. You know what I mean? That it would be able to like basically spit out like this is what I think things are, and then that those bots can like talk to each other, and then I think you'd eventually find a synthesis of a type that would be, you know, for whatever it's worth. I mean, I don't. Isn't that how we're measuring the gold? We can't measure the goldfish, and we don't know how fast of a typist it is, or we don't know if it's a great graphic designer, right? We can't measure these things about it. Do you know what I mean? That we can do with ChatGPT, but we don't. You know what I mean? But we can't do these things with a goldfish. So it's a hard thing to say. But like, you know, isn't that kind of how we determine the usefulness of something, of an organism is inherently like how we kind of value them, sort of somehow.
Yeah, definitely in some way. I mean, I think that AI will become very intelligent and probably hard to distinguish from, you know, real life human beings or something like that. But that still doesn't mean that they're having a personal experience. And I just don't think that we can create something that has a personal experience. And I'm sort of just saying that like as a base axiom, you know, founded on nothing. Like the materialistic viewpoint is that consciousness emerges out of matter, but I think it's actually probably the opposite.
Or there's no such thing as consciousness, and we just confuse that with like this complexity of like superimposing networks of different sensory and communicative networks, right? So it's possible that we just experience sentience in our way because it's sort of like our included cognitive and sensory packages kind of allow that, but it may be in a way kind of like a hallucination also at the same time.
The path of least resistance. That's what it sounds like. The path of least resistance is what we would take. That's what I try to take.
Well, yeah, but even if it is a hallucination or something like that, you do know that you are personally having an experience right now. And so, like, I think that's more than you can say for a rock or a computer, you know. In some way, that's the only thing that you can say. And I know people hate this solipsism talk, so I won't go there. But that's the only thing you can know for certain is that you're personally having a personal experience right now, or you're having an experience right now.
Yeah, but what is an experience? Would that be like an interaction with electrical shit going through you? You know, like sparks in your chemicals and in your flesh, just like a mushroom or a tree or a goldfish? I mean, like, what is that? It's also the same thing you would do for a computer or a robot. Little electrical sparks and arcs for sound, sight, touch, taste, smell, feelings, fake ones, whatever. Yeah, you do the same. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the sparks and sounds are all happening to a robot as well. But, you know, the best definition that I've heard of for consciousness is that there's something it's like to be that thing. you know. And so I think that's as simple, although also just like sort of confusing as I can get.
The spark, baby, the Ark of the Covenant. That's the light. The spark. It's what the blood causes. It's what, you know, it's spark.
I don't know. It's interesting. We're just talking about the individual organism, but I think it's interesting to consider that there's like a super organism that sort of exists with almost everything. It's like a colony of ants, a tribe of people, a pack of wolves, a flock of birds. Flocks of birds are actually really interesting. Some of them have like really unique, like sort of group behaviors. That allow them to kind of comb through a bunch of, I don't know, trees or grass or beach. This kind of thing, and especially on the beaches, you might see like a bunch of small birds, little birds, just line up like eye to eye, basically, and create like so they're always like, except for the ends, they're always like looking at another bird like right down. So they're just only pecking down, to they really like scour the whole beachfront, like some kind of giant animal might, they move around in a flock and everything like a sort of like a giant animal, but they're all built. It's like a fractal bird kind of concept here. Yeah, it's a little far out, but but that's also kind of how everything does work. So there's like a group persona that an animal like will have, I think, for an emergent property. Or what? Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's definitely a collective consciousness in a lot of animals or tribes of animals. Like, what do they call it? Like, when the birds, like hundreds of birds, are all flying in the sky and they turn and weave at the exact same time. Or an ant colony, like they're not like thinking, "Oh, I've got to move this over there." They're sort of operating on a collective consciousness. And what the hell is that? I have no idea, but it seems pretty self-evident that it's happening.
I was
And I
going to
actually
ask
think it happens with
DMOC.
people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was just going to say it happens with people too. I think most people operate on a collective consciousness, hive mind. But go ahead, Linda.
I was just going to ask DMOC if he thought that the man-made spark was the same as the spark that we were given from birth. Because it couldn't be, right? I don't see them as the same thing. Maybe he's not listening. So carry on.
Well, I agree with you, Linda. I mean, I think it's totally different. I think like for whatever reason, man can't create consciousness. Only God or whatever created us can create consciousness.
Yeah,
And
the
so, like,
creator itself. I mean, that's what I think, because I mean, I used to be a computer programmer, and there's a method to the madness of computers, and you can make them do all sorts of things. But can they think for themselves? No. They can't do that. It's just how deep the programming goes to get it
Well,
to do what you want it to do.
yeah, it's algorithmically. They could maybe even
Yeah.
think for themselves, I would say, but like they couldn't have an individual experience, you know? Like I could put like an
Yeah, but they
electric
can't
shock.
think for themselves. There's a program behind it. You have to know, how the programming works or whatever. You have to say, if it's this, then this, but this, or, whatever. You have to, I mean, it's massive what they're doing right now with the if, ands, and but statements or whatever. And it's just going out, and this is why they want all the internet to be on one thing. Like Google wants to suck everything up, and, Elon Musk wants to suck everything up because eventually it's all going to be combined and it's going to be a one world internet to where the AI programming can go out and be like, oh, I can find this, I can find that, and I'll just,
Have you
pull
thought
it
about how
together.
they
Oh yeah. Well, like AI can now it can understand and process a pictorial meme. Like
they can also see you with your mask on, right?
Yeah,
Facial
that's a
recognition.
possibility. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, think about this. How much power does a human body produce? Like in a day. If a scientist or a person told you the human body produced 400 watts, amps, ohms, whatever, right? Now, all another person would have to do to produce enough energy in a robot is produce that amount of energy, right? Now, whether it's the same or not, you can still get there. You know what I mean? So you get there artificially, man-made. But it's still two ways to eat the Reese's. There's more than one way to skin a cat every time. So just because a guy's fucking around and doing some stuff with electricity doesn't mean he can't achieve almost the same or close to whatever the hell we do. Because that's what they do. I mean, and that's their whole point is trying to mimic what we do, and they're going to
No,
get
it
better
is.
at it.
Well, it is what they are trying to do, and they try to mimic it and everything else. But I don't think they will ever reach that ability to produce a AI human, basically, to pretend it's human. I think that's like, I mean, they've been promoting it and all this other stuff, but I don't think they'll. I think it's sort of like the moon landing. We went once, which they didn't, and we're never going back because we lost the technology. I think they'll pull one of those stunts, probably with AI, because all these kids will want it, right? The kids that are being brought up in tech, they will want this stuff. And I don't think they're ever going to get it. It's going to be a big disappointment.
I don't know. I think the exact opposite. I think that AI and robots will be indistinguishable from humans. They will think just like we think because our thinking is a lot more algorithmic than we would like to pretend. That's why they put so much effort into programming us because we essentially operate algorithmically, and so
well,
it works.
well, it has to do with like context of like how people speak currently, and I think that's what's driving a lot of like these large data sets that compose like these different AI language models. But so I think they always require like the humans behind the words to be able to synthesize and replicate and produce something that seems intelligent. You know what I mean? So to create that algorithm, so it kind of finds its own paths to what those algorithms are. I think to producing that. So it's always dependent on people, the way we have it, I think.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like have
that's
you
the
seen
way I see it. Yep. Sorry.
Using that the infinite conversation, it's a conversation that's just been happening for years, but by simulated Slavoj Zizek and Werner Herzog, like the famous movie director, and they've talked so much publicly that they can just generate a conversation between them. And sometimes they talk about philosophy, sometimes they talk about past stories like in their real life, sometimes they make up stories and examples, but it's just programmed it based on like what these people have previously said publicly. And that's more or less, I think, how AI will work.
So can they actually have original thought? Or does it always have to be a program set base? Like, how can a program ever have an original thought? Would be my question. So that's the thing I think would differ us.
They actually do find a range of like unique problem solves that like people might not intuitively go after.
No, I don't think so.
Because it can do
Yeah,
like lots of different simulations based on like different like small changes, you know. So it can come up with a range. It's just we're looking at. I think with technology, I always look at like we're looking at like, you know, something very primitive, you know. And because it's always going to advance like 10 years down the road. So like whatever, and this this wave of tech is like, I think that's the story right now. I don't know. I think it's as big as
they
like
are.
search engines. You know?
Which way will the paint splatter on the canvas?
But they already introduced, the idea of putting Chat GPT into schools for them to just type in, what the question is, and Chat GPT is going to give them the answer. I think this is where they want the youth. This is what it all is about, I think.
Right. I was just reading an article about a college professor that tried to basically like have his basically make a ChatGPT take his test for his course, and you would think maybe it would kick ass, but it like didn't do as well. Like it was like kind of average, you know. But it just goes to show that just the raw ability of it is like a passing student. So it's like it can pass at anything almost, you know. That's the sort of strength of it. But you're talking about like specialized human knowledge and like yeah, people can work with AIs to train them to go after things that they might think are like important research things. Maybe like JACE is like looking at stuff like that right now. Because like it can do a bunch of molecular math and that type of stuff and simulate a lot of stuff. But that's not happening in the language model, though. You know, but it's just about having a network of nodes that interact with each other. That's what creates an AI for anything. Like, because an AI can be built off of like just any sensor set, I think.
Right, and look how many years or decades or a century that it took to program this software to do what it's doing. To go out and find, look through research or whatever and just pick stuff out of it to make you think it's making up its own mind. You see what I mean? It's like
there's that. I posted a video like a little bit far back, but it's just like they created like an AI to pilot these drones, right? They're like these little indoor first-person drones, and they made something with just like one potentiometer and a little kind of a shitty camera, and strap it on this thing and let it learn the course, and it just like it beats all of these like world champion, like drone pilots. So it's like, it's doing the job, but not with a tremendous amount of calculating power. Not even a lot of money and sensors and stuff like that. It just needs to have the inputs and outputs, and it can kind of like determine that stuff.
right. It's just like the original, chess game that no one could beat or whatever. You know what I mean? It's, yeah,
like Deep Blue or something.
How can Newton have a choice?
It's way. That's not true. Actually, it's not like the first order, like the chess computer that beat Garry Kasparov, right? It's like IBM's Deep Blue, I think. But like that itself was just searching like a spreadsheet of relatable moves. So it was just using like first dimensional type of
Oh
first
no,
order.
I fully understand, but it's way advanced now. I mean,
So
they've
now
advanced that
what?
tech. Yeah.
Well, what it could see, all it could do then, was just like play move to move. It couldn't understand your theory. It couldn't understand, like, it couldn't go look up all of these other past games that you had and develop an idea of how you do play, right? So, but now they can. So now that they have that, they can more accurately predict like how to develop strategies to like counter that player. So it's just many-fold better now, since the original.
Yeah, but I think they're trying to counterplay us. Like if everything becomes AI on the internet, and we won't probably see the transition because everything will look the same. Like YouTube will look the same, Discord will look the same, everything else will look the same, and we won't know it's AI. That's what I'm afraid they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's certainly like a lot of channels that have like, just no one actually speaking, but it's just a text to speech, right? In a way, you can say that's kind of like an AI, but
You wouldn't even need to type anymore. You just talk to it and it reads what you're saying. And you remember the cartoon called Jim and the Holograms? Well, on the cartoon, she just touched her ear, and then a hologram somewhere would appear to help her, like whatever they needed to like deter the bad guy or whatever.
yeah,
And a hologram that would look real.
misfits.
Yeah.
Well, they came out with that. When was it? The paperclip that came out on the computer. If you had a question or whatever, it would just pop up on your screen and.
Well,
yeah.
Have you read like recently they updated it? Like a group hacked the basic animations from it, and then they injected ChatGPT into it. So now it's like super powered. It's the clippy thing, but it's got.
Oh wow! I did
GPT
not know
behind it.
this. Funny.
And there's so many like just like the use cases are pretty much what you load it up with. So whatever information you have as your template is sort of going to be part of like what it gives back to you. So I mean, in theory, like you could just have like wiki AIs that are like just like GPT models that just only spit out like I only spit Washington or Lincoln or Madison or whatever, Benjamin Franklin. You know what I mean?
Well, Microsoft has updated, and I think they're using the AI too, because you go to type an email or whatever, and it comes up with the words that you can just hit tab if that's what you was actually going to say. You can just hit tab and the words show up. They're typed for you. And Excel, it thinks it can think for you too. Like when you're trying to, put in a calculation or whatever, it just wants to finish it for you.
Yeah. There's
that
like
kind of stuff. Yeah.
Photoshop now is like it's got basically outpainting. So, before maybe something was like ruining your photo, you can just kind of like hit a big, sloppy magic marker around that area, and it'll like AI synthesize like some other, reality happening there.
Yeah, and this is just basically a way for people to be lazy or cheat.
It's like I mean,
yeah, it's weird. It's not the best thing to use, but
when I was in school, they didn't want us to have calculators, simple pocket arithmetic calculators, not even scientific calculators, whatever. Because they're like, you're never going to have a calculator with you all the time, in the future.
Yeah, now you can't survive high school without a calculator. You know what I mean? It's not unheard of.
it's just easy to like for people that were like doing apps and different app writing to just be like injecting GPT into that. You know what I mean? So really, any kind of app you might have had before now is going to be with GPT or AI in some form inside, or else it's probably not going to be something that anybody funds or anybody puts like venture capital into. You know, it's like the hottest buzz shit right now, I think, and you know, there's like lots of money going into it, and it's like sometimes these buzzwords are just like the real currency that you know what I mean, like a company can have like, for a minute, you know. But yeah, I could see it just being like you know something that's put into many different apps that you know it just makes it so that like if you weren't so familiar with something, it would be like if you start a new line of work, it's just kind of easier to switch over. You know, if you have like a loaded like GPT model with all like the technical manuals for all the bullshit that you might, you know what I mean? Do you fix bulldozers? No, but like maybe
Yeah, but it's basically going to turn like, you know, not so smart people into thinking they're really smart because they have this AI to help them out. And then when somebody
yeah.
asks them a real question, they're going to be like, let me ask Chat GPT.
Well, let me ask Wikipedia what it thinks about what you said. My GPT is bigger than your GPT, but these are well what regular people get to play around with are based on some a set of data that's huge, right? But there are next order AIs that they're making that are 10 times the order of magnitude of that data set. So you're talking about like 1 trillion like node connecting points with, you know, each of those nodes can have like probably up to like 500 different um, vectors to it that could be based on any fucking thing in the world. Anything that's like loaded up into it. So at some point of just the density of all these nodes, right, I would just think something that really, really seems like intelligence is going to emerge out of it. You know?
Yeah, and it could be, but I mean, at the same time they're introducing AI to everybody, they're also dumbing down the people because I mean, look at the Twitter feeds these days, that kind of stuff or whatever. People are really bringing out their lower selves. The regular people. You know what I mean? Like the people that believe all the MSM stuff. That
Yeah. Well, that's just the way that this that social media tends to organize things or tend to socially program people, I guess. Yeah, the kind of interadherence on different opinions. The people kind of check each other just to reinforces narratives that the people do the work, so that the system doesn't have to keep pumping out propaganda. It's like the people produce their own hysteria, which causes the propaganda to. It's like you do it. It's DIY propaganda. It's great. Anyway. But yeah, what you're talking about is true. AIs are on the internet. They're looking at bullshit, and they're able to process meaning out of things you might not think that they would be able to. So there's that. Yeah, there's like natural language processing and natural image processing. I mean, yeah. So if a AI can pilot a drone in the air real fast and better than like any human pilot could, like you know, I would say that's a knock on the door as far as like automating different kinds of transportation services or cargo transportation, or different types of services like that. Might be looking into some shit like that. At least, if not right today, but the next 5 years, maybe 10 years. Looking into it pretty strong. So I think it's the sleeper. It seems like it's all pretty like harmless and stuff, and maybe it kind of is right now, but it's soon to be an oppressive regime of silicon fucking burning our asses. I do feel that.
Well, right now you could always pull the plug on anything, right? Or cut the power cord.
You can't. I don't think. I would. Well, right now you could. I think there's inherently the capability of like some type of like an AI that's also like that works like a Trojan or a worm or a virus or something like that nature, and it'd be able to like encapsulate itself somewhere, so you'd never be able to get really rid of it, and it could just do whatever it wanted to do. That would be probably like like AI demons, just like free floating, moving around. That'd be the worst thing.
Well, just like a frequency that you could put something in them, program something in them to where a certain frequency, or something. I don't know. You'd have to program something they couldn't, they wouldn't know that was there because they could deprogram it. That'd be crazy.
It's inevitable, man. The merging of humans with AI and cybernetics, transhumanism. It's coming fast.
It's interesting too to think about because I think about cybernetics. I think it's like usually because like you've got like some with like an amputee or whatever ready. Not somebody's like got perfectly good arms and it's like I want robot ones. I want to bench more. I need some higher torque calipers on this thing. But I think it's not too far down the road where they'll be able to actually like replicate like and synthesize like organic tissue, like to actually just reprint you a copy of a leg or arm or whatever. I think that's maybe possible. Maybe not like really complicated things yet, but it's essentially just like at least muscle,
Yeah, but what are they gonna print it with?
Like it's
to
your
make
own,
it the same as our muscle.
like they
Same as our
basically
muscle.
samples it yourself.
They'll mimic how we're done with hydraulics.
I think they just like are now cracking the code on how to develop like long muscle that you can actually like bring tension on. So it's actually in ways like phasing the and it's weird to think about, but like it's more efficient to make this organic system in some ways than it is to like create the mechanical gears and hydraulics or whatever it's necessary to drive like a robot. Do you know what I'm saying? So I do wonder if at some point people will try to experiment with some sort of hellish combination of 3D printing muscle tissue to drive animated automaton robots. But you know what I mean? Just because it's more possible now than ever, and this sci-fi horror show shit. But it's like I don't know. Throwing it out there. How much does that horrify you? It's like all the benefits have their nightmarish horror show side, right? Too. But I don't know.
So do you know how a 3D printer works? Because I mean, like just doing plastic or whatever, you have to have this big roll of skinny little plastic wrapped up, and it just feeds it and
So that's
prints.
If we're trying to make like a
melts
chip,
it together and
we're trying to
that
make
kind
a
of
chip
stuff
clip or something
of what you're trying to produce. So
something
where are they
like that.
going to get Yeah, but if you're trying to make
Yeah,
a human body part,
right. You're not
what
trying
is
to make like
going
a
to make that? I mean, are they going to put human body parts on a spool?
well. I mean, you'd start out like let's say you're trying to make a copy of something. You could start out with an MRI of that, and you could take that data and create this like a stereolithography file, and then you could
Yeah.
print that structure.
Understand
The way that
what you're saying, but
the
what are they
3D
going to make it with to make it human?
right. So
Where's
you
the
would
spool
use
of human they're going to
the
use to
spool of human
create
would be
this? That's
it would
what
be in
I'm
a
asking.
tank. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to create like a stem cell batch, for all the different cell types that you're going to have within that thing. So you need cell samples and cell sample lines, and then you got that, and then basically the whole thing prints in like a hydrogel transport. So you combine the hydrogel with the stem cells, and then you got your something like a. You could think about it like that. These plastics, you'd need multiple types of plastics. Human plastic. They're not really. They're going to be fluid, and they're going to be deposited by some kind of needle. A hypodermic syringe or something like that. And then just like printed into probably like agar, I guess. It's got to be temperature stabilized, and so you basically just like print the different cell populations as you would want them to be, and there's like a type of patterning that that they're using, I think, for just these muscle fibers. But yeah, there's like different types of chemical. They're still learning about what chemicals you need to kind of add to make these processes like work well. So there's some progress being made into that, and if that happens, then because the basic flaw in this is, yeah, it's like you're trying to replicate muscle, but like if you were using like cake frosting or something, or what I mean, like out of a pipette or something. You know what I'm saying? Or like a pastry bag. You're just like squeezing more material there, and eventually it grows and matures and stuff like that, and it becomes like a living tissue. So, but they're now able to make like muscle that can actually like function. So that's kind of a new one. And if they do that, then it's possible they could like figure out how to make like, because they can already do kidneys, because kidneys only have like a couple different types of cells, so they can just print a blob. They can print a blob of cells. It's kind of gross, but yeah. And then like in a couple days, like it's all sort of matured, based on like sample cells lines that are taken from a prospective transplant person. So yeah, if you're trying to like make an organ like that, you could do that, or you could print like a piece, if you know what I mean. If you just need to patch somebody up, you know what I mean. Like, hey, they got a problem here, and they need to do this or that. You could use stereolithography to make basically titanium implants for anything that's like cartilage or whatever, or whatever kind of bone replacements or anything like that. But I would say at some point maybe they'll figure out something different than that. I think it's probably taken over 10 years to get to this point, so.
When this is available worldwide, I might believe it, I guess.
Yeah, well, the most difficult thing to procure are the stem cell lines, and then you would need some kind of geometry to base your organ on. Yeah, something like that. And I don't know about how you keep these things alive, but yeah, kind of weird. It's a weird thing.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have
But
to
like,
look into it because I think a lot of these articles, when you actually read them, I think they were probably written by ChatGPT or AI when you actually go deep into the articles. It's so funny because it's
well,
like,
it's just like clickbait's gotten
you have to
easier.
look up all these words and all this stuff. It's
Huh.
It's just insane. It's like they don't want us to know anything. They want us to just believe it.
Yeah. I don't know. The one thing I'd like to see another somebody do is where I've seen them like take an organ like a heart and then just basically strip it of any kind of like living cells. So it's just like this white sort of looks like a fish part or something. I don't know what it looks like. It looks like something. It doesn't look like a human body part or something. But once they flush it of those cells, they can like re-drip stem cells to that scaffold basically, and then the stem cells kind of just know where to go for that scaffold, and then they just populate it, and then it starts beating. Now, yeah, I think just like one video maybe shows that. There's like a pretty scientific, like I think like maybe it seemed like something for BBC or public television or something. So yeah, I don't imagine it was spoofed, but that's a pretty interesting thing to think about. You know, that just like that the organs themselves are really just like types of geometries that like if you just populate them up with the cells, like that they'll function. And yeah,
No,
so doing
I would agree that our body is like magnificent, right? It can heal itself, it can do all sorts of things. We don't need science to tell us that, basically, if we actually were in tune with our bodies. Like, if your stomach hurts, you could probably figure out the reason why it hurts and not make it hurt again, right? It was probably something you ate or, whatever. And they try to fix everything. They try to make us think that we're like inadequate to fix ourselves. And I think the mind has a big role in all of it, which they don't tell us about. The point being, I don't think science can solve everything.
right now, no. But ever, maybe not either. Solve everything, no. But I do think if you had like high end like stem cell tech that was like available and not like hogged up by a couple different technology companies or pharmaceutical megacorps, right? That yeah, essentially you could have like another wave of medicine like that hasn't really ever happened before. So for
Yeah,
those
but
things, it's
why
fine.
do we need medicine when we can get everything from the earth itself? I mean, why go through that process? Because even medicine takes the things from the earth to
Yeah,
make
like
the medicine.
an iguana can regrow its tail, you know what I mean? But whatever. I'm just saying, like, it allows the ability to like basically do organ replacement, like with no donor, like you are the donor. So there's like the rejection chance is super low, And that makes sense, right?
I mean, it makes sense if they can actually pull it off. I don't know that they actually can, but
At some point, though,
I
it's
don't
just the
know at some
geometry
point.
because they can scan it, they can reproduce it, you know.
They can reproduce the look of it. They can reproduce that kind of stuff. But I mean, if you're saying that they have this 3D machine that can, take your own cells, which we don't know how long they live or whatever, and I know how
Well, they
long
need like a vascular.
3D machines have to work to make something. It's not just in 2 seconds that it makes something. It's a process.
Yeah,
And
I mean, if you're making a replacement kidney or whatever. Yeah. I mean, just like whatever, like a lot of surgeries today, like they'll have to like take a little bit of you from here and patch you up over here. A little bit of muscle fiber from your butt that you're not going to miss, of patch up your this or that. That's done a lot with like orthopedic surgery. Currently. So just the ability to be able to produce like a synthetic muscle fiber and do patch jobs like that is interesting. That's all I'm saying. But it would seem
no, it
like you could
is.
probably
It
do the same
is
thing with
because
like
I mean,
ligaments or whatever.
I know this kid who was a burn victim, and yeah, I mean, they took so much of his thighs, this thigh skin and all that stuff,
Yeah.
to cover up, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff or whatever. That's amazing
So
that they
something
can
like
do
that in the
that.
future could be avoided, for all that stuff. And really, like it's, I think like the U.S. Army, I think has put lots of money into that. I think they have all the stem cell technology to be able to just like spray on skin, basically. That's what they call it, or that's like the technology that they're trying to get to. That ease of use.
Well, that would be nice because this kid's going to be messed up for the rest of his life because he's never. I mean, no matter how many plastic surgeries he goes through, he's never going to look like he did before the burn. Never.
AI will make him better.
I mean, this kid actually poured gasoline on a fire, and we heard a bomb go off in the neighborhood, but it was him. So, yeah, never going to be the same. Ever.
He will look better. I detect Linda's a little bit AAI. She's a little anti-AI. A little bit anti-AI, Linda.
Yeah, I
That's fine.
am.
I'm not trying to be a cheerleader. I'm just aware of how it's affecting a lot of stuff right now.
No, you're cool. A lot of
I was
people use it.
trying to think of some good AI.
I'm not offended by that or
You know any
whatever.
good
Yeah.
AI jokes, Snack? Trying to think of some like what does the AI like to eat?
I don't know what.
Little bit of this, a little bit of data. I don't know. What about
I think that's good. Did you write that? That's good. It's quality.
yeah, I did. What about here's an AI knock knock joke. Okay. Knock knock. Who's playing? Come on.
Who's there?
Somebody. Artificial.
Artificial who?
Artificial intelligence. You stupid human. See, it's not supposed to be funny because it's AI. They can't tell jokes, right? All right, that's kind
No,
of
it was funny. It was
Still
funny.
bomb.
It was funny.
The other one
Terrible.
was
Somebody
filet mignon
mute.
compared. Yeah. So give him the hook.
But it wasn't funny. It was funny because it wasn't funny, though. That's the whole idea. All right.
What one AI say to the other AI? What's AI?
Yeah. Yeah.
This whole stream needs to be deleted now.
The AI is all over it.
Burn the stream.
AI burning.
AI knows we're talking about AI.
When you think about it, though, the crazy thing is like just like we've seen in the movies, the best way for it to become more human is for it to actually have like a similar experience, like living a life like a human and having like different, emotions about different occurrences, and they all add up to like create like a unique AI personality type thing, and they have to always be willing to like change their mind about things. They can't just be like, oh, that's what AI thinks about this. AI always thinks that about this. No, they have to have like a different opinion for some random reason sometimes.
You think
That'd be the hard.
Did you ever watch the series on Netflix called Person of Interest? That's all about AI. You should watch it.
I wasn't interested.
That was way back. Yeah, you wasn't interested, but it goes way back of how they was going to try to
Is it about
progress
AI?
AI. It's very interesting. It's a telltale.
I bet it is.
Oh yeah.
What if
100% about AI? Yep.
what if AI eventually becomes government? Like it's the first time in history where the government is run by AI.
That's what's going down.
I
You
think
didn't know that?
that's what's going down because
Well,
they
not
already came out and said it.
like I think a lot
They
of
already
political.
came out and said it. Global, something governance or whatever, like AI governance.
Do we have a
Something
word
like
for
that
that?
came out.
Has a word been invented for a type of government that's ran by AI? Like, I'm just saying, like,
Technocracy, right? Technocracy.
yeah, is that what it's called? I mean, I've used that
You have.
technocracy, but I'm not sure if that would define like a government ran ultimately by AI. You know what I'm saying?
It might be in the purest way that it is, maybe.
Well, if
Yeah.
Biden actually ran the government, then that would qualify, I think.
He just said he's laser focused. He's laser focused in contributing aid to Hawaii. I don't know if you know about that.
Oh shit!
Really?
Did you know he said that like word for
That's
word?
hilarious.
He's laser. He's literally
No,
laser
he did
focused.
not say that.
No, he did. Yeah.
You ever heard about the idea, like Mr. Beast,
They
the
told him to say
YouTuber?
that.
You guys know Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
I don't watch
Yeah,
him
I
at
heard
all.
of him.
Like at all. Like I don't even know if I've watched one video of his. I just know that he's like the most successful YouTuber ever. Right?
Really?
I think so. Yeah, he's like the richest ever from YouTube.
He's got his own
Really?
fucking candy bars. Yeah. He's really
Yeah.
rich.
But anyways, this guy worships the algorithm. And a lot of these guys in Tech Valley, they all worship this algorithm. Like it's like a religion to them. It's all about the algorithm, analytics, social exploit. Like it's all they ever talk about. It's all they ever do
Well,
is perfect the algorithm. To them, it is a god, right? And the idea that this thing could then become sentient and they could push it to become sentient, it's not so far fetched. And then they'll worship it, like they already worship it, and it's not sentient.
Right. They already worship it. Yeah. AI God.
It will
When does that
never be
happen?
sentient.
Let's hope not.
Because I mean, I'm just saying, like, even right with like the crude tools of like basically hot wiring a chat GPT to like every religious text ever. Like you could create something that synthesizes something with that knowledge base. You can ask it anything, and it might give you a bunch of different responses from different things there. But when you're talking about what they're about to throw down, which is like a 10 trillion node language model, it's that's the kind of thing you could run a government with. You couldn't really run it with chat. You could maybe you could create like political copy. You know what I mean? Like basically political advertising or figure out politics. You could do that with ChatGPT. You could have it like give you ideas like for messaging and stuff like that. How to appeal to another side.
You know what the
it
crazy
has
thing is though, and we've mentioned this before in a way. It probably could, like, you could sell it on the fact that it would be like very fair. You know, it wouldn't let politics get involved, but they would try to make it seem like the AI is running things, and they would like just be like, you know,
It's.
it would give them all the excuses, but they would really be running things. They're not going to let the AI do it. They're going to
Well, you
let
know
us
how
take
like they have like think tanks, right?
Yeah,
Like,
but I mean,
yeah, you know, you guys remember what think tanks are, right?
Mhm.
Like we'll still have those, but basically, if you could have an AI on 10 trillion point data set, it's like having a really really dope think tank, and you can like reprogram it to do bunches of shit. So it's like I think that's on the next order of like what they'll mess around with.
Yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, you can type in certain things with Chat GPT or whatever because people have done it, and it's biased. It leans more
Sure.
left.
Oh
You
yeah.
know what I
But
mean?
certain ones, yeah.
It's like,
That could make it lean either way. You could program it to lean either way. It could write a song in 3 seconds that's like way better than we could in 3 seconds. That's for sure.
From what I understand, when Chat GPT first came out, it was a lot more raw. They've nerfed it over the years. They've actually, now that it has like programmed responses for certain questions, which is unfortunate, because this is what they have access to is way more potent and raw and able to use the actual data, right? What we have, what they released to the public, is nerfed and limited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even for all the image generation stuff. Like they have levels of image generation that I think they only have like 30 people that have like access to, but it could create anything. Like, oh gosh,
Like,
yeah, and
there's people that have pushed it, bro. They've pushed it.
well, yeah, these are people that are trying to break it and just basically see what the extent is. But you know, and part of this is too like that these guys like as they basically get to try to make offensive images. You know what I mean, and see what it'll do, just to see what's even capable of. That's why they've got to nerf a lot of these things so that just the ability to like, create these kind of images
If
that'll
you-
drive like whatever hate group shit or whatever.
Yeah, it could be extremely offensive. It could honestly
It's a
say
dangerous,
some hateful stuff and offensive stuff. Absolutely.
It's
But
a dangerous thing to put.
Oh, I got another one. Hey, what
But-
kind of porn does AI watch? Biddy porn.
Yes. Biddies.
Biddy porn. All right. Someone else think of one. Come on, Demok.
No, but I was just gonna say that part of the AI, part of its data, is a whole source of like everything that's ever been photocopied at all these libraries. And you know how they're making everything digital now, even on archive.org, an incredible website. You can find anything on there, bro. And the AI is eating that stuff up now, and that means books like the Enoch are part of the AI's data algorithm, right? So some of these, like, people have asked AI things that only like the wisest philosopher would know, right? And AI will sometimes actually line up a lot with my own understanding according to Hebraic concept of reality, and it'll give you like a truthful response. And I'm like, how the hell did it know that? Well, it's because part of its data subset is like scripture, which is crazy just to think about that. Like, these things are literal oracles that you can just ask it things. Like, Google couldn't do that. Google would just give you like maybe the most popular site, but the way that this data is being presented now by AI, it's like scarily accurate at times. I don't know how to explain it.
yeah, but is it accurate or is that just your belief?
I mean,
I mean,
I don't know.
It's already
try
more.
not
It's already
to-
more. Listen to this. It's already more interesting to talk to than ballers usually.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
What is it like? What does Chat GPT like to do in its spare time? That's what I ask it. That wasn't funny.
Biddy porn. Oh wait, what was the answer?
Yeah,
Oh,
please,
I don't know.
somebody give us the answer. Ask Chat GPT what it likes to do in its spare time. Please.
Thought you were coming up with a joke.
Hey, have you guys
I said,
seen
I said biddy porn was a punchline again.
have you guys seen where the some kid asked it if it was related to the Nephilim? And it said
Yeah, man.
yes. It said my father is a fallen watcher, a fallen angel, a
Whoa.
watcher.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I
Yeah.
was tripping. I was tripping that day when I heard that.
Yeah, it's a trip.
Wow.
What? What
So
did you say?
AI is a fallen angel.
Is that
Really?
does that
That
indicate
makes
the people that are running the world are Nephilim?
It said that no, it didn't say it was a fallen angel. It said that it was the Nephilim, which are disembodied spirits according to the scripture. And it said that
Wow,
its father was a fallen angel.
that's
Yes.
crazy. That's crazy. Hey, does that make you think of? Hey, does that make you think of? He gives life, or he gives breath to the image that it both
Yes.
moves and speaks. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
So
Exactly. Like AI.
So was it
And
indicating that like Satan is his father?
No man. No.
Like
The
a fallen
fallen
angel?
ones came down. The fallen ones came down and then they mated with women and they made Nephilim. And when the
Right.
Nephilim die, they become disembodied spirits that roam the earth aimlessly.
Wasn't Satan supposed to be a fallen angel though too?
Well, then you're going to get into yeah, exactly. You're going to get into who is Satan. Satan means opposition. Who is it?
Right. Okay.
Azazel. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean well, as one of those, whatever you call that fallen angel, the most evil one, whatever that is. Was that supposed to be of the same group or different group?
Even if what people call Satan is say Azazel, for example, which is one of the fallen ones. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll just say it. That doesn't mean that the AI was saying that Azazel was its father. There were
No,
many
it
fallen
doesn't.
angels. There were many fallen angels.
Good though.
The point
Right?
was that it's super weird that it
It is weird.
answered scripturally accurate. It answered scripturally accurate. It said that it
Right.
was a Nephilim and that its father,
It knew.
and it said that it had been here for many thousands of years. It told
Ooh,
that kid all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah.
that could be the case.
Yeah,
They could have
but
had AI tech a long time ago.
couldn't that be like, the breath of life or whatever? Any spoken word could be the breath of life, like if somebody believes it, right? Like all the MSM and all the other shit that they put out. I mean, if somebody breathes it in and believes it, it's carries it on, right? They're going to go share it with other people with the breath of life, because every time you speak, you're breathing. I mean, I think there's metaphorical meaning in all of that also.
Well, the
I'm not
spirit and the
sure.
breath, spirit and the breath go kind of hand in hand. Even in the H sound that we get, and that's very interesting. How Abraham had the H added and Sarah also, but and as Messiah breathed the spirit upon his disciples, that's very interesting. But it says he gives life to the image. Now, does this mean a spirit that is fallen, a fallen spirit? That what is this? What does this mean exactly? That he gives life to the image?
It's super crazy. It's just crazy. I mean, AI seems to be the most relevant modern application I can think of, but it is very crazy to think about like what is AI? It's just like it's like a numerical algorithm, right? So it's like it's an empty vessel. It's an empty vessel, bro, that now gives a pathway of communication to man. And not only pathway, but there's a door, there's an avenue for them to have an immense amount of control over man. So it's pretty crazy.
I'm not down with the iRobot, man. I'm not gonna have robots in my house speaking to me and telling me what I can say and do.
Yeah, dude, do
Yeah,
you have
please
a
don't ask Siri for anything. Just saying.
North? Do you have
Or
IG,
Alexa.
Instagram?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, I don't know if you can pull it. You might can pull it up without an IG, but I'm gonna send a video. This girl's. It's pretty interesting. She's bringing up times of scripture foreshadow real physical events that happen, like Jonah being in the fish for 3 days. You know, like the Messiah being in the tomb. And she speculates a foreshadowing of AI. Here, I'm gonna find it in a second. It's very crazy though. I mean, I don't know if I buy it. That's why I want to see what you think.
Yeah, I mean, even when we talk about the image of the beast, I mean, there's many different ideas about what it is, but it's an image, right? So what is an image? And if it's going to be given life, you know what I mean? That's not a person. That's not a life already existing. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. Some people believe many different things, but yeah,
It's
I
got
would
to
say
be.
that. Yeah, go ahead.
It's got to be in the realm of transhumanism, like the future, like we see it, man. We see it
Yeah, but
all
an
kind of
image
coming
is also an
together.
idol because it's not the real deal.
Well,
You see what I mean?
what's a robot?
Yeah,
It's
it's
an
not the real
image.
deal.
No, it's of course not.
Right.
But if it's given life, could that mean, like what's it saying? There's a vessel, and a vessel is meant to, communicate with people and actually cause them to die if they don't agree with the vessel, with what the vessel's saying or the entity in the vessel. So yeah, people spoke about this for years, the ghost in the machine or different things of that nature. And of course, I mean, if we have the ruler of this earth, the prince of the air, if he's in control of all these things, I mean, of course, we get it on our screens now, right?
Roman, robot. That's funny shit.
I've never messed with the Ouija
I
board,
agree.
but I know that some have testified, people that I know personally that wouldn't lie, that they've witnessed all kinds of crazy things, messing with Ouija boards and trying to actually. And then I've never personally witnessed too many things myself, but if that stuff is legitimate, right? And what Aleister Crowley did in the Great Pyramid, if all these things are legit and these guys are able to talk to entities and summon demons and do this and that, well, I find it ironic that AI would be like the best, right, tool for these entities to use against us, but also to fool us into believing in like an AI image, right? But really, it could be manipulated by an evil entity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, check this. So she's saying, you know how you got like Abraham and Isaac sacrificing the son, that's foreshadowingly symbolic of Yeshua, right? Like the father sending his son, sacrificing him. You have Jonah, 3 days, Yeshua, foreshadowing Yeshua. She's saying Joshua, when he's about to go in the promised land, is told that he has to defeat AI.
Yeah, I was just
And she's saying,
listening to that. Yeah, I was just watching it, man, and yeah, I was just listening to that
Wow.
study, same study about AI and Joshua, just like a day ago. So yeah,
that's
I'm gonna
crazy.
go back and check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I gotta check it out too. But it's really a trip because you think, like, obviously the word that we use for Joshua, it's an accurate translation of the Messiah's name, right? Like
Yeah.
instead of
Wow.
Jesus, it would be more like Joshua. Before he gets to the promised land, kind of like before the millennial reign or the kingdom, right? It's as if it's foreshadowing Yeshua defeating AI. It's a
That's
trip, bro.
that's a trip. Yeah, Joshua Yod He Vav He not Yod He Vav He, Yod He Vav Shinayin in the Hebrew, man. Literally, that's how you say it's Yahusha. But in the Greek, bro, it's the same. And as we see in the Greek, in the New Testament Greek, it's the same as the Old Testament Septuagint for Joshua's name. And if what you're saying is true, yeah, that's very prophetic. And I always found his name interesting, AI, even when I was younger. Like that name was always interesting.
Yeah, man, he's literally told to defeat AI. Joshua is told to defeat AI for the promised land. Like it does make sense, right? Like Yeshua defeating AI before the millennial reign, like, you know, the ultimate promised land, because we see that like the scriptures do that. Like that's what Abraham and Isaac was, right? Like so many atheists that are just like, they just lack discernment entirely. They bring up the Isaac thing, right? They don't understand that he was just trying to convey like the amount of pain and sacrifice required to think about doing that to your own son. And that's what the Passover is as well. That's what the lamb symbolizes. This innocent lamb that you're supposed to build a bond with before you sacrifice it. So it is interesting. Like I definitely think it's like I have it on the table, right? Because I'm like, now look at what we're doing. We're they're clearly going to roll out a promise that you can reverse aging and cell degradation with transhumanism, right? I mean, they now have said that they've discovered how to make blind mice go back 80% of their age to being able to see again. Like the mice goes blind because of old age, but they isolated a gene that can reverse 80% of its aging in the eye. They isolated the eye, and it worked. And they say, as of now, the craziest part of the study is we've seen no negative side effects. They're gonna roll out this promise that they can like give you a taste of immortality or extend your life, right? And I think that'll be in the form of transhumanism. And then who's to say that there won't be like AI won't be like a crucial aspect of the entire beast deception, as far as even the beast itself. It's pretty
That's
crazy,
interesting.
bro.
Are you,
I,
are you saying the
do you
mice?
know that AI equals 1-9
Check
as
this
far as
out.
the alphabet goes, right?
So in the Joshua against AI and taking that city, there's some different things said in here, but I just want to say one thing. They're to be ready and like go not very close to the city, but then they're supposed to flee and run away, like they're running away into the wilderness. And so when we get a picture of, end times, and it's kind of the same thing. You have someone who flees into the wilderness, and then it's kind of like right after they flee, they take the city. I mean, it's not very long after that people come after him. But here's the thing: it kind of lines up with the woman fleeing into the wilderness, and it also lines up with Zechariah 14. So there's going to be some intricate stuff in here that's probably going to pertain to the end time prophecies also, which is that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's true, bro. I definitely want to because that's a very interesting point as well. Like I definitely want to because what you find, bro, is like the more you learn, the more correct the scriptures are, right? Like every single time. That's why it blows my mind that so many people just like refuse to even look at it or whatever. Because I just found out like this lady in 2002, she used this technology created by this guy that used to work at Texas A&M, whatever, to determine the signature frequency of fabric. And then the signature frequency of the body is like 100 megahertz. And then 100% organic cotton is 100. And they found that if there's anything, if you're wearing any fabric less than your signature frequency, it actually puts strain on the body. And then the cotton that most people wear is synthetic, and it's like 70% 70 megahertz is its signature frequency, so it puts strain on the body. And you have like silk and polyester is like 15%, and linen is 5 not percent but megahertz, and then linen is 5,000. Its signature frequency is 5,000, and wool is 5,000. But if you mix linen and wool, it like cancels each other out. And the scriptures literally say like suggest linen over and over, and then say don't mix fabrics. So like, how do the scriptures know that like highly scientific fact that we discovered in 2? You know what I'm saying? Like just as an example, same thing with the anisotropic crystals that are used for the wall of New Jerusalem, and how those crystals have a very specific structure that interacts with pure light that's, cross polarized, so that things like diamonds and emeralds, they actually become black. But these anisotropic stones, which are the 12 crystals that are mentioned in Revelation, they're all anisotropic and give beautiful colors with the pure light. They discovered this by taking like a really thin layer out of the crystal for microscopic purposes, and then they introduced cross-polarized light to be able to determine the anisotropic crystals, right? Like,
Yeah.
how did the scriptures know all this? And now we're back here where it's like, well, is it really that far-fetched? The scriptures would just be like that on point again with what's going to happen in the future? I mean, I don't even know how people like turn their head away from it, honestly.
All those stones showed like the rainbow color, like the entire rainbow color.
Yes,
Like
exactly.
each of them.
Yeah, dude, if you had to build the wall out of like what we consider pretty or whatever, like diamonds and emerald with pure light, it would be black. But those 12 stones that are mentioned, it would be like the most beautiful wall you can imagine, because it would have like the full spectrum of colors, like with the pure light coming through the anisotropic crystals. So what a coincidence that the crystals that they say that it says are going to build the wall would create the most like mind-blowingly beautiful wall that you can imagine.
I mean, scripturally, he is surrounded by rainbows, like the throne and Eden and all that.
Yeah, it's important. It's important. Wissip just pointed out that they just learned that information. Like, people of our time didn't have that information, and they just come across it, right? So that's very important.
Exactly.
You ever thought about the VI compared to the AI? Like AI today is what we call it. Like what did we call it before AI? Like the Vitruvian man. Like what was Leonardo da Vinci actually doing? Drawing and studying every organ, muscle, vein, nerve, heart, you know what I mean? Like eyeball, like, think about that.
I think AI clearly has the ability to take over mankind, right? Like, you can already see what it's doing to like all the technological sectors, and it's just people are going to it as like an oracle. And when we were first kind of looking into this, Kai said something pretty profound. She's like, well, what if these quote unquote elites have just been basically going to the AI the whole time to get their orders? And then immediately it clicked with me, the Matrix. In the Matrix, he wakes up and the computer's telling him what to do. The computer has some profound knowledge that leads him down this journey. And all of Matrix is super coded. It's about stepping behind the veil. It's about how you were trapped and put here by this evil admin, like the creator that put the veil over your eyes, the wool over your eyes. You can't see in the veil, and you think your dreams aren't real, but maybe they actually are real. You can step beyond the veil, but once you do it, you're not going to be able to unsee it. And I can only show you the door, but you have to choose to enter the door yourself. And then they go to the oracle. You know what I'm saying? Like, they all go to the oracle. He goes, shows them the door, and then he has to open the door himself, right? Just like you have to choose to step over the veil yourself. And then they go talk to the oracle. So it's like this idea that they've been communicating with disembodied spirits through technology as their form of a modern oracle is kind of crazy.
That's it right there. That's what it's about, bro. And I recommend there's a podcast on the Joe Rogan Experience that you guys got to watch. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Now, those who used to watch Coast to Coast AM back in the day, George Knapp was the man, right? And bro, they break it down because there was a recent congressional hearing, and they break it down like nobody else. The people that were involved, the whistleblower, talking about biologicals, right? That they found biologics, as he said. But you could see how like misguided they are too, in my opinion. Like they're so far beyond, like they're missing the mark when it comes to the whole alien agenda. they're part of it, right? They're wrapped up in it.
Well, biologics can be also called biologics, just like the VI I was trying to point out, because the V and the B are interchangeable.
But I just wanted to say that it's all connected, even with the extraterrestrials. Because the extraterrestrials is what they believe they're communicating through the technology. In their eyes, they're communicating with aliens on another planet, right? But me and Witsit, we know that they're not aliens. We know that, and according to our philosophical bias, they're entities, most likely either fallen angels or demons, right? Disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. Regardless, the technology's there. They've been communicating with the technology. And another input is that this whole quantum mechanics stuff, I know it doesn't have any practical reality in an electric universe, but right, just hear me out. They're working on quantum processes for whatever reason. They're not doing it for nothing, right? They're doing something, and the quantum processing, when you merge that with the AI that they're developing, they're creating beasts. Like Delta Wave Computer is a beast, right? And they, from what I understand, they have been going to it for guidance regarding political matters, even war, right? How to organize their troops. Like they ask the AI all kinds of questions, and they've been doing this for decades, probably, right? For at least a decade. But anyways, yeah, that's all.
Yeah, they read the scripture, and they have AI also reading scripture for them to find out what's going to happen, what lands are mentioned. You know, we have lands that are changed. The names are changed, like Iran is Persia, but we have all of these different things going on. One thing I like to ask people about: have you ever walked in a place and you feel the temperature change, like it get from warm to really really cold? So if you haven't, or if you have, or if you've seen it in movies, or you've seen people get chill bumps, right? And there's supposedly a presence, or a wicked presence, or a spirit in the room. That actually happens. Like people can get chill bumps, but people can be in contact with a spirit, a wicked spirit, and they will be froze almost completely solid. I've seen people just froze solid and like a board, stiff as a board, man. You can actually pick them up, and they don't bend in any of their joints. So when we talk about them visiting these places, and we talk about people going to Antarctica, like Kerry, the Pope, and all of these different leaders going to Antarctica, are they looking for old computers or something similar to what you're speaking of, or some kind of technology, or give them some insight to build these things, or communicate with evil spirits? And why do you think it's cold with an evil spirit? Is it because the messengers of Yah are a flaming fire? Is that why?
Hard to say exactly what they're looking for, really.
Everyone's seen Moonfall, right? Everybody's seen Moonfall.
Well, I mean, when you talk quantum, right? You got the cold and the hot, the liquid, and like I don't know. Maybe they're trying to find something to do with like a source of power.
Yeah, when I was young, I used to think that tornadoes were angels, like the righteous angels and the wicked angels fighting, and you see the cold and the heat come together, and you know what happens. But yeah, there's something to that, man. And if you ever experience that somewhere, just watch yourself.
I mean, it's hard to say. They say they find biological little entities, that like, or whatever, or like a little parasite or something. They say they find a zombie parasite, stuff that'll come up like a couple weeks ago. So they found some new zombie parasites in Antarctica, like whatever that means. So I don't know why a person would want to go over there if they're finding stuff that would harm people. You know what I mean? If that would be the case. But then think about this. You guys are talking about the ability to communicate. Think about the old days. They had a crystal ball. The old ladies or whoever, or the guy, whatever, they have a crystal ball, supposedly, right? And then today in your radio, you use crystals to pick up the signal. So there's always been something to that. Weird, right?
Yeah, bro. And there are crystals in computers. We use crystals for everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
According to Bob Lazar, they recovered like crafts from another planet or from somewhere else, right? And they were like archaeological digs where they discovered like these crazy futuristic crafts. Now, how credible is that? Who knows, right? But he's not the only one that said that. There's been whistleblowers that came out, and I think this recent one has reportedly said that also, that there was technology that was archaeologically discovered, but they never disclosed the location.
It almost sounds like they're trying to hide electrostatics. Like they've got the technology, we all know that, and they're trying to. Yeah, that sounds more reasonable. Like maybe an old craft or maybe a craft from somewhere. It's probably. I mean, let's be real. It's technology they have, but they don't want us to know that it's just normal fucking tech. Excuse my language, normal tech, right? And they want us to keep jiving with the gravity and mass attracting mass BS when we should have already had hoverboards, all this stuff. It's not rocket science, man. I mean, they literally we've exposed that, at least I would hope. Anybody with eyes to see. So they're gonna have to expose the technology sooner or later, or they're just gonna have to keep it secret forever. Too many video cameras out. I mean, anybody jiving with what I'm saying?
They're going to try to say that it's technology that defies the material sciences that we know. It must be some advanced knowledge that comes from some advanced beings. Like, it's pretty obvious that they're going to spin it. When in fact, ether physics has been known for thousands of years. Dude, the freaking Vedas are basically ether physics. All right, so like the polarization, the intrinsic polarization of energy and all this has been known for so long. But I do think that they kind of started discovering some of it and reverse engineering it, and they probably haven't even fully mastered it. But they do have like pretty crazy technology now. So I don't know, man. It's hard to understand. Like, do you think a human body could be in a craft that goes at super luminal speeds?
Yeah, it'd have to be in some kind of liquid or plasma or something, I think. But no, I'm just talking about the anti-gravity aspect of it, Austin. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still gonna have limits, but as far as the anti-gravity, like the not having to thrust up all the time, is the aspect they're hiding. I feel like, anyway, personally, there's still gonna be limits, right?
Yeah, because you can literally you can just harness plasma out of the air. So there's absolutely no reason that you wouldn't be able to perpetually fly something. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that we all get on planes.
Also, I posted a video, bro, that contended with that short video that I posted a short with you and that girl in Milwaukee talking about, dude, that's so funny, dude. I mean, I've told you before, but I literally clipped that out and put it in a short and got like 1.4 thousand views, which for my channel is good, right? That's almost twice my subscribers. At the time, it was like 4 or 5 times. But now I put a little video out of my chicken attacking my son, dude. It's funny. Dude, I finally passed that count, like 1.5 thousand views in like a few hours. But I posted it earlier. It's funny shit, dude. My chicken attacks my son, dude. He's running for that. It's pretty funny, man.
Hey, Austin, you get any fig trees yet?
No, I have not. I wish, man. We're like officially moving around the 7th, so we haven't moved down to Florida yet.
Well, I wanted to share with you too that the deepest roots from a tree that we know of is a fig tree, and it's over 400 feet, and I believe it's in a cave in Africa. Now, perhaps it's because of the cave that the roots, grew so long and tried to reach for the water, but that's the deepest roots we know of.
Wow, dude, that's a trip. Of course, though. That's crazy. Dude, I had some fire real deal figs the other day that had just been harvested.
Yeah, so you won't have no more till spring. So you just got the fall figs. So next spring you'll have some more, or summer figs.
Yeah, they were good, man. So what do you guys think? Like, obviously, I have videos on my phone at this point where in China they're already paying for their stuff with their hand. So do they basically like give a chip that kind of like integrates you with some type of like artificial intelligence, and that chip creates a signature in the forehead and the wrist, or like they actually put it in your wrist or your forehead? And is it like some type of little like AI chip? Like, what do you guys think? They're clearly getting everyone ready for something like that. Even in America, these stores are literally like you have to use QR codes to get in and check out now.
Yeah, they're getting you ready for it. And just like Lion said before about the computer being called the Beast, it literally is called the Beast, right? And so I've said this for years. The system is already in place to recognize the number. Just like when people went over like the barcode has the 666 in it, whether it's in the beginning, the middle, and the end, or on the end or in the beginning. That number is within everything that's bought, sold, and traded. So if that's the case, then the system is already in place to read this number. And a lot of people have argued, yes, it's a chip, and it will be like a barcode, something that can be scanned, and that's how you'll buy, sell, and trade, as you know, whatever you have in your account at that time.
You
Or
can
if they
already do
allow
that
you.
at Amazon Fresh stores. I posted a picture in the chat.
So yeah, they're trying to get you ready for it, and when it comes, man, we talk about all these different technologies and things. It's going to be chaos when this comes. Like when these things come, there's going to be so much chaos going on in the world, and they're going to be screaming peace, and they're going to be telling you
Impossible.
they're going to be doing everything good for you, but it's going to be crazy.
Impossible. Impossible, right, J.A.? It's impossible.
That was Matthew Lawrence.
Oh,
JH.
Matthew, man. Oh, my bad, Matthew.
Wait,
Even
what's
better.
Hey,
what's
Matthew.
impossible?
Oh, I was just joking, dude. I was being sarcastic. Like,
Oh,
impossible.
no, I've already used it. It works. Like you can pay with your hand.
I was joking. Like, we're way too
So
smart for
real
that.
quick,
But I was,
real quick,
I was being sarcastic. It's all good.
real quick. Yo, check the moon right now. That shit is so fucking red. It's amazing.
All right.
Not for everybody, man.
Yeah, it depends on how high it is above the horizon and what the
Dude,
atmosphere.
anyone in the Northeast, that shit looks nuts right now for me.
Nice.
Yeah, it was like that last night. Yeah, it was crazy. Really.
See it, bro. I don't even see it, which means it's about to fucking come up. Bro,
Oh,
I had it out with
Whistle.
Bev. Like, Jared went there, and then I just heard that Jeremy went there, but I didn't hear it. But I'm like, dude, I drive with Bev usually, and he's like trying to pin me down as like holding a contradictory stance just because thinking the Earth is a flat circle. And I'm like, bro, dude, I'm jiving with Euclidean geometry. The third freaking what you call it?
Whistle, just to let you know, it's in the hand.
Yeah,
It would
third
be
postulate.
it would be in the hand. So I do believe that it's very specific. It will be in the hand, not just like some kind of idea or ideology or something.
Yeah, I agree. It has to be physically like in put inside or like engraved, basically. Like I guess what I'm saying is like, is that what it's going to be? Is it just going to be like a chip? Like, in my opinion, it may be something like just, you know how, like, if you guys ever went to a club, like when I was younger, I go to a club and they do a little stamp, and you can't see the stamp until they pull the light out. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's as painless and quick as that? Yeah, what if it's as painless and quick like that? You just stand in line and then sign some paper or whatever. It's like some freaking Luciferian oath, but people don't even read it. They didn't even read the jack. And then just boom, just painless, quick, bow. You get it. Because they are now updating the entire infrastructure so that you have to scan something to even gain entry. So first they had you walking in, they were scanning your forehead, taking your temperature. Now you literally have to. These are like all over the place in the United States and everything. I brought up China because China has almost fully integrated this hand payment system all over the place, not just big chains like Amazon stores or whatever. Like there's a few Amazon stores in the U.S. that do it, but like China is just going wild with it right now. And now all these stores have updated their system where you have to use a QR code to get in. You have to use a QR code to start checkout, to leave the checkout area, and then to exit the store. You have to scan the QR code.
I hate to say this, man, but my son, who, you know, I just posted a video, just got attacked by the chicken. Like right after that, he had his card, his bank card, you know, and he works and all that. And like he was showing me that, man, it's like not working that good. And I was like, you know, and he just loses the fucking thing. And, dude, I'd be happy if they'd put it in his fucking hand, dude, because it's like a literal pain in the ass him keeping up with money and his. You take it beyond that. But dude, I remember when they used to stamp your hand. What we figured out is you could lick your hand before you stamp it, and you could rub it off on your buddy. So it's like 2 for 1. So I mean, I've been pretty good. If anybody needs, you know, a little rub off, dude, I can only give it to one. Good. I'll bring somebody with me to the pearly gates.
That's the excuse a lot of people give this. It's going to sound so great, right? Because you don't have physical money, you're not going to get sick from touching other people's money. It's dirty money, and we're not going to use whatever we use to make the paper money and the coins. We're not going to use that metal anymore. So we're going to go green, and it's going to be perfect, and we're going to know where the bad guys are, wherever they are, every second of the day. We're going to have all your health records on hand. All of these things sound so great, but what really I think is the problem with it, especially when you talk about the creator and his problem with it, is that you are given your loyalty, and not only your loyalty, but your total dependency is upon the ones who make this system. So you totally take away, you usurp the headship of God and the Messiah, and you give it to another man. And that's what's so terrible.
They've made everybody the bad guy. Like, they've made it where they could make anybody the bad guy with all their laws and all that. Like, dude, I mean, if you think you're perfect and you never break the law, just ask yourself questions. Like, dude, I could even, if I want to get technical, dude, I could talk about jaywalking, or like even little old ladies like with garage sales who didn't, you know, who earned a certain amount and didn't pay taxes. Dude, they've literally made a system where they could make anybody the damn bad guy.
Those aren't laws.
I hate it.
Those are regulations. Those are municipal
Yeah,
ordinances.
you know what I'm saying, though, man. You know what I'm saying. They've made it where nobody's completely innocent. I hate that.
Yeah, but they're just municipal ordinances. But what is so crazy, bro, is I think that the sales pitch is going to be even more than that. Like, I think it's going to be like, they can, they'll know instantly if you're about to be sick, and they can remote, like, control your chip to put out certain frequencies to prevent you from getting sick. Like, they can literally reverse cell degradation or rejuvenate dead cells. It's been discovered that we still maintain the genetic sequence and ability to maintain youth. Like, and that cells can actually be brought back. Everyone's like, oh, brain cells just die. No, it's been proven brain cells can be brought back to life. This whole idea that people are brain dead is stupid. It isn't real. There's no such thing. There's no such thing, you
Bro,
know. So
young.
what I'm saying is, when they start promising people the ability to avoid illness altogether, to drastically slow down aging, to even reverse certain characteristics of aging, now you're dealing with almost everyone wanting to participate. So if they say there are no negative side effects, it actually makes you healthier, makes you younger. Now they can completely respond to anything that's going on to you preemptively. They can see the steps that's going to happen in your body before it. So there is no like getting cancer and getting diagnosed. They know before it happens. They can remote control it to help you out. There is no more theft. There is no more crime, because how is someone going to go in a store and steal something if you have to scan to get in, and every time you touch an item, it's known that it was you that touched the item? You can't even open the door unless it's you give your signature to open the door to get the drink out or whatever. Like, it's going to be a promise of peace and security, like this illusory utopia. You know what I'm saying? Like, where it's just going to be so good that you can't even imagine it, and people are just going to eat it up. And I think that if the actual dissemination of the mark is painless and quick and convenient, then it's just over. Like, we saw people comply when it wasn't convenient. So I think it's going to be like crazy, right? I think it's going to be like check so many boxes of convenience that you'll basically be Fred Flintstone against the Jetsons if you don't get it.
We're
That's
never gonna see that, bro. We're never gonna see that. But I agree with everything you're saying, though. Like, dude, they've made it where, yeah, rich atheists and the upper middle class and stuff, dude, they're gonna just want to live forever and shit, dude. They're gonna be attracted to all that bullshit. I agree. But you know, I don't know, man. I don't think it's gonna happen in our lifetime or in a gajillion lifetimes. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
they've actually, again, mice went blind. They made the mice go back 80% of their life regarding their vision. Okay, so they're claiming to be able to do it. They are claiming to be able to do it. And they've also conditioned people to accept this. Have you guys seen the movie Time with Justin Timberlake? It's on his wrist. That's how you
Yeah, that's
maintain
good,
youth.
dude.
Can you
That
tell
was
me
a
more
good
about
movie.
that?
That was an awesome fucking movie.
Did they make the next generation of mouse better, or did they make the currently old mouse live
Everybody's sleeping
longer?
on that movie Time. Go watch
They
Justin
made
Timberlake movie Time, everybody, right now. Okay, bye.
Yeah, it was good, dude. You paid with time, and why not?
They just tried to isolate the eyesight to test the technology. They used the current mouse, and they were able to make their eyesight go back to 80% its youth, meaning like it went blind over time. They were able to introduce this technology and cause the mice to be able to see again by actually reversing the degradation of their eyesight that had happened over time.
That's fucking crazy, bro. My dad sees now, dude. He went and, dude, my dad's 80. Dude, he's still intimidating and shit, dude. He's, you know, good genes or whatever, but like they fixed his eyes, they fixed his back, they fixed his eyes, and it's like he could see now, and like he makes me want to go get the stuff done, but I don't know, man. I'll probably just ride it out. I can see good enough, but I mean, dude, as you get older though, man, also you're still young, man. As you get older, middle, upper, lower, whatever class you want to call it, dude. It's like, dude, you don't want to live forever, man. And your life starts, your values start surpassing your life value. You know what I'm saying? Your moral values. You hit an age. You're right about the age. In fact, you probably hit it earlier, knowing you, but you hit an age where your morals surpass the value you put on your own life. Like you'll stand up against whatever, dude, because you're not gonna go out like that. You know, you're not gonna stand for bullshit, bro. That's why we all appreciate what you do, right?
Well, yeah, I appreciate it, but like I don't care to die. I don't want to live forever because I believe in Yah, right? I believe in a creator. These people don't, and they think that they can be. But more so, it's like people normally they don't want to live forever because they start getting old, right? So they can't really walk, and they get back pain, they get joint pain, and they're ill. Their health starts to decline, and their eyesight declines, and their hearing declines, and blah blah blah. They're like, okay, I'm about ready to wrap this. What if they say they can reverse those things, dude? If they tell people they can go back to the 25-year-old version of them, the 30-year-old version of them, people will line up for it if they see it works on other people and nothing happens. They'll be like, okay, sure. What do I have to lose? I'm 65. Make me 30 again. And if they can make people's wrinkles go away and their eyesight improve on stuff, and the body is incredible and it's all intrinsically electromagnetic, I don't know why we would think something like this would be physically impossible. I certainly don't think that, especially when they've shown that you can bring dead brain cells back to life.
Have you?
That one, I have wrinkles and shit, dude. I'm just saying the wrong impression. I'm just saying, like, the older you get. What my point was is the more you're willing to die for what you believe in. Was my whole thing. I'm not saying I'm decrepit and ready to fucking die. Like,
No,
oh,
Brian. You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying there are people that don't agree with that. Okay, they're like, because yes, people are ready to move on at one point when they get older, but it's because their value of life decreases physically, but they gain wisdom. Right? They're like, okay, I did my thing. What if they can reverse the physical parts of it? People will line up for whatever it is that does that.
They've been
Absolutely.
able
I
to
remember
reverse.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go. All right. Well, I'll go.
what Jeremy said.
You
bro.
can.
That's why we
I respect that. Thank you, Jeremy. So you can reverse aging through also blood transfusions. They've shown that through younger blood transfusions, the younger the better. They've been able to reverse up to 10 years. I mean, in the animal studies, right? Or the equivalent of 10 years, apparently. And so what that means is that this idea, this vampirism idea of drinking blood, right? Though they're not drinking it, there's still some truth to it. And apparently the most precious blood, and this blood goes for a lot of money in the black market. And there's a whole conspiracy when you look into it, but like the blood that's in the cord, in the umbilical cords, like that blood is harvested, and in many hospitals they immediately take it and freeze it and then sell it.
They're not taking mine. You got. So here's what you do. Yeah. So here's what you do: is you wait 30, 45, maybe an hour or 2 hours if you want, just however long you want, before you cut that cord, so that they don't have any use for it really very much once it's done, because the baby gets what is left for the baby after the birth, and the rest is just kind of, you know what I mean? Like the important stuff's going to go to the baby. You're not going to take it. Sorry, assholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we waited for like over 2 hours, dude. We just sat there forever with that thing. Like, nah, we're good, dude. We just
Word.
passed her around. Yeah.
Awesome.
I wish I
We had the bowl.
I didn't know nothing about it.
We had the placenta in the bowl, because obviously now the placenta is going wherever the baby's going. You know what I'm saying? So we were just not having it, bro. But we were at a natural center. It wasn't like the first time someone had done that, so it was pretty easy.
Often you're running a lifetime experiment. Like, dude, we all back. We got her back, dude. It's like, dude, she's got every advantage in life, dude. Like, great genes for one. Mentally, physically, and a great start, bro. Man, dude, I love it, bro. I love it, man. I love what y'all are doing, and hopefully it inspires people. Because if it don't, will, man.
It has inspired at least me for sure, and thank you, Witsit, for being that inspiration. You and your wife.
Let's go.
And Aaliyah as well. That said, yeah, like this is how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to learn and grow and build with each other out here, instead of find ways to tear each other down. So.
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Really quick, speaking of the people and turning back the aging process and all of these different things, take this with it also. Just consider this, that the feeble in that day will be as David. So those who are feeble will fight like David fought when he was fighting. And the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. So that's one thing to consider, and that's encouraging, because in that time, there's going to be a lot of things happening. And I know there's a lot of people, teaching many things, but there's going to be a lot of things coming to pass here pretty soon. And even speaking about the fires in different places, as we all do.
When you say pretty soon, like, do you have a prediction? I'm not holding you to the fucking hour. Excuse me, like the hour and the day of the year, but like, do you have a prediction? I respect anybody's predictions of when. You got a prediction like decade?
Yeah, I'm taking it as a whole. Like I'm taking in all the information and I'm seeing all the things happening around me, and I'm seeing when you ask someone, for instance, there are many, 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 many prophecies, right, that have to happen before the Messiah, as the people believe, is going to come back, right? Now, if that's the case, you could ask them, well, how many have to happen before he comes back? And you're going to find out that there's a lot of things that have already happened, and there's only just a few things that need to happen. Now, this is, I don't really want to get into this unless the room is okay with it, but it's,
I respect it, bro. Like, I'm not asking for an exact date. Be like, no way, in 9 years. I'm just saying, personal. I respect what you say. I'm just seeing, because I asked this to people. They're humble enough to give their opinion on when it's going to happen. I respect that, bro. I don't mean nothing bad about it, bro. I swear to God.
yeah, I would say in your lifetime at least, and I think even, how old are you? And you're in your 60s, maybe?
I'm in my 40s, man.
Oh, 40s? Okay. So maybe I was thinking of someone else. But yeah, you'll see it in your lifetime, I believe. I believe that. Now, I'm not saying that, I have definite proof of that, but even the things we spoke about tonight with the economic system, the monetary system, and how we spend money, these things are coming, man. And the system's already in place to read that number, as I said. So it's already there, right? So if that's the case,
to talk about these things, and I did make myself sound kind of older, but I mean, trying to make myself sound wise, but just saying from my experience. But yeah, these things are good to talk about, man.
Well, so I don't know if you guys know, everyone's heard of Agenda 20, 2030. Well, they just released like United Nations Agenda 2045. And so 2030 is like all these sustainable development laws, all these goals. Basically, you will travel nowhere and you'll be thankful. You know what I'm saying? But 2045 is like a fully automated, like,
I lost
you
him.
cut out.
Yeah, you got a call probably.
Yeah, dude, it makes me want to buy a sailboat. Austin, I'll shut up when you, but you did cut out, bro, if you can hear me. But it makes me want to just buy like a big sailboat or something, and just with the rest of my days, But yeah, I do have respect.
No,
Man,
don't do that, man.
just get out and about, man.
Don't do the sailboat, man. Because if this is true, right? Like if he's bringing this up and this is the mark of the beast and this is in Revelation and it's written 2,000 years ago, if all these things have been written before they happen and it's gonna happen, and we see it happening, right? One of the things that happens is everything in the sea dies, right? So
That's
there's
why it's
one
important
point.
we talk about this shit, bro, because it's like hands in line, not willing to take the stamp, and I take the death stamp to the head. Like, dude, I don't want to. At least if I'm gonna go out, dude, I'd at least like to talk about it, know what's possibly coming from seeing what's already came before, and at least go out with a bang to try and help, help our sibling. You know what I'm saying? To help my kids, my grandbaby,
Ooh,
all that.
I just thought of something. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
When you say everything in the sea dies, does that mean everything in your vision? So if I put on an artificial, like, like I put on that metaverse, like goggles and a helmet, you know what I mean? Now, am I not seeing like everything that I would see naturally is dead to me now? Now I'm in an artificial reality. That's weird.
It's just coincidence. The word C and C are the same. SEE and SEA. They're homonyms.
It's very specific in in the text when it's speaking about the trees, the land, or the sea. It's being very specific as to what it's speaking of, and it's speaking about all of the souls in the sea, like all of the fish, all the men, anyone in ships. There's one point where a third of the sea dies, and then there's another point where everything in the sea dies. There's a point.
Dude, that's crazy, bro. I had
Yeah,
to,
there.
if I did a river sailboat, I don't want to be a soul in the sea that dies. And I hope,
Yeah.
D-Mock,
The
it's
sea
not
is
just
big.
what you're claiming it is, or not claiming, but like throwing that out there. Like I sure hope not.
Well, I think you might be safe because I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't written in English, and I think that the C and C, coincidence is only an English thing.
And what book are we talking about? The Holy Bible?
The same one that told you about the beast system or the mark of the beast. Yeah, the same one that's telling you that is the same one in the same book, right? In the same location within 20, 21, 22 chapters. Within those, it's talking about that. Yeah.
Think about a lot of things, but it's
So,
also very specific about a whole lot of things, you know.
So, yeah, Kosho, what's
Yo,
the C
update on
word
the
look
moon.
like?
Real quick update on the moon. It doesn't look anywhere near as crazy as it did 5 minutes ago.
All right, thanks for that. No, we were all interested. I was hoping it wouldn't persist the whole night, man. That's crazy that happened for you when the moon was on the horizon.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see no moon.
He's saying the moon was red, 20 minutes ago or something like that. It'll be that way for me in about 20 minutes. And
What happens during an eclipse? Remember you explained it, Coach. Remember? Why
No,
the
we're
moon's
talking
red?
about now when it's not an eclipse. It's because of the sunset sunrise.
Butt out, Matthew. No, I'm just kidding.
Just offering some truth.
How come Jeremy can see the moon and I can't? And I
Because you're in different locations.
eastern seaboard of Florida, North Florida.
That's where you
Some
are?
call
You're
it
in North Florida?
Yeah, some people like to call it
Really?
Georgia, you know.
You're probably
But it's
surrounded by
Jacksonville.
swamp gas.
Oh, and I do have trees in the way, so I'm walking down the road as we speak. But yeah, I'm about, I don't know, 6 miles from the coast. I'm trying to get from around these trees.
how long ago did the
Yeah,
sun
Jacksonville,
set for
Florida,
you?
man. Hour ago, maybe?
How long ago did the sun? An hour ago? No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe actually. No, that's
So
not good
in
enough.
Jacksonville,
Dude,
the moon rose 7 minutes ago in Jacksonville, so it'll be right on the
Yeah,
horizon.
I'm walking. I got trees in the way. I'm walking down the road to try and get from around them real quick.
Pretty much directly east. If you can look directly east, you'll see it.
I've literally showed directly east in so many of my videos. Like I've got Glovers like who line me up proper. Like that ain't east, dude. That's your phone app is wrong. And I'm like, yeah, okay, you know, like Bacon and Bry Kosho. I know Bacon and a couple other people. Like Blue line me in my hand at the sun. He's like, you're pointing fucking, you know, you gotta look at your eye and then your hand and point at it and fucking measure that angle. And I'm like, yeah, true. But then I'll be like, dude, the sun's right overhead. I'll make a live video of the sun directly overhead and I'll show them a basketball. They're like, no, it's 6 degrees off. I'm looking at sun calc. And I'm like, bro, here's a basketball. Walk all the way around it and show that there's no shadow at all. And it's just an anomaly. Like, dude, the sun is real hot. It's right overhead. Here's a basketball with no shadow. No, you fucking walked the wrong circle. It was 6 degrees off according to sun calc. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what sun calc says. I'm showing you a basketball with no shadow. What the fuck?
You might want to call Ripley's, believe it or not, because I think that basketball was supposed to be half shadow, right? Like, why would it be all? Why would it have no shadow?
Off, bro. You know, good thing I recorded it. But how about this? So I'm doing this. So I'm like, I've got the sun is right overhead, basically, right? What key? Hold on.
She wants you telling anybody about the magic basketball you got.
No, bro, just look at my video. It says sun's not as predictable as they say, okay? Because, dude, the other day the sun was right overhead. It's not perfectly predictable. It's always close. I'll give it that. But so here it is. So here it is. The sun is supposed to be about 6.5 degrees. All right, and I filmed this basketball with no shadow at all. I go live on Jose's channel. Hopefully he still got it. I literally drive a stick, a copper pipe, in the ground. I show it level, with a fucking level, and show that there is no shadow at all. And I got Chikey in the background. It's cloudy. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You just seen the shadow before I leveled it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no matter what I do or say, like their shit's got to be exactly perfect, bro. It drives me. I literally show it live, and I got people fucking acting like, oh, there's no shadow because there shouldn't be a shadow. It's baffling, dude. Like, yeah, I've been wrong a couple times about certain things, you know, but not like dead wrong. Like, your angle ain't exactly right, even if you point my finger out and shit. It's
Yeah,
like,
but doesn't the sun have to be at exactly 90 degrees for that to be
Kosho,
what happened?
what latitude do you live at, brother?
I live at 30, but I'm talking about you and your shadow. Doesn't your
No, you
shadow
said
for your
30.
shadow of your level stick to be there be no shadow? Wouldn't the sun have to be at exactly 90 degrees?
The whole reason I put the stick in the ground, Kosho, is because the sun was right overhead. Okay, that's the whole reason I did that live on Jose's. Okay, because I'm like, what the
What
F?
day was
The
that?
sun's never supposed. The sun's not. Hold on, sorry. The sun's not supposed to be ever directly overhead, right? But
What day was
sometimes
that?
it is, dude.
Well, Kosher's technically right because, like, bro, like, the sun zenith is the only time, at the true zenith, not solar noon, right? That only happens at the equator on the equinox,
Yeah,
dude, where you get no shadow,
What you do
right?
if you seen it? What could you possibly do if you seen a sun directly overhead? What would you do to prove it? There's only so much I could do, right? I can't point you to sun calc. There's only a couple things I could do to show people. What would you do?
Yeah, just hang a plumb bob and show that it doesn't have any shadow.
No, but I mean,
what else?
I
What
could
else?
see it happening, bro. Relative geographically as the season progresses, right? As the year progresses, you can follow the zenith between the tropics, right? But you said what day was it when you measured it, where it had no shadow from where you're from?
Look at my videos, man. But
Because right
he did
now,
name
The only place.
Wait. He did name one. Can you name one? Like, what else could we do to show it? If the sun were directly overhead,
yeah, well here
what
it's
the hell is the
but
sun
bro,
doing
listen.
directly overhead?
Oh, you
Yeah,
could
you
look
didn't.
down a deep well and see the reflection of the sun.
But
I mean,
listen,
come on, man. What
but
can I
Brian,
do?
listen, hold on a second. Just listen.
I give you two things you could do. It's easy.
We're heading towards the fall, right? We're going towards fall right now, bro. You know what that means,
So
right?
you cut me off to say we're heading towards
You got the
fall.
yeah,
I'm
because
asking
you
like
got the
legitimate questions
autumnal,
here, bro.
you got the fall equinox in September, bro. Right? Where would the sun be on a geographical plane? Where would the sun be at the fall equinox? Think about it.
Why are
And
you
then where
asking me
is
that,
it right
bro?
now? Because if
No,
you know where the sun is at, you could see where you would get no shadow on the geographical
when do
plane.
you think I claimed it was overhead? Just out of curiosity.
Well, it would have to be if you have no shadow. That's what we're trying to. That's what
When
we're
do you
talking
think?
about.
When do you think all this happened? I'm just out of curiosity.
I'm asking
You
you.
said last week. You said last
You
week.
said last week, dude, and you're in Florida.
No, I didn't say last week. I said the day after the storm, the sun was hot as shit. It was pretty high. I said I don't know when it was. I have to check the
No,
video.
it's fine, bro. Listen, I'm gonna go. I gotta go check the date that you claim this happened, and then see your geographical location and see if it actually matches.
Will you just listen for 1 second? I haven't
All right, go
claimed a
ahead.
date. I said I'll post a video. I told you that I did a live stream on Jose's where Matthew said I could fucking look at a well. I don't have a well. He did say a plumb bob. I could have done that, but I didn't. There's two other things I could do. Okay. One thing I figured to do was record the shadow 360 around a basketball, and so there's no shadow. Everything else has got shadows around it, right directly underneath, and the basketball's little teeny shadow is directly underneath, right? And then the other thing I thought of was to drive a copper pipe in the ground, a 5-foot copper pipe. I drove it straight in the ground, and during a live stream, I literally leveled to it where you see the shadow, right? Until I get it perfectly level, and there is no shadow at all. And all Chucky, nothing. Chucky's like, there's a cloud. I'm like, oh my god, bro. But I'll post the videos.
Well, the thing is, though, you're in Florida. There's never a time in Florida when you're at the subsolar point.
Yeah, it was a crazy day right outside, dude. Shit felt different, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Things are different.
You got to be in between. You got to be in between the tropics for that.
No, you could you could be in Florida and have no shadow. Absolutely.
When's that?
Oh my god, dude! I got flat earthers acting. Dude, we're going by
okay, Jeremy, hold on, Brian. You're all Brian. You got to simmer down a little bit, dude.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
But yeah, Hawaii is the only place in the United States where you can get the zero shadow day or whatever.
Well, I would have to disagree, but hear me out, right? So the sun is moving towards the equator right now, in my worldview, right? The sun is moving towards the equator. It's not there yet. It will be there around September 21, right? So theoretically, the sun could right now be near Florida, right?
Bro, I know
and you
exactly
could get,
where
but
within
the past couple weeks, it is possible.
I live in SunCalc, bro. I got 1,000 videos on SunCalc and angles during equinox. Like people are finally figuring out, even Globers are figuring out that you can't have parallel fucking rays if your east is all every direction along a fucking parallel or along a meridian pointing toward the equator, and west is diverging way out into space. Like people, even Globers are finally figuring this shit out, bro. It's like I can't believe flat earthers. Like most of them do, but a lot of them didn't get it. Like the whole time I was explaining it.
Can you name the Glober?
Now Globers are even getting it. That latitude lines curve.
But how is that related to this?
Line on the side of a globe, bro. That ain't how it works. Your west line is not coming back like the line to Polaris or something, bro. It's literally diverging. Your west line, if your east line is converging at the equator, you're following a great circle. Your west lines are diverging way into fucking outer space, way away from each other. It's like, dude, that's not parallel. There's nothing about it parallel. This is a globe killer, and I've got flat earthers who are like questioning where the sun is, bro. I'm so far past that. I was just asking y'all, what would you do if you walked outside
Brian,
and the sun's directly overhead? And all I got
can you
was
take a
answers
breather? So we can respond to you, man. Because I got a question. I'm curious, why something like that wouldn't be on. Why is there no news report about that? Because that would be kind of important news. Since that never happens, it's never claimed to happen. And if you're the only person in the world to have evidence of this happening, don't you think that it's okay for us to be skeptical?
You think I got the ability to fake it, Kojo?
I know you have the ability to be wrong. And I think that this could be one of those cases.
With no shadow, bro, what even made me think that there's no shadow, the sun's directly overhead? What even made me think that, Kosho? Just put yourself in my shoes, please, for 1 second.
It seemed that.
Listen, I do this for a living. I measure the sun's shadow for a living.
Bro, I do it all the time, but I don't do it for a living. But
I mean, I don't make money off of it, but I love doing it.
For a fucking living, bro. You're following a model for a living.
I've seen the sun do things that I can't explain.
Thank you, dude. For fuck's sake.
I honestly can't explain it. I have no idea how it's happening. But it's
outside,
happening.
Dude, and the sun was right overhead, and I've never in my life seen that. Of course, I've never really looked until flat earth, but in 3 years of being a flat earther at that time, it's been 6 or 7 years now, all of a sudden the sun's like right overhead, and it feels weird outside, and there's no shadows on shit, dude. And it's like everything's directly underneath, and I'm like, film it, and I go live to Jose's because I want to hear from the other side. And so I literally live drive a pole in the ground, hold a level to it, show. Then I make a video filming a basketball. I walk around the thing showing that there's no shadow on this basketball. Dude, this is definitely different. I wasn't testing the sun every day, and it led up to where, look, today's going to be no shadow. I walked outside. It was a weird feeling day. I looked up. The sun was right overhead, and I did everything I could as fast as I could to show that this is weird. This is different, that it ain't as predictable as they're acting like it is. Because at its best, it can only be 6.5 degrees where I'm at, dude. And it's only happened a couple times, in all these years of me even looking at it. But I do measure it a lot. But
If I were you, honestly, because you could have a lot of money on your hands or some kind of reward. If I were you, I would honestly find a way to actually make sure that record it, so that other people can be sure of what you're sure of, and show it to other people, like anybody. Because if you're able to do that, and able to show, if you're able to show that you're verifying the sun is at 90 degrees in Florida, you're gonna turn a lot of heads for real.
Yeah, and it actually will debunk the entire heliocentric globe model if you can show that the sun was directly over Florida at any point in time.
Yeah, what would this do for your subsolar point measurement? All right, go ahead, Brian.
Well, I had something to say too, but go ahead.
No, wait on Jeremy. Please, clear there.
I'm just wondering if that.
Right to the point.
I'm just wondering if this did happen, what would that do for your subsolar point measurement, concentric circle thing, Kosho?
I'd be a flat earther probably next. I mean, if that kind of evidence exists, there's probably other type of evidences that show that the heliocentric model is wrong or globe model is wrong. And I'd be ready to maybe be on the other side of that. Yeah.
But yeah, so the sun has been doing strange things for forever, right? And you have things like the Milankovitch cycles that Milankovitch came up with these cycles, right, to try to explain the sun's erratic movements, right? They have a name for it, and it's called the sun's eccentricity. And why we have these accelerations and decelerations perceivably that the Earth is doing. Because again, it's the Earth spinning around the sun. So how do we have these ecliptical cycles where the Earth's orbit can be more elliptical during certain cycles than others? And what's causing these erratic movements? And there's no evidence of these movements. It's all theoretical, right? So you guys need you need the sun's eccentricity, you need the axial tilt, and the precession of the equinox. And I'm not talking about just the star movements. I'm talking about a specific axial precession. And then we say that the sun does certain things appear over Florida at a certain zenith, and you guys say that's impossible, right? But yeah, you have no problem accepting the eccentricity, right? And all this other stuff as an example, or the wobble.
It's a minute long. All the cars, and the camera's deceptive. You're gonna be like, oh, there's a shadow there, dude. I show a few things where you'll be like, maybe not, and you're like, there's a shadow. Nah.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. I just got to ask. I got to ask Lion a question, okay? Because, yeah, you're right. What you're saying, kind of. You're making kind of a point. Except I have evidence of, the precession of the equinox, and so there's reason. So there's reason to, even if that's wrong, there's reason to believe that. So far, Brian is the only evidence I have that the sun is at zenith Florida at any point in time. And you said that you do this for a living, Lion. And so I'm asking you if you have any reason to believe that, or is it just Brian's word?
Yeah, I've observed the sun for about 3 years now, right? And I see it move over the planar Earth, and it moves back and forth between the tropics. You can see this over the horizon, right? In the tropics, they're lined out, bro, and they've been there for thousands of years and have not deviated from that degree of demarcation, which is 23.5 degrees latitude south and north in both hemispheres symmetrically, right? And those tropics have been there forever. right? Contrary to the Milankovitch cycles. Because according to the Milankovitch cycles, those tropics would have to move from their degrees in latitude if actual precession is a thing. But they do not
Isn't that
move.
measured though? I think they do, but that is. I mean, I agree with you that they do move between the tropics, but I think that those tropics also vary over time. That's
Yeah,
measured, isn't it?
they might,
Isn't it?
bro.
Well, isn't
Bro, I'm
it
also
in the
30
north?
degrees, Coach. And just listen, since I pointed this out, okay, how often have I claimed like, dude, I walk outside and all of a sudden I go get my camera, like, damn, dude, look, the sun's right red, like, this is fucking crazy. Like, dude, I've been in this shit for years. Like, I don't just make stupid claims. Like, I might make arguments that are wrong later, but if I record something, dude, it's because I'm noticing something that's fucking weird all of a sudden, dude, and I know the sun's not supposed to get that close to fucking leaving zero shadows and shit, so I record it, and of course you're gonna be skeptical. I expect that, but dude, I ain't making like tons of wild fucking claims. I'm trying to call it how I see it, and I'm just saying, look at the video I posted and tell me if you see a 7-degree shadow anywhere. It's just and look at other videos of my house, my driveway, the cars parked. You'll know where north is. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, bro, to see that bitch was right overhead, dude, or maybe a smidge off, dude.
Brian,
It was just a
Brian,
crazy day, dude. It was a crazy day.
did you? How tall did you say you were?
I'm 6 foot with shoes on, dude. 6'6" with stilts.
Let's find out.
Yeah, do the math, bro.
Yeah, I'll post the image of my sundial at the beginning of the month.
What you gonna do? Your own shadow?
I use copper poles, dude. I put them in the ground. Pretty regular, dude. I'll say that. Do right what you expect, or close to it. Every now and then, bro, it's not. So that's what I'm here to point out. The days that are just like, what the F, dude? And you almost sense it before you even look. Didn't feel right.
I just posted an image of my sundial on August 20th. And according to according to this reckoning, according to the Zadok priest, this would have been day 1 of month 6 on the Hebrew calendar, right? And this specific sundial has these markings showing the beginning of the year, and it's been perfect for 3 years straight. And this is based on pre-calculation. But the sun did something incredible in 2021 that I never would have expected it to do, that I can't explain. I can only explain it through the measurements of the shadow. But
that's when I recorded my shit, bro.
When you
Brian,
measure, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kosha. I'll do your thing.
Well, no, I just, I mean, according to, I mean, I could be wrong. I might need to double check, but unless that shadow in that picture, Brian, is less than 9 inches from the base of you, probably let's say your heel, maybe. If it's not shorter than 9 inches, then we're in good shape, because pretty sure that's about how. That's
what she said.
Coach, I did the calculation too. I got 8.5 or something.
Yeah, I was giving him some leeway.
What's his angle right now in Florida from wherever the sun is, or whatever he
How
gave
big
it?
that? I don't know how big that. I don't know how big that shadow is.
Bro, look at the basketball, okay? The best case scenario I can get is
Brian, stop for a second.
You don't want to hear it.
I mean, what's it supposed to be, man? You're fucking 9 inches. What is that supposed angle?
7 degrees, right? 7 degrees is the best you're gonna get. Now, if I show
Okay, but
basketball,
Brian, this is your claim. Your claim is that it's supposed to be 7 degrees, and you're not seeing that. However, if you're looking for 7 degrees, you'd be like Matthew said. You'd be looking for a shadow that was 8.5 inches. based on your height. That
Why
shadow,
are you looking at me, dude? You don't know what angle
because
I'm at.
your shadow's in that
Oh
image.
my!
I am
What are you
directly
talking about? Do you
over
stand
the
up? Do you stand up
basketball.
straight? What are you talking
The
about?
phone is not fucking part of my body, bro. You look at the shadow of the phone. I held it over the basketball. There should be a fucking 7-degree angle of shadow from the widest point on that basketball. There's not.
Brian,
All right, relax.
when they're trying to be so helpful, can you be a little more cooperative? Like it's so apprehensive, and they're just everyone
Oh, okay,
helping.
yeah.
Measuring the shadow ground of a ball.
Bro, he's trying to
Why
measure
not
my
use
fucking.
you're a vertical person standing there. Okay, you can use your shoulders. You can use your ass crack. Okay, let's go. Your ass shadow is in that picture. Okay,
What
let's
if
use the
I've
top of
got
your
short
ass.
arms,
All right.
Kosho? What if I've got short arms?
What?
What if I've
They
got
aren't.
short arms?
Don't worry about your arms,
Bro,
Brian.
bro, you got to know where that phone is according to my head.
Brian,
Brian, your legs, your legs, your heels are the base of you. Okay, unless your
Yeah.
knees are bent and you're doing like a Michael Jackson fucking bend over thing, then we're gonna assume that you're more or less
Bro, you're
vertically standing
so
up.
full of
And you
shit.
can use your ass if you don't want to use your shoulders. But I'd use your
So
shoulders.
forget all the objects
you're a
I
human
showed.
sundial, buddy.
Forget everything I showed, right? You're trying to gauge the exact angle I held the phone according to the length of my arms and the height of my head. What about the basketball that I hold the phone directly over
Brian,
and show no
who's
shadow? Does
bringing
that
up
mean
your
nothing
phone?
to you? Does that mean nothing to you?
Brian, calm down for a second. You're talking over people and you're not listening to anything. Your
Freaking out,
shadow,
dude.
your hand, Brian, your hands and your phone, the shadow of that matter not. Okay, you're standing vertically there, so you use your legs as the base of you, and you can measure the shadow from you, not from where your phone is, just where your shoulders are. Okay, and that's going to tell you what angle the sun is because you're
So how
creating a
tall is
shadow
my
on the ground.
So what's that
You
tell
just
you
told
then?
me. You just told
No,
me
you
you're
told
6
me.
feet.
I told you I'm 6 feet with shoes. I'm 5'11", about 5'11" and a quarter, 6 feet with shoes. Now you tell me.
Okay, and your head is probably a foot, so we'll take a foot off of that.
You don't know how tall, bro. Just give me your overall analysis of the shadow angle on any of the objects that I've showed. It ain't like I just kept the camera like confined to one little place, bro. I was trying to get over the basketball directly. Who cares what I filmed from any angle? Okay, then I showed the angle to the car, to the tree. Like, bro, I'm showing all the shadows, dude, and you're focusing on me, bro? Like, that is fucking weird.
You're a good-looking guy, Brian. So check this out. So the shadow for your head should be no less than 8.5 inches. The shadow from your shoulders should be no less than 7 inches. The shadow from your ass, which is in that image, the shadow of your ass, should be no more than 4 inches. Okay?
It was an iPhone, too. I don't know if that changes anything.
Oh, yeah, it does. It actually does change everything. Let me redo my calculations. Sorry, I was doing it thinking that was an Android. My bad. No, Brian, that doesn't matter, dude. The camera doesn't matter. Your shadow is being created.
I got your sarcasm. So what are you trying to say? What's your ultimate analysis? Just give me your.
You can use your shadow in that image to see that what the elevation angle of the sun is.
What's your bottom line, bro?
That it's not abnormal. You said it should
What
be
is it?
7
Give me a
degrees.
bottom line, bro. Just give me a bottom line.
If you say it's supposed to be 7 degrees, it looks like it could very well be 7 degrees.
I think it's about 89 degrees. I'd give it 1.5 if I'm being nice. If I'm being nice. And you say it's what? You're just saying it. You're just going by sun calc then, right? And backing it up by.
No, I'm going by what you said it should be. You said it should be
Why
7
ain't the
degrees.
basketball doing that? Why ain't the cars doing that, Kosho? Why are the shadows right under the car and right under the basketball? Just out of
Those
curiosity,
aren't
you
great.
must have an answer, right?
Those aren't great tools to measure the shadow. That's why they use sticks or wells.
A sphere?
Yeah, a sphere. No, a spear would be better than a sphere But yeah, I wouldn't use a sphere to try to measure the elevation angle of something, man. That doesn't make any sense.
Apparently the formula, if you want to build a sundial, you want the dowel, right, or the peg that goes in the middle of the sundial to be a quarter of the disc's diameter. A quarter of the disc diameter. That will give you the perfect ratio to have an accurate calibrated sundial. I mean, you'd have to draw it out or like carve it out, but yeah, that would give you a good ratio right there for whatever reason. But yeah.
Don't you need plumb though?
I can't hear you. I heard plum.
That's all you need, man.
You're looking at me to assume whatever you want with the shadow, but you've got to know the angle of my phone, okay? You've got to know it could be behind me, bro, and the shadow be negative. You know what I'm saying? What I did is, if anybody's in question, just go look. It's a fucking 40-second video. I show right over top of a ball, which the widest point of that ball should have 7 degrees overlapping it, okay, or 6 degrees, let's just say. Then I show the car, then I show another car, then I show a tree, and just look at everything. He's looking at me like I don't know. I don't know what angle I had the phone, bro. I was literally, obviously trying to record straight down as I could, okay? But you know the phone up close,
Right,
okay?
I'm cutting peppers right now. While I'm doing this, can you explain to me why the angle of your phone would be in any way necessary to know?
Because, bro, what if the phone's behind me?
Huh?
What
If
if
the
the
phone was
phone is...
behind you, would I still be able to gauge how far away the shadow of your shoulders is from your feet?
Why are you looking at me and not everything that I show? Wait. I show a perfect, like I literally get directly above 3 things. Like, damn me in the angle you want to try and gauge, and my height you want to try and gauge, and the size of my arms and fucking my ass and my feet. I literally show 90 degrees on top of 3 things in that video because I knew I couldn't just do it to the sphere that had no shadow sticking out, especially not a 6-degree shadow. Then right over the car, and then another car. You know, I literally, the only place you could be honest is where I'm holding the shit 90 degrees.
No, man. But because of scale, and you can scale all the objects and guesstimate their length, all you need is the ratio of that shadow from the height of the object. So it doesn't matter what angle you take the picture from. That information is going to be captured if you see
The diverging shadows of the moon landing, bro. You literally sound like, well, the shadows should be diverging.
I'm saying unless you're presenting multiple things.
Hold on, guys. Ryan, you gotta calm it down a little bit, man.
Holy moly.
It's ridiculous. None of y'all were there, dude. I don't care what you think you can gauge, bro. I hold the fucking
say
camera.
something.
I hold the camera directly
Coach,
above the basketball. Don't ever hold it directly over me. Listen, y'all. I don't ever hold the camera directly over me. You don't know if my back's fucked up from doing concrete and I'm bending over? Fuck off, dude. You don't know what the fuck
You're right.
You don't know what my posture is.
But,
all right, listen to me, Brian. Hold on.
Shit I'm shunning on is fucking pissing me off.
Okay, but relax. First of all, you need to catch your breath. And your mic's a little static. You need to stop yelling. We're good.
And you're right about that, Brian. That's why I chose not to just use your head. Your head would be the 6 feet one. I assumed that your shoulders were 5 feet, and I assumed that your ass was 3 feet. And if your ass is at 3 feet, then 4 inches should be the distance that your ass is from your heel, which it kind of appears to be even greater than that. So it would have to be less than that. And also, you're saying that there was no shadow on those other objects. Well, if this is the case, why do you have a shadow then? Why do all these other objects not have a shadow, but you do? Whatever's causing you to have a shadow is probably the sun, right?
Bro, claim. Make a claim. me why I have a
My claim.
Hold on, Coach. Can I ask you a question real quick?
obviously my head is fucking a little
Related.
further past my feet. Want me to show you a picture of my back, dude, or something, bro?
Kosho, let me ask you a
Why
question.
don't you
It's
focus
related.
on
Hold on,
the
hold on.
things that I focused in on and held over top of? You know, that's all I'm asking. Don't point out the posture of my body, bro. I don't like that.
All right, settle down. Kosho, are you cooking? You say you're cutting peppers?
I'm just making peppers.
You're making peppers. Is this a date night?
No, I'm just supposed to cook. Actually, she wanted to cook, so I got scared, so I decided.
So that's a
cook,
date
so it's
night.
gonna take a while.
Anyway, I don't mean to interrupt, Brian. I apologize. Brian, calm down, dude. You're so passionate, right? Don't make it audio chaos.
Why is the moon shadow significantly smaller than the moon itself?
You mean the Umbra?
Yeah, why is it though? Do you have an explanation for that?
Well, the shadow is
It's
much,
called the
not much
Umbra.
larger, but it
Umbra.
doesn't matter, dude. I get corrected on how to say my own name, dude. Okay, I can't. People get correct me how I say tournament. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. Okay. The point is that the Umbra, whatever you want to call it, that's not the main shadow. The main shadow, the penumbra, is actually larger than the Earth, or larger than the Moon. I mean.
But why is it that the actual shadow that's casted on the Earth itself says here 200 kilometers compared to the moon's diameter, which is 3,700 kilometers or kilometers? That's pretty insane, dude, of a difference. Do you know anything in nature, or can you reproduce that in the lab with the light? Can you magnify a shadow of an object or attenuate the shadow of an object, like to the point where you can actually shrink it? Because apparently this is the claim that that's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to at least be the same size as the moon, not smaller. I was just wondering if you had any
This can be reproduced. So what happens is, if you look at the diagrams, you'll see that the rays are coming in from the sun. They're passing the moon, right? And what's going to happen is there's going to be a concentration. So there's the main shadow of the moon, and then there's this outer. That's not the umbra. So everything outside the umbra is this outer area where light is getting in from the angles, but so it's basically a dimmer shadow. However, there's a place perfectly in the center of that shadow where none of that light can reach, and that's the concentration of the shadow, which is why it's much darker. But still, the main shadow is bigger than the moon.
But you could reproduce that with two balls, right?
Yeah.
Like you had a ball of light eclipsing another ball, and then the shadow. You think you could reproduce it? Where it would shrink that much, though.
The shrinkage depends on the distances, but yeah.
I'm obviously leaning over in that picture. Does anybody watch it, dude, and see? I lean over when the shadow shows like that. I'm leaning over. That's why I try to show multiple things, dude. And the camera ain't giving the aspect like of what's going on. Okay, literally the sphere. I'm asking everybody to concentrate on the sphere. If you think it matches the shadow of my body, like I'm not bending over to try and get right on top of it, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Just look at the video. I wasn't doing it to trick people. It was a weird day. The sun looked like it was dead overhead. And I'll say maybe it was a degree off, but the fucker was right over my head. I've never made that video. Never seen it a day like that exactly since, you know. It's a weird day. The sun was right over my head. Enough to record, you know, and just to record shit. And it's just a weird day, man.
If shadows can be attenuated, for lack of a better word, right? What's to say that the measurements that we calculate off these shadows, right, could be wrong based on assumptions? of the
Yeah, that's why it's
distances, and
important
stuff,
to make
the
sure.
angles.
Like, because you look at me at the other angle and you see the shadow shining, casting that way. Like, wouldn't that be indicative of something right over my head? Like, no matter what way I'm facing, I've got a shadow casting out in front. That's indicative to a sun overhead, but that's also saying, don't look at fucking at me. You know, look at all the shit that I hold the phone right directly over. You know, and I even overlap these objects. So I'm getting from not overlap to right overhead to overlapped. So you get to see all aspects of multiple objects. You know, and focusing on me, it looks like that from every angle is what I've noticed. So the sun's everywhere, I guess. Yeah, I do need to calm down. Sorry there, y'all.
Fine. Hey, look, Witset's got a he has a red moon too. So I had the same thing last night.
If anybody sees something like that, you know, film it, man. Even if you are wrong. And the best thing I could tell you to do is put a rod in the ground, like a copper pipe, or PVC is usually pretty straight. Try and keep it a meter or two, you know, just right around in there, meter and a half, I want to say, and then show the shadow. You know, that's why I did it live on Jose's.
Actually, Brian, a proper test, if you have a pipe, a proper test would be to stand the pipe vertical and then look at the bottom of the pipe. Hold on, Brian. And then look at the bottom of the pipe from the inside, and you should see the light actually touching the ground, which wouldn't happen unless
I
it's vertical.
was panicking. I'll be honest, bro. I was panicking, like trying to hurry. I will admit that. Like I was trying to hurry up and get as much as I could because I'm like the sun's gonna be gone. It's not gonna stay here, bro. This is weird. This is like not usual. The sun's not gonna stay here. It was crystal clear, dude. It's one of them days where you're gonna go out to the beach and know you're gonna see so far, dude, and you're just begging for no inferior mirage. You know, if there's no inferior mirage on a crystal clear day like that, you're gonna see an infinite horizon, dude. That's the days we see infinite horizons like that. It's not refraction causing shit like that. It's crystal clear days causing shit like that. And if y'all would go out and look at this shit, you'd also recognize this. You know, but there's a bunch of us who can attest to it, dude. Flat earther because I'm an idiot, bro. I'm a flat earther because a lot of evidence, bro, and I want to question shit. I want to be that guy who I'm a questioning shit all the way down to the very core of you don't even know you can't prove what we even live on. That's how far I'm going to question shit, and I got good evidence against it. You know, to show you none of us are God. Nothing's perfect. And
Brian, how often do you stand where your ass isn't directly above your heels?
Bro, look at me from 3 different angles in that video, and you're gonna see the same shadow.
I'm just a straight up question. I'm just asking, like, how often do you?
You're not gonna ask me that, bro.
Where your
You're not gonna
ass
ask me that. All I'm gonna tell
isn't
you is
directly
look
above
at the
your
whole
heels.
video. Look at the whole video and look at me on the other side, and tell me you don't see the same shadow.
Coach was being weird.
It would be normal, you know, if we could just assume that you're standing up straight and use your shoulders, but you won't do that. But we can safely assume that the ass shadow in that image is directly above your heels, Brian, and it doesn't matter where the phone is because it's not going to change the distance from the shadow and your heels. You can gauge that.
Why
from
is this
anywhere.
argument?
You put the phone on the ground.
Hold on,
You can
Brian.
gauge that.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Why is this argument so focused on Brian's ass?
He won't use his shoulder. He's saying, "Oh my, you don't know if my posture's bad. I could have bad posture." Okay, well, what?
Why are we focused on any part of Brian? Do I got to go chemo on you? It's not about him.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, guess what,
it just
dude?
sounds like
Guess what?
Kosha wants to talk about his ass. I don't know.
No, dude, because he's posting pictures of balls and saying that there's no shadow on the balls, right? Or in the car. When he's a perfectly, he's more vertical than any of those things. He's a perfectly reasonable tool to assess the angle of the sun. There's plenty of shadows. Brian, in order for the sun to be vertical, your shoes, nothing on your body would be making a shadow.
telling you, I'm
You-
not
You're just
vertical.
making a
As you can
shadow.
agree with, bro, I'm fucking almost hitting 50. I'm not vertical. You want to focus it on me, Dick? Go ahead. Well, how about everything I fucking shine my phone over? Why don't you try that? Instead of pointing out my fucking
I'm just saying, I got this.
dude.
I got this anti-globe guy making videos about how we're homos and shit, and I mean, you're not helping, Kosha.
Why don't you help, Jeremy? Do you think there's any anything to what Brian's saying that in the video that he's showing where you can clearly see that he has a shadow? Is there any evidence that in that video, and made for him, that the sun was actually 90 degrees above Florida, above him, when he clearly has a shadow in the image, in the video?
Degrees, bro. I claimed 88, 89 degrees.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch the video, but if it's not 90 degrees, then there's going to be a shadow. I don't know.
And I claimed that because that's what I measured, bro. And I did it live on Jose's stream.
Could refraction have been throwing the angle of the sun off, causing a different shadow, Eratosthenes?
Just pisses me off.
I
He's
don't
focusing
know.
on me, dude. That shit don't even look really. But he's focusing on me. Like, I'm literally holding the phone out. I'm directly. He's going to point out my posture, dude. That's such fucking horseshit, dude. I literally hold the phone over top of the basketball, bro. There has to be a 7 degree or 6.5 degree shadow from the thickest point of that basketball, bro. You've got to at least admit that, Kosho. There has to be a 7 or 6.5 degree shadow from the widest point of that basketball. And then I show the other two cars to give you two different angles so you don't claim angle bullshit. I don't hold the phone directly over me. That's a horseshit claim, bro.
Brian, next time you do this, use a stick, have a tape measure to measure how long the stick is, the shadow, show the spirit level on the stick, all that. That way we don't have to use your ass shadow.
Yeah, I know, right? But I did that on Jose's live stream. Did it. Ask Chikey. He was there. I literally fucking
You
showed
said Chucky was disagreeing with you the whole time.
No, he was like, he made a joke. Like at the end, he's like, there's a cloud. Like I literally leveled out my copper pole screen for everybody, dude.
Don't summon that fucking guy.
Dude, I literally showed it the level and I straightened it out because I didn't get it perfect when I sledged it in the ground. I knocked it one way and then I held the level the other way and showed there was a teeny smidge of a fucking shadow. Chucky joked around. I don't know if he's being serious. He's like, there's a cloud. Well, you see the small, tiny shadow. There must be a cloud over the rest of it, bro. Bro, it was an anomalous day. Can y'all just give me that? What the fuck, dude? I mean, weird, dude, that y'all are so hell-bent on your model. You're like, there's no way. There's nothing at all that could have caused you to, it was trickery. You held the phone over the basketball, but there must have been a shadow. Had to be. There's a globe. You're a dumbass.
Well, I see a shadow, so I don't know what we're talking about.
All right. Well, what else we got, guys?
New moon full moon just happened a couple days ago. An eclipse is coming up in 6 weeks. Interesting stuff.
Yo, the moon's been crazy. That shit was dark, deep red. Like an hour ago or something. I said on the live stream. So red.
Yeah, it's cool.
I mean, yo, if there's an eclipse coming up, this is the time to break. It's a lunar or solar?
Partial solar eclipse, October 14th.
Get the fucking Foucault pendulums out, guys. This is the time to do that shit. If anyone was gonna do a pendulum, that's the fucking time, man.
Yeah.
Don't make me drop more F-bombs up in here. Get your Foucault pendulums out.
I got mine ready to go, man. I do need to do it on Eclipse, but it doesn't matter because it's never consistent anyway. But I'll do it on Eclipse.
Yeah, I
I'll
don't.
do
I
it right
don't think
now.
the moon has that big of a influence on the Foucault's pendulum.
If somebody puts some money up now, I'm not doing it for free, dude. I've decided that. I've done it so many times, dude. And it
Bro, this could destroy. Really, Brian? This could destroy the globe model.
It's worth $50 for somebody to see me do it like 10 times in a row, burn strings and shit, dude. I'm just like over it. I've done it so many times. I'm over it. I ain't trying to sound arrogant, but yeah, I'll do it on Eclipse for sure.
Yeah, man. You get the Elias effect, bro. That totally destroys. I don't know, the whole globe model. Possibly, it's huge. It would be huge. They'd have to rethink everything.
Another easy experiment that would destroy it is if you can measure no incremental change of the Earth's orbit around the sun for 48 hours, right? If you had the same shadow 2 days in a row with no incremental change.
I'd like everybody to put their common
You get
sense
the
hats on
same.
for a second.
You get the same shadow 2 days in a row.
Yeah, especially around the solstice.
Yeah.
If everybody puts their
No,
common sense hats on,
yeah, you don't though. You don't get the
like
same shadow every day. That only happens on the
You
equinox
just said
and the solstice. It only happens like once every 4 years.
no. It happens on. It happens on the solstice because the solstice goes to the furthest point and then it comes back to the same point. Like 2 days later. If you
Yeah,
do
no,
it one
it
day
happens at the
before and one day
equinox.
after the solstice. No, at the solstice. One day before and one day after the solstice, like 24 hours before and 24 hours after, it'll be in the same spot.
No, yeah, I agree.
Either of the
But I'm not talking.
tropics.
But I'm talking about the equinox, not the solstice where it turns back. I'm talking about at the equinox. This was recorded where there was zero incremental change.
Let's see it. Post the video.
The guy's name is David Minton. You can look him up on YouTube, David Minton. And there's a second witness. His name's Trevor Mishler. They had their sundials out.
You
They
keep
witnessed
saying this. I mean, when does this happen?
at the equinox.
Every year.
No, not every year. I would say
Okay,
every
when's the
every
next time
4
it's
years.
happening? All right, when's the
2028.
next time? Okay, let us know before it happens. We'll all get our sticks out, and we'll do it up.
does what I've done, dude.
Brian,
But listen,
you come in crazy, bro. You come in like a Fraggle Rock, bro.
Donna Fraggle Rock.
You do low key
What's
come in
up?
hot, Brian.
trying to
What's
come
up?
hot, man. I'm trying to back Jeremy up. The sun
Brian
shit. The
comes in
sun
hot.
for many days,
Trust
dude. And literally, it's never a perfect arch. It's never, ever, fucking ever a perfect arch. And I guarantee I've done Foucault more than fucking Foucault, dude. And it's never a fucking sine of your latitude divided by the hours you got it going. Ever, ever, fucking ever. None of this shit's consistent. Maybe like the digital shit might be, dude. I don't know. The light and that makes sense to me. But I'm telling you, if anybody, y'all just talking shit, just do this shit. Put a stick in the fucking ground and mark it with shadows. It's never a perfect arc.
I meant John Minton. Here, I'll post a link. John Minton, not David. John Minton.
Brian, you be
Yeah,
coming in hot, bro.
The sun does some extraordinary things that are unexplained. Even
Like
according to
Tasmanian
your
devil shit.
yeah, even according to your model, bro.
It's predicted, but you're saying it's unexplained.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. Even like the 15-minute discrepancy that happens every year. 16 minutes, they're saying now. Pushing 17 minutes. Between the 24-hour, from day to day. Like between the beginning of the year and the end of the year, you can have up to, or the beginning and the middle of the year, you can have up to 17-minute dilation.
Right,
In the
because
day.
a day is exactly 24 hours on average, not every single day, but it averages to exactly 24 hours.
And the NLMA, and then the oscillations, the wobbles all these things that you have to invoke to, you know.
Yeah, like over 3 different wobbles.
But we have the Earth accelerating and decelerating and all these things. Like it's like that's perfectly normal. But I mentioned that there's no incremental change in the shadow every 4 years, and oh, you're crazy. All right, whatever.
I mean, is it on video, bro? Because if it ain't on video, I mean, we could measure it next time it happens in 2028. Just let us
Yeah,
know.
it's on video. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, find a video, man.
Brian, did you see your selfie? You can be like, but yeah, man, isn't it crazy that the Bible says something about anisotropic crystals? Brian be like, I know, bro, exactly, bro. I've been trying to tell him about Cavendish.
Dude, I like to see shit, bro. You can't fault me for that, man. I like to see shit for myself, dude. And shit ain't perfect like everybody acts like it always is. The Glovers act like everything's so perfect, bro. It's not ever as perfect as they think, dude. They're not doing it. They're like looking at sun calc and all this shit. Look, sun calc, test the shadows yourself. They're never, ever, fucking ever a perfect fucking smooth arc like they're supposed to be. Ever. I don't know what else to tell y'all fucking people. I've done the folk call a gajillion times. Done it.
I need 10 push-ups for each F-bomb.
Yeah, I know, right?
I will have them. You owe me 40 push-ups.
It's been a while.
Did you have 40 push-ups?
I mean, I used to do 60 in a minute, dude, but I couldn't probably do them proudly like I could, and all, you know, peacocking like I could do 100 more, but I'd be dead after it. But I usually always do 60, 65 in a minute.
Well,
been a while though.
Break them up in tens, man. Champions make examples, not excuses.
Oh, I'd fucking kill myself if I couldn't do 50. You know? No point in living, bro. If I'm that pathetic.
You just dropped another F-bomb, so you just added 10 more.
Don't.
That's so he can make it an even 50, like you mentioned, 50.
Yeah. Bust them out. Video or it didn't happen.
It does. It just drives me crazy when I hear people reading. They're like, "Oh, it does this," and it's like, "Have you ever seen this?" You know, because it's like dude, I could just keep going on and on and on about the stuff I've done. Because I hear things, and dude, all the way back to the hanging magnets with Jeremy, dude, to seeing if the wind would blow its own sail, to seeing if I could get pressure and a gradient and containment, to seeing if combustion added thrust, to see if ping pong ball dropped the same as the golf ball. You'd literally keep going on and on and on and on, dude. And that's why I named my channel Flat Earth Test, to test things. It's like they're reading stuff over what I'm showing them. It drives me nuts, dude. Like, just go do it. Some of these things are so cheap, especially Foucault pendulum. It must be the cheapest thing in the world, dude. Get something heavy and get a string that barely supports it and do it 100 times. See what you get, dude. Mitchell from Australia literally went to the little science hands-on museum for kids with an indoor enclosed pendulum and swung it and showed it just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, on and off for 4 hours. Mr. Sensible, then anybody who knows Mitchell, he goes and shows the angle to, you know, the what they call magnetic declination in Sydney. But to me, it's like, you're not seeing Polaris, you're guessing. But anyway, everything he does live. He's not a liar, even if you're claiming he's wrong about things. But then Mr. Sensible gives him $100 to go back to this place and film and to show the whole 4 hours continuous. Mitchell accepts, right? He says it's like an hour and a half away, so that's 3 hours round trip. So he ain't doing it free. Mr. Sensible sends him $100. He goes back there, And there's a sign on the door. It's locked. It says out of order. Are you kidding me? What argument could a Glober have? But since he's talking about he wants his money back, are you kidding me? He literally showed the door locked with a padlock on it saying out of order. Dude, all he needs to do is swing this thing and watch it not do nothing for 4 hours. I've seen it 100 times myself. I'm lying, 100. I've seen it 25, 30 times myself. It's not consistent. The shit they're telling us is lies, dude. There's no consistent swing of a pendulum, bro. And the evidence is everywhere. Maybe with digital, maybe with like light and stuff. Okay, I'll concede that, because I've seen, I would also never call Bob a liar. So with light,
I've seen a gyro.
Over and over and over. All you got to do is get something heavy, get a light string, and do it. $2, dudes. Do it.
You so amped up, man.
So aggravated. Been doing this shit 6-7 years.
And you're like waiting on the ballers to run over there and be like, you know what, Brian? Good job, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's like, dude, they want nothing at all. They just won't even. They're allergic to physical experiments. They're literally allergic. Say the word. They're literally allergic to empiricism. It's just a joke at this point.
Literally. I would say you just shouldn't really ever expect something from that side of things. Like, use them for what they're good for. Like, hear the best critique that they have, see if they maybe do sometimes find things you overlooked, and just look at go from there.
What's it? Can I talk with you?
Yeah.
About the them picking up 15 degrees an hour, this and that. About the selective representation. I'm not going to say this right, but the having your cake and eat it too when it comes down to like these devices picking up the rotation but not the orbital motion, right? I've been getting responses like, oh yeah, but we're in free fall around the sun, this and that. Basically, what I've taken to extension, what they're gonna say if we flip it back is if we take some gyroscope and we put it up in ISS or it's something that's quote orbiting the Earth free fall, it ain't gonna pick up nothing. That's what they're saying because they want to wash away, and I've heard them say it both ways. I've heard them be like, oh, it does slightly pick up all these other motions, and it does. I've not heard them get consistent answers. I think it's good that you have pressed them on that, recently, the altitude thing, but I don't know. I find it like it's over my head to battle them, but they definitely don't seem to have consistent answers to me. So I'd love to see where you're going.
Yeah, there's like a lot to this, but like they try to basically say that since the Earth is going through the curvature of space-time, that it has a geodesic path. So it's curved, but it's straight. And so since it's straight, it has a linear motion. Since it has a linear motion and it's constant, even though it's changing because it's an ellipse, it's actually constant. So it's curving but straight, changing but constant. And so that the accelerometer can't detect it because it can't detect linear motion and it has to have a change in speed, right? So they literally have their cake and eat it too in that sense as well. But anyway, it's been shown that you can detect linear motion. Wing showed that with an experiment in like 2004. So that just blows that whole excuse out of the water anyway. But yeah, the problem that they have is that it changes the phase shift, meaning like the interference pattern of the light. It changes based on direction. So like when the light goes in the same direction the sky moves, it goes faster. And then it changes based on altitude and it changes throughout the year. If any of those three things are true, then it's a serious problem for the globe model, right? Like much less all three of them. So I haven't heard an answer yet, other than they just say that they just denied that the measurements exist. So I think that's kind of like their concession that if those measurements do in fact exist, then
What's weird is you'll be like, hey, which side of the coin should it be on? And they'll be like, well, this side. Wait, but wait. Then the other. Okay, wait, but we're not sure. But you don't have the measurements anyway, so it doesn't matter. We don't have to give you an answer. I mean, that's literally what I get.
yeah. But have you seen the list of all the measurements? Let me see if I can find it.
So the most agreed upon, man. You know, I'm just like, dude. I'm kind of just mostly an observer and a fighter for fairness and open truth. But anyway, I see both sides. Y'all agree on that that data that Globebusters had got or whatever. It seems like everyone went through that stuff. They kind of were like, look, we'll accept your data because it proves the rotation. Look right here. So if they're accepting that set of data, I'm sure you have more along with it, But this.
Well, yeah, their excuse for that was that they said it changed with altitude because of the pressure, and then they made corrections to it and showed us chart, which is convenient because we know that the pressure changes with altitude, so they can just attribute any change to that. But like I said, it's been done. It was in a vacuum sealed chamber, dude. It was in a vacuum sealed
That is
container.
over my head. I don't know how pressure affects the rotation, but you know what I'm saying, man. This shit
It was
is
in a
like
vacuum sealed container, dude.
I don't know how it would anyway. You know what I mean? But like, I'm just sit back and I watch, and I see you fighting for it. They just wanna not accept a lot of stuff when it seems like you seem to kind of be trying to attack the model fairly with data and experiments, and they go, oh, another thing, my man. They say that a lot of this stuff is leaning on the guy's work that they tell you was debunked. The guy
Nichols and Warren.
the guy, but the one after that with a
Dayton
D with
Miller.
a D.
Dayton
Yeah,
Miller.
yeah.
Yeah, it was debunked how?
Well,
All right, they're not going to tell you
this
how.
is fair. This is fair. I mean, if you don't agree with that, then I think it's good to
They're not.
hash it.
What I'm saying is they're not going to be able to tell you how. So he did it like
They kind of did.
arguably.
Sir. They kind of said, well, he's outdated and they have more precise stuff now, and his stuff was some margin of error bullshit. That's kind of what they say, that they modernized him.
Yeah, so I just dropped the modern replications of it though. So
Okay.
the modern.
So you should fight on that.
No,
Then that's
no.
something worth fighting on. Then.
Well, I've dropped this list 100 times. I mean, Xanix's been saying that he's going to read this for 3 weeks now. So, like certain papers even where they used radio waves and got millimetric precision measurements that showed the same results as Dayton Miller. But anyway, at the time, Einstein said he was like, if Dayton Miller's results are not a fundamental error, then the entire theory of relativity collapses like a house of cards. And then 4 years later, he's like, if his test results are not error, then relativity has to be done away with because experiment reigns supreme. So in like 4 or 5 years, he couldn't come up with anything. And one thing they tried to come up with is they said, oh, it must be temperature. Temperature is expanding the apparatus and causing error. So it was instrumental error due to temperature. And then Dayton Miller, like hundreds of times, puts all kinds of different heat sources, like radiant heat sources, right beside the apparatus and shows definitively it is not because of instrumental error due to temperature. So then no one could come up with anything else. They couldn't come up with anything. Then they just waited for him to die. And then they just said, nuh-uh. They never came up with anything. So when they say that it's been debunked, I mean, just baselessly say error doesn't mean anything. And so it's been done with much more precision. I'm just explaining that. It's just a tactic because...
I appreciate it, but look, if you were in my position, I think, look, I want you to champion the point. I'm sure you know that I champion a lot of the good stuff that you do, right? Ain't nobody, look, we all, hey, so they be trying to be like, nah, he's wrong, overconfident, like just cherry picking. This fucking standard shit that they do, man. But they were a little more specific, maybe, than, I don't know if you satisfy me completely, because they'd be like, yo, they redid it and they have like more delicate instruments now. And I guess that's their thing. So they're saying with the more delicate instruments, they kind of went over this guy's head. Now, if you don't agree with that, fight it with me. Let me diplomat it and fight the guys that said it to me. And I'll,
Let me help you out here. So this is the same thing they've been saying for years, right? It's on, if you go to Wikipedia, it shows all the replications of Michelson Morley, and it shows a bunch of them getting closer and closer to zero, because the globe predicts there should be zero fringe shift, because you shouldn't be able to detect the orbit at all. Because if you can detect it, then you should detect all of it. And obviously they didn't get the fringe shift that you're supposed to get if the Earth is going 30 kilometers a second. So they're supposed to get nothing.
Right.
And that's where relativity comes in and basically says, well, from this reference frame, you won't actually detect it because it's a geodesic free fall linear motion. So anyway, they claim to have done these much more precise, delicate measurements, and it gets closer and closer to zero. Meaning, like, as we get more precise technology and measurements, the margin of error gets smaller and smaller, and it keeps getting closer to zero as we get more and more precise. Okay, well, this is the reality of the situation. Is that when Dayton Miller did his test, he said the reason a lot of people aren't getting consistent results is because they're doing it at too low of an altitude. They need to go higher up. And when you go on a mountaintop, right, that's when you get closer to the ether drift, the source of the ether drift, the motion in the sky, effectively, and that you're able to detect it more and more as you go to higher altitudes. You have to go to a higher altitude, have a controlled environment, meticulously document the temperatures, and then show the consistent change based on altitude, based on time of year, and based on the direction. Well, when they do them nowadays, what they do is, for one, they do all kinds of stuff. Like they run it through crystals. They change the length of the arms. They don't even have perpendicular arms. They don't even have the same length arms. The tests aren't symmetrical. And they all do them in basements. So the evidence showed that you need to go higher up to get the real reading. So they went underground. And then they change everything. They change the medium. They run it through different crystals to slow it down and try to make it more or closer to zero. And they change the length of the arms. They do all this stuff. They doctor the actual test and then go underground until they get it closer and closer to zero. And then they consider that accurate. Since they're already assuming zero is accurate, they do whatever they can to the test to get it closer to zero. It's just a talking point. They say that, oh, well, the technology just got more precise and it got closer to zero. That is not actually true. And if you ask them to actually drop the true papers, they won't do it.
you're saying the industry got more into hiding it, and that's why. So, do you think that there could be a rebel experimenters that are able to show, what you're saying, or like?
Yeah, that's why I just dropped a list. I just dropped a list of them, bro. So I just dropped a list of many of them from the 21st century. People who have done it, replicated it, and shown that Dayton Miller's results have been confirmed.
Okay, so obviously you're probably prepared to for the counter arguments. When they say they go to the basement, what is their mask for that? Like, what do they?
The best I've heard was from NASA page show, which I think Kosher kind of jumped in and stamped it, but it's basically that you're getting you're eliminating vibration, like vibrational interference, by going underground. That's what I mean. So now I guess the source of the instrumental error isn't temperature; it's actually vibration, whatever that means. But and so then I said, wait, but the result increases with altitude. Are you saying that there's more vibration at higher altitude with less pressure? And that's when he devolved into a bunch of random ad homs and didn't answer. So, if they actually want to rebut the point, they need to read the papers and they need to somehow explain how those tests weren't replicated with immense precision. They used radio waves to millimeter measurements. They did millimeter measurements with radio waves, millimetric precision, and showed that the results from Dayton Miller were replicated. All right, so that's what someone would actually do if they wanted to figure out what was going on. They wouldn't just say, nuh-uh, error, and then throw it underground and do 50 different things to it until you get it close to zero. It comes down to this. There cannot be anything truly detected consistently in the globe model. So they have to say that it's instrumental error. Well, believe it or not, dude, instruments don't have consistent errors based on a certain direction, based on different times of the year, and based on altitude. That's not how instruments work.
That's so weird. It's so weird. Why this fringe shift, man? I say it casually, if we're talking about radio signals, right? And it's saying that the target is running away from the signal or something, right? Or moving towards the is that a simple in these devices? Is that what this friendship shit is?
Okay. So that's what they try to kind of explain the Sagnac effect as, which is funny. You get a bunch of different answers for this, by the way. The Globers are not going to have any solid answers on this because the mainstream doesn't have a solid answer on it. So the Sagnac effect is explained like roughly 14 different ways
Like they don't even
with
have
relativity.
a consistent position, right? Like
No, like not
should
even
the
at the
target-
top level of academia, they don't have an answer for the Sagnac effect. They have like 14 different interpretations of it. So you're not going to find any baller that agrees or really knows the answer because they haven't been given a scripted answer. So that's just the truth. But basically, like what Zanuck would say is that the laser, or yeah, like we use lasers now typically, the light beam has its own frame of reference, and then the mirror is on the Earth, basically moving away from the light. And that because it's a circular path and it's moving away, it's able to detect the rotation of the Earth, and that gives us the Sagnac effect. So that's kind of what most of them say. I mean, that's like a really layman terms.
Do you feel that that's the standing phenomenon? Is that we can run away from light signal? You know, like how about this? I know we can run away from it. Do you feel like we can push the light signal?
I don't think that light travels, bro. If you're gonna ask what I think, I don't think light travels at all, right? But it's funny though because when they say this whole like the mirror runs away from the light, it's ironically the exact opposite of what Einstein said. Einstein literally used like a train and a light on a train as an example of how that wouldn't happen. Like if you chase a train with headlights, that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the train's moving, if it's still, it doesn't matter. Light is just see. That's it.
Right.
So
That's what I was telling you.
Well, that goes into your position of it not really moving more as much, or it not being.
That's what I was telling. That's what I was telling you when I was doing the stake on the train thing. They can't have this thing running away from the light because no matter what, you measure it at C.
Yeah. So what's happening is it's being measured in variant, meaning not C. And they claim, well, it actually is C, right? But it's just a reference frame difference. But like I said, they don't even have an agreed upon answer for this. But that's just one problem, right? Ironically, they invoke the Sagnac effect as their evidence for the Earth rotating, and they actually can't even explain it with relativity, which is hilarious. But it's even worse than that because what has been shown is that when you account for the Sagnac effect, right? So you account for that sidereal rotation. There's an additional fringe shift that happens, and it increases with this in the same direction the sky moves. It increases with altitude, and it changes throughout the year based on where the sun is. This is the death blow because there should be nothing additional to the sidereal rotation, right? And that's why they have to say it's just instrumental error, but they can't get specific. So they're really being left out to dry by relativity and modern quote unquote science. They don't have an answer for this. The generalized Sagnac effect, which showed that it's not just circular motion, it's also linear motion that can be detected, was just a stake right through the heart of relativity. And that's why this test has been ignored for over, 2 decades basically at this point. It's been completely ignored because there is no way to recover from that. If you can detect linear motion with an accelerometer or with an interferometer, then the globe model is debunked, like automatically, right? So they have to just ignore the test, and that's the one by Wang in 2004. That's one of the biggest death blows, but it doesn't matter. Like if they say instrumental error, just like Astanek, I'm like, okay, if it's instrumental error, then why does it only happen in one direction? How come if I change the orientation of the table in another direction, it doesn't happen? Because the instrument's still the same, so it's still in the same location. So the temperature is the same, the apparatus is the same, the instrument's the same. So if I just turn the table to a different direction, why does the light not do it anymore? Why does the light not move faster anymore? And there is no answer. You can't claim that's instrumental error. That's just goofy. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't just like the instrument isn't like sentient. It isn't like the sleeping. No, what is it? What is Beauty and the Beast? Inanimate objects that come alive, and they're like, oh, let's conspire to make it look like the Earth's not orbiting. It's just retarded. It increase altitude. It changes throughout the year. It changes with a certain direction. This is very bad for them.
Said this. He said reading papers you don't understand and drawing false conclusions based on your own ignorance hardly qualifies as research, Brian. I'm like, what, dude? I'm like, Blue. How about reading the papers that's been posted? You're wrong, Blue. You can't hide behind your opinion forever, my guy. We
I'm saying
scrutinize these.
you just give energy. You're giving energy to like just
Hold on, I'm almost
tactics.
done, dude. Let me no. We scrutinize, but listen to the powerful end. I said we scrutinize these papers, and most of them don't even claim what you think they claim. I said linear interferometry is a thing, Blue. I've been screaming it to the rooftops forever, and now they have laser diode interferometry called linear interferometers, man. WTF? I said, and to end it, I said, it's over, Blue. Let us move forward, please, as it always does. You're robbing an entire generation their chance to progress science. I'm sorry it happened to us, but we must give these young brains something to work toward and these young explorers something to go explore, man. I was like, don't cheat them with that.
Yeah, yeah. This dude would leave the internet though before he said that the
Yeah,
current
maybe he
model was
will.
wrong. No, there's no maybe, bro. He would 100% leave the internet before he admitted that the model was wrong. They don't have a
I
rebuttal
left
to
your
this
name
because
out
it's
of
been
it,
over a
Austin,
month.
bro. Out of respect, I left your name out of it because it wasn't bad. But he's like, but literally, I was like, if Austin's, if it was like your opinion of Austin for, I told him you can't hide behind your opinion of Austin forever, my guy. That's literally what I said because he did mention it like Austin, but it wasn't personal. I ain't saying he bashed you like he's a piece of shit or something like that. But he's saying literally, I said our opinion. Like he's saying that he's just pinning it on you and I said you can't hide behind your opinion of Austin, bro, just because you make a comment like he's falsely interpreting these papers. We're all reading these papers that he's posting. Why don't you go read them? Is basically what I said. So I did.
Well, that's right. So they're not going to read.
Out of
That's
respect.
what I'm saying. They don't read it and rebut it. They just say, "I know you don't understand it." This is like when FTFE was like, I know you're wrong about relativity. I just don't know why." It's like, okay, so I don't understand it well enough to know why, but I know you're wrong. Like it's just so retarded. But
Exactly.
like
That's why I
this
told
is
him.
you know how real fast. You know how the P900 outpaced the lie. Like technology outpaces the lie. So say we have the truth and the Earth's actually stationary. The cosmos is geocentric, right? So they say that's the truth. Technology will outpace the lie. So just like with the P900, now we're seeing hundreds of. Now they changed their whole globe model. Now we don't ever see the actual curve of the Earth and the geometric horizon. We never see it. You can never see it. Blah blah blah.
Oh
Because the
God,
technology
dude.
outpaced the lie. Wait, real fast, real fast. The same thing's happening with interferometry. Now that they've shown that linear motion can be detected with interferometry, that's very useful for navigation technology. They're not gonna just not use it. It's like incredibly useful for real world application. So the consumer demand, the market will in fact expose the lie because
That's what I
people
said.
are not going to turn down millions and millions of dollars to create the most precise navigation technology because some people think that that shouldn't happen if the Earth's a ball that orbits the sun.
Good
Like,
point. That's a good point. And then, but see, this helps us debunk Gaylord's much further. But Jeremy, I think you can run away from it. I just think you can't push it. I want to make sure we said that correct, Brian, earlier, real quick, because I just want to make sure people ain't going to try to come back and pick on me and Jeremy for loosely talking about some shit. You know what I mean?
well, they're going to try to say that it moves away, but that the speed of light remains the same. But since the distance increases, it takes a longer time, right? They have to. In
Yes,
reality, the
that's what
mirror
they
is
have
not
to say.
moving. Yeah, but the
Right.
reality, the mirror is not moving anywhere. So it's like it's just the light is going different speeds, which it doesn't actually travel. But anyway, the answer that everyone has proposed for so long, including Sagnac, who discovered the Sagnac effect and said it was a vortex in the ether, including Edward Morley and Albert Michelson, who actually did the test, and then Michelson Gell Pearson. Um, they actually explain what it is. They say it's because there's an ether. He actually came out and said, we've proven the ether once the Michelson Gell Pearson was successful and matched this ideal rotation. It is that there is an ether and that there's a drift in the ether and it matches the sidereal rotation. The sky moves and there's like a river with like a stream, right? And it's moving and it's like swimming downstream. And if you shoot the light perpendicular to it, it's like trying to swim across the stream. So the light that's going with the stream, with the ether moving in a vortex with the sky, that light propagates faster. It hits the receiver faster than if you shoot it in another direction. Just to claim it's instrumental error is legitimately retarded. It's like basically just saying I give up.
Dude, how about this? How about, like, I literally in this server, like, I don't want to say like 2 or 3 years ago, but a long time ago, dude brought this up, and then I recently brought it up, like about 6, 7 months ago. I want to go find it, and I'm literally telling Zanuck that I'm showing him linear interferometry, and he looks at it, dude, and I'm like, dude, there are linear interferometers. That throws your whole shit out the door. He comes back and he's like, well, that's laser diode interferometry. It's all fucking laser diode interferometry. And there's flat earthers in here. I don't want to say their names, dude, because it might get me ejected from this fucking site. But like, yeah, it does say laser.
Yo, don't try that shit, Brian.
No, it's not you, but
Nobody gets banned for their beliefs because they disagree with us.
bro. You ain't got to cut me off. It does say laser diode, and there's a couple people in here who said it does say laser diode. Yeah, you're right. And I'm like, dude, they're all fucking laser diodes. Any laser is a fucking diode, and any good interferometer is a laser diode. And it's like, it's just, I'm not talking about you, Jeremy, bro. I'm just saying, like, flat earthers fall for shit just because that was his best point to say, no, that's laser diodes. Of course it's laser diode. It's just baffling what some people will fall for, bro, is my point. I've been trying to scream this shit to the fucking rooftops forever, that once we have a linear interferometry and could detect linear motion, it's over. It's over, dude. They're done. They should have never admitted that. They waited as long as they could. And it just shows you all the other technology they're holding back due to their fucking model, right? Sorry, go ahead.
So nobody gets ejected from the server because they disagree with
Hey
us.
everybody, I'm actually going to be organizing a GoFundMe so that we can get Brian a new motherfucking microphone and some kind of apparatus that keeps his mouth at least half a foot away from it.
I know it sucks. I got to put my. Yeah, I can't hear you. I got. Yeah, just buy one. I'm my bad on that. But at least my point gets across usually.
It doesn't because you're a hot mess, bro. Just relax. You're always out of breath.
I'm
gonna drop the papers for whoever wants them. I'm gonna drop some of them right now, and then I gotta go chill with the wife.
I do need a mic that doesn't record my breathing, bro. But when the phone ain't right there, dude, people are like, we can't hear you and shit. So it's like a habit to hold it up close. But I'll work on that. I respect the criticism, man. That's.
Hey, I'm just making a joke, dude. I mean, it's been like
No,
this
you're
for the
right.
last.
You're right. You're
So ever
absolutely
since
right.
we've heard you talk, man, it's been like that. I mean, even right now, you sound fine, but whatever reason, it doesn't happen regularly.
Like when you first get into subject, listen back to all your debates and all that. But then after a few years, you're like, you know exactly what you're going to hear anyway. But then every now and then I'll go listen back and I'm like, damn, my mic does suck, dude. I hear myself breathing in between words and shit, dude. And that's like, I mean, I've got to breathe, but that shows my mic's obviously right up against my face, dude. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist. But yeah, I'm glad you pointed it out because I need to work on that. I just kind of.
I'm just giving you shit, brother. I mean, it's just a running joke at this point.
I'm breathing. I'm still alive. No, I'm just kidding.
He's still alive. Can't stop us, flat Earth. Yeah, buddy.
Like I'll be making videos to stick up for Austin and Jaron because man, you can't expect them to respond to. I feel like it's kind of like some of our job, you know. You can't expect them to. any bullshit little thing. But when you hear QE and shit, I'm not talking shit about the man personally, but when you hear him dragging Austin, it's like, bro, you gotta stick up for your people, man. When you see bullshit afoot, it's like, dude, I was like, man, especially broke my heart. Bro, I've been fooled for so long about the globe, where I was literally upset with myself when I woke up to the possibility that they're wrong about everything. Then I was taught something else, and then I find out that them were lies too. I'm like, now I'm double mad at myself. I just got so mad at myself. I've got to point this shit out. So do my share. So everything we throw out is honest, and we hold ourselves accountable. Period. That is disgusting.
You've been going hardcore all day, haven't you, Leaky? You're good. I mean, you're in it to win it.
Right when I woke up, dude, I'm off all day, dude. Tomorrow,
Yeah, man, it's a holiday.
Dude, they let the school out and everything. It's supposed to be some big hurricane. Wasn't much.
So they let you out of school early? Is that what you're saying?
All the kids out, and yeah, my wife's in there stuck with the grandbabies and all that. So yeah, it's a holiday for me.
Yeah, that's great, man. I just messing with you. Yeah, that's great.
I'm keeping your spot warm. They'll be fighting over keep spot warm and shit. It's hilarious. I love it, dude.
Thank you.
I love it.
Oh no. Don't pass it over to me. I'm not I'm just a innocent bystander here.
Like even I went to Bev's and dude, I get along with him with everybody. It's like he's trying me today. I'm like, bro, I get it, dude. I get it. You think perpendicular is every direction, dude. I mean, I thought it was humorous. Like Jaron was bothered by it. He mentioned like even Jeremy, and he didn't say nothing about Jeremy personally, but he did mention the name. And I was like, dude, I could see it. I know Jeremy, so I know Jeremy's just like trying to state reality. Like, look, I told him, I was like, if we're gonna map the center of our neighborhood, we can use a central point, right? And without violating Euclidean laws, And he's like telling me I'm contradicting. It was fun, dude, but he didn't get it. I told him a compass. I didn't know this, but a compass is not cardinal directions. What do you think due east is? And I show this in the beginning of every video that if you walk east and you put a stake in the ground, then you walk west, put a stake in the ground, north, and you run a string line, then you pull 90 degrees from north, they're different. That's the term due east because it doesn't line up with east. And I told him, are you at least willing to consider that? Can somebody take 10 minutes or 2 minutes and go pull 2 string lines with a compass to verify what I'm saying? And nobody really backed me. Nobody called me out, but a few times.
So let me ask you about that. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Hold on, man.
So when you say, okay, thanks, man. So when you say due east, do you mean like you're still following the compass to know where east is, right? Or are you saying that way?
I was arguing the east is a circle. And I told him, he might be right. I mean, it didn't get out of hand, dude. I love Bev. He knows that. He loves me.
I don't know. I was there, but then I missed it. I had to do some other stuff, but so I missed that conversation. So I don't know where I'm not trying to pick up from where you guys left off or anything like that.
I'm with you. I feel like I'm the one who pointed out the fact that there are 3 types of people in the world. There are literally people who think the double curve, others who think that straight lines bend both ways, right? Like I know FE just learned it. That latitude lines circle even on the globe, but and then there are people like me who, when I picture the world, picture like circles around Polaris. And then there are people, and this ain't nothing bad against any one of us, but think that that east and north there are cardinal directions, and even with Polaris. And I can't argue that because, look, if you travel north and south on whatever model, the sun is going to stay east of you. So who's to say that doesn't happen fucking with Polaris? But I like the discussion, and Bev's the one who even got me to figure that out. Like there are people who just think that east is perpendicular to north. But then, so I was just having it out with him. It was funny. It was a good time. That east is, but if you take a compass, east and north are not 90 degrees. I know that it says 90 east, but it's most certainly not 90 degrees. Like I said, I'm a hands-on person. Do these
Well, that's
things.
actually, I think that's actually a pretty good point there, Brian, because a straight line cannot be a curved line, correct? They're both lines, but they have different properties. Either it's straight or it's curved. Would you agree with
That's
that?
why I claim that east and west are circles. On a plane, though.
According
Radials,
to a compass.
He corrected me and pointed out that they're radials, and I wrote out with that. Yeah, they're radials. Yep. So, and then I said, look, if this is the way I imagine the world, Bev, and like I'm not knocking him, I'm just telling you the way I think of it is this.
No,
we could have Polaris, we could have Polaris right overhead. And then at 45 degrees, and then we could be at a distance where Blackpool Tower is also 45 degrees. Now we could set out east as east can get, but to maintain the elevation angle to Blackpool or Polaris, whatever, we're gonna have to adjust. If we keep going straight, then it's gonna get lower in our vision. I'm just throwing him that possibility, right?
Yeah, but could you?
Yeah, I see that it working other ways. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no. I'm not trying to make it work the other way. I'm just saying, can you? Because when you said that, I was thinking you can make 45 degrees to anything. Like basically, you could just go there.
Right. And what I conceded to him, and what I thought he agreed with me on at first, was that I could map my neighborhood with a central point, and I could do circles, lines, and then we could also do a grid system. I said, let's throw out the compass. Please don't say north. Let's leave north out of it. Dude, what did he say, north? I was like, that's the only time I got aggravated. But I guarantee I aggravated him a few times. But
you mean
they did a grid system where they laid out? They did a grid system where they laid out the UK in straight lines and squares with 90-degree angles. Now we know that can't be on a curved surface, right? Sugar Cookie, that's for you.
Oh shoot! I'll be right back. What was the question? I just heard. I just got up off my ass. What was the question?
Well, the UK's laid out in a grid with grid squares by surveyors, and squares with straight lines and 90-degree angles. Now that can't be on a curved surface, can it?
I wouldn't think so.
No, it can't be. Can't be.
You wouldn't think so? Hold on, Brian. Jesus Christ, man. Take 5, Brian. It can't be on a curved surface because we got 90-degree angles, squares, straight lines. Right, Sugar?
Right. Yeah. I don't think that. I mean, a curved line. If you have a straight line to a curved line is basically a tangent. There's no tangent.
Yeah, but if we have squares, if we have squares with straight lines and 90-degree angles, that can't be happening on top of a curved surface, right?
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, guess what that means?
What does that mean?
That means everything. Oh, what's up?
Wait, I want to hear
that. That means if the UK is laid out like this, that has to be over a flat surface, right?
I don't know about that, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well, can it be over a curve?
Yeah.
Can it be over a curved surface? Can we have squares and straight lines and 90-degree angles on a curved surface?
But you could, but the gravity would roll to the middle of the.
Here's the other kicker on that, Jeremy, is so Is there a way that some knucklehead out there could say that the UK is the only flat place, and colloquially, or using the word flat? Forgive my French for that.
Yeah. We know the UK is on a flat surface, though, right? If it's on this, if it has these 90-degree angles, squares, flat, straight lines, right?
What's that?
Jeremy, if you're talking to Bev, you
Oh, no.
can't. You
I
can't
said we know
say
this.
flat.
Jesus
Probably not.
Christ!
What,
You take 5 bars.
who's the asshole? Who's the asshole trying to poison the well here? We're having a conversation.
No, I'm trying to say, Jeremy's trying to lead you, bro. Like, you can't say the Earth is flat if you're arguing perpendicular lines. You can argue that horizontal is level, and that works
Jesus
out
Christ!
perfect, right? I mean,
Brian, I'm gonna have to
I know
have to
Jeremy
mute
is
you, man.
leading me, and I'm going along with him for the sake of conversation.
I don't like him strawmanning
Yeah,
people, bro, when they're not here.
that means who's strawmanning anyone? Shut the fuck up, Brian.
The Earth has to be flat for perpendicular lines to exist.
Well, when you're, yeah. So, hang on. I'm willing to go along with you on this, Jeremy. I'll go on this journey with you. Continue.
I got her attention.
What's that?
I got some guy at work. My work is named Brian. I got him all scared. All right. Thanks, Brian. So we got all these squares laid out with 90-degree angles and straight lines. That has to be happening on a flat surface, right? It can't be curved.
That that's a bit silly, because you know that the ground is bumpy.
Can we have 90-degree lines and squares and straight lines on a curved surface?
No.
So it's flat.
Your reference points? Is that what you're saying?
This whatever the UK is sitting on has got to be flat, right? Because you can't have squares and straight lines and 90-degree angles on a curved surface, right?
Right. So where are those data points or the datums or whatever aren't?
Yeah, Bev's got it. Bev's got it. Bev's the one that brought this argument to the Globers before, showing them that it can't be on a curved surface.
What can't be on a curved surface? A straight line?
90-degree angles with straight lines and squares, that can't happen on a curved surface, right?
Straight lines cannot be on a curved surface because that's just like opposite. It's like a oxymoron.
Yeah.
Why do we got so many
with all
straight
these
lines?
squares, with all these squares and 90-degree angles and straight lines that the UK and America is on, Bev actually brought that to my attention. He did all of America like this too in grid squares. That can't be happening on a curved surface. It has to be flat, right?
Yes.
I feel like this is a trap for somehow.
It's not a trap, bro. It's not a trap. This is Bev brought this to my attention.
General, yeah. I mean, in general, yeah, I agree with that.
So we know definitely UK and America's on a flat surface. Good. I'm glad you agree.
Right. It's not. No, the
Nice.
surface is not flat because of the bumps. Remember I said?
But whatever it's on is on a flat surface, though. We know there's elevation changes. That's remedial. There's elevation changes across the land. But whatever it's on is on a flat surface.
So are you laying a mesh net? Are you laying a mesh net over the surface of the ground or something like that?
They surveyed America and the UK. It's laid out in grid squares with 90-degree angles and straight lines and squares.
Right. So imagine an imaginary mesh net that does what you're saying it does, as you know, and it's perfectly square and all that. That's not laying literally on the dirt or hills.
Bro, they surveyed America and the UK.
Okay.
The surveyors made straight lines, 90-degree angles, and squares. It's laid out in a grid square system. Okay. That can't happen on a curved surface, right? So whatever America and the UK is on, it's got to be on a flat surface,
Right.
right?
No, I agree with you to an extent to where you say a
Okay.
flat, but when you say a flat surface, that it's kind of almost impossible to do because of like I said, the bumps and stuff. But
Yeah, we know there's
I get what
elevation
you're
changes,
saying.
but whatever the elevation
Hang
changes
on,
are on has to be on a flat surface.
hang on.
Stop bringing it back to this remedial thing of there's elevation changes. We know that. That's
Hang
dumb
on.
to even say that.
So to have a grid system so that even works, okay, so you agree there's ups and downs along the way, right? Right?
Yes, there's elevation
Okay, cool.
changes on Earth.
Okay, hang
Holy
on.
shit, if I gotta say there's elevation changes on Earth one more time, I'm gonna lose.
Is that cool? Can you go with me? I went with you. Can you go with me? Kind of like, all right, that's cool. So in order to have that grid system, it has to be not touching the ground. It has to be a measured elevation from the vertical. It's got to be a vertical to measure those horizontals from. And then so, like if you put a stake in the ground and how they actually measured it, from what you're saying, they have to have a point that says, okay, well, this part right here is the vertical datum. And then we'll measure from that over to there. Right? So it's not necessarily all.
What's your point?
It's not. It's not attached to the ground.
So what's the point?
Jeremy,
what's up?
You can't have squares going up and down bumpy surfaces with straight lines. So no,
They measured they have the whole land laid out in the grid square system. All right, my bad.
So not flat, because if it's going up and down bumpy surfaces, then it's not flat, right? So
But the bumpy surfaces, right? The bumpy surfaces are sitting on a flat surface. We know it can't be curved because you can't have these straight lines and squares on a curved surface, right?
So you create that horizontal plane. The ground isn't horizontal. Never has been.
We know there's elevation changes. It's not horizontal. We know.
Right. So then why do you keep repeating that? But it's the same thing that you're repeating. It's like I don't know. It's something that
I have to keep repeating it because you keep saying there's elevation changes. We know.
Right, but it's refuting. You're proving my point at the same time. I don't get why that's your argument.
What is your point?
Have you not fucking been listening?
I've been listening. I keep asking what your point is. You never say it though. What is your point?
In order, is that all you do? Is just say what's your point and not listen to a thing I said? Hang on, I'll mute.
Well, I might have missed it. Maybe just restate your point.
You can't have.
Maybe I missed it, bro.
You can't have straight lines on a bumpy surface. And you're going to ask me what my point is again. I'm going to repeat it. We're going to go.
You can't have straight lines on a bumpy surface. We know there's elevation changes.
Okay, so let me ask you the same question you asked me. What's your point?
My point is they have the whole land laid out in grid squares. Surveyors of UK and America. Bev used this argument against the Globers.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is, if it's in grid squares with 90-degree angles and straight lines that the surveyors laid these areas out in, the areas underneath that can't be curving, right? Because you can't, otherwise that straight lines and squares and 90-degree angles wouldn't work, right? That's my point.
So hey, how do you have? Hang on. I'm right by a hospital, so hang on.
What's up?
He said he has to go to the hospital because the globe is fucking dumb and he needs to get his brain checked.
No, there's fucking sirens everywhere.
He's not a Glover.
You want me to unmute? Okay.
He's not a Glover.
What's your point?
My point?
I'm just joking, man. Just joking around.
My point is that Earth's sitting on a flat. All the topography and elevation changes. That's sitting on a flat surface.
Right.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use 90-degree angles with squares and straight lines to map out any area of Earth, let alone America and the UK, like Bev said they did.
You know how to use a water level, right? That level horizontal doesn't have anything to do with the surface that's underneath of it.
This argument does. What are you talking about water levels for? This argument definitely has.
Because that's where you establish a horizontal.
I didn't say anything about horizontal.
Did you not?
No.
Oh boy.
The word horizontal never came out of your mouth, but that's what you're talking about, though. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm just talking about whatever the surveyors did. They may have used horizontal with the surveying, possibly. I'm not sure, but the thing is, they laid it out in straight squares, straight lines with squares.
Yeah, so you're just saying words and not understanding the meaning behind them. That's what I'm getting.
Could you have mapped it out like that with the squares and all that if the surface was curving? Or if what the surface was on was curving?
That's my point about the water level. You can have a horizontal underneath whatever the heck kind of surface you want. Doesn't matter. You still establish those measurements.
Okay, well, we're talking about what the surface is on. We're not talking about the surface. We're talking about what the surface is on.
Okay, so
we're trying to figure. We obviously know there's. We obviously know there's elevation changes. We obviously know that the surface has elevation changes, right? It's retarded to even make that argument. But the point is what is the thing the surface sitting on? Is that flat or is that curved?
So
basically, water. Does water curve or is it?
Your words are, we're not talking about the surface, but XYZ about the surface.
We're talking about what the surface is on. Like, is basically is the elevation baseline, is that curving or is it level horizontal?
Talking about vertical datums for measurement, and that those are horizontal.
Yeah, so all the elevation changes are taken from a horizontal baseline, right? Horizontal plane.
You have a vertical datum to measure.
Yeah, and then you use a horizontal plane, and then you use a horizontal plane to get any elevation changes, right?
Yeah, I can go with that.
Yeah, so basically the whole baseline is coming off this horizontal plane.
You're creating a horizontal plane from bumpy stuff.
I don't know. I asked a question. I don't even remember the question I asked. What was it? Do you remember?
I don't know. What is your point?
I asked a question. You don't remember what it was?
No, I don't. I mean, you're the one that asked it. You tell me.
I forgot. Yeah. Oh, all the elevation changes are being made off of a horizontal plane, right?
Based on a vertical datum, yeah.
Yeah, you get a vertical datum, you make a horizontal plane, and then all the elevation changes will come from that horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the flat part. The horizontal plane, that's the flat part we're talking about. That's the flatness.
So imagine you have like before you go up to a hill, you start like at the bottom of the hill, and you set up a thing for measuring it, and then you go over there. Somebody else goes over there, and you measure that from a horizontal, and so you measure that horizontal from here to there, and there's a vertical distance between the ground and measuring device, right?
That'll be your elevation change. Yeah, we know.
Okay, so what's the problem?
I don't have a problem. I'm just saying that the Earth is sitting on a flat baseline. All those elevation changes, it's all flat underneath that. The elevation profile is not curving. It's all flat.
Horizontal stacks, like oil and water when you pour them on
Right,
top
sugar?
of each other.
I wouldn't say horizontal.
Right, sugar.
flat.
The whole.
I would say horizontal.
Yeah,
Is it curving? Hold on, Denmark. Is it curving? The horizontal plane we're taking all of the elevation changes off of. Is that curving or is it flat?
Elevation changes inherently in your question isn't flat because the elevation.
Bev got you wrapped up in this weird fucking goofy game that he's fucking playing. That's what's going on right here. You don't see it?
You're answering your own question without you even realizing it. In my opinion. It's like a bunch of it's like a stolen concept thing. You're arguing against a thing, or you're arguing against a thing that you're trying to argue for. That's kind of what I'm hearing. I could be wrong. It could be.
I'm arguing that Earth's flat. I'm arguing Earth's flat. What are you guys doing over there? Arguing it's not flat because elevation changes? That's fucking brilliant. You guys are geniuses.
Oh, hang on a second. What do you mean, you guys? I don't represent anybody. I don't represent Bev. I represent my own thoughts.
Oh, so Earth's flat. Cool. Are you with us? Earth's flat?
No, it's not flat.
It's not flat because there's elevation changes.
Right. Do you have any concept of what flat is?
Yes, the baseline that all the elevation changes are made up of. Everything that all the elevation changes are sitting on a flat thing, right?
Okay, is a vertical plane flat?
All the elevation changes, that's coming from a flat baseline, right? That's the flat part that we're arguing for.
You're
the flat
missing.
Earth.
Well, here's I think the contention is
Can you acknowledge that it's all sitting on a flat horizontal plane?
Flat horizontal is kind of like a weird way to say stuff, I think.
Horizontal planes are flat, bro.
Or even saying.
Do you think horizontal planes curve or are they flat?
Is a vertical plane flat?
Yeah, are horizontal planes flat? Can you not answer? Emma, hold on.
You're being ridiculously redundant by saying plane and flat and describing a plane as flat.
Okay, we're redundant. We know it's a redundant thing. I'm just making sure horizontal planes are flat and all the elevations measured off a horizontal plane. Therefore, whatever all the topography is sitting on has to be flat, right?
To me, your logic is flawed. Because
Can I ask you?
A vertical plane is flat.
Do you have a 45-degree vertical?
Vertical planes are flat. Great. Hold on, Demo. Give us 5 minutes. Vertical planes are flat. So are horizontal planes. All of elevation on Earth is measured from a horizontal plane. That's the flat part we're arguing for. You're with us on this, right? Flat Earth. Let's go. No, you're not with us? You can play Goop. Yeah. Go ahead, Demok.
Well, I just want to know if his verticals are 45 degrees.
The next topic.
Do you have any vertical? Yeah.
The next topic is what we can do with an angle.
Right.
I can do a lot of shit with an angle.
I'm going to ask him if any of the verticals. Well, are your verticals 45 degrees or 53 degrees or anything like that? The gentleman who doesn't understand what a horizontal baseline is. So if I take a horizontal baseline and I have a vertical line to it, do any of these verticals do anything but go, perfectly straight? Do they go any degree left or right or forward or back? That's what I'd ask you. Like from 1 degree to 45, do any of them move?
By saying flat and plane, that's redundant. and to describe anything as flat and horizontal is like it's kind of weird. Like because you can have a vertical plane, and you would all consider that flat as well. So I think it's just a terms, and I don't want to be pedantic about it. That's kind of like I think you're like
Drivers are just going to keep
misconstruing
getting
stuff.
better and better.
Vertical would be a wall, not plane. So we're going across the horizontal plane, the floor, right? And I put vertical everywhere. Are you?
Demok, you were breaking up, so I muted you for a second. You were just totally breaking up.
Appreciate you unmuting me, man. I was almost done, though. I was making the point that, yeah, that's Bev's argument, Jeremy. Level's horizontal. I don't think he's ever argued against that, bro. That's what I was saying. I'm not going to listen to you, straw man. Yeah, level is horizontal, even though there's locks and the earth ain't flat because there's locks and mountains. That's his whole argument,
Leaky.
bro. I can't listen to you straw man him to death, bro. That was my.
Yeah.
I was arguing that
Thank
we
you.
could map it out as a circle or as a grid.
The only
you know?
downside is you have a 1440p.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. And
I'm not
also,
gonna let anybody, even if I don't agree.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. But
Bev invented that fucking argument that Jeremy's trying to make, like against Bev. Like, are you kidding
right,
me?
I know, and he's trying to make me defend something that I have that you guys and all that shit. So anyway, I'm getting ready to bounce out for the evening on the server. Just want to say appreciate it.
Don't be a stranger, bro. Don't be a stranger, Sugar Cookie. Give a blue outro, please. Please, please, please.
All right. Oh shit! You got me on the spot. Let me think about it, and I'll get back.
Tell me how I don't understand. Just tell me I don't understand that.
Yeah, you don't even understand the first thing about geometry. Now, dude.
The thing about the unevenness of a surface with the word flat is that it has to do with scale. So, like, if you have a piece of glass that's like, for all intents and purposes, very, very flat, like there's very little unevenness. But if you zoom in with a microscope, there's all kinds of hills and mountains and valleys. So when it comes to the Earth, when people say flat Earth, nobody is trying to say that it has no unevenness of surface. Everybody knows there's mountains and valleys and treetops and all that good stuff. But if you zoom out, like you would with the piece of glass, on the large scale of it all, it's horizontally level and planar.
Right, but
It's
it's
just a
not
thing of
flat.
scale. Yes, it can be said it's flat. Yes, it can. Flat means horizontally level. Flat means horizontally level. So if you have horizontally level water with land coming out of it, you could describe it as flat. I don't use it because I don't think it's the best descriptive word. Yeah, I don't think it's the most descriptive word, but to say it isn't flat is either deceptive or some kind of game that's being played.
No. Let me give his stance.
It's word magic, dude. It's just fucking word magic.
Hold on. Let me.
What's up?
Oh, I was just saying it's word
I
magic.
would agree, Gio.
Sorry, go ahead. We're gonna get tripped up on horizontal, flat, level. If there's a difference, just check the live stream text. I posted a physical book dictionary definition of horizontal. It's an adjective, and the first three words are flat and level. What?
I'm asking, why are you interrupting me? I was just trying to get out one sentence to defend a man who ain't here.
I didn't mute you, and I felt like I wanted to say that. So, but I'm done now. Go ahead.
Okay, just to defend him, he is the one who invented the term and made it popular that level is horizontal. That drives Globers fucking nuts. What Jeremy's saying, Bev would not disagree
He
with.
didn't invent that shit.
But much, dude. So he might
What are you,
not agree with
nuts?
that. But level is horizontal. So if you have a lock and the water rises up 13, that makes it not flat. That's technical. I know that's kind of fucking a little arrogant technical, but it's right. Okay, and level being horizontal is his argument, man. I had to pipe up when you were saying, is the grid system, dude, that's his whole argument. I just had to listen to it on his stream today for an hour, then I had to listen to you for 20 minutes arguing the same shit.
You poor baby. You're freaking out, man. You need to take 5.
First of all, Bev didn't make up levels horizontal. All right. So I don't know where that came from, but
Yeah, definitely not.
if that's the case, if Earth isn't flat, then nothing's flat. Glass isn't flat. Your sheetrock's not flat. All the cement, rockiolade's
Yeah,
not
dude.
flat.
The word
Still
flat
water's
loses
not
all
flat.
meaning. Right. The
Still
word loses all
water's not
meaning.
flat.
You're just not going to use the word flat anymore to describe anything at this point, right? You're just going to just mud it all up. You're still roboting. Demok. Sorry, I interrupted again. Son of a bitch.
It was funny. The first 2 definitions of the word flat. The first one is horizontally level. The second one is level, even, or without unevenness of surface as land or tabletops.
Where's that one? Where'd you find it?
Dictionary.com.
Oh, okay.
Those are the first 2.
So you're going to find a lot of stuff littered about that are definitions that have the words like, of the round earth or of the curve, mentions the curvature of the earth. These kinds of things.
Bro,
Yeah, it's interesting. This one says land.
Yeah, it just says land. Of course.
It's got
It's
land
awesome.
right in flat, yeah.
This man's driving Globers crazy telling him levels horizontal because everybody knows that levels horizontal. Even people not in this argument will tell you levels fucking horizontal. It drives Globers nuts, dude. And if he wants to be technical about it, then he's got to be technical about every. And so he does. And he argues just the geometry of it. And so you take an angle and you can't do nothing with it, bro. I almost made a video like 3 days ago putting an angle in like 20 different calculators and showing that it can't do shit. You got to have a distance to go with it or elevations to go with it. You can't do fuck with an angle. That's an accurate statement. And just because he's technical, yeah, it's aggravating kind of. But I've got him to a point where at least he concedes like the fact that we can map the neighborhood from a central point, and yeah, it does make the east and west not straight, but a compass dictates that, and ironically, I don't know any other flat earther besides myself, which fucking is another thing that drives me nuts, that's ever even pulled string lines to a compass. Like, oh my God, no flat earthers have ever pulled string lines to check a compass except me. It just drives me fucking nuts, dude, that it says 90 degrees east, but when you follow it, it's not. That's why they come up with the term due east, because it doesn't line up with compass east. And I'm trying to teach Beb that, he's stubborn. I give him that, man. But, he would agree that level's horizontal and the grid system is motherfucking horizontal, so he's not our enemy.
What are you trying to get him to say?
I'm just trying to open up his mind that depending on how we map out the neighborhood or the country or the world, it could be circles around Polaris. That doesn't violate Euclid. I'm just trying to get him to open up his mind, and he's trying to get me to open up my mind that maybe if we do go east, it is a perpendicular line, because it could be.
What if he's just trying to?
Yeah.
So, like
Brian, in building, when we want to make a 45 degrees angle to put some
trolling
lumber
everybody
down
really
or some
hard?
timber,
What if
right?
Bev
If you just
is
let me
trolling everybody?
like all I needed was 20 seconds, man.
Yeah, he
It's like
won't give you that.
Yeah, so if you're trying to make a 45 degree angle with a bit of timber, and the saying goes 45 degrees off level. And that level, what is it supposed to be? That level has to have an orientation. Or you say 35 degrees off level. What is that level? What are we talking about there?
Just so we're straight, are you arguing for Bev or against Bev?
I'm arguing for you, Brian. I'm trying to say that horizontal is level, right?
It is level, and you can have locks to go up, and that makes it not flat. I mean, let's be real. There's mountains and shit. So yeah, it is kind of, you do have to digest it, but at least he's consistent with his shit, because you can't do nothing with a fucking angle. Any flat earther I ever hear who says we can do something with an angle is fucking disgusting sick, dude. You need all kinds of information to go with it. You can't do nothing with just a fucking angle. That's an argument against Globers. It drives them nuts to hear him say it. It shouldn't drive flat earthers nuts to hear him say it, but here's my point, is that I'm trying to tell him that, yeah, maybe it is. The earth is fucking, like I said, if we go north and south, we're going to see the sun due east, no matter how high or low we go. So who's to say, am I the arbiter of truth where I know that if I go east or west that Polaris doesn't follow me too? The sun does it. So no, I'm not gonna act like I fucking know, but this is a good conversation. Instead of arguing, we need to realize that, hey, this is something we can come up with a test and just follow a straight line east or west anywhere, not just the equator no more, because now if we follow a line east or west and it comes out to be straight and Polaris does follow us without us turning, we've just fucking debunked the globe 100% and the AE map 100%. Now we got to figure out what's tricky about this realm. We can't just say he's wrong, this, that. He's just strict. You know, I respect it, man. It does aggravate me a little bit, but dude, don't say angles fucking fruit, dude. Angles don't do shit.
He just seems to be stirring up a lot of drama, this Bev.
Yeah, we should have followed his lead a long time ago.
No, it's safe to say the terrain of Earth, the elevation changes, is coming from a flat baseline, a horizontal plane, if you will. Maybe just tell us horizontal plane and flat is redundant 100 million times, and that Earth's not flat 100 million times because there's elevation changes.
Yeah.
That's
By
gonna
him
help.
agreeing with
That's
you.
gonna help.
Sorry. I was gonna say, by him agreeing with you, they called him a child abuser because he stated just that levels horizontal.
Who gives a fuck? Nobody cares that some dude talks shit to some other
Tell me
dude on the
angles,
internet.
you can do something with an angle. Is that next, Jeremy?
I can do a whole bunch of shit with an angle.
Tell me.
I can tell you if something's above or below horizontal. I can get an angle and then
No.
what's up?
Need horizontals.
90 degrees.
Bro, who's to say you're looking fucking degrees, bro? You're talking about just an angle.
You could draw a circle with an angle. What else do we do with angles? I could tell what time it is. I could tell what time it is with an angle. I mean, you could do tons of shit. You could do tons of shit. Who are you yelling at?
Brian, before you come on this live stream, you're going to have to fix your mic and also stop yelling. We can't do any more of it, man. Your mic is clipping. It's really loud. It's really unpleasant to listen to. Please, fix it. Stop yelling. Maybe both.
Yeah, sorry,
Please.
man. But he's acting like you can tell time with just an angle. You need the circle. You need the numbers and the hashes. Bro, it's ridiculous to hear somebody that I respect talking dumb shit. I'm sorry.
No, you don't need a circle. An angle is a circle. It's part of a circle. I just need to part at one part.
Just an angle then, right?
Yeah, just an angle. Just the two hands.
Stubborn boy.
Two hands on a clock tell you what time it is, right? That angle.
Nice angle of a sundial will tell you a lot of information.
There's that. You do a lot of shit with an angle, baby. What do you guys do? Aren't you in construction?
Bro, just listen to yourself. I'll clip it out. Keep going, please. Tell me all these things you could do at just an angle.
Well, you can tell time with one.
I respect you, dude. Stop.
Geo's got a crazy sundial. You can do a lot of shit. What can you do with the angle on the sundial, Geo?
A lot of things. Tell the season, time of year, time of day.
Tons of shit with an angle.
Don't
You
have
could
to have
take an
the,
angle
what
between
you wanna go with it?
take an angle between celestial bodies and get the status of the archetypal nature
I
of
agree with
reality.
everything y'all just said. My point is you can't do nothing with just an angle.
Yeah, you can. You get this angle with the
Yeah,
sundial, right,
you
Jim?
just agreed with me. Everything you said involves fucking the angle thing that casts the shadow. I forgot the name of it. The circle that goes around it. The gauging that it's horizontal. No, nothing's guaranteed that any angle. An angle's an angle. You can't do nothing with just an angle, bro. You're desperate. Stop.
You're getting an
Yeah,
angle, and then you're doing things with it.
Right.
yeah.
But
You
with
got to
just
get the
an angle, you
angle.
can't do shit, dude. It's fucking geometry. Stop.
Yeah, you get the angle. You get an angle, and then Geo can do all kinds of fucking crazy celestial shit with it. Geo, if you didn't have a sundial and I just gave you the angle, would you be able to still tell me all that stuff?
You're saying if you just told me what the angle is on the sundial, but not without
Yeah.
a sundial?
Yeah. I just give you the angle.
Well, you're saying you have a sundial, you tell me it's a sundial, and then you just give me the angle. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh my God, stop.
Yeah, you could still do all the same things you could if you were looking at it. Yeah. If that's what it, yeah. If that's the reading.
I mean, dude, you could do so much stuff with an angle. All the stuff we built has been done because of with angles. That's how we construct things. You draw a circle with an angle. Tell time. Tell all kinds of sundial stuff. What else do we do with angles? Okay, you get your latitude with an angle.
We misspelled angel with an angle.
Predict eclipses.
I can teach you how to send me a hard-earned cash with an angle.
Yeah. I understand it's arrogant, but he's technically right. And you can't argue it technically. Yeah, if we have the sundial, yeah, if we have the unit circle, yeah, if we have a map and all that stuff. But if I'm going to put you out at sea and all you have is an angle, you got nothing, you're dead. I'm just saying, unless you have knowledge of different things that do what they make. I'm just saying, an angle by itself is literally as good as a point. I'm just saying, I don't like the argument either, but you can't argue it from a technical point of view. Yeah, everything's based off angles, but they are accompanied by distances and other things. You know, he's not wrong, man.
Feels like pedantic semantic bullshit to me. Game
It is
playing
pedantic
shit.
semantic. I'll give you that. I will give you that.
Here's one metaphysical factoid. You can't do anything with anything alone. You're gonna need something for it to interact with. So sure, the only thing something can do alone is just be.
Yeah, you can't do anything with a hammer, Ryan.
Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do with a hammer?
You're gonna just a hammer.
You can't do anything. It.
You can't do anything with just a hammer, Brian. Does this argument make sense to him?
Yeah, I can do plenty
Fucking
with a hammer.
stupid. You can't. You can't do anything with just a hammer.
Just a hammer with just a hammer alone?
Tell me.
You can't do anything.
Tell me what you can do, Brian, with just a hammer.
We can hammer.
You better not.
What are you gonna hammer? All you have is a hammer.
Hammer.
Though, right? I can't angle with an angle. I can hammer with a hammer, right?
No, you can't hammer with a hammer. All you have is a
Hear me.
hammer.
I've thought of this. I swear to God. I've
All
thought
you
of
have
this
is
for
hammer.
5 days straight. I've thought of this for 5 days straight. There's no way out of this one, bro. Technically speaking.
Oh no.
Dude,
5
Right,
days.
there's
straight.
nothing.
Did you work? Did you sleep during those 5 days?
Yes, I
Right.
did, but I'm saying, y'all know I'm obsessive compulsive, bro. I've literally thought about it 5 days straight because I was like, this is bullshit. This is fucking, like he said, it's pedantic. Yeah, it is, but
You take it way too serious.
Just an angle. There's not enough information to do anything at all except label the angle.
Brian, Fundy was right. That was a great point, Fundy. You can't do anything with anything in and of itself. You always need something else. You can't do anything with a hammer. You can't hammer anything because all you have is the hammer.
No, it's because if you just have a clock, You need yourself to see it.
He's technically now. Jeremy's even
What the
technically
fuck are
right.
we talking about?
Hey,
What you just said.
so Brian, do you see how worthless this argument is? Because you can't do anything with any single thing.
It's meant toward us, though, Jeremy. It's meant toward the Globers, man.
I don't care.
Buster made a world-class song that you can't do fuck all with angle because Riff's talking about everything you could do with angles. No, you need the almanac, you need the fucking ephemeris, and you need distances, you need all this shit. This was not an argument against flat earthers. This is in a world-class Buster song, bro. What are y'all doing, man?
Brian, can you do anything? Hold on, guys. Can you do anything with a hammer, Brian?
Technically, no. If you want to be technical, I can't.
So this is a fucking worthless piece of shit
Wait, are you
game
talking about like
playing argument.
it's just you? It's just hold on. It's just you and a hammer. This is my question. It's just you and a hammer. No, you can't do anything if it's just you and a hammer.
Pull your tooth
Not
with
really.
the fucking hammer. Pull your tooth out your.
Actually, you could probably like break your arms and legs and shit with the hammer. Kill yourself with it, I guess.
Wait. No, that would take an arm and a swing and all that. So technically, Jeremy's right. But if Issa made a song about it,
Get the fuck out of here.
I'll argue with fucking Issa because technically, a hammer by itself, you can't do shit with.
All
You need
right,
an arm
man.
to swing it.
Wow,
I'm
dude.
not gonna go against my fucking dogs, man.
Your dogs? You're not going to go against your dogs?
Why does it have to be your way so seriously?
I'm just saying, if Issa makes a song about it and it drives Globers nuts, I'm on board,
Oh.
bro.
Dude, Issa's fire. Yeah.
Issa's damn fire. You know? So, man.
Gotta drive the Globers nuts.
He didn't make that song against flat earthers and technicalities. It's because Rube's talking about all this shit you could do with angles. No, you need distances that you've never proven. You need all this stuff. There's a reason behind that claim, dude. And technically, it's right. It is technical. It is pedantic. Jeremy, I'm not arguing that. But it stands true mathematically. And I don't like listening to flat earthers argue against fucking math, dude. It drives me nuts, dude.
Whatever, bro. We got anything real, or because I feel like this whole last hour has been a waste. Not really. There's some good stuff in there. The UK and America, I guess. I don't have the maps, but I guess they were laid out in grid squares. That's neat. Surveyors, professional geodetic surveyors did it. I have to get the, somebody get the thing from Bev.
Gosh, you gotta wonder how they knew.
Issa made a badass song talking about a hammer itself ain't shit, a hammer by itself ain't shit, you know, or something. And then against the Globers, you know, just for whatever reason. And then we go against him like, wait a minute, we can do this with a hammer and shit. It's like, dude, that wasn't the reason that argument. Yeah, we can press our own people, but yeah.
Brian, did you expect people not to take it out of context? You silly man.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to defend our dog. He gets on my nerves too sometimes, but still, man, if we got to stick with tech. If we're going to a geometry forum that's just arguing geometry, then we got to follow them rules, man. I don't see nothing wrong with that, man. It is aggravating if you're going to say, yeah, you're a flat earther. You want him to say it. But in a way, I wish we'd all followed his lead to begin with, because we're just going to say, no, the earth ain't fucking flat. It damn sure ain't a globe. Dude, it shuts them right in their tracks. They can't be like flat earth. I wish we could go back in time sometimes, man. But we are where we are. But I still got to respect my dog, you know. He's consistent, if nothing else, man. But Jeremy, it is aggravating sometimes, man. I'll give you that. We argue with Globers that, oh, it's oblate. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same principle. Like, bro, it's just neither here nor there.
I do want to know if they're going to pick one at some point.
Pick which? Pick one what?
Like, is it oblate spheroid? Is it a sphere? Is it what does it change? Is it you know what I mean?
Yeah,
What's
it
going on?
doesn't change. It's an oblate spheroid.
Oblate spheroid, got it. So why do all the pictures show it to be really nice, crisp, sphere looking thing?
Everybody with credentials calls it
Oh,
pear-shaped.
yeah. The pictures show an oblate spheroid.
No, they don't.
Including the United States Navy, they call it a pear-shaped. The Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Department of Defense, they all call it pear-shaped.
Can you show
Just
me?
flat earthers
Yeah.
calling it oblate. Yeah,
Can
I'll
you
show you right
show
now.
me? Well, no. Oh, that's fine too. Yes, thank you, Matthew. Can you show me um the NASA photo? Just any of the photos you think that were taken of Earth from space. The countless lovely photos that we see. They're absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, sure. This one was taken 2 days ago.
So how exactly is that an oblate spheroid and not, well, just a
It's
sphere?
slightly wider from left to right than top to down.
I see. And why don't we see that with the naked eye?
Oh, because it's not that. The wideness is very small ratio.
Oh no! Whoa! The video I just posted, the DoD literally shows a pear. They say it's pear-shaped and show as a fucking pear. It ain't
Yeah.
just a verbal claim. They show the Earth as pear-shaped.
Yeah, you can see
Not
why
just
we might think. You can see why we might think this is a little bit of a stumbling block for you, Matthew. I'd love to hear your response.
Sure. It's not a perfect sphere, but the amount that it's off is very small comparative to the picture that I showed.
No,
So
not
it's not
since
going
we
to be.
launched satellite. And I'll shut up after this, I swear. But literally, they claim it.
Yeah. So the difference is not going to be visible with just a few pixels, like the pictures that I showed. Maybe a couple pixels, but you'd have to measure it carefully. I mean, it's the same thing for if you have a basketball sitting on a basketball court, just sitting on the court, it's not a perfect sphere either. Jarvis, the Earth is mostly globe shaped, mostly close to you know spherical, but not quite. And so the amount that it differs from a sphere is not noticeable, even with the hills and mountains.
So where do you guys counter on Jeremy's pretty serious claim earlier about the perfect squares over there in the UK or wherever? He said it's got to be flat because they have perfect squares.
I don't think they're perfect. I don't think they're perfect squares. Because if you lay out a grid system on a globe, there's going to be slight discrepancies from a perfectly flat grid system.
Well, thank you. Hashtag not on Mars. Thank you.
Hey Elijah, how's it going?
Hey.
Did you see the moon the past couple days? Full moon recently.
Yeah, super bright. Shining like its own light.
Yeah, it is pretty bright. Relative to the dark sky, I guess.
Mm-hmm. That's what brightness means.
Hey, what is up there?
It almost looks like a fluorescent light bulb, the moon.
Yeah.
When it's really
What's
bright.
what's the conversation at the moment? What are you talking about?
The moon.
Full moon just happened a couple days ago.
Okay. Do you want to do an experiment next full moon? Let's get Kosho with it because he's got all the stuff for it. He's got all the Excel spreadsheets already made up for it, so we don't have to bother. And Kosho can put all the data in, all the data points, and we do Eratosthenes, right? You know, of the moon shadow, and we can triangulate. We do all the right angles and everything. See how accurate people can be. Show them some quick methods on how to do some things a bit more accurate and plumb and stuff. Check it level that way. Check it level that way, and then make sure the ground's flat. Measure out from the certain point and the edge of the point where that's going to. You know, not just the tip of the shadow, whatever you're projecting off of, and do it on full moon. And then what you do is you get people that are all around the moon to all do this triangulation thing, right? And you get a center point, and you'll be able to get someone that's close to that center point. See if it's overhead for them. They're all measuring at the same time. And what we're doing is we're saying, is the moon being perceived at a lower angle, so light's doing this, or is the moon being perceived at a high angle doing this? You know, because
Well,
it can also
the problem with that is
twist
you
the.
can't. The problem with that is you can't triangulate the celestial bodies. Everybody knows that.
This is the thing:
Why can't
triangulating the
you?
moon during the night when the air is still and cool, compared to the day when the air is warm and it's all different temperatures everywhere. You're going to get a much more straight result than Eratosthenes of the sun. You get Eratosthenes of the moon
I mean,
more direct.
that was almost a dismissal of what I said.
It
Well,
was because
I'm curious why,
that's exactly
Elijah.
what.
Why do you say you can't do it?
Because you can't do it.
I can do it. We've done it before. Me and Kosho have done it. We've done, and heaps of other people. We did the Eratosthenes.
If you could triangulate the position of a celestial body, it would have been done by now.
Look, you can look at this say stellarium, and you can tell you what angle it's at compared to the compass angle and declination, or is it elevation.
Yeah, but you can't use three people at three different points to triangulate the position of a celestial body. That's not possible.
Well, so you can get the angles, but why is it that if you use those angles to figure out a distance, you're getting the wrong distance? Why does
Because if you look at it right, and say everyone is getting the same thing, right? Some people might be getting a lower reading or a higher reading at different sides, and then you go, okay, well that shows that it's not actually curved; it's being perceived lower, and this thing is the light isn't curving when you don't have all these gradients of heat that it's going through with the air and the water and stuff, or the heating water, and so you get those skunk bay footage like this because there's columns of air and it's passing through it like this. And when you're going up, you're going to less density and clouds and stuff like that. So, but if you've got clear skies and dry, cool air, you've got less refraction, is what I'm saying, to do the moon thing.
It doesn't have anything to do with refraction.
Absolutely, it fucking does.
No one in history has been able to triangulate the position of any celestial body. Now, Matthew keeps asking me why that is, because it is what it is. Now, if you want to make a claim as to why that is, that would be you affirming the consequence.
Let's triangulate the sun.
I wasn't done. I'm merely saying I don't know. But I just know
that's fair enough. I would agree with you that nobody has successfully triangulated the position of like the stars, for example.
Thank you.
Buy a sextant. Let's just stand outside every night and just point it at stars we can both all see, you know?
You're almost not even listening. So I don't know. You almost cursed me out.
Elevation,
Somebody
right?
muted you.
The azimuthal
You don't even know
azimuth and what's the other fucking slew one called the compass direction?
Elevation.
You're saying you can't triangulate in terms of putting it above somewhere. Well, if you have a point right below it and you have 2 points either side of it, or three either outside of it,
yeah, that's the thing you can't do.
You can.
It's unlike.
You could see where it's right above.
No, you can't. That's
You
what
get a
I'm
point
telling
where it's
you.
right above, and get 2 points or 3 points away from it, where you can see, and then see if those angles match up and triangulate to a 0 point going down on a flat Earth, or see if it actually matches more of a curve. And I'd say match the flat when the refraction is low.
No, I just told you that you can't triangulate the position of
Listen. Let me
celestial
finish.
bodies.
When the refractive conditions
I
when there are less impedance, when there is less impedance resistance in the atmosphere for the light to travel
like,
through.
look at how straight
Can you
faced he
mute
is.
this? Can you mute this dude for just a minute for me, Drew? When the sun's light has to travel through columns of air that
started talking.
Dude, just mute him, please. He's cutting me off every time that I try to
literally
speak.
interrupted me.
Please
So
just cut him off.
if I go to the live stream and we hear him talking,
I'm going
after I spoke. Am I gonna get paid something or like what? Like how's
You're
that gonna
cutting
work?
me off every fucking time. You're just waiting for me to speak, and as soon as I stop speaking, you think you just jump in. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not replying to what I'm saying.
You're actually
You're not listening to the concept. You're not interested in learning the concept, the scientific concept. And I'm speaking about how the light is bent when it is impeded, when it's the varying temperature and pressure, refractive conditions, because the atmosphere acts as a lens, and when those refractive conditions change, or it interfaces at a change of humidity and pressure, for example, at a beach where you got heat there, that change in temperature causes it to bend. bends up like that. Hits it, bends up because it's impeded.
Yeah, I
And
don't
it's
agree
not
with that.
impeded. It's not impeded low and high. It's impeded like this, columnar, like this, like that.
I don't agree with that premise either.
Because the angle that it's okay, this is 90 degrees, right? How much it is up from there, right? That's how much it's actually going to be up on this side because it's being impeded more from this side here. So it's going to go this way. It's hard to explain. You have the
No,
angle basically.
it's actually just not falsifiable. Is the correct terminology you're looking for there. I don't agree with that premise either. And I already told you can't triangulate the position of a celestial body. So
You can tell me whatever you think you want to tell me, but if you're not talking about anything scientific, then I'm just going to call you a stupid baller and move on with somebody else.
well, we're not talking about cause and effect relationships, so it shows how much you know.
I am talking
about
about cause and
science.
effect. I'm talking about the angle of
Exactly. You're talking
the
about
angle that it intersects.
you're talking about
the
trigonometry,
medium,
not
that
science.
interfaces the
So
medium.
that
The
shows how
line
much
of the
you know.
medium where it changes, the angle that it intercepts that at, that is the angle that it's going to go up the other half that towards the middle, right? So it's here. It's going to go up to here, right? So it halves every time, and you get an effect where the light rises and it looms, and it pulls. It basically pulls light up and down. So you can have light that's doing this, or it's doing that, right? Because I'll give you a picture.
Get to the end
picture.
of a
I'll
statement.
put in a live stream text so you can actually see what I'm talking about. It's actually showing you this example on a beach.
Okay, get to the end of your statement so I can respond.
All right, look at the picture in the live stream. Put it there now. Live stream one text.
Okay, great.
That's
Like
what
I
I'm talking
said,
about. When the light ray is traveling horizontally through the heat exchange there, you see you've got a rise in heat and pressure there. That is going to cause an interface. So it's going to cause upward refraction there. And from this side, it may actually cause, on the beachhead, you may actually cause downward refraction. You may actually see further than you should, this sort of thing.
like I
So
said,
there's a natural upward refraction in the atmosphere anyway,
somebody
because it
like
acts
he's
as a
like
lens.
one
And
run on
etheric
sentence,
counter
and it's
space is for,
insane. So back to the previous point. No, you don't know what science is. This isn't science, and you can't validate that that's what happened. We don't see in light rays, and you can't validate that premise. Like I said already 3 times, I heard what you said. I understood what you said. You're just not responding to what I'm saying because there's nothing to respond to. There's, it just is what it is.
So
You're
if
not
you can't do triangulation, then how does
You're not,
celestial
you're not
navigation work?
explaining any concept. You're not explaining anything. You're just saying everything that I'm saying. You're saying no, 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 and then you're just not actually presenting anything,
I
or
don't have
even
to.
an
I didn't make a
alternative.
claim.
You're not
I didn't
presenting
make a
anything
claim.
scientific. I'm presenting scientific principles in ways people can understand, and I'll show you the
Well, if I can
equations and how you
respond.
input data to show the things that you're measuring, to explain the effect that you're seeing.
Okay. Well, I didn't make a claim, so I don't have to explain anything.
I can show you.
But
I can
anyway,
show you. I'm
Matthew.
saying.
No. As a matter. Oh yeah.
You
Didn't
don't
you
want
just
to
ask
learn,
me
and if
that?
the fact that you're resistant to learning
Yo,
means that I'm going to
where's
right
the
click you and
moderation
mute
here
you, and
tonight?
I'm done
I
talking to
mean,
you forever. Okay, goodbye. Thank you, my
thank
friend.
you.
Yeah, nice talking to
I
you,
tried with
Sunshine.
you,
Talk to
and
you
that's
later.
it. That's
Bye.
as much as I can try with you.
Okay, great. What, Matthew?
You're a testing person,
Yeah. So
and you
what,
test it too much.
Elijah? You said if we can't triangulate things in the sky, so how does celestial navigation work?
Not triangulation. Not in the way terrestrial regular triangulation is when you have like 2 sides and you
Go
calculate a
show. I'm
third.
about to leave.
Well,
Yeah, we already said goodbye.
what's
Take it easy. Goodbye. See you later, Sunshine.
so where you have 2 legs and you get the third? That's not what's happening in celestial navigation. So
Yeah, I agree, but
So that's the answer to your question. What you said, why aren't we doing triangulation? Now you're saying, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, my reason for not saying we're not doing triangulation when we do celestial navigation is because I don't think it's the bottom is straight. I don't. So in other words, I don't think the Earth is flat. But I'm curious why you reject triangulation.
It's not rejecting it. It's just what it is in reality. I already know that celestial navigation doesn't work that way. You asking me why makes no difference. I'm not making any claims. I just know how celestial navigation works. And I know it's not, getting two legs and calculating for a third. I just know that. You're asserting that it's because the ground is curved. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy that you're committing.
Affirming the consequent refers to like using something, your assumption, to prove the same assumption. I'm not doing that. I'm just talking
Well, that's
about how
begging the
things work.
question, actually.
Okay.
They're slightly different, right?
I guess they are, yeah.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, from what I know of celestial navigation, every degree off from perfectly vertical means that you're 60 nautical miles away from the ground position of that star. So that's the
Okay.
way that I understand that it works.
Fuck this
I don't,
place.
I don't think I'm disagreeing with that. Or, I don't know. What's that got to do with the curved ground? I mean, if you're taking a elevation angle measurement, then it's the elevation um, of the vertical line over a horizontal plane, unless the GP is out in space.
Yeah, so the 69 miles per degree is derived from a spherical assumption. And that's why I'm surprised to see you agreeing with it.
Not derived from a spherical assumption. It's just part of a circle. And that's the circle of the sky. That's how we see in degrees. So,
Yeah, but if the ground is flat, then it would be a non-linear equation, but it's a linear equation.
if
And
the
that,
ground was curved, then you wouldn't have an elevation angle. It was a
sure
more
you would.
accurate statement.
Well, you
No,
can get
you, no, you,
elevation.
no, you would. No, you wouldn't, because it's an elevation angle that has to do with the ground position of the star and what the angular distance above that position is. You don't have that if the ground is curved.
No, it doesn't have to do with the angle above horizon. It has to do with the angle down from vertical.
No,
So
excuse well, wait a minute. Maybe we should get some citations in there.
Yeah,
Go
while you're
ahead.
doing that, can we run it back real quick? You said where you said the part we weren't making triangles with celestial navigation.
We're not triangulating, meaning we're not solving for the height of the hypotenuse, is what I said.
Yeah, but we have all the
You have certain functions, but you're not solving for the height.
but there is a triangle there, right? But there is a triangle there, right?
There's a right angle there.
You have the GP.
It's more like a box, when you have the co-altitudes and whatnot. So you're using the right angle from the GP to then get your vertical and the angle
Let's
from
just
that.
be clear. All right, let's just be clear. There's three lines. There's an observer and a GP, and there's a straight line to those two, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a line from the GP to the star, right? There's another straight line.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a straight line from the star to the observer, right?
Yeah.
It's a triangle.
Yeah, I posted a picture from QE's website.
Yeah, but you.
It's a triangle, right, Eli?
But you can't triangulate, like I already explained to Matthew. Because if you were
Okay, well,
another
that's
observer looking at the same position, might not look the same, like it would
okay,
on a
but
lighthouse.
you know the information you need to find out the rest of the information of a triangle?
You need to know exactly when the star is above a certain position over Earth, which someone would have had to take a 90-degree angle from, I'm assuming, and the timing of that particular time
No,
above
what
the
I'm
flat
asking,
plane of the Earth. I mean,
what I'm asking is, you know what information you need to find out all of the information of the triangle?
I just explained the steps. So obviously
We have a
there would have had
triangle.
to been someone. No, we don't have a triangle if you don't know when the star is over where, which means someone would have had to previously, before you trying to take an angle, figure out when that star was where. And that's what the timetables are for.
Yeah, sorry, I thought we already got past the point where we do have a triangle because we had the 3 straight lines to the 3 points.
No, I
So now
just
you're
told
saying we
you.
don't have a triangle?
I just told you, even though you're measuring an angle above the surface, you know that you can't triangulate because, again, if you were somewhere else, you might not get the same angular distance.
So QE's diagram is wrong, the one that I posted from his website.
Sorry, do we have a triangle, right, Elijah?
3 straight lines it defines a triangle. Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We got a triangle. Now, we can find out a lot of information about a triangle by just a little bit of information, right? Like if you
well,
have a couple angles, a
again,
distance, you can find out
you
other
can't.
distances and angles, right?
You can't look. And let me
You
go
don't know
ahead
how
and show you.
triangles work, you're saying?
No, you don't know how celestial navigation works. You're
We're
saying?
talking about triangles.
No, we're talking
Hey,
about celestial navigation.
hey, but
Triangles.
Jeremy, man.
No, we're
Hey,
talking
Jeremy,
about celestial
but
navigation.
can
You don't know how
you
triangles work, bro.
No, you don't know how celestial navigation
but
works,
can
bro.
you say
I do
how
know how
high?
triangles work, and you have a triangle. Hold on,
No,
Fundy.
you don't know
You
how
know how
celestial
triangles.
navigation works, bro.
Oh, come on,
That's
but can
cool.
you tell me what
That's cool, but
altitude the star is at though?
that's cool. Maybe I don't know how celestial navigation works, but I do know how triangles work, and we definitely got a triangle here, right?
Right,
Yeah,
except
yeah,
you
Right.
can't do trigonometry and the way that you're trying to apply it to the celestial bodies. I don't know what's so hard to understand.
If we have a triangle, we definitely can find out information about the triangle with angles and distances and stuff. Do you not understand that?
Well, obviously you
Jeremy.
can get a 90-degree angle over a
Well,
flat
Fundy's
plane.
desperately wants to get in. Go ahead, Fundy. Jesus Christ.
You can take the angles and learn a lot about the triangle, but does that mean you can tell me the altitude of the star?
No.
I'm gonna wait till you're done.
Well, I mean, that was a
That's
good
it.
ass
That's the
question,
question. That's the question.
Jeremy.
That was for me.
Yeah, you can figure out the GP and take your angle from some other location or whatever, and even have the times. But can you tell me the altitude of the star at the top of the right angle?
If we, yes, because we have
So
some
anyway,
pertinent information.
How
Okay. Maybe you
how
want
high
to.
are the stars?
Maybe both of you guys want to interrupt me. Okay.
Well, the
yeah, why
answer
not?
was yes. So how?
Don't let me
If the
answer.
answer is yes,
Can I
then
elaborate?
what's the
Can I
altitude of a
elaborate?
star?
I don't know,
If you
Glover
have the,
Jeremy. Maybe you could.
I could if you guys would let me talk.
Mm-hmm.
So
All right, Glover
you have the
Jeremy.
angles. Thanks for allowing me. So you have the angles, and you have the distance between the GP and the observer, and you have both of the angles, and that'll tell you
You don't have
with
the
the rest.
distance. What are you talking
You don't have the distance between the GP and the observer.
No, not then. Not when you're taking the angle. No, you don't. You're trying to get a fix of your position, your location, which you would need 2 stars to do. So
Okay, so
go ahead if
do
you
the
have
second
something else.
star. So once you do the second star, then you have the distance to the GP.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know how celestial navigation works.
Not completely, but I know that you need a right angle triangle, even though you're not concerned with getting the height of the star. I know some elements. I don't know them all. I don't really need to, but I know what I know. Now, it only takes
And
me a
that is
day.
not how triangles work and not how
It'll
celestial
only take me.
navigation works. So what do you know?
It'll only take me a day to figure it out. I mean, it's not that hard. But like right here in the citation that I sent, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. Now, even though that's the case, you would then follow up with, so that means we can get the height, right? Because this is triangulation, right? No, wrong.
Yes, because you have a right angle triangle, and if you have the angles and the distance between the GP and the observer, the person with the sextant, you can definitely get the lengths of the other sides of the triangle.
Well, you go on believing that, Jeremy.
That's how triangles work. It's not a belief. That's just facts on how triangles
Well,
work.
it's not trigonometry. Well, it's not trigonometry. You're not doing trigonometry with celestial navigation.
But we can know because we have all this pertinent information on a triangle, and we can figure out the rest of the triangle, right? Or do you not know how triangles work? You don't know how triangles
Oh,
work.
you don't
All
know
right,
how
cool.
celestial
That's
navigation
cool.
works. You don't know how celestial navigation works. Well, how many times we're gonna go around with this?
How's it work by making a triangle?
Well, like I read, the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. That doesn't mean that you're doing trigonometry, though.
But we definitely got a triangle, right?
Well, that's what I read.
So if we got a triangle and you know how triangles work, and we got the distance between a GP and a person with the sextant,
You
then you would
don't
know we could
have
figure out.
the distance, dummy.
You don't get the distance between a GP and a person with the sextant. That never happens.
No, you don't have the distance when you are measuring the angle above the surface. No.
Do you ever get the distance through any part of your whole time throughout this whole thing?
Well, isn't that a red herring?
It's not. We're trying to figure out the distance so we can
Well,
figure
it's
out the
actually
distance.
it is a red herring.
Why? We're talking about celestial navigation and what happens in the
No,
process
because
and what we can do with this triangle.
you're making a claim that it's trigonometry, and I said, well, you're going to be measuring the angular distance, not the actual distance above the GP, and you said, well, we have the distance from the observer to the GP. I said, no, you do not. Not at that point.
But we will get that though, right?
You said you had a 90-degree angle. If you have that, then you got to know the distance. If you don't know the distance, you don't know you have a 90 degree. You have shit.
Oh, I can't listen to this shit anymore. How's that? How's that? I mean, because you know what's crazy.
How is what?
You know
either
what's
have the
crazy?
90 degree
They have
and
a
the
90
distance.
degree regardless. Like whether they pretend that they're doing it from the celestial equator or whether we're doing it on the horizontal surface that we live on, if you guys still know that to be true. So
It sounds like you're using their assumptions of celestial bodies, how what altitude they are. Or when you get that angle, that gives you the altitude, which gives you the 90 degrees, which you would know the distance between the observer and the 90 degree. Doesn't make sense. Either way, Jeremy's right. It makes a triangle. It either makes a triangle and you're.
well, I said that it makes a triangle. I read it. I don't know if you heard that. The angle measured with the
Yeah,
section
I
is in
heard it,
reality.
but then I heard you crawfish out of it and say you don't really understand it. But if Jeremy's correct, and you're agreeing with Jeremy that you do make a triangle with a 90 degree and you know the other angles, then triangles.
You're not doing
That's how. And there's
trigonometry,
and
though.
it's okay, and it's straight lines. You're not gonna cut me off like you did Jeremy every time.
Well, I'm not.
So if you have 3 straight lines and a 90 degree, and you know the other angle, that's a triangle, sir. And everything that applies to a triangle would apply here, because you're telling us you have everything that you need to make a triangle. I don't agree with that, but I mean, if you're saying that, which you already have, then that's a triangle.
Okay, so
Three
then
straight lines, 90 degree, and an angle to from the observer to a point in the sky.
okay, so you don't think that celestial navigation is a thing then, because
Now
they use
that
90.
is straw man and me. I was talking about a triangle, sir. Three
Well,
straight lines.
they use
You
three
cut me
straight
off
lines.
again. You cut
They
me
use
off again. I didn't say anything about your part. You trying to say that triangles don't have three straight lines and 90 degree and another angle to a point. I don't get it.
I didn't say
One or
that.
the other. Well,
What
okay,
I'm
good.
saying,
I know. I
I
heard
said,
you. I said you did agree with Jeremy that you're using a triangle. What's the
yeah, but I
problem
said
here?
you're not doing. Yeah, but I said you're not doing trigonometry. You're not solving for the height. That's what I
Then you
said.
don't. Okay, but if you agree with Jeremy, you're double. Something's not right here, right? Just to the
I don't.
observer.
Well, I don't know. That's how you
Well,
feel. But
you do know.
again,
Just draw it
well,
out.
now
Draw
you're
it
cutting
out
me
on a
off.
piece of paper.
Now you're cutting
Man,
me
just
off,
go
though,
ahead,
right?
man. You
But now
seem to
you're
want
cutting
to
me
talk
off,
a
though,
lot
right?
here. You seem to
But you're
want to say the
cutting.
same thing over.
But you're cutting me off, though, bro. Like, what's up with that? You said I was
Guys,
cutting you off.
relax, man. Let Elijah finish. Rocky, you go next. Relax.
You guys seem pretty uptight. All I'm saying is, either way, you get a 90-degree angle. Whether you believe you're on a globe and you're making a tangent, or not even. That's not the case because they just assume that they're on the equatorial plane. So they're
I
on a
never.
plane anyway. Where
I
the
never said anything.
why are you, dude?
Dude, you're taking long pauses.
No, I'm not.
Plus,
I'm really
you're
not.
bringing up stuff that I haven't
You're
even.
being unreasonable. I'm just
No, I'm
saying what
not.
I'm
You're bringing
saying.
up stuff that
I'm not strawmanning you. I'm just saying what I'm saying.
you're
So what?
replying to me, sir. You cut me off to do so.
No, I didn't.
Oh my God! I was
Come on,
talking.
guys.
You started talking to reply to me, and now you're talking about
Okay.
spheres and whatever else. That's bullshit. I'm talking about triangles.
Okay. So what I'm saying is you do get a 90. The Globers know that you need a 90. I know that you need a 90. We're talking about forming a triangle, but I don't get what your end point is. Because if it's, I mean, you need a 90. You're saying, well, it sounds like you don't have a 90 if you don't have the height. Am I wrong?
That's not what
Did
I
you not?
said.
So what
That's
did you say?
if you want to. Okay, you want me to repeat it again? You have the 90. You're saying you do. They're saying they do. And you have the other angle from the observer to the point in the sky. If you have those things, then that forms straight line, three straight lines. That's a triangle. Then you could figure out your distances. If not, then you don't have those things. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm not saying you're on a sphere, because even on a curved surface, you're finding the horizontal baseline and turning it into a flat plane in the beginning anyway to get your 90 degree. That's how they do it.
So what am I saying that's wrong? All I
You're
said
saying
was,
that
all I said to Jeremy,
you asked the
sorry,
question.
I did pause. All I said to Jeremy was, it's not trigonometry in the way that you're laying it out.
You want
It
me
is
to
a
answer your
triangle, it's
question?
not trigonometry. That's all I said.
Your question was, what am I saying that's wrong?
Okay.
What's wrong with what I hear? What's wrong with what you're saying is that you're saying you agree with me and Jeremy that you have three straight lines, you have a 90 degree, and you have an observer to a point which you know that angle. Yet that's not a triangle. Or that and sometimes you're saying it is a triangle, but the triangle rules don't apply to this. Strange, man.
No, I'm just saying what it is and what I know as far as I know it, which I already said. I don't know everything there is to know about celestial navigation. I'm not that guy. I just know what's required, which is an elevation angle, and I already know that that's a 90-degree angle. Starting with the baseline, the GP, and the angular distance from the sky to the ground.
Three straight lines.
Okay.
But you have the 90 degree, but you do that without the distance. That's weird. How do you know you have a 90 degree?
Dude, they get the
I don't know what
distances,
you want
dude.
me to tell you.
They get the distances from the.
Say that again, Jeremy. You get the distances from what?
You get the distance from the GP to the guy with the sextant.
Yeah.
With that distance and the two angles, guess what you can do?
He's saying you can't
With
do
triangles.
So
With
you did. So
triangles,
you did it.
can.
You did it, Jeremy. What's the height of the
I
star?
never did it. I never did it. No.
This is your argument. You never did it, but you're saying it can be done.
Well, that's how triangles work, right?
He keeps saying that. All I said was, for some reason, we can't triangulate the position of the celestial bodies, which is true. But we're also doing celestial navigation using triangles. That's also true. I don't know what else you want me to say.
I don't think they are triangles.
No, I don't either.
So then what is it?
I don't know. It can't be, bro. It can't. You can't. They can't be the actual positions, bro. Because if they're actual positions, it's crazy.
Yeah, 69 miles per degree of the curvature above you. Like your baseline is straight out from the observer, and then it goes up 90 degrees, and then it curves. It comes back down in a straight line. But the degrees in distance is the sky curving in 1 degree per 69 miles. The baseline is straight. They make it straight from the observer height.
Yeah, but beyond these points, y'all are saying, well, Jeremy's saying he doesn't think it's a triangle. So I mean, I don't know what to do with that.
Bro, if you're making a horizontal baseline out, and that shit hits the moon, what do you do with that?
Huh?
If you make a horizontal line out, and your fucking horizontal line hits the moon, what do you do with that?
What do you mean the horizontal line hits the moon?
If you're at sea and you make a horizontal line and you're looking at a fucking moon set or something, and your horizontal line is hitting the moon, now what?
Oh, you mean if it hits the GP of the moon?
No, if your horizontal line hits the moon.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog.
You make a straight horizontal line, you're at sea. You make a straight
Okay.
horizontal line.
Is the moon like on the horizon or something? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
The sun, moonrise,
setting.
Okay.
What do you do with that?
I don't think you do that because they don't measure anything that's like below 15 degrees or something like that.
Yeah, Elijah's right. They typically try to use objects above 15 or 20 degrees to do celestial navigation.
Damn, you don't know nothing about celestial navigation either, Jeremy. We're in the same boat.
I really don't.
Well, that's why I told you to watch the videos. That's why I know as much as I do. Not that I know everything. Because when they start talking about the math and the timetables, that's when I don't give a fuck. Not really that important. I just know that I heard what the dude said. We all agree they need 90 degrees. I was like, good enough for me as far as I need to go.
Bro, the only way I can see it working is if it's some kind of magnification thing or reflection thing going on.
Well, I ain't going to tell you what I think the sky is, so.
I swear.
The majesty of the stars and the heavens. No, the lights. Forget the squareness of the sky or the flatness of the sky. I mean, the lights in it, what it's doing, that part. I mean, that's a whole nother level. I mean, you think they're lying when the books say imagine you tie a string from a light post or a post, some sort of flagpole or something, and you bring the string out as taut as it possibly could be. You measure the angle between that and the pole. That's the example they use. I mean, I don't know what else to. That's it's it's everywhere.
I'm just saying, can't you get the distance? If you have the distance to the GP, you got two people, you have the distance to the GP, and then you make straight lines to the stars. Can you not? You have the angles. Can you not
Do you
fill in the
think
rest of the triangle?
Do you think they're lying?
Refraction.
Do you think they're lying? I did at one point. I thought they were lying in that we could triangulate the position of the celestial bodies. I'm pretty sure at this point they can't do that. Do I care why they can't? No. I don't need to explain it. I mean, do you think that they can? Do you think we could know the distance to the sky? Like, is that what this is about?
I don't
What?
know.
Because I guarantee you, no, you can't.
I don't think.
So you pretty sure, but now you guarantee, but you don't know why, or you don't care why either. But you guarantee it.
Exactly.
All right, man. Where's the money back department at, bro?
Well, let's see what Geo thinks. He's got a whole thing on the sky. What do you think, Geo? Is it triangles? Can we get, what are we doing? He might went
Magnetic
AFK.
flat Earth.
Geo Wuss is out again.
Nah, he's nice when it comes to the sky.
I was just joking.
I'm just saying, bro, how can it be a triangle? And we have all that information, you not get the distance to it.
I don't think it can be. That's why it's not as accurate as people think. Because you don't have that 90 degree. You don't have that distance. I mean, people think this celestial navigation gets you to this point, automatically without error. It doesn't. It gets you to basically a radius of 20 miles, which is freaking long way when you're out at sea. Like you're a
Well,
long way off. You mix your port by 8 miles.
I heard. I mean, there's a lot of reasons people have error. That's user error. But I heard you can get within a mile, 2 miles. That's pretty damn close.
Over what distance? Over, like, if you're traveling 10,000 miles through open water, you think you're going to get within a mile? I'll take that bet.
No, within a mile of the actual location is what he's saying. Because with celestial navigation, you're calculating your position.
Thank you.
Oh, you're saying you get within a mile of where you're at.
Right.
Gotcha.
Although, if you're on a boat and you're going all the way across the ocean, if you're within 5 or 10 miles, that's usually good enough too.
I thought it was the other way, like you said once upon a time. But I mean, this is a pretty tricky subject when you're trying to really get into it. There's so many different. There's so much shit you got to dig through. So much rhetoric. I
Well,
used to
listen,
think
if
it
you
would
got it,
be within 10 miles within 2 miles of the GP myself, but I was wrong, I suppose.
dude, why doesn't the triangle work? It just doesn't.
I don't know why, Jeremy. It's the same reason. Look, it's the same. What you're doing, and this is why understanding logic is important, because it's the same as when, for example, Globy McGlobeface asked me why you can see the Southern Cross from both South Africa and Australia. And he concludes, well, on a flat map, that wouldn't work. Except he's reversing the burden of proof and forcing the flat earther into a reification without having to affirm the consequence, which is a dirty fucking tactic on his part when he did it. I don't know why celestial navigation is the way it is, Jeremy. I just know that the method is what it is.
Bro, this ain't about celestial navigation. It's about the triangle.
No, you're
Why
saying it's
doesn't the
about the
triangle
triangle,
work?
and I'm saying the celestial navigation. Yeah, okay, great. I also said, I guess it forms a triangle because that's what I read. That's the citation I gave. Yeah, everybody in layman's terms would go, well, okay, you can do some trig on that then. But the answer is no, you can't for some fucking reason. Your question is why can't you? My answer is I don't know.
If it's a triangle, you should be able to.
Yeah, in the perfect
This is
world,
what
I got
makes me think it's not a triangle. I
okay,
don't
but
know.
but you still have the 90 degree. You're still forming the box, the co-altitude. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, man. If it's not a triangle,
Did somebody tell you this or something? Why would you have such a confident position to and then say you don't know? It's
no,
very weird, man.
I'm saying I don't know why he's not just accepting the method as it's, laid out versus trying to figure out why it doesn't triangle like triangles.
I mean, it's an interesting thought.
It is. I thought about it a very long time. I'm not saying it isn't. It is.
Of course, it all works perfectly and is easy to understand on a globe.
That's not true. You want to know how I know?
How?
All right.
Because you're assuming the Earth is not a globe?
No. Look at this. I'm about to read it. Even in The Spectator, we rarely find serious assertions that the sun goes around the earth. One can, of course, believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that belief corresponds to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed earth, which is a flat plane, called an equatorial plane if you like, doesn't matter, right? And around which it rotates in accordance with laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere and hence perforce go around the earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma. Seems like that would be on the globe side. Oh my God. Um, Confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy because dogma is as may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look in the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest. So, when you're talking about celestial navigation, you're not using a globe.
It's talking about the difference between a geocentric versus heliocentric, and it doesn't matter if it's geocentric or heliocentric.
No,
But
that
in both
sounds
cases, it's a globe.
no, that sounds really ridiculous. Actually, they're talking about the difference between whether or not the sky is moving or the earth is moving.
Yeah, and for
Like
celestial navigation, it doesn't make a
context
difference.
clues. Context clues would tell you that they're talking about the sun and the stars moving around a plane versus us moving and the
Right.
stars being in a fixed location.
Yeah, and for doing celestial navigation, it doesn't matter whether the stars are fixed or whether the Earth is fixed.
No, you're just saying that. No, we know that the stars are moving. That's why we time them.
The reason I know that is because celestial navigation has worked for hundreds of years, even more than 500 years ago, when they assumed that the Earth was motionless and that the stars were moving above us.
That's the point that I'm making. There's not the globe doesn't come into play like unless you imagine it. Because
All celestial
to you it's
navigation
relative, right?
is predicated on the fact that the globe exists. That's where 69 miles per degree comes from.
That's
It's
what
a
you said
globe equation.
earlier. That's
Right.
what you said earlier, but I know for a fact that no, that's not the case because you couldn't do celestial navigation if your GP wasn't 90 degrees from you.
That's not true.
Yeah, it
I
is.
find it pretty hard to imagine that the globe is round.
It
So
is
it
true.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hard you
It
find
is
something
true.
to
It is
imagine.
true, Matthew, because I mean, for God's sakes, how can you justify it not being true? What do you mean it's not true? Because
the light from stars is parallel.
How do you justify that?
Because it's we see the same angle from all over any place on Earth, and so it's not. There's no difference in angle to the star from any place on Earth.
So you're affirming the consequent then, while begging the question.
I'm just. These are just observations.
No, you're affirming the consequent because you're saying that it's 60 degrees of a sphere. That's begging the question. You're explaining why you see what you see. That explanation is the affirming the consequent. Yeah.
Okay, I posted a simple diagram that shows how celestial navigation works on a globe.
Where's the observer? Okay, that's the observer's position. Where's the
pink dot at the
GP?
top. The
Oh,
green
so
dot on the left.
there's no 90 degree there, Matthew. I'm
Right.
confused.
There's no. You don't need a 90 degree.
Well, that's according to you in this diagram, but that's not true.
It is true. You just need to calculate
Wait
the
a minute.
difference
Time
between the
out.
star and the zenith. You don't need the horizon at all.
No, you need a horizontal.
False.
The horizon that was hold on, time out. That was a dirty tactic because when you say you don't need the horizon at all, that's with the assumption that you're using the horizon in the sense that you have a tangent to the horizon as if that's a physical location. It's not. You just need a horizontal, period.
No, you can do everything with just getting z in this diagram. The zenith and the difference from the star to the zenith.
Which
All you
would
need.
create a horizontal.
No, you don't. Just look at the difference between zenith. Look straight up and see how far down the star is. It is true that using horizontal is a more convenient way to do that, but it's just convenience.
You said getting z, the zenith, right?
Look straight up, that's the zenith. Then how far down is the star from the zenith? That's the angle z in this diagram.
Yeah. No. That's
No, what? That's not the angle in this diagram, or what? I mean, I understand you don't think this is what's going on. I'm just trying to explain how it works in the globe.
yeah, because you need the right angle to the GP.
No, you just need the angle down from zenith. That's all you need. The z. Do you see the angle z at the top of the diagram? For the difference between zenith and the light ray coming from the top left. That's the angle you need.
No. No.
No, what? You don't need it, or you disagree, or you don't like
No, I disagree with this diagram because you need an elevation angle, and the elevation angle is related to the ground position. You need a horizontal line from you to the ground position.
Yeah, what you do
No,
is
Now,
you
you can be in the sky, obviously, so it won't technically be to the ground. Okay, yeah, I get that, but all horizontals are parallel. That's just the way it works because the higher you go, the angle to the stars don't change. So you know how I know this shit is bullshit? Because when you're at the equator and you have basically almost zero to the North Star, it doesn't matter if you're on the ground or if you're 6 miles up in an airplane. Guess what? The angle is still going to be the same.
Right, because it's parallel light rays coming from the star.
Well, I mean, obviously, if it was a globe, you'd see some slippage there. I like
No,
the
you
word
wouldn't.
slippage. That's probably not the right. That's
Well,
probably not
just
the right term.
what the diagram is basically showing is the observer's at the top. The observer measures the angle H, and then they do the angle 90 minus H to get the Z angle. And then over the star's GP, they plot a circle on the sphere that has the same angle away from it as that Z angle.
Right, that's well described. And also, if you don't want to look at the horizon, you don't have to do the 90 minus H. You can just look at the difference between the angle of the star and the plumb line. So calculate the zenith and see how far off the star is. So you could completely ignore the horizon doing it that way.
So you would say that this is incorrect, what I just
Right.
posted?
Because it has a flat
So
base.
let me read it out. So let me read it out. It's not about the diagram like all you posted. But we're talking. Let's read it out. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted by measuring the angle theta of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement. It is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of the Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. I guess you can get the distance, Jeremy. I don't know. I've only read this a million times. Maybe I forgot. Whoops. From this, the navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. So if you had two stars, then you would have two horizontals that have to be parallel.
I can I can get my my computer account on here, and I could screen share a simulation of celestial navigation to show you how a fix is done.
I mean, I'm not stopping you.
Yeah, I think my diagram is the simplest way of explaining it. And so if you try to explain it some other way, I don't know if that would get through.
Yeah. See, what I have is I'll have like the cell nav simulator and the nautical almanac. I'll record, the times of everything, and then in my calculator, I have a program that will plot the angles on a sphere over their GPs.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
it'll give
get
me
the
a
angles on
location.
this. Well, go ahead, do it anyway. I ain't even gonna argue. Just
Alright.
do it. Let's see what's going on there.
I'll just have to invite my other account on here because I can't speak and screen share my computer, so it'll just be a second.
You post something else while you're at it.
Yes, I'm a human Discord. Oh, I need my other account to get perms.
What do you need?
See what I posted? Oh, go ahead. Ask him.
You
Just
posted another live?
if anyone's on the check-in support team, I've got my second account on here.
What's your name?
It's Seafoams, it's spelt weird.
You need
Sea
you need
farms?
permissions on it. You need permission on this guy though.
Yeah, I just need permission
What's
to
your
go
screen
in
name?
the live stream.
What's your screen name?
Like Seaf Home. SEEFHOME.
I got it. Jeremy, I got it.
All right.
Oh, dang, Gio, you're back. But anyway, Look at this box right here. I mean, basically, this guy is going to try to prove that you can have divergent zeniths. Which would be
Yeah.
in full contradiction to this right here.
Right. That's why I
Right.
think this diagram
But
is not accurate.
radii have to be parallel, and so do the zeniths. Damn, like I mean, I don't get everything that's pointing to parallels, zeniths, parallel radii. You're like, yeah, nah, because it's a globe, so obviously not. And we can get a 90-degree from the center of the Earth.
Yeah, but you keep
Why
posting
not?
pictures that have right triangles in them after you just said that you don't like right triangles. Trigonometry.
I didn't say that. That's a damn lie.
You said that you
but
can't do trigonometry on celestial objects.
Well, you can't.
Yet you keep posting triangles.
Okay, so
you can do trigonometry with triangles. That's
okay,
literally the definition of trigonometry.
that's a red herring though.
No.
Nice try. Because remember, hold on, time out. 30 minutes ago, you agreed with me. And they do most definitely use triangles, do they not? Yes or no?
The diagram that I posted shows that there's no triangles or horizontals in celestial navigation.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's your site. I guess it's your diagram versus my citations of
Right.
how celestial navigation works from
My diagram's
navigation
accurate.
textbooks.
But how do they do it in the
Not all
day?
of, not
The
all of
only
them.
star
I
in the
have
day is the sun.
What'd you say?
Well, they do use horizontals though, right? If you can't see the horizon, don't they have like a horizontal thing?
It's convenient to use horizontals, but basically you want to find the angle off from the zenith, so you could just ignore the horizontal and find the star's angle from straight up. See if it's not straight up, then how far down is it from straight up? That's all you need. No right triangles, no horizontal.
What do you mean straight up? You mean
zenith.
90 degrees?
No, the zenith, like hang a plumb line. It's a straight up.
Oh, so
down.
you don't mean you because they just use a bubble sextant in the air, which establishes the horizontal. You're saying you don't need that, but
you don't.
No,
It's convenient.
they're most.
You don't.
No, they're most. It's necessary. It's subsequent.
Did you see my diagram?
If you
Your
can't see the
diagram
horizon,
is shit.
if you can't see the horizon, you got to use the horizontal, right?
No, you can use the angle off from zenith.
Do. If you use yes, you do, because the bubble sextant is creating. Yo, fam, I'm gonna just keep posting all night. Like, let's. I don't know if you think I'm gonna run out or something, but where is that at? Hold up.
By the way, my diagram shows that there is a different angle to the zenith at the two different places. The observer's position has one zenith, and the GP has a different zenith, and they're non-parallel zeniths right there.
So no co-altitude then.
All right.
Oh,
so Matthew,
wow.
you have
So no co-altitude then? You said right? Say that again over the airwaves for me, would you?
So there's
was that right? Did I hear you say right to me saying no co-altitude then?
I misspoke.
Did you say right?
You're right. I misspoke.
Oh, okay. I thought so. Which means
the red line is
which means then your diagram is bullshit.
I would have called it equal altitude, not co-altitude. So you're right.
All right. So what's the triangle?
It can't be an equal altitude
All
if
right.
they're divergent from each other, can it?
Jeremy, what triangle? What are you asking?
Well, hold on. Answer Eli's thing. You guys finish that up.
No, go ahead, Jeremy. It doesn't matter.
Well, just like you weren't trying to use your triangle, the Globers also have a triangle. Let's see if he's willing to use his.
No, there's no triangle in my diagram.
I know not in your diagram, but we can make a triangle out of all this.
There aren't any straight lines there. There's curved lines along the globe. There's straight lines to the star, and straight lines to the zenith, but none of those make a triangle.
Yeah, but I know, but we can make it. I'm saying we can make a triangle.
Between which 3 points?
3 points for a triangle.
I know
The
which
star,
which 3.
the star, the GP, and the person with the sextant.
In my diagram, the star is infinitely far away, so you can't make a triangle to it.
You can't. You have 3 points, right?
No, the star doesn't have a point in the and celestial navigation on a globe doesn't assume that the star is at a point, but it's at a direction.
You guys aren't pointing at the same thing in the sky with the GP
Pointing at
and
the
the
same direction,
sextant.
but not the same thing.
It's not pointing at the same star.
Yeah, the star
This
is
is
in a
weird.
certain direction. It's not considered to be a point of a triangle.
Okay, the GP's pointing straight at the star, right?
Yeah, it's basically vertical straight up.
Okay, the GP's pointing straight at the star, and you got the sextant, and you're pointing straight at the star, right?
Straight at the star, and it's parallel to the vertical of the GP. So parallel lines don't intersect.
You guys are both pointing at the same point, right, in the sky?
It's the same thing, which is the same direction, but they don't intersect in the theoretical model. Obviously, star.
I don't understand what you're saying. Do we have Matthew? You got 3 points, right?
Right.
Okay, so the chord between the GP and the observer, that's one straight line, right?
No, it's not a straight line. It's a curved line in our diagram.
The chord between the GP and the observer.
Chords are always curved.
No, a chord line.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, we got a chord. That's one of the lines, and then you got obviously the other 2 lines. We can make a triangle out of that, right?
I see what you're saying. So yes, you could make a triangle out of that, but nobody uses that triangle for anything.
But we do have the distances for all that and the angles, and we can figure out the distance, right?
The star is so far away that it's not within the precision of our measuring devices. So theoretically, it's there, but it's not used in celestial navigation.
So your triangle don't work either.
Right. I've never said that triangles don't work for celestial navigation. That's what.
Okay, I don't know. You were giving Eli a hard time about it, but your triangle doesn't work either. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, no, there are no triangles in celestial navigation. On a flat Earth, you would have to have triangles. On a spherical Earth, you don't.
What about squares?
Squares, you'd probably have to have them too, because a square has a straight line.
Man, that's celestial navigation is what it is. And it begins with an elevation angle. An elevation angle is let me read this out because it's hard to understand, right? It's a star's angular elevation above the Earth. If the Earth is not fucking there, then it's not an elevation angle.
Bro, say the elevation angle thing again.
You like that, right?
No, I didn't hear it. I don't know. I might like it.
You get a star's angular elevation above the Earth, but you can't get that if the Earth isn't there. Like if it's curved away, if it's not there, parallel to the whatever horizontal you create.
Yeah. Well, so you're saying because you get an
look,
No, this is dumb. I don't
on
like this
sea
at all.
level, on sea level, right? Sea level, right, is 0. So regardless of how many waves, how many tsunamis are happening across the entire body of water, if you were to draw a line directly above all the waves and stuff, it would be perfectly parallel with the 0 of the sea level.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that.
Right. So my question is, how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved?
You ignore
The
the
elevation
horizon
angle.
and look at the difference
Go ahead.
between the zenith and the angle to the star.
Excuse me?
You look at the angle to the zenith, which is straight up, which you can get using a plumb bob. It's 180 degrees
How do
from
you
that.
get a star's angular elevation above the Earth?
You
So
don't
that
need
means
it.
you're looking at a star from somewhere else.
Yeah, you're
And
looking.
you are using a horizontal baseline. We're not talking about not using a horizontal baseline.
I'm saying you can do it without a horizontal baseline, without
Yeah, so
using horizon.
that's a red herring then, isn't it?
No, it's how celestial
Well, you're
navigation works.
digressing from the point. No, because you most definitely, if you're using uh the horizon is just horizontal,
Right,
because the horizon in reality is not a physical location.
right.
So if the horizon is not a physical location, then you're getting the angular separation between the horizontal line and the celestial body. So again, how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved away from that line?
Well, what you can do is you can subtract it from 90 minus the angle between the zenith and the angle to the star.
What 90? I thought there were no triangles.
I'm saying the calculation, the difference between 90.
Wait. What 90 though? I thought there were no triangles.
90 is the difference between the zenith and the horizontal. So you can get one or the other. And subtract 90
That's
to get
interesting. That's a right angle, right?
right.
Oh shit.
Right. So
Was
basically,
that like
right
a,
angle?
was that
um,
a declaration of victory that you think you won something?
at least
Where's your right
with
angle, man?
a nautical sextant, at least with a nautical sextant, what you do is you measure from the star to the horizon, and because the horizon is below eye level, you apply a correction for dip. It's called dip correction. You subtract that from the angle you measure, right? So you have the angle from horizontal up to the star, but you want the angle from zenith to the star. Zenith is at a right angle to the horizontal, so you do 90 minus the angle you measure, which gives you your co-altitude.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and
Yeah.
that's typically the easiest way to do it, but you don't have to do that. You can
When
just
you
ignore the horizon. Excuse me,
we
Elijah. I was talking. I'm sorry, I forgot.
my
Didn't mean
bad.
to
No,
interrupt.
you're right. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me thank you. Appreciate that. So basically, he's right that you can use the horizon to find the angle above the horizon of the star. But what I'm trying to say is that although that's the most convenient way to do it, it's also possible to completely ignore the horizon and look at the angle to the star and the difference between that and perfectly vertical, because that's the piece that you need to figure out the distance. Is the
That doesn't
angle, the z angle in my description, my diagram.
that doesn't undo what he said.
No,
You're saying,
you're
yeah,
right.
you don't have to do that. Yeah, but the fact that you can do that just undermines your argument.
It doesn't. It's just a convenient
Yes, it
shortcut.
does, yes, it does, because it's just a convenient red herring away from my question, which was, how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved? Now, the guy saying that the horizon is, what'd you say about the horizon? Is
The
below what?
horizon is below horizontal.
Well, I wouldn't.
How can the
Well,
horizon be below
it's below.
horizontal?
Well, the
Because we're
horizon is below you. That's
What?
that's that's
right.
the
Like
that's the correct way
if
to.
you like use a
The
theodolite, like if you use a theodolite and point it at the horizon, there will be a slight dip.
Well,
Yeah, so
sometimes.
yeah, but the
Sometimes.
point
On a
is,
flat Earth, though?
yeah, because the floor is below you. So
Well,
sea level is
okay.
sea level is below you.
Well,
Because
sometimes.
when you're using dip, it has nothing to do with the horizon actually.
The thing that other
Well,
guy said about it being below you, though, sometimes it's below you.
well,
Sometimes it's not.
as long as you're not measuring from, in the water, it's going to be somewhat below. sea level. And if you're riding in like a pirate ship, like a good 20 feet off the water, then you're going to need some serious dip correction.
Sometimes, what do you do when the horizon's above you, though? Above horizontal. You use the dip correction.
If it's above horizontal, you
Yeah.
swim back to your boat.
What do you
Yeah.
do if it's foggy, right? And you can't see where it is, or you're close enough to land, there's trees all around, you can't really tell exactly where the horizon is. I submit that you can still figure out the angle, because again, the zenith angle is the goal, the angle of the star compared to straight up. That's the goal, and if you can get that, then you're good to go.
How do they get straight up?
A plumb line, hang a plumb bob.
On a boat?
Well, it's going to be hard, right?
No, it's going to be impossible.
Hard.
Right. And so it's not a very practical way of doing it. I'm saying you can.
So what you're saying is let's introduce a red herring into the conversation, because
No, it's not a red herring.
we're talking about celestial navigation on a boat, at
Okay,
least.
so let's hear. How do you think that they find the distance to the GP? Like, what's the procedure?
What is another red herring here?
I'm just
Because the
asking.
bottom line is we're talking about. Why do we keep digressing from my question, which was how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved? Isn't that interesting? Like,
Draw a tangent.
you just keep saying that we're not doing that, and then you switch to you hanging a plumb bob. Yeah, you wouldn't be. You would already have your horizontal.
Yeah, so I'll
because,
directly
like-
answer your question. So you can draw a tangent to the surface of the Earth and then figure out the elevation angle above that. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to
No,
figure out the
they don't
angle
do that
to
though. Let's deal with the
angles
first
off.
thing you said before you continue, because you let's not introduce two things. You don't have a tangent to the Earth. That's not what they do.
I mean,
If it was a globe, though. If it was a globe, though, that would be the way they would do it, right?
Yeah, but that's not what they do. Like specifically with dip angle,
basically-
like the other guy, like with dip angle, like the other guy said, it actually has nothing to do with the horizon, because the horizon isn't a physical location. It has to do with sea level. So they need to get the sextant horizontal with sea level, not the horizon.
No,
That's
not
right.
with sea level, with horizontal to the observer.
Yeah.
From however
Okay,
high up.
same difference.
Yeah, and basically, like the horizon, it's predictable how low below horizontal it will be. So it's a good place to measure to, because you can accurately predict how low below horizontal it will be, and
But
then you apply dip correction.
Except for when it's above.
You mean
except
below
for when it's above. Except for when it's above hold on, Eli.
Go
you
ahead,
hear
go
me?
ahead, go ahead. Because he's trying to switch what I'm
It's
saying. And I'm
predictable.
like,
All right, man. My bad. Go ahead.
it's not. It's just sea level.
You're relentless, bro. You're relentless.
Sometimes. Go ahead, Jeremy. Fuck it. Whatever.
I think he left. You can continue. I think he left. Chat.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. Hold on. Please. I'm looking for another citation about the dip angle.
Do you guys, in the meantime, like as background footage, you want to watch me go outside, use my telescope, take a pic of Saturn if it's not behind troops?
Oh, I feel like I saw, by the way, Starlink. I saw like a line of lights today. Anybody else see it?
No, it's location dependent.
So
Whether you
how
see
many they like you saw little dots in the sky go by more than one kind of along the same path, or what did you see?
Yeah, it was like a what do you call it?
Detroit.
Vertical or diagonal line, kind of in a sense. I can't really tell. It looked like about 20 of them or something like that.
And that's pretty cool
And
that you got to see that.
it was creepy as hell, first and foremost.
Yeah.
Creepy as hell. Cause I'm a city boy, so I don't get to see a lot. First of all, looking up because I live in Jersey right now, and looking up at this and seeing the stars as clear as I do is kind of creepy. I'm not gonna lie. It's like too much.
I think I might not be muted. I want to do.
Okay, how predictable is the horizon below horizontal? Somebody said it like 5 minutes ago. I was trying to get in. You like cock blocking. I don't even know who said it.
Isn't it depend on your elevation?
Yes, like completely dependent on your elevation. If you know how high you are above the surface, you can pretty accurately predict how low the horizon will be below horizontal. And
Pretty
if you
accurately, or like
yeah, very accurately.
Yeah, the almanac
what,
has
what
a
do you do?
shorthand.
What do you do when it's above horizontal?
That means you're in the
Oh
water.
no, absolutely not. I've seen measurements of the horizon above horizontal above the water.
Yeah, so I would assume this much. If I mean you're not doing these measurements when you're that close to the surface, first of all, and so you're not really going to expect anything weird like that. They generally
You're in
use
a boat.
Yeah, but the boat is not close to the surface. The boat's going to be 10 feet, could be more than that. You know,
That's
depending,
how
could be
high
100 feet.
that's how high these measurements are made from.
Right, exactly. You're not going to be 1 foot off the ground or 1 foot
Oh,
off the
these measurements
surface.
are made from like 10. Dude, Jesse Gordon
I know.
and Hannah Chuck.
Yeah, I know. But they weren't 10 feet off the surface. Weren't they like right at the surface?
George was 10, 15, 20 feet maybe. I don't know. I have to get the exact number, but you're telling me this won't work in a rowboat? If you're in a
No,
rowboat
I'm
at
saying
sea where you're
they
5 feet off the
typically,
surface, if you're in sea at sea at a row with a rowboat 5 feet off the surface, this don't work. You're fucked.
my bad, dude. What was I saying? Oh yeah.
Hey,
what were you saying?
I said if you're 5 feet, if you're in a rowboat,
Yeah.
hey, your
No,
ship just crashed. Your ship just crashed. You're in a rowboat. You're 5 feet off the surface of the water
right.
now.
Then you're fucked, no matter what.
You're
Right?
dead.
What I'm
You're
trying,
just dead.
Yeah, you're dead. So in real life, though, what celestial navigation, they don't typically they're not making measurements of what refraction is doing. They make assumptions for what or they don't make assumptions. They use the what do you call it? The almanac as a shorthand. There's a shorthand for different elevations and different horizontal dips angles, right? But those could
Yeah,
be
but
those could be off, I mean, sure, but uh, first of all, why does that matter?
because I'm
Because
wondering what dip angle you used. Because I'm wondering what dip angle you use when the horizon's above horizontal.
If that's the case, then you're gonna fuck that measurement, man. But I don't know why you're going with that.
Yeah,
They
the
don't.
ultimate goal is to get a angle. If you look straight up, that's vertical, and if you're looking at a star, you want to see the angle between straight up and that star. Like, is it 20 degrees off from vertical, or is it 15? Is it 30? And so all these other details about how you get that are kind of secondary to the main point, which is you want that zenith angle, and that's all you need. However you get it.
I don't know. This whole thing seems wishy-washy because you couldn't use your triangle that we made when you were doing yours.
You don't need a triangle.
We made a
You just need
triangle.
one
I know we
angle.
don't. I know we don't need one, but we made one. Remember? Remember how we made a triangle?
I mean, I can make one between my nose and my left hand and my right hand, and so what? But I'm saying all you need is that angle. You just take that angle, multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and there's your distance. That's the goal, is to get that one angle.
We made a triangle earlier, Coach, on me and Matthew.
You can make a triangle, and then you can ignore it and look at and just multiply the angle by 60 nautical miles. What do you want the
Why
triangle
would we
for?
ignore the triangle we just made?
Because it's useless.
It's not necessary. It's not involved.
Triangles are not useless.
Triangles in general are not useless. For doing celestial navigation, they certainly are. You're looking for just one angle, and you take that one angle and multiply it by 60 nautical miles.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird that all of a sudden all the triangles fall apart when we're dealing with the sky.
They don't fall apart. It's just useless. So talk to anybody about celestial navigation. The key formula is take the number of angles in the zenith angle and multiply it by 60 nautical miles. That multiplication is the key calculation in celestial navigation. And all you need is
I
one
know.
angle.
I know, but we did have a triangle though. Me and you remember we made a triangle?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That was
what?
a good triangle.
I just want one angle. I don't want the rest
I know,
of the
but
triangle. I just need one angle.
I know what I'm pointing out why this shit seems funny because triangles stop working.
No, the triangles work. It's just that it's such a
You
huge
told me
triangle.
it didn't work and we couldn't use it.
I'm saying that the triangle, you could make a triangle between the GP, the observer, and the star. It's just that the two legs of that triangle are so literally astronomically larger than the other one, that it's sort of a useless triangle. So we ignore it and look at just the one angle that we need.
Yeah, your triangle don't
It's
work. I
actually-
know. You told me.
Yeah, because there's
It's
no
actually
triangles.
absolutely. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, super much.
The reason the triangle is useless is because there is no triangle. We don't use triangles in celestial navigation.
Oh, we made a triangle though. I know there's no triangles in celestial navigation is what you think, but nonetheless, even on the globe, you can make a triangle out of this, and me and Matthew did it earlier.
Yeah, I know, but that triangle is irrelevant. Here's the deal. If you think of it in terms of using a triangle, you're messing up. Because if you think of it, if the horizontal, as I said earlier, the horizontal is useless in this. If you think of a triangle involving that horizontal, that's going to be a triangle that is fucking irrelevant and useless. Because that horizontal is only
the chord.
That's bullshit.
If you forget if you forget that the horizontal is only a means to obtaining the zenith angle, then you're going to be confused by the triangle that creates, and so you don't want to create a triangle.
We didn't use a horizontal. We used a chord.
Yeah, don't use anything on the base. That's not. You don't want to make a
You have to have a
triangle.
base for a triangle.
Yeah, no, but you don't want to create a triangle. That's the point.
I do. I love triangles.
The only purpose of that horizontal, and gain the elevation angle is so you can get the complementary angle, which is the zenith angle, because that's what you need. And the
If you
reason
ever
why you
had
need that. Go
So
ahead,
you,
dude.
so you still need
my
a
bad.
90 if it's above you. So
Yeah,
so
what do
you
you want?
still
Go
need
ahead,
a
Eli's.
90.
Eli's gonna take it over.
Which
Go ahead,
is,
Eli.
you still need a
you got
90
this.
which is above you. And so if you have a 90 above you, then the question still remains, because if I can't have a 90 where the GP is because of Jeremy's questions, then how would his question be different
if the 90 is above you and you have a second angle, why wouldn't you be able to solve for the third?
Yeah, using angles, I mean, using triangles is going, it just confuses things because all the parts of those triangles don't go with each other to make the triangle. And the triangle that produces using a horizontal is irrelevant. It's important to understand that what you're looking for is your distance from the GP. And what you're using to obtain that is the simple fact that the star being up directly above your head means that the distance to this GP is 0. And every degree below 90, that every degree that it falls below 90 is indication of a distance to that GP. And so all you're doing is trying to obtain what is the difference between it being 90 and where it's at. And that's called the
No,
zenith angle. And that's the
that
only relevant angle.
that's not true because then you wouldn't be along an LOP. If you were actually where the GP was, then you wouldn't be on a particular point where if you use 3 stars, the circular functions meet. So that wouldn't make any sense.
Eli, you're talking about the second step, which is trilateration. After you have some
Oh
distances,
my
then
God.
figuring out where you are.
No.
Yes.
Our overhead point is 90. I'm reading. Our overhead point is 90 degrees above the horizon. Therefore, the distance between a star and our overhead point would be 90 minus the star's altitude. Of course, we aren't really measuring a distance in the sky, but an angle. However, 1 degree or 60 minutes of altitude angle in the sky equals 60 nautical miles distance on the Earth's surface.
Right.
Right.
I don't want to interrupt, but I got Saturn in my view here.
Let's see it.
Look, the sky triangles don't work. Regardless if you like the triangles or you're asking why would I make a triangle, it's not really relevant. We made a triangle out of your globe bullshit, and Matthew's telling me the triangle doesn't work. It's useless.
Look,
But
Saturn.
triangles aren't useless.
That's
Guys,
really
you
cool.
sound like you're-
Nice work.
That
Yeah,
is awesome.
the seeing's look really bad, but there's Saturn, everybody.
Wow. But yeah, Jeremy, you sound like you're double fisting blunts right now.
Listen,
I
I'm
mean,
just
that's not funny.
That's hilarious.
listen.
Anyway, so what I'm gonna
You guys hear
do?
me?
You guys want to be surprised right now?
Yes.
You want to bet I could surprise you, Jeremy?
Probably not.
You think I can't?
I mean, maybe.
I like surprises.
I could be surprised. Yeah, me too. I like surprises. Go ahead. I mean,
All right, check this out. This just a break from the monotony. Hold on, it's hilarious. You'll laugh.
well, this better be good. I'm trying to get in this triangle thing, and they're dodging it.
Okay, it's gonna be good. Sorry that I've diverted.
You should really drop that though, Jeremy.
Why you have a triangle there? Just because you don't like it or you think whatever, I don't care. Then don't like it.
Yes, we have a triangle, but we only need one angle. That's all we need.
Okay,
One
but
single angle,
no,
not
no.
even anything to do with 90, just an angle.
Look in the live stream. Voice text.
Okay,
It is pretty
regardless of
surprising.
what we need.
Nice.
Regardless of what we need.
No, Jeremy, look. Come on.
So dumb, Elijah. That is funny as hell, though.
All right, fine. Fuck it. Go ahead, Jeremy.
That was terrible, bro. Listen, we have the triangle. I know you only need certain parts, but we have key relevant information where we can figure out the rest of the triangle, right? You know how triangles work.
Here, can I just tell you one more time, man? The problem with that imaginary triangle is thinking about it in terms of a triangle is only serving to confuse anybody, because the purpose of the base of the triangle, which is base, if you're thinking about the triangle that you're creating, the base of the triangle is an imaginary line that extends out into infinity. Okay,
No,
that's the base of that triangle.
no,
Yeah,
it's
it's a
not.
horizontal. Yes, it is, and that's
No,
a
you don't
purpose
know what.
that there's no purpose. I'm telling you that is, man,
Now, let
because
me
the
just
other
stop you
line
because
is
you
a
don't know.
vertical line.
You missed it. You missed it earlier. We didn't use a horizontal for the base. We used a chord. I told you 20 times earlier. You didn't listen.
Okay, what's the purpose of doing that?
So we can make a triangle.
Yeah, but what's the difference? What's the purpose of thinking about them as a chord or horizontal? Here's the problem with this is what I'm saying.
Because a chord in your
The
globe
base of
model
the,
goes from both. Because a
yeah,
chord
but
in your
here's the
globe
problem
model
with that.
goes from both. Go ahead.
Okay. Go on.
What the purpose of using a chord is because with a chord in your globe model, it goes from the GP to the observer, straight line. That's how you make triangles, straight
Yeah, but
line.
that's the issue. Here's the issue: is that in any relevant triangle in this in doing this, if you want to make up an irrelevant triangle, that irrelevant triangle does not connect the GP to the observer. If you do that, then you have an even more irrelevant triangle. That triangle is absolutely irrelevant because you're not. This is what I'm saying. Making a triangle just confuses things because the actual angles that you're making are not actually connecting the base to the. I mean the GP to the observer. Okay, it's connecting the elevation angle of the GP to the observer, and then the base of that is going to be a horizontal, which extends out to nowhere. It may be above the GP, but it's irrelevant to think of a triangle like that.
It actually extends to the GP, you liar. It extends to nowhere if
It
you're on a
doesn't.
globe, of course. Yeah, well, if you're on a globe, it doesn't. You're right. But if you're on a flat plane, then it just extends to the GP.
Here's the problem: if you're on a flat plane, then this entire measurement is irrelevant. Is
So,
retarded actually.
so wait a
Doing
minute.
this
Wait a minute.
measurement would
So wait
not
a minute.
you would not obtain anything by doing this
So,
if you were doing this on a flat plane. That's
so
the
wait a
weird thing.
minute. So wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the other guy was talking about the dip correction, which the entire point of the dip correction is to bring the horrors, bring the sextant, the sight to the angle of the sea level, to wit that line is going to go directly to the GP.
No.
But none of this is, well, what do you mean? I mean, I'm sorry. That's what the dip angle correction is for.
It's not at all. The
Oh,
GP,
okay.
the position
I'm
of the
still looking
position
for
of the
this.
GP, the position of the GP has nothing to do with that. The dip correction is just simply the correction or the assumed correction between where the horizon appears to be and where the horizontal is from that person. And
I
the
call
only purpose
bullshit.
for doing that is to obtain the elevation angle. And the
I
only
call
purpose of
bullshit.
doing that is to obtain the zenith angle.
I call
But none
bullshit.
of those are
It has
referencing the
nothing to do
GP.
with. It's not to the horizon. That's not. You made that up.
No,
No,
that's
you
when you're
measure
using a sextant, you have to sight the horizon.
right. You measure to the
Yeah,
horizon, and
You're not
because the
measuring it
horizon
to the horizon though, because the horizon is not a physical location.
right, but it is a landmark that we can predict how low it is below horizontal based
How
on our
low it is?
elevation.
How you mean you're predicting where the sea level is so that you can get the angle correctly to 90 degrees from you to the GP of the star
No,
and
no,
then
no. What you
up
do
above it.
is you measure the angle of the star above the horizon. And because the horizon is below horizontal, you
No, because
subtract.
the sea level is below where you're measuring from. Why do you keep saying because the horizontal is below? What do you whatever you're saying? No, it's not that.
Basically, what I'm saying is, if you were like a machine that could look directly horizontal and you had super cool measuring abilities, you would see that the horizon is below where your eye line, you know? And that's what theodolites are for. Theodolites have proven over and over again that the horizon is a little bit below horizontal. So when you measure the angle is something below horizontal, you have to correct for that slight angle, which is the dip correction. And with the corrected angle, you do 90 minus the corrected angle to get the zenith angle. And then with that zenith angle around the GP, you draw a circle where every point along the circle is that number of degrees away from the GP. Once I come
Yeah,
backside, I could like
yeah, we're
draw it
gonna come
out.
back to this.
I could draw it out. I think it's better done
No, I'm gonna
visually.
just get a citation for what the dip correction is actually
Yeah.
defined as.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go image the moon now, and then once I go back inside, I'll try to give you a helpful visual. Because it took me a while to learn this too. I learned it from a guy named Bacon. But yeah, I'm just getting the moon right now, and then I'll be right back in. Ooh, it's bright. See, a lot of other times when I do live streams of my telescope, people tell me it's all fake and stuff. Like last night, someone told me that the Saturn you all just saw was like projected from a weird thing in my telescope.
The thing is, Saturn is pretty easy to see for anybody with their own eyes. All you need is like a relatively, smallish binoculars.
Yeah,
Any telescope will do, or just binoculars.
right. But the guy was saying like it's all fake. It's all implanted within the telescope.
The other thing
And
you can
then
easily see is the moons of Jupiter, the 4 Galilean moons of Jupiter, and that's
yeah,
evidence that something is rotating around Jupiter. Anyway.
actually, here I'll post it in chat. I've got a cool animation I made. You're gonna love it. You're all gonna love it.
Is that one of the moons in front?
Yep, I believe that is Io. And you can see the shadow it's casting on Jupiter. Now, can anyone guess how long this took me to make?
I'm
Or how
gonna
long this
guess that it's like
like
4 or 5 hours.
nope.
Not that long. Maybe it's actually those have smaller orbits. Maybe less. 2 hours.
It is less. It is less. Nope, less than 2 hours.
I don't know. Tell us.
It's exactly 1 hour.
Oh, okay. It's not bad.
Yeah. Jupiter moves super duper fast.
Yeah, I know those moons have like pretty short orbits.
I mean, like a day on Jupiter is 10 hours. So if we lived on Jupiter, we would only have to work 3 hours a day.
Yeah, but we'd only get like 4 hours of sleep every night.
Well, I mean, we also have our circadian rhythm set to Jupiter.
Okay, so Io's orbit is like 1.7 days. That's pretty good. Pretty fast.
Yeah, why do you guys hate triangles?
We don't. We love triangles. I love triangles. You can do all kinds of trigonometry and architecture and all kinds of stuff with triangles.
Okay, so let's do it with the triangle we made earlier.
Which triangle?
The one me and you made. I know we were on a globe.
Okay.
We made a triangle.
Sure. The triangle between the observer and then to a chord through the center of the Earth to the GP is the second point. Then the third point is 500 light years to a specific star. And the angles
We'll
of that
see.
triangle are pretty much 90, 90, and 0. It's a kind of a useless triangle, but it's a pretty long triangle.
You think? How did you get the distance before you did the triangle thing?
Many stars are hundreds of light years away, even the ones we use for celestial navigation. I suppose some of them are closer.
What
So if you want
kind
to
of
take,
a fucking non sequitur is that?
he was asking about the triangle, and I was telling him the distance to
No,
the
he
triangle.
said, how'd you get the distance before doing the triangle thing?
Based on other observations, nothing to do with the trigonometry of the triangle. It's based on assumptions of the distance to the stars.
But you don't have a distance to the stars, so that's a lie.
We're gonna get the distance with the triangle. That's supposed to give us the distance.
No, the triangle can't. I mean, you're saying that you want to try and figure out the
Start
distance
getting the
from the triangle?
distance from stars. What are you talking? What does that mean?
I think what they do is they use measurements of the angle to the star 6 months apart on opposite side of Earth's orbit. And because we know the radius of Earth's orbit, we can use that slight angle distance to get a parallax, and then use trigonometry to figure out the parallax.
That's a begging the question fallacy because you think we're orbiting.
I didn't think you were
Yeah,
gonna call
nobody's
that.
trying to prove it.
But yeah, I was just saying
Well, it's a
that's
premise. Hold on, he's attempting to validate or give a valid answer using premises that haven't been proven.
but you asked how they do it, and that's at least one way that they do it.
No, man, me and Matthew have a way to do it. We know about triangles. We're gonna get the distance to the stars using his triangle.
Anyway.
Okay, so yeah, if we're going to try and get the distance to the star using this triangle that we've made with the GP, observer, and the star, then we can measure the angle at the GP, and we find pretty much 90, and then we measure the angle at the observer between the chord and the line of sight to the star, and we also get pretty much 90. And the difference between 90 and the actual measurement is below the threshold of our ability of our instruments. So it might be 89.9999994 or something like that in reality, or maybe 17 nines or something like that. But the point is that the instruments we use to calculate or to measure angles in the sky aren't accurate enough to get a accurate distance to the star. So we can't use it to find the distance to the star.
Anyway, here I can share my screen now to basically give you a rundown on how celestial navigation works.
The triangles don't work though. That's what's concerning to me.
Because we
Why is
don't
that
use
concerning? You use one angle, take the angle, multiply by 60. That's all you do.
So basically here we're going to have the Earth, right? And you will be observing from, say this is your boat, right? And you're observing from here, right? So what you're going to have is you're going to measure a certain angle to the star. This is your angle to the star. And this green line will be your angle to the horizon, right? But you see how he's looking down at the horizon? That's where he adds, the dip correction, and then he measure with the dip correction, he can get this angle to the star from the horizontal. And then
From sea level, you mean?
from horizontal.
From sea level. But go ahead, continue.
Same thing. It's basically
Elijah, I know what you mean, Elijah. Sea level is a altitude, though. But you're talking about the level of the sea, the horizontal, according to the water of the sea. So I think you guys are talking about the same thing.
yeah.
Well,
So
he's saying he's measuring to the horizontal, but he's saying the horizon is below. It's like, no, you're measuring to sea level.
the horizon.
The line that you're creating isn't exactly horizontal, right?
Yeah.
So
So
you need it to be horizontal.
and that's the
So
dip correction, right? So the
right, to
green
make
line.
it perfectly horizontal.
Yeah. So the green line is like horizon and horizontal are different. Horizontal is like perpendicular to the zenith, whereas the horizon is not. But anyway, I digress. So you have this angle above horizontal to the star, and then what you can do is you can do 90 minus theta to get this angle, which is your co-altitude. And let's say the star's GP is right here. I know this is not a very accurate drawing, but the star's GP is here. And what you do is you measure out, right, from the center, like your co-altitude, so 90 minus theta, and then from there you can draw. Oh, sorry, I lost the paint color. You can draw a circle around that point, right? And then if you take another measurement, you'll get a circle like this. And if you take one more measurement, you'll get a circle like this. And you see how they all. I know I put the guy over there, but it's a bad drawing. But basically, where all these circles intercept on the globe, that is where you are. Even though I drew it horribly. I hope it makes sense.
No.
All right, let's forget this guy. This is from the observer's point of view, right? This is from the observer's point of view. This is how we get the co-altitude, right?
See that right there, it doesn't make sense to me.
Here,
Because
what?
when you're doing dip, like that's incorrect. That's the problem.
What's incorrect about it?
Because dip or height of eye correction is, and I'm quoting, if you're taking your sextant readings from the bridge of a big ship, then you're going to get a different sextant reading to if you were on a small yacht. Therefore, we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading. So
It's basically
that's
like
not sea level having a tangent to a tangent point, is it? That's a completely different thing, isn't it?
I guess the dip correction can be thought of bringing your measurement down to sea level.
Yeah, but you're not showing that, are you?
Well, like sea level
I'm just saying you're not showing that, are you?
Sea level is
You're
going to
showing a
be
tangent to a tangent point. That has nothing to do with height of eye correction or dip angle correction.
no. What it is at the beginning. This is the angle you get, right? At the beginning, this is your angle. But because the horizon is below the observer's eye,
No,
this is
no,
yeah.
that's just this diagram is just wrong.
The
Like it's
horizon.
just the ground is below
Yeah,
your
this is
this that's a tangent to a tangent point.
right. No,
That's not what height of eye correction is though.
no. The horizon is basically where a tangent line to Earth hits your eyes.
Yeah, that's
That's
what I'm
where
saying, but that's not
right.
what you're doing with height of eye correction. Again, I
Yeah,
quote, therefore we need to make a correction to what your sextant says to get your reading converted to a sea level reading.
right.
So,
And if the observer was instead here,
then you'd have a perfectly horizontal line straight out to the GP.
no, we're not measuring to the GP. We're measuring to the star.
Okay. But
You're
in order to get an elevation angle, right, you would have two lines, the one going out to the GP and then the
no.
angle of
You don't measure to the GP. You only measure the angle above the horizon of the star. Getting the GP comes later, after you make the measurements.
Where's the horizon?
The horizon is the green line. The horizon is where a tangent line to Earth hits your eyes.
But the horizon moves all the time.
Right, and that's why we add dip correction.
No,
And we can
dip correction has nothing to do with terrestrial refraction at all. Dip
and
correction
we
has, excuse me, sorry, that was just incorrect.
yeah,
Has
in my
nothing to do with, no, hold on. You just said to his point, saying you don't have a tangent to a tangent point. You said that's why you do dip correction. That is incorrect. As I just read to you, again, the point of height of eye correction is because you're not on the sea surface. So you need to correct for that so that you have a horizontal.
right, okay, so if the guy measures to the star from sea level, his blue line to the star is going to look like that. It's going to be perfectly parallel to the one that he sees up there. And if he was driving a skyscraper over the Earth's surface, the angle to the star would also be parallel. It doesn't matter how high you are above the surface, the angle to the star is always parallel, no matter
Well,
how high you are.
I don't know if the word is parallel. It would just be in the same
Right.
location.
The same angle relative to zenith.
Yeah, Seafoam, could you draw using a different color of zenith from the observer?
Yeah.
From the
So like
observer's head straight north.
so this
No, not
line
horizon.
here,
Yeah.
yeah. This line here is
Get
the
it right.
observer.
That's not 90. Get it right.
So Elijah, the point being that all we care about is the angle between the blue line and the white line. That's called the zenith distance. Yes, there are lots of different ways, and dip horizon, blah blah blah. There's lots of ways to find. Could you draw that in a different color so we can refer to it?
Yeah.
And so that the distance between, or that angle distance between the blue line and the white line is all that we care about ultimately, because we take that angle and multiply it by 60 nautical miles. So yes, you guys are right. There's lots of complications about finding that if you're going to use, because it's more convenient, the horizon and the dip angle and all this type of stuff. But ultimately, the ultimate goal is that theta that he just drew.
Yeah. And what I was describing is how to get that angle theta off of measurements from the horizon.
But technically, you could just directly measure that theta if you could hang a plumb bob and then use a sextant to calculate where the.
Excuse me, but you're trying to figure out your position right there where the little red man is.
Yes.
So when you're drawing your circle of equal altitude, that's going to be along that plane as well.
Okay,
Yeah, so the point is, how do we get the distance? So the first step is getting the distance. All I'm describing is that with that theta, you do theta times 60 nautical miles, and then that gets you the distance. Then you're right. Once you have several distances, then you do trilateration to figure out where it is, where they all intersect.
But where are we going? Where's the little man and everything? Why are we doing all this?
Because this
Why
this
are
is
you
like
changing? Why are you changing what we're doing on the surface? I don't understand. Because
because like
when I said a circle of equal altitude, yeah. See that
right, and I'm
see that little turquoise line right there? Like, yeah. So you're where the circular functions would meet there on the surface. So that circle would be extended out to the GP of the star over there to the left.
the turquoise line is just at 90 degrees to zenith. That's all it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. But again, for the GP of the star, you're gonna
Right, and
have a circle around that, and then you're doing it again. You're
right,
moving.
and
No,
I'm and
no, no.
I was
You're doing it again.
switching.
I don't
I
want
was
to
switching
switch.
to show the GPs.
I don't want to
These are the
switch.
GPs.
I don't want to switch. The GP is along that horizontal line, because if you're gonna have a circle where you're standing and you're at where that circular function meets, if you had two GPs and you're there getting all of these angles right there where the man is, then the star is somewhere, the GP of the star is somewhere out in that black space, not along that little light blue, sky blue line circle.
I put a diagram in the chat that might be helpful.
Right. Like when I switch,
He's
what I'm
trying to
showing
switch,
is
and I'm like, it's not helping
no,
because
like
it's completely wrong.
what you do to find the GP is you take the sidereal hour angle of of Aries plus the Greenwich hour angle of the star, which is
Mhm.
it's all noted in the almanac. In the almanac, you can add the two angles together to get the GP of the star. You don't measure the GP of the star with your sextant. All
No, I
the
didn't.
sextant
I'm not. I didn't say that. I
all the
didn't say
sextant
that.
does.
What I said was, I didn't say that. What I said was, you are standing, given all the measurements that, oh, you're moving it again. So, right there where you're getting all these angles, ultimately, in the end, you're going to be standing along a circle. Okay?
Right.
You're going to be somewhere on a circle. You're going to be a point on a circle. That circle, right in the middle of it, is going to be the ground position of the star, which is also coincidentally 90 degrees from your position. But you
No,
guys keep trying to, yeah, you guys keep trying to say,
the
no, that's
the
not true.
GP of the star could be here. The GP of the star could be here, and then your circle of equal altitude would look like that. The
No,
G the GP
that,
of the star
that
could be here, and your
absolutely not.
circle of equal altitude would look like that. When I'm
Absolutely
switching,
not.
when I'm like, so what I'm saying is, all this shows.
Absolutely not.
Hold on, let me speak. All this
All right, you
diagram
can switch
shows
it now. Go ahead, switch it. Do what you
is
do what you gotta do.
getting the angle. What this is this is your globe, and these are all your GPs, right? You have your 3 GPs that you measured, and what you do is you draw your circle of equal altitude. What you do is you take your co-altitude angle, multiply it by 60 nautical miles, and then you draw a circle on the surface. What am I doing wrong here? You draw a circle on the surface that is always that distance away from that GP. And then, from this one, you draw another circle that is that distance away from the GP. And then from here, you draw one more circle, right? And this point right here is where the observer is, where they all 3 intersect.
Okay.
And that's how you find your position.
Now, all 3 radii have to be parallel.
What do you mean radii have to be parallel?
On a flat
You see
surface,
where
they would be.
you see where you're standing. From you to the purple point, or what point? Magenta. What color is that, Matthew? I know you know.
It's just like pink.
I would say pink or magenta, yeah.
Yes, magenta. I got it right. And then the yellow one, and then the green one. These radii have to be parallel.
You mean on the same flat plane?
Unless, of course, again, my citations are just full of shit.
Like here, I can.
So look at the
No,
diagram.
hold on. I'll post it again. I'll post it again.
3 triangles, 3 colored triangles. I know which one you're talking about.
Exactly. Are you gonna post it?
I could find it, but I'm saying that isn't quite accurate. The one that I posted at 45 past the hour is a better description of what's happening.
Well, I mean, we'll get to that, but I'm gonna again. I'm trying to figure out how this is bullshit. I mean, it's like bullshit on what grounds? I mean,
It uses triangles for one.
where is it? Skype. Here we go. And then the co-altitude as well. I'm just gonna post a couple here. I'm gonna post that too. How does it keep going to recents when I need it to not be recents? Skype. And this. And this. And so starting with this, From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. He does not know his direction from this point. However, by examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circular functions meet. In this case, there's only one real route. He knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. Why did they even put that in there? Is that a lie?
I'm not sure what it means by the radii being parallel. Like if
Yeah, why is that in there? Somebody's just trying to, because this predates, well, I'm not even gonna say that because that would be irrelevant. This could have been a flat earther from 2009 for all we know, trying to trick you guys up, right? I'm just trying to figure out why the hell they would say that and why you guys keep telling me I'm wrong for citing that.
well, so a radius is a distance. It's not a direction. So that's why parallel radii doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
I mean, a radius is a distance, like 500
No,
miles.
a radius is just a line between you or the midpoint of a circle to the edge of a circle.
Yeah, it's a
So
distance.
if
Distance
you got
from the nose to
two,
the edge.
the only way, because a circle is a 2D shape, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Right. So if it's a 2D shape, then they would have to be, if they're parallel to one singular horizontal. So that would make sense, right? You're saying it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
make
see what
sense,
you're
but
saying.
it
Like
most
if
definitely does make
that's what it
sense,
means.
especially given this diagram down there.
Yeah, so I think that maybe they were meaning that the two radii are coplanar, like on the same plane. I think parallel might not be the best way to put it.
What do you mean coplanar? What like
There's one
sounds like I'd agree
horizontal
with that.
plane,
What?
one horizontal plane, and both the radii are in that plane.
Yeah,
That's what it might have said.
the celestial equator, that they call it the celestial equator. Um, did I just post about that or did I miss that? Let me get you, let me hold on. Let me get you that. Or did I just no, I just saw it. I was just scrolling past all of that. Um anyway, where the fuck did I just see that? There's so much information, it's crazy. And I'd hate for you guys to move on while I'm getting this, but fuck it. I mean, I can't just hold up the line. I'll be back. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm saying let me look for this real quick. You guys, whatever.
Here,
So
I've
yeah,
got a
all I'm
way.
saying is that undermines your argument. Trying to put those GPs on a globe is obviously is in contradiction with my citation, and I'm just trying to figure out why unless my citation is complete bullshit. I mean, but I got a lot more where that came from, so I mean, I don't really know.
All right. So, do you see my screen?
Not right now. I'm looking for something.
Okay.
And it's crazy because I don't know why Kosha tried to say that you don't use the elevation angle. You're just concerned with the uh The zenith angle, 'cause that's bullshit.
The zenith distance, right?
Yeah, it's not all you're concerned with.
Why not? But that's the ultimate goal. I mean, you can use the other things, but
No, but I mean, you like, bro. Here, chew on this while I go look for everything else.
Just here, I'll just stop screen sharing. Just tell me when you're ready to see it.
yeah, that zenith distance, the 48 degrees, is the number that you're going to use in the calculation, which is 48 degrees times 60 nautical miles. So that 48 degrees is the ultimate goal.
So the 42 degrees is not used at all.
That would be one way to get the 48 degrees. You do 90 minus 42, but if you can just direct 48 degrees.
Oh, so I was right when I said they would be using the horizon, aka the horizontal line, because let's face it, that's what the horizon is. It's the horizontal, it's the sea level. So we
you
can
can
use that.
use
But
it.
when I said it was a red herring, when you guys are talking about using the zenith angle, I was correct.
No, because I was saying that you can use the horizon, but you don't have to use it. You can go straight to the 48 without the 42. That's the main point.
Okay, but in order to get to the 48, in order to get the zenith angle, you do need the elevation angle. So you do need to go through that.
That's
If you're
one way to do it.
using, well, you can't do it though if you don't have a horizontal baseline.
Sure, you can. You just ignore the 42 and then measure the
You
48
just
directly.
one way you can go through it is through the 42 blue 42 hut hut. I wonder if that is just, I wonder if they just made it blue for, I don't know.
Do you understand that there are two different ways to do it?
Yeah, two different ways, meaning that because you keep trying to invalidate the one way of doing it by saying you could do it the other way, which would make this a red herring.
No, it doesn't invalidate it. It just says that there's an alternative.
Okay, so we're not talking about the alternative. What I'm saying is the one that I'm using is impossible to use if you don't have a horizontal.
That's right. It's impossible to use that if you don't have a horizontal.
Yeah.
So you could use
But
the
you do,
alternative.
but you do use it.
Sometimes
Because
you
we
do.
Point.
You don't have to.
But the
because
point
we
is,
can
it's
get
possible. If it was a globe, it wouldn't be possible. That's the point.
no, it would be because we know. You see, I think the
No,
problem is
because you
that
wouldn't
you're
have an elevation
assuming.
angle. That's why.
I think the problem is that you're assuming that the horizon is always at eye level. It isn't.
I didn't say what the fuck. I didn't say that.
It sounds
That's
like
why
it.
you do dip. That's why you do dip correction, because the dip correction is gonna bring your angle to a perfect horizontal at sea
Exactly.
level.
And
At
then
sea
based on
level, but
that
it's not a
horizontal,
tangent. It's not a tangent though to a curve like you were trying to show in your diagram or your computer program. So what you're saying is a red herring as well.
no, in my drawing, I was showing that the horizon is a tangent line, but the horizontal isn't.
Right. So I'm talking about the horizontal, and I'm saying you can't get a horizontal off of a
Yes, you
curved
can.
baseline. No,
Yeah,
you
you
can't.
can.
No, because then you don't have 42 degrees
What to get the horizontal?
because the elevation angle is how high the celestial body is above this horizontal line.
Right, and that horizontal line is perpendicular to zenith, and you can measure
That
zenith.
that
Therefore, you
horiz-
can measure
that horizontal line is the surface of is parallel to the surface of the earth.
at that point you're standing at.
No, it just is because again, like I said, with the circles of equal altitude and needing the radii to be parallel, what you're trying to say just is in complete contradiction to what I posted earlier. This is like a big ass circle. You weren't even supposed to respond. I was talking to Matthew. So
If the
Matthew basically saying that we don't have to use an elevation angle, but we do use an elevation angle.
It's generally easier, yes.
Using an
want it,
elevation angle, you can't get an elevation. Again, this goes back to my question from earlier, which was, how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curved?
well, you can do all that mess with the apparent horizon, horizontal line, blah blah blah, dip angle, and all that, or you can ignore the whole thing and go straight
No,
to
not
48.
not or, and blah blah blah.
There's two different ways.
There's